I clearly awakened the ancient god's eyes capable of surpassing all, yet they were cruelly gouged out by the sister I raised with my own hands. All because, in my previous life after the game merged with reality, I steadily grew stronger and carried her into the ranks of the global top 100, becoming an existence admired by all. Yet, as a star-chasing fanatic, my sister not only showed no gratitude but believed I was controlling her freedom. In the end, she heartlessly took my eyes and gifted them to her idol, abandoning me in the depths of the mountains to fend for myself. Now, reborn to the day before the game's descent, I didn't immediately seek revenge on my sister. Instead, I wasted no time in making the bed and preparing to sleep, because I knew the game would first invade Blue Star in the form of dreams, and those who entered the virtual world early would have a certain probability of obtaining hidden professions. Accompanied by a powerful white light, a spinning wheel for determining professions suddenly appeared before my eyes. Without hesitation, I made my choice directly. The gray-white pointer began spinning rapidly, eventually stopping on an area marked with a question mark. This is a hidden class. My heart suddenly raced, and in the next second, a powerful surge of dark energy descended upon me. Congratulations! You have obtained the globally unique class, Shadow. Class Passive 1 doubles the duration of Stealth Class Passive 2, plus 1 Stealth Level Class Passive 3. When attacking while outside an enemy's line of sight, the damage of that attack is doubled. I felt a surge of joy. Just these 3 initial class passives alone meant my survivability would be incredibly strong. In the Divine Artifact game, survival ability is the most important thing. Although dying at the beginning won't result in actual death, it will cost half of the remaining lifespan, and players can gain lifespan by killing monsters. In fact, lifespan even becomes the universal currency worldwide. Next, I checked my initial skills. The initial skill Stealth allows entering an 8-second invisibility state, but attacking will break it. With a 30-second cooldown, the initial skill Backstab Boost increases damage by 10% when attacking from behind. After reading the descriptions, a hint of disappointment flashed in my eyes because both skills turned out to be the lowest grade inferior skills. Just as I was about to resign myself to fate, a voice echoed in my mind. The words of judgment have been activated. You have obtained the unique attribute Authority of Judgment, granting you power that transcends rules and order. Hearing this, I was utterly stunned. This was the ancient god's eye I had awakened. I never expected it to follow me through rebirth. Yet in my previous life, no matter how hard I tried, I had never succeeded in activating it. While I was still bewildered, another voice rang out. The effect of the Authority of Judgment has been initiated. A top-tier talent has been randomly selected for you. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent Infinite Evolution. You have a chance to obtain evolution points for upgrading skills when killing monsters in solo mode, and you automatically gain 5 evolution points every 24 hours. Currently, you have 5 evolution points. Just when all hope seems lost, a new path appears. Hearing this, I immediately used the points to evolve 2 skills without hesitation. In the next moment, I saw that the duration of stealth had increased to 32 seconds, surpassing the skill's cooldown time. This essentially allows me to maintain infinite stealth, and each time I break stealth with an attack, it grants an additional 90 attack power equivalent to dealing several times more damage than others. It's about time. I can enter the game now. I smirked as the surrounding darkness dissipated, revealing a dilapidated town before me. In the square, a few players in black robes were looking around in confusion. Welcome to the God-forsaken land, where countless monsters roam freely. Beware, for they are always ready to tear you apart. Upon arriving in the God-forsaken land, every player receives an initial low-quality weapon matching their class. As an assassin, mine was a rusty short dagger. Gripping the dagger in my hand, I gave it a few experimental swings. It felt reasonably well-balanced. Though I was a warrior in my past life, I was no stranger to daggers either. A faint smirk curled my lips as I prepared to leave town immediately to hunt monsters and level up. Whether for leveling or evolution points, I needed to slay monsters, the more, the better. Because at this time, no one knew that the monsters in this Divine Artifact game wouldn't stay in place waiting to be killed like in ordinary online games. Instead, they would actively seek out players to steal their lifespan. By plundering lifespan, these monsters could evolve and grow stronger. Thus, in the Divine Artifact game, monsters could be considered another kind of player in a sense. The weak are prey to the strong, and only the fittest survive. Even in my previous life, my path to rising was extremely difficult, especially since I had to drag along a half-sister, who was nothing but a burden. This time, my solo leveling speed will undoubtedly be much faster. Qin Feng thought to himself. He walked towards the outskirts of the town with his scrap iron short sword in hand. Along the way, we saw players in twos and threes, gathered together. There is a small fat man on the side of the road, is looking around with a confused face. What place is this? What deity abandoned place, what occupation, what code name? I just finished all night home lying on. This is a hallucination? There was a young man with glasses next to him, who was also a bit confused. I don't know. I also ate chicken all night. And as a result, I just fell asleep. How did I come here? The little fat man smiled, and then hemmed and hawed. Buddy, you're eating chicken? What kind of chicken are you eating? Give buddies an introduction, Qin Feng completely ignored them. It was normal for the first group of players to enter the godforsaken game to have such doubts. However, there were suddenly several white rays of light that appeared in front of Qin Feng. Swish, swish, swish. A total of 5 figures were recreated in front of Qin Feng. Almost forgot. This is the resurrection point. Qin Feng was planning to go around. As it turned out, there was a young girl in black short sleeves who appeared in front of him. Seemingly because she had just died, the young girl blushed a bit. Next to her, remodeling out of her body, were 3 other men and a woman who appeared to have teamed up together and had just returned from dying in the wilderness. Apparently, the remaining lifespan of these 5 has been halved. That wild monster is too fierce. Isn't it? 1 bite and it's half-blooded. How can I fight it? Isn't it just the most trashy level 1 creeper? We surrounded it and only hit it with 1/3 of its blood. I can't believe we got straight-up massacred. Sister Pear, what do we do now? Several people's gazes focused on the short-sleeved black girl at the head of the group. The black short-sleeved girl, with a bunch of ponytails and a worn longbow in her hand, looked like an archer. But Qin Feng could tell at a glance that she was a hidden profession. Because of the unusual archer, the initial weapon is a shortbow, not a longbow. It was because of this that the young girl was able to become the captain of the team, the one who gave the orders. If you can't beat them, form another group. The ponytailed girl known as Pear Sister looked in Qin Feng's direction. This big brother seems to be a hidden profession. Why don't we invite him to our team? Together, many hands make a big difference. Anyway, the team size limit is 6 people and we're still 1 short. Her judgment was spot on. This was because there was an assassin in her team with an initial weapon that wasn't the same as the scrap iron short knife that Qin Feng was holding. So a soft, long-haired girl very proactively came to Qin Feng. Brother, will you team up with us? The wild monsters outside are very strong. 1 person can't beat them. Our team has already exterminated them once. We have experience. Hearing this, Qin Feng kinda wanted to laugh. Experienced? There's the experience of sending people to their deaths, right? Qin Feng shook his head and ignored the young girl as he walked straight in the direction outside the town. With this attitude, it was obvious that he had rejected the other party's invitation to form a team. This situation caused Sister Pear, as well as the 3 men behind her, to sink in their faces. None of them thought that this man, who looked like an assassin, would be so disrespectful. Most importantly, Qin Feng looked like he wanted to leave the town alone. Laughing my ass off, we told you it's dangerous out there. And this guy still goes out alone? He wants to kill a wild monster by himself when 5 of us can't beat it? Come on, they're a hidden profession and an assassin type, so maybe they can run even if they can't fight. A few people talked and laughed, and didn't care too much. Only Sister Pear took advantage of Qin Feng's proximity just now to subconsciously check his information and learn his code name. Code name Shadow? That's pretty loaded. Sister Pear looked at Qin Feng's back and sneered. Go, follow to see how he died. Maybe we can find out the pattern of the monster's actions. With a wave of her hand, she led the men to follow. It wasn't so much that she was interested in how other people died, but this strange place was so bizarre that she wanted to observe others and get more information. Qin Feng came to the border of the town. This border is very inconspicuous, with only a few damaged and decaying fences. Beyond that, it's not a safe zone. While leaving, Qin Feng realized that that Pear Sister was following far behind with her people. Latent shadows. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng directly launched the skill. In an instant, his figure disappeared out of thin air in front of those few people as if he had blended into his surroundings. Chapter 6. Creeper? Seconds. Why is the man gone? All 5 of the Pearly sisters froze. Looking left and right, he couldn't find any trace of Qin Feng. The tall male assassin in the team was a bit confused. This is a stealth skill, right? The initial skill has stealth. What kind of profession is this? So cool. The assassin profession he had actively chosen didn't have a stealth skill in the opening. The 5 people looked for half a day and did not find Qin Feng, and did not dare to leave the safe zone, but could only resentfully retreat to the shell town. Sister Pear said in a deep voice, "It's too dangerous out there. We died once and our remaining lifespan has been halved. So it's better to search the town first and see if there's any chance of advancement." The soft, long-haired girl's eyes lit up. Right. Let's go look for any treasure chests first, NPCs or whatever. That tall male assassin was still in a good frame of mind and said with a smile, "Look at how nervous each and every one of you are. Although this what godforsaken game is a bit strange, but to say that it can affect our lifespan is definitely a pie in the sky. In my opinion, since we have been resurrected, we can just go out directly and finish off that creeper." Another male warrior said, "I also think that it's hard to fight nearly half-blood. I'm afraid it's going to be cheap for that kid just now." Pear Sister smiled disdainfully. "With the output of the 5 of us, we barely managed to hit the creeper with less than half a blood. He alone can at best rely on a stealth to save his life, and he still wants to kill the creeper. Dream on." Of course, Qin Feng didn't know about the choices made by Sister Pear and the others. Even if he knew, Qin Feng wouldn't take it to heart. This is because within the initial town, there will be nothing at all that will help with power-ups. Just a safe place for players to rest. At this moment, Qin Feng released his sneaky shadow skill and walked on the dark, scorched earth. With stealth, the sounds of walking, breathing, and heartbeat are all eliminated. Other than the fact that there was still collision volume, everything else was as if the person didn't exist. There is only one way to see a cloaked unit. That's the anti-hiding skill. Of course, Qin Feng's profession, Shadow, came with +1 stealth level. It's unlikely that any players or even wild magical creatures will be able to detect his stealth in the early stages. Soon, Qin Feng left the town and walked more than 100 meters to a sparse forest. The dark silhouette of a creeper could be seen from a distance, resting in the woods. Creeper LV1. Grade: Ordinary in progress. This thing just killed those 5 players and is digesting their lifespans? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had seen a lot of this kind of thing in his last life. Demonic creatures took time to advance after hunting the lifespan from the player, and the creeper in front of him was, apparently, greedy. Having hunted 5 players, it was already ready to find a safe place to advance to the next level, but it stuck around, clearly wanting to kill more. In that case, spit out your lifespan. Qin Feng found a hidden corner. When the stealth time was over, Subterranean Shadow was released again, and there was a completely seamless transition between the 2 stealths. Qin Feng quietly approached the creeper with his scrap iron short sword in hand. Getting closer, he could even smell the rotting odor of the reptiles, and it was awful. That black shadow outline, also gradually clear up, unexpectedly is covered with gray-skinned faceless person. Long and thin limbs, is lying next to a tree. Body has gray-white fog surrounded. That grayish mist is the visualized state of longevity. It represents the creeper, which is consuming its lifespan and attempting to advance. Lifespans that didn't have time to be digested by the fiend will be converted into trophies that will explode after the fiend's death, according to a certain percentage. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Maintaining his stealth, he came up behind the creeper and struck instantly. The scrap iron short blade appeared from the darkness and turned into a bit of coldness, landing accurately on the back of the creeper's neck. The back of the neck is one of the creeper's weaknesses, and by hitting the weak spot, the damage is increased by 50% or 1.5 times the damage. 372 weakness attack. With only 1 slash, grayish-white blood flowed out of the back of the creeper's neck, and he instantly fell limp to the ground. This shadow profession is also too fierce. Qin Feng himself was shocked. He was well aware, though, that it wasn't just the shadow profession. The vast majority of his damage share came from the skill Subterranean Shadow that had evolved twice. The 90 additional attack points doubled or tripled his damage. If it was just the inferior Sneak Shadow skill that it was initially, the damage wouldn't even be half of what it is now. You killed Creeper LV1. You have gained 10 experience points. On top of that, on the reptilian corpses, there were gray and white mists coalescing into fist-sized balls of light that were visualized lifespans that could be picked up. Qin Feng reached out and held the gray mist in his hand. You have gained 3 days of life tradable. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of life non-tradable. The system prompt came and Qin Feng shook his head. When the 5 of them were killed, each of them lost at least 20 to 30 years of their life expectancy, which definitely adds up to over 100 years. Translated from Creeper, popped out only 54 years. But it doesn't matter, non-tradable lifespans, not much use for now. Qin Feng was well aware of this. When a person is alive, they consume non-tradable lifespan every second and do little else for the time being. The only thing that matters is tradable life. Consuming a tradable lifespan allows you to extract equipment, skills, and professions into reality. But killing a small monster for only 3 days of tradable life is too little. Can't extract any equipment skills at all. Keep looking for monsters. Qin Feng didn't think for long. Around his body, there was a grayish-white mist that gradually absorbed into him. Reaching out immediately afterward, he picked up 2 more pieces of loot from underneath the reptilian corpse. A piece of equipment, a skill book. Rotten leather boots, inferior. Gray quality. Physical defense +3, movement speed +5%. Equipment requirement. Level 1. Skill book, ice cone technique, normal. White quality. Mage skill book. Learning requirement. Level 1. Creepers are level 1 normal monsters. The loot that drops after a kill has a high probability of being inferior and only a small probability of being common. Dropping 2 at a time is not bad luck. Unfortunately, none of it does much for me. Qin Feng put the rotting leather boots on. He's a bit of a shame. The monster didn't provide him with evolution points, much less enough to upgrade him. Qin Feng could only continue to sneak shadow and travel toward the depths of the woods. Just then, within Shell Town, other players began to go out and explore as well. Some of them formed small groups, and some of them were so new that 1 or 2 of them ran out. Not much longer. A pair of young couples arrived at the place where Qin Feng had just killed the creeper and caught a glimpse of the creeper's corpse. Someone killed the monster here? Looks like this game isn't that hard. I told you not to be so nervous, haha. You watch, if any monsters come out in a while, I'll lead you to Clunk and kill them. However, the couple did not find. In the trees above them, a huge black shadow appeared. Chapter 7 rankings open. Small town firsts. The couple, the man's name is Niu Gang and the woman's name is Guan Xiaoya. It was obvious that Niu Gang was a warrior and Guan Xiaoya was a priest. A very common tea-milk combination. Just like Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyu in the last life, at this point, Niu Gang was talking eloquently. The young man, who was 5'8" and tall and strong, looked really secure and walked ahead with a big grin. As for Guan Xiaoya, is actually not small at all, even stouter than Bull Kong. In his hand was a poorly made priest's scepter, and he was surveying his surroundings warily. Suddenly, whirring wind sounds came from above the heads of the 2 of them. The 2 of them were quite alert and immediately raised their heads, but as a result, before they could see what was going on, they were entangled in 2 morose white tough spider silks and bound to a large tree on the side. A pitch-black 100-eyed spider, 2.5 meters tall, slowly fell down along a morose white spider silk. What is this? Ah, spider! Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya both screamed in terror. Feeder LV1. Grade, bronze. Not a normal monster, but a bronze-level mini-boss. This was very attractive to Qin Feng. As long as he killed the boss-level demons, he would be able to harvest 100% of the evolution points. At this point, Qin Feng was stealthily hiding his figure in the shadows to the side. Bronze-level feeders with a blood count of around 1,500–2,000. Totally out of the league of the average newcomer. How many people come as death? The key thing is, there should be a lot more little spiders under this little boss's hand. Qin Feng watched with cold eyes. No intention at all to come to the rescue. Just then, a sizzling sound came from the surrounding trees. Immediately afterward, there was a group of small black spiders, following the spider webs between the trees, rapidly approaching towards that Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya. Feeder sub-spider LV1. Grade, General. These were the children and grandchildren of the bronze-ranked demonic creature, Feeder. Each sub-spider, with spider legs nearly a meter long, has 4 pairs of compound eyes on its forehead. Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya were soon targeted by more than a dozen small spiders. That Bull Kong just now was bragging that he was fierce. As a result, by this time it was completely leggy. Both he and Guan Xiaoya were entangled in the spiderweb and were temporarily unable to move. And with their low levels and attributes, it would take them a long time to break free of their bonds. As they watched, the little spiders crawled up to them and nibbled down towards them. Ah! Nyogang and Guan Xiaoya both screamed together. A series of damage numbers rose one after another from the top of their heads. In just a few moments, the two were already dead. Burst out of the lifespan, turned into a gray and white ball of light, was 10 or so small spiders surrounded together, divided and absorbed up. Just then, a flash of coldness. Qin Feng's agile figure cut across one of the bronze-level feeder's large eyes in a flash. 338 weakness attack. Steeply struck by a heavy blow, the hundreds of compound eyes of the bronze-level feeder instantly stared at Qin Feng. However, before it could spew out its spider silk, Qin Feng's figure had already stealthily disappeared, completely vanishing from in front of it. Question mark. This bronze-level nurse seemed to freeze. The smaller spiders around them that were partaking of the lifespan were unaffected and continued to compete for the couple's lifespan. All the way to 26 seconds later, Qin Feng's sneaky shadow skill had cooled down. He appeared in the other direction of the feeder, and the scrap iron shortsword struck again, unleashing a weak point attack on one of the giant fiend's eyes. 338 weakness attack. Qin Feng once again concealed his figure. As you can see, the feeder still has a little more than half a point left on its blood bar. 3 more attacks needed. Qin Feng retreated a long way after he got his hands on this attack. Fruity. That nurse was attacked twice in a row and couldn't find the attacker, so it had already become infuriated and began to spew out spider silk madly in all directions. With this kind of wide-range attack tactic, even a team of 6 players would likely be annihilated on the spot. However, Qin Feng was prepared and was completely unharmed. Waiting again until the sneak shadow skill had cooled down, he once again returned to the feeder. At this moment, this bronze-level mini-boss was already a bit annoyed and was twisting its body to prevent being sneak attacked. Unfortunately, the weaknesses in it are just too obvious. Qin Feng held the short blade of scrap iron in his hand and struck again. 338 weakness attack. Another slash, and the nursemaid's blood drops further. Qin Feng scored a hit and became invisible once again. This type of play is considered a rogue type of play. But these demons could all be intelligent and couldn't just keep stopping where they were to take a beating. After only 1/3 of the blood bar was left, the bronze-level feeder made a jump and actually climbed onto a side tree in one go. 2 last attacks to go. Qin Feng did not panic. After the sneak shadow skill had cooled down, he picked up a small stone on the ground. In the godforsaken game, various things on the map have attributes. For example, this fist-sized rock in his hand had 2 points of physical attack. Qin Feng found an angle and threw the stone towards the boss with force. Bang! The rock hit the soft belly of the nurse. 279 weakness attack. Since Qin Feng's main source of damage was subterranean shadows, hidden breaking additional attack. So even if you throw a rock and hit an enemy, the damage is ridiculously high. After scoring a hit, Qin Feng was once again invisible. That feeder had been in a hurry, quickly traveling through the woods trying to escape. Meanwhile, the dozen or so sub-spiders, having finished partaking of the lifespans popped out by the couple players, went around trying to find Qin Feng's location. Unfortunately, they hadn't waited for them to find Qin Feng. Qin Feng had then appeared more than 20 meters away. Another small rock slammed out towards the fleeing feeder. This bronze-level boss wasn't too strong and wasn't too fast, mainly because of its large size. So Qin Feng's attacks were easy to hit. 279 weakness attack. You have killed feeder bronze level. You have gained 300 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 2. Congratulations. You've gained 2 evolution points. Congratulations. You have opened the Shell Town ranking list, and you have gained 1 prestige point. At the same time, a system prompt rang out in the minds of all the players in Shell Town. Player Shadow killed feeder bronze level, and was the first to level up to level 2. Shell Town leveling rankings are open. At this point, there were already over 300 players in Shell Town. These players, all of them are from Zhanghai City. Since it was morning, these players were in their 20s and 30s. There are hardly any old people or children. Originally, they were all marveling at how they had come to such a strange place when it was clear that they had only fallen asleep. As a result, this system prompt was suddenly heard. Sister Pear and the others who were searching within the town, as well as Nyogang and Guan Xiaoya who had just been killed back in the town, were all stunned. Chapter 8 Shocking the Town. Single kill bronze boss? Sister Pear's codename is Duck Pear. She, along with the 4 members of her team, were searching all over the town, not intending to leave any corner untouched. Unfortunately, there has been nothing to show for it. Just then, the system prompt that Qin Feng had risen to level 2 and opened the town's level leaderboard came through, causing all 5 members of Duck Pair's team to be stunned. What's the situation? Pear-san, this shadow, he's the guy who just went out alone, right? It seems like, so soon he's level 2. Isn't the key thing that he killed a bronze-level mini-boss? We can't even kill ordinary small monsters in a group. He can single-handedly kill a bronze boss? Are you kidding me? But this system alert can't be wrong. He went out and formed a team afterward, didn't he? No, you guys look at the leaderboards, he's the only one on the rank list. On Shelltown's leveling charts, there was currently only one shadow name, alone at the top. This was incredibly hard for all 5 of the duckpots to believe. Ah, this. Sister Pearly froze on the spot with her longbow in hand. This strange game, how strong the demons were out there, she had experienced it. 5 people teamed up and went out, only to be brutally killed by a level 1 normal small monster. They hadn't even knocked out half of that little monster's blood. But now, that shadow, who she thought was out looking for death, had single-handedly killed a bronze-ranked boss? It's not scientific. Sister Pearly was a little skeptical. Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya, just resurrected in the middle of the town. The system prompted them that half of their lifespan had been deducted. What had been another 40 or 50 years is now only 20. It made them blush a bit. Guan Xiaoya's face turned a little pale. Niu Gang, you said this life expectancy deduction? Could it be true? Niu Gang shook his head vigorously. Impossible. How in the world can there be such a mysterious thing? Guan Xiaoya looked complicated. But we obviously just fell asleep. How could we come to this place together? This is obviously not a dream. If it is a game, then this game is also too real. Bull Kong was also a little unsure. Just then, a prompt about Qin Feng killing the feeder and rising to level 2 resounded in the couple's heads. It gave them a momentary shock. What's the situation? That big spider that was 2.5 meters tall just now was killed. Who is this shadow? How could he kill that big spider? It can't be. Under that big spider's hand, there are more than 10 small spiders. The 2 of them, Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya, were a bit skeptical at once. The 2 of them were powerless before the large spider. But that shadow, surprisingly, directly finished it off. And looking at the leaderboards, there was only a lone shadow. The duo had to guess that the shadow had killed the feeder, fearing that it was a single kill. This just makes them cry out straight to the devil even more. The number of players who came to the divine Forsaken Lands because they fell asleep was increasing. The number of players in Shelltown quickly came to 500. The town square was already filled with new players clad in black robes. There are new players that catch people and ask what's going on here. Unfortunately, no one can answer that question. Most people are rather clueless. There are some players, however, who realize that things are not simple. There was a young man with dyed blonde hair who was waving and shouting in the square. Folks, we all fell asleep and came to this so-called God-forsaken place. We can't leave the game yet, and according to the hints, we'll gain longevity by killing monsters, and death will have our lifespan. Whether it's true or not, let's play it safe and not go out alone, everyone. A number of players have already been killed by the demons out there and lost their lifespans. I suggest we form a team and go out exploring together. It's safer. Now, brothers and sisters who want to go out with me, come and see me to sign up and register your occupation. This blonde-haired youth's words were listened to by some and lazily listened to by others. In the direction of the other exit of the town, there were 3 men and 3 women who had already formed a team. At the head of the group was a burly, strong man, lean and powerful. His name is Wang Mang. Wang Mang looked at the center square of the town from afar, listening to the blonde youth shouting from the faintest of voices, and did not care. He said to the 5 people beside him, "Now this god abandonment game, we'd rather believe it than not. Let's treat it as a normal game first, go out and explore. As long as we can kill monsters and upgrade, then there's no harm for us. As for longevity, everyone just be careful not to die. I'm a holy shield warrior, and I have an initial invincibility skill that can block damage for you guys, so you just have to do your best to output." Wang Mang's teammates were all hidden professions that had been selected after Wang Mang's observation. Such a combination is definitely strong enough. In the meantime, within the town of Shell, There are also some internet addicts who usually team up together to score points. Now together in the godforsaken game. Holy, won't the emergence of this game make us a big deal? Punchy, punchy, punchy. We may not be good at other things, but when it comes to games, hey, who can beat our 5 brothers? In this godforsaken game, a team has a maximum of 6 people, and we're still 1 person short? Find a pretty girl, we need a nanny, don't we? It's not just Shell Town. There are now thousands of towns with more and more players gathering. It is all humans who fall asleep at this point in time, and their consciousness is sent to the land of divine abandonment. Whether it's Dacia or North America or the West, people are new to the godforsaken game and are basically clueless. Some of these players, already with the attitude that they'd rather take it with a grain of salt, have begun to take it with a grain of salt. Many strong people, in fact, had already pulled away from the others when they were just starting out. For example, the current Qin Feng, level 2, opened the leaderboards and gained 1 point of prestige. Qin Feng glanced at the system prompt and didn't pay much attention to it. Reputation is something, of course, the more the better. The later you can rely on reputation and NPCs to buy high-level props. At this moment, Qin Feng stood stealthily in front of the corpse of the bronze-ranked feeder and prepared to harvest it. First is longevity. Qin Feng reached out and inhaled the grayish-white ball of light floating on the corpse of the big spider. You have gained 46 days of life tradable. A single mini-boss is worth the longevity gain of a dozen or so normal mini-bosses. Under normal circumstances, this boss would have to be dealt with by several full squads teaming up, and that life expectancy is split evenly, not much per person. However, Qin Feng's harvest from killing the boss single-handedly was naturally considerable. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng pulled out 3 pieces of loot from under the boss's corpse. One of the skill books caught Qin Feng's eye. That's rich. Skill book Greedy Hands Bronze. Assassin skill book. After learning it, it can be used on demonic corpses with a 20% probability of obtaining an additional loot bonus. Learning requirement. Level 1. 20% probability. Doesn't seem high. But the key is, Qin Feng could evolve this skill. Chapter 9 Gold Level Greedy Hands. The world has changed drastically. In addition to the skill book, this bronze level boss also exploded 2 pieces of equipment. Qin Feng didn't check his equipment for the time being. I had 1 evolution point left, and this boss gave me 2 points, totaling 3 points. This new skill that can evolve twice. Every time I kill a monster from now on, I have a higher probability of getting an extra loot. Qin Feng knew that he had taken off. This was because the skill Greedy Hands belonged to the rare skills and was only bronze ranked at the highest. In his last life, anyone who learned this skill could become an important member of the guild with a superior status. Imagine that people have gone through a lot of trouble and finally killed a boss. Just by using Greedy Hand, it is possible to make the boss drop another extra reward. What kind of concept is that? Most importantly, the loot this skill is talking about includes tradable lifespans. I just wonder, does it include evolution points? Strictly speaking, the evolution points, too, were Qin Feng's loot from killing the boss. So Qin Feng was a bit curious. Whatever, let's evolve the skill first and try it out, won't we know? Qin Feng gave the evolutionary command. You have consumed 1 evolution point and have 2 points remaining. Greedy Hands Bronze Silver. Assassin skill. Can be used on demonic corpses, with a 20%-40% probability of receiving an additional loot bonus. It directly doubles the probability. The evolutionary effect of this skill made Qin Feng's eyes light up. Go on. There are 2 evolution points left, all of which are consumed. You have consumed 2 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Greedy Hands Silver Gold. Assassin skill. Can be used on demonic corpses with a 40%-70% probability of receiving an additional loot bonus. Silver to gold, the skill effect is dramatically increased. Surprisingly, from 40% probability, it has increased to 70%. Then wouldn't another evolution be 100%? Qin Feng's heart raced a bit. In the godforsaken game, this skill is only bronze level. However, Qin Feng, through the original primary talent, Infinite Evolution, was surprisingly able to increase its effects indefinitely. In the future, when I kill monsters, I can get 100% double rewards. Even more than double. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Still maintaining his stealth, he aimed at the feeder corpse in front of him and unleashed the Greedy Hands skill. There were still a total of 12 sub-spiders around this boss corpse. but it was crushingly unaware that Qin Feng was right next to it. With his skill release, a large golden hand stretched out from the earth and grabbed towards the body of that feeder in the void. Skill, greedy hands ruled successful. You have gained 2 evolution points. You have gained 46 days of life tradable. At the same time as the system prompt came, 3 other pieces of loot burst out from underneath the body of the feeder. It worked. 70% success rate honest. Thankfully, it's not a game of twisted vines. Qin Feng smiled contentedly. 2 evolution points, 46 days of tradable life, all critical. As for the loot that burst out, it wasn't that important to Qin Feng. This was because the boss had exploded 6 pieces of loot, and aside from the greedy hand's skill book and an assassin's weapon, the other 4 pieces were not used by Qin Feng Nung. Something for the other professions to sell back in town when the time comes. But at this stage, no one can afford it, can they? Qin Feng shook his head. The trading currency of the godforsaken game is the tradable lifespan. Now that the game has just started, there are very, very few that can afford to pay the price. He looked to the assassin's weapon. Corrosive short knife bronze. Plus 35 attack power, plus 4 agility. Requirements. Level 1. Not much to say, just replace the scrap iron short blade. Originally, Qin Feng had risen to level 2, gained 2 points of full attributes, and his attack power was mentioned at 25 points. After switching to the corrosive short blade, Qin Feng's attack power, moreover, increased from 25 points to 50 points. It straight up doubled. Of course, Qin Feng's damage had not doubled. This is because the largest portion of his damage composition is the additional concealment breaking attack from the Subterranean Shadow skill. The other 4 pieces of loot, there were 3 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book, but they were not bronze level but normal level. Start clearing the little monsters. I hope it comes with some evolution points. Beside the body of the feeder, there were 12 more sub-spiders that Qin Feng did not intend to let go. As he emerged from the shadows, he slashed across the abdomen of a spider, killing it with a single direct hit. When the other sub-spiders reacted, Qin Feng's figure had disappeared once again. With the infinite stealth ability, Qin Feng didn't need to think about survivability at all in the early stages. Just as Qin Feng started brushing the monsters, Blue Star, the real world, Daxia, Zhanghai Normal University, Qin Xiaoyu and her best friend, Chu Yan, were in the classroom. Suddenly, an unusual situation in the classroom caught everyone's attention. Just a boy in the class, asleep on his desk. When he falls asleep, his body, surprisingly, turned into a translucent vaporized state. Holy! Vicky, what's wrong with you, Vicky? The housemate next to him was startled when he turned his eyes and realized the change in the boy's state. The shrieks of the housemates also drew the attention of the class. The middle-aged Mediterranean teacher who was passionately lecturing also stopped lecturing and glanced over towards the boy, his face showing doubt. Many people gathered and sked. Housemates, teachers, and soon all tried to put their hands up and actually went through the boy's body. It was as if the boy didn't exist at all. Such a scene caused the entire class to suck in a breath of cold air, looking shocked and nervous. Xiaoyu, what do you see going on over there with Zhang Wei? The short-haired girl, Chu Yan, pulled Qin Xiaoyu to look at the seat a few rows to the right front, a pair of beautiful eyes a little nervous. Qin Xiaoyu frowned. She wore a long white dress and looked pure and flawless, and due to her face value, she had a lot of suitors in school. That's one of the reasons she thinks so highly of herself. After all, licking G's is a lot. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's right front was already surrounded by people. It was all she could do to stand up, moving gently but gracefully. Unfortunately, she was not tall enough, until she stood on tiptoe. She finally saw that in the seat in front of the right, a boy fell asleep on the table. His body turned into a semi-transparent illusory state. Look it up on the internet. Qin Xiaoyu resumed her seat, took out her cell phone, and immediately began searching. Soon, she found some chat logs from some chat groups that had been forwarded by other groups along with some pictures. Those pictures are of people who are asleep. The state is the same as the boy sleeping on his back. On the internet, countless speculations have been circulating, but since no one has woken up from their sleep yet, no one knows exactly what happened. Chapter 10. I'm not going to reach out to him. The classroom was a mess. The middle-aged Mediterranean teacher shouted, "Students Shua, this Z class will first go sang to this Z. Teacher SI communicate with the school leaders first." After saying this, that teacher left the classroom in a hurry, ready to call for information. The students in the classroom were talking and whispering. They all took out their cell phones to take pictures and upload them, chatting away on the internet. Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yen did not participate in the discussion. They sat in their original seats and quickly swiped their cell phones. Soon after, Qin Xiaoyu frowned slightly. It seems like this seems to be a worldwide phenomenon. Especially in some countries, it's nighttime and there are a lot of people who fall asleep, and as long as they fall asleep, they'll turn into this state. Chu Yen was a little worried. What the hell is going on here? I'll have to contact my parents. Xiaoyu, don't you ask your brother to see if he's encountered anything? Qin Xiaoyu shook her head and said coldly, I'm not going to take the initiative to contact him. Chu Yen was helpless. But now that something like this has happened, there's no need to mess with your loved ones anymore, right? Qin Xiaoyu laughed. Family? He'll just mind me, is that considered kin? Anyway, I'm too lazy to care about him unless he takes the initiative to apologize to me. If Qin Feng saw this scene, he was afraid that he would want to laugh. In his last life, Qin Xiaoyu had exactly this attitude. She was more than not taking the initiative to contact Qin Feng. Even when Qin Feng texted her, she didn't reply, and she didn't answer when she called. Until the evening, Qin Feng personally came over to the school to look for her, begged for peace with her, apologized, and only then brought her home like an offering to an ancestor and entered the godforsaken game with her. But this life, it's completely different. She didn't want to contact Qin Feng. It was even more unlikely that Qin Feng would take the initiative to contact her. In Qin Feng's eyes, this sister that he had taken care of for more than a decade was already equivalent to not existing. From her hand gouging out Qin Feng's eyes, Qin Feng would not be able to recognize her as his sister anymore. Bizarre phenomena that continue to occur all over the world, all over the globe. Officials from various countries have studied the matter and soon released a statement that people will enter a translucent and illusory state as long as they fall asleep, and for the time being, they don't know the reason for this, and they call on people to try not to fall asleep and wait for the experts to study the matter. So far, no sleeping people have woken up. So the people outside, they have no idea what's going on. And in the land of the godforsaken, in the middle of a small town, many of the players who entered the godforsaken game after these fell asleep began to act. They formed small groups and started going out to kill monsters. When you enter the godforsaken game for the first time and want to go offline, there is a precondition. That is to ascend to level 3. Qin Feng kept killing in the dark woods. In the godforsaken game, upgrading is difficult. It's almost impossible to solo in the early stages, and with a group, the experience and tradable lifespans are split evenly, so you can't upgrade fast enough. In Shelltown, it wasn't until the 20th minute after Qin Feng opened the leaderboards that someone else finally rose to level 2. It was an elite hidden profession squad, led by a person codenamed Wang Mang, 6 of them up to level 2 at the same time, occupying the 2nd through 7th spots on the Shelltown rankings charts. As for the golden-haired youth, he brought several dozens of players together to go out to hunt monsters, but soon they found a horrible thing. They gathered together, and no demons dared to come close at all. No matter what kind of demonic creature saw this group of players from afar, all of them turned around and ran, resulting in the group not getting much at all. The only gain, perhaps, was that they familiarized themselves with the terrain outside the town. Evolution points, finally 3. When Qin Feng killed a level 1 creeper with a single slash, he heard the system prompt and finally lit up before his eyes. Just now, he killed the small spiders around the feeder one after another. 12 sub-spiders only gave him 2 evolution points, one of which was still touched with greedy hands. As you can see, it's difficult to get evolution points by killing small monsters if you don't encounter a boss. After taking out the little spiders, he looked around for other magical creatures. As he always remained invisible, Qin Feng came and went like the wind in the dark woods. 5 more level 1 creepers were soon taken out. At that moment, the 5th creeper that he had hacked to death finally gave him another 1 evolution point. It can evolve. Qin Feng opened the attribute panel. Continue to evolve greedy hands. You have consumed 3 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Greedy hands gold platinum. Assassin skill. Can be used on demonic corpses with a 70% 110% probability of receiving an additional loot bonus. Evolutionary effects that completely exceed expectations. Qin Feng knew that in the godforsaken game, a probability of more than 100% would also come into effect. The 110% probability of greedy hands means a 100% chance of 1 extra loot, and a 10% chance of another loot or a third loot. Very good. After the evolution was complete, Qin Feng unleashed his greedy hands towards the reptilian corpse in front of him. Skill, greedy hands ruled successful. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 3 days of life tradable. You have gained 3 days of life tradable. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This hand, which directly triggered that 10%, gave him 2 extra rewards. Invincible. Qin Feng was shocked. These 2 evolution points, he wasn't going to use them for a while. It's amazing that evolving the same skill for the 4th time requires 5 evolution points instead of 4. It seems that the number of evolution points required is not an equivocal series. As for the exact pattern, wait until you evolve the greedy hand 1 more time. Qin Feng did not lack damage or survival for the time being. Even if he encountered a boss, he could deal with it with relative ease. All priority is given to evolving gainful skills that will allow him to develop faster. The best choice is the Hand of Greed. Qin Feng checked it out. I now have a tradable lifespan of 146 days. But to extract equipment and skills to reality, consuming tradable lifespans, at least 2.5 years. 900 days to be exact. Also, have to get to level 10 first. Qin Feng maintained his stealth and continued to travel through the woods. Suddenly, he sensed the movement of a battle ahead of him. Quietly approaching over, Qin Feng was delighted in his heart. This was because what appeared in front of him was yet another bronze-ranked boss, and it was also a level 2 monster. Sprinter LV2. Grade, Bronze. It was a humanoid reptilian creature with 6 legs, like a reptilian, with no eyes on its head but a rotting mouth, and 6 legs that moved extremely fast. At least twice as many as new players. New players can be considered very unlucky when they encounter this boss. There is no chance of escape. As for trying to kill sprinters, that can be more difficult than killing feeders. Chapter 11 Seconds to kill the polluter. Wang Meng's shock. When Qin Feng saw the sprinter, he subconsciously looked at his agility. Due to the Shadow's career bonus and the bronze-grade corrosive short knife's agility addition, Qin Feng's agility attribute had now reached 34 points. In the godforsaken game, doubling your agility doesn't mean that your movement speed will also be doubled. Instead, there is a correlation formula. Initial 10 points of agility normally moves at about 3 meters per second and can reach 9.5 meters per second at full run. I'm at 34 points of agility, while my usual movement speed is 5.83 meters per second, and running at full speed is 17 to 18 meters per second. Right now, Qin Feng's speed was already almost twice as fast as some new players. Even then, it was only just about as fast as the sprinter. Enough. It can keep up with the sprinter without worrying about it escaping. Qin Feng lurked in the shadows and looked toward the front. It was discovered that the sprinter was chasing a team of players. One of the people at the head of that group was a burly man with a big body, holding a poorly made shield, and was fending off the attacks of the sprinters while retreating. This burly man was the 2nd-ranked player in Shell Town, codenamed Wang Meng. Behind him, there were 5 hidden profession players who were releasing their skills and attacking the sprinters with a stony face. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was an archer or a mage, the 2 long-range professions, the man and the woman, had a hard time hitting the sprinter with their attacks. And the sprinters dashed left and right, relying on their corrupted claws and fangs, and soon had Wang Meng of the Holy Shield Warrior profession's blood level down to half. Keep in mind that Sacred Shield Warrior has a high base tan. Blood and defense were both more than 30% higher than other novice players. The process of this team of people ascending to level 2 was all about Wang Meng being on top in the front, and none of them encountered anything too dangerous. But now, facing this bronze-level boss sprinting man, Wang Meng was clearly unable to top it. On the contrary, the sprinter still had at least 90% of its blood now. At this time, the young sharp-eyed archer in Wang Meng's team's attack fell short twice more, and his face was very ugly. No, this boss is too fast, and it's hard to hit with long-distance attacks. Wang Meng kept his cool. Just keep attacking. If you can't kill it, you can also grind the blood and revive it to come back and kill it again. Unfortunately, Wang Meng's plan was a bit too optimistic. As the battle stalled, other demons appeared in the woods off to the side. Polluter LV2. Grade. General. This was a level 2 ordinary demonic creature, also in humanoid form but covered in dark brown sludge. A demonic creature that attacked from a distance. In the woods, a full 3 polluters appeared, and launched a sludge attack directly towards the back row of Wang Meng's team. Pest! A beautiful young girl with a staff and an excellent figure was violently hit in the chest by a cloud of sludge. This heavy one, so that the black robe in front of her chest, waves of trembling up. 32. Ah pei pei, hao chou. The pretty young girl felt a foul odor come over her. Disgusting. And that's just the beginning. A mass of sludge began to be thrown towards the team's back row output at a rapid pace. The ballistics of that sludge was so fast that they couldn't dodge it. The key is, there was also a bronze-level boss, sprinter, in front of them. If they run around to avoid long-range attacks, Wang Meng can't even block the sprinters for them. Once they are attacked by the sprinters, they will have to die in a few hits. For a while, Wang Meng's 6 men were in danger. The entire team's blood level dropped by leaps and bounds.
Wan Mang.
Qin Feng squinted his eyes and observed the group. Honestly, this man he knew. Not now, of course. Rather, it was before the rebirth. At that time, Qin Feng was a strong player ranked in the top 100 globally, and although he was considered a hangman in the top 100, he was after all just an ordinary warrior profession. To be able to reach this achievement with an ordinary profession was already a legend-like existence. Countless people idolized Qin Feng. Among them was this Wang Meng. After all, Wang Meng was a hidden profession, holy shield warrior, and in terms of profession bonuses and skills, he was much stronger than Qin Feng, an ordinary warrior. However, Wang Meng's battle power was no match for Qin Feng. This made him very convinced of Qin Feng. As for the two sides recognizing each other, it was because Wang Meng was the person in charge of representing the official daxia and cooperating with the Divine Beheading Guild created by Qin Feng. Qin Feng usually fought extra equipment and skill books, and if he couldn't use them within the guild, he would hand them over to Wang Meng and sell them to the daxia officials in exchange for tradable lifespans. In my last life, I formed a guild to better protect Qin Xiaoyu. Not in this life. Only Wang Meng, this person, can still be befriended. Qin Feng now planned to convert all the excess equipment and skill books, all of them into tradable lifespans, and use them to upgrade himself. It is important, then, to find stable sales channels. Wang Meng, this person, was still relatively reliable, and the official daxia represented behind him had enough financial power. These monsters have to be killed anyway. In that case, help him firsthand. Qin Feng did not intend to befriend the other party out of the blue. Just make an impression first. He surveyed the situation and quickly came up behind one of the polluters. Launch a surprise attack from the cold. The polluter, who was frantically throwing sludge at the pretty young girl with the staff, couldn't even imagine that there was an assassin behind him. The short corrosive blade, transformed into a bit of cold, landed on the back of the polluter's neck. 441 weakness attack. 1 hit kills. The polluter, in an instant, turned into a puddle of sludge and spilled onto the charred ground. You killed polluter LV2. You have gained 20 experience points. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 4 days of life tradable. The system prompt that rang in his head made Qin Feng a bit surprised that this little monster could give evolution points. Good luck. Casually unleash greedy hands. Skill, greedy hands ruled successful. You have gained 4 days of life tradable. Unfortunately, no evolution points. The probability of a normal glitch giving evolution points is inherently low. The additional reward from the Hand of Greed was an additional determination of 1 drop, which was equivalent to Qin Feng killing another identical demonic creature instead of replicating a copy of the reward. So not giving evolution points is normal. It's still the only way to get a steady gain of evolution points by killing bosses. Qin Feng finished off a polluter and was in no hurry. Before the demons and players in the field could react, he had already entered stealth once again. Who? As they watched one of the polluters suddenly collapse into sludge, Wang Meng and the others were stunned. All they saw was a black figure that flashed by, and the polluter instantly fell to the ground. How is this possible? Even for a rank 1 creeper, we had to surround it for more than 10 seconds before we could kill it, and this rank 2 polluter, it was killed in seconds? For a while, all 6 members of Wang Meng's team were shocked. Chapter 12 Mighty Poison Dart. A skill that kills the boss in seconds. Polluter is taken out. The pressure on Wang Meng and their back row was instantly much less. The pretty young girl holding a staff had excitement and thrill in her beautiful eyes. There's a big brother coming to help us, eh? Could it be the shadow on the leaderboard? In fact, the young girl couldn't be seen as pretty now. She had sludge all over her body and face, and very little blood left. The only thing that's still hot is the body, so you can't help but look at it a little more. Her long legs kept moving and walking flexibly, looking lively and flexible. Hold on. Wang Meng's skills have cooled down. God's color was grave as he released the skill. Sacred Barrier. A golden glow enveloped his lanky frame, putting him into a state of invincibility that lasted for 3 seconds, able to hold out for a few more moments under the hands of the sprinters. The others had room to dodge. One less polluter, much less of a remote threat. Nearly half a minute later, Qin Feng reappeared behind another polluter. Instant strikes without warning. Spike the polluter again. No evolution points. Greedy hands. Huh. Exploded a skill book? Qin Feng picked up the skill book that the polluter had exploded in his hand. He checks the skill books in his backpack. Fierce Poison Dart Normal. Assassin skill. Throws a highly poisonous dart with a maximum range of 12 meters. Adds 40 points of attack damage when it hits, and adds the Fierce Poison status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning requirement. Level 2. Fierce Poison. 30% attack damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds. Not stackable. Finally came an attack skill and a mid-range sustained damage skill at that. Even for ordinary players, learning one of these skills in the early stages would increase the development speed in a straight line. Only, the probability of normal monsters dropping skill books is low. Qin Feng had killed so many normal monsters, and the ones that popped skill books were only twice. One time it was the first creeper that popped the ice pick spell of this spell. Then again, this time, it's still the greedy hands that feel it out. Equipment and skill books, or boss explosion rate, is higher, but for ordinary players without the equipment and skill base, it's impossible to take out a boss, even the weakest bronze level boss. Qin Feng thought in his heart. He didn't hesitate, he still had 3 evolution points on him and directly evolved the Manticore Dart twice. Fierce Poison Dart Normal Bronze Silver. Assassin skill. Throws a highly poisonous dart with a maximum range of 12, 13, 14 meters. Adds 40, 80, 120 points of attack damage on hit, and adds the Fierce Poison status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning requirement. Level 2. Fierce Poison. 30%, 40%, 50% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds. Not stackable. After evolving this skill twice, the total damage had more than doubled directly. Qin Feng's movements were quick. Pick up skill books, learn skill books, and evolve skills all in one go. That last polluter just turned around and just wanted to spray sludge attack towards Qin Feng, but it turned out that Qin Feng was faster. With a lift of his hand, a fierce poison dart flew out. Instant hit to that polluter's head. In the place of other new players, there was no way they could have this attack accuracy of his. But Qin Feng's last life in the godforsaken game, crawling and fighting for 9 years, this long-range attack proficiency has long been engraved in the bones. Casually throws a fierce poisonous dart, hitting directly at the weak point of the head. 237 weakness attack. The damage numbers don't look high. This is due to the fact that there is no broken concealment, no backstabbing, and even the other party has already discovered Qin Feng, leaving the Shadow's occupational passive not in effect, and there is no double damage. However, after Qin Feng struck, he directly concealed his figure. The whole thing turned green after that polluter was hit by the fierce poison dart. 2 consecutive damage numbers popped up above his head. 158. 158. Taking 2 fierce poison sustained damage, that polluter finally died. That's quite a bit of sustained damage. And with this sustained damage from being invisible after I launch my attack, I can actually eat my profession passive and double the damage? Qin Feng was more sensitive to damage. Spotted this immediately. Shadow's 3rd career passive is to double the damage dealt when not in the enemy's field of view. He's all stealthy, so of course he doesn't count as being in the enemy's field of view. It's not unusual, then, for sustained damage to be doubled. Unfortunately, this last polluter again didn't pop anything. There was only one last bronze level boss, sprinting one, left on the scene, and that was the main event. And at this time, Wang Meng was already sweating profusely. I can't hold on any longer. The middle-aged female priest in the group was releasing healing spells on him non-stop, but unfortunately the effect was limited. Wang Meng's blood bar was still getting closer to the bottom little by little. Apparently, although this team had killed small monsters to level 2, they hadn't exploded any useful equipment or skill books, causing their fighting style to remain plain. Just then, a figure that violently appeared behind the boss sprinter. At the moment when the sprinter launched an attack towards Wang Mang, a poisonous dart flew towards the sprinter's head. Precise hit to the head. 845 weakness attack. Break hidden, backstrike, weakness attack, take them all full. A shot in the arm. Wang Mang and the others were getting nervous when they saw the boss's blood bar at a glance, which had almost instantly dropped by half, and their eyes widened. Wang Mang couldn't help but curse out a foul language. Their entire team, fighting the sprinters for half a day, had taken less than 10% of their blood. As a result, this mysterious character, a skill directly kills the boss half-blood. And that is just the base damage of the mighty dart. It's what comes next that's scary. 324. 324. 324. 324. As the sprinter's body turned green and 4 continuous damage numbers jumped out one after another, the sprinter didn't even have a chance to struggle and fell down directly in front of Wang Mang. Sure, Wang Mang and the others could not see the damage numbers of others. They could only see the blood bar above the boss's head. That blood bar, which dropped a notch every time it jumped, made Wang Mang's and their heartbeats beat along with it. Watching the bronze boss that had almost wiped out their regiment be poisoned alive just like that. Holy! This hurts. Is this even human? No. Is this really a player who entered the game at the same time as us? You guys didn't see the key. The key is, he was able to accurately hit the boss's head with a dart while the boss was fidgeting. That's right, with our long-range attacks, we had trouble trying to hit the boss, and he casually hit the weak points. Wang Mang's 6 men all sucked in a breath of cool air. They watched as the boss popped out a bunch of loot, but it was clear that they didn't have pickup privileges. In the Divine Abandonment game, the attribution of loot dropped by monsters belongs to a team or individual who has done the most damage. Right now, 90% of this sprinter's blood was taken out by Qin Feng. Rightfully so, Qin Feng had the right to all the loot. Chapter 13. So many creepers. I'm playing Nima? You have killed Sprinter's bronze level. You have gained 600 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 3. Congratulations. You've gained 2 evolution points. You have gained 55 days of life tradable. The moment the boss fell to the ground, a series of system prompts rang out in Qin Feng's head. After he threw that fierce poison dart, he then released his subterranean shadow and re-entered his stealthy state. Now the latent shadow cooldown is 26 seconds, which is still a bit long. Kind of takes away from the efficiency of brushing. Still, it's best to evolve greedy hands first with evolution points. Qin Feng thought to himself. He silently made his way over to the sprinter's corpse and picked up the pile of loot. And this scene, in the eyes of Wang Mang's 6 people, became incredibly bizarre. There's no sign of anyone. The loot next to that boss's corpse suddenly disappeared. Thanks a lot, friend. Wang Mang knew that big brother was beside him, and with a serious and earnest expression, he clasped his fists in the air and sincerely thanked him. Thank me, Qin Feng said indifferently, his voice seeming to come from all directions. In the wild, don't trust others so easily. These words made Wang Mang look aghast. I understand. Thanks for the reminder, big brother. In the godforsaken game, only the town is a safe zone. Players can also kill players as long as they are outside of the town, and once they die, half of their tradable lifespan, or non-tradable lifespan, will be dropped. Of course, the only thing a player can pick up is tradable lifespan. As for the non-tradable lifespan, players can't pick it up directly unless they go through the magical creatures, let them absorb it, and then kill the magical creatures in order to convert 50% out. Obviously, if Qin Feng wanted to turn against Wang Mang now, he could easily take them out. It just wasn't necessary. Because there's no way to pop anything. These guys, they're so poor. And at this time, Wang Mang also understood. If the big man really had it in for them, he wouldn't have opened his mouth to warn them. This made Wang Mang even more grateful. Then let's go first, we won't bother Big Brother tasting the equipment. My name is Wang Mang. If Big Brother needs any help in the future, just look for me. Wang Mang was very understanding, and after saying this, he intended to lead the people away. But the pretty young girl behind him, covered in sludge, suddenly waved her hand towards the surroundings. Big brother, I'm Blackbrush Big Plum. Can I add you as a friend? Hearing this young girl's self-reported codename, Qin Feng almost didn't laugh out loud. He actually knew this girl in a previous life, of course. She was called this codename because her real name was Linley Fish. Her father's surname was Lin, and her mother's surname was Li. So, Hybulin de Lizi was born. This girl is really pretty. Her personality is lively and cute, and her body is even hot. As for the profession, it was the hidden profession seer, which was quite a bit stronger than the average mage. In his last life, Qin Feng had even worked with her a few times. It looks like she's starting off the same way as her last life, by teaming up directly with Wang Mang. It later became an official member of Daxia. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. He didn't need to befriend the other man now. Then he blandly said, "I'm sorry. I'm not interested in the big black Bruin plum. That girl is not willing to not add Qin Feng friend. Still want a stalking." The result of the team of middle-aged female priests. A helpless face dragged her, turned away from, looking at their backs as they left. Qin Feng was also a bit emotional. This Wang Meng's profession holy shield warrior, meet or meet. Moreover, the middle-aged female priest in the team was also a hidden profession oracle priest, with an initial healing amount that was twice that of a normal priest. Otherwise, the team wouldn't have lasted this long. My attack. It looks like seconds. But it's limited by the cooldown of Sneak Shadow, which causes the attacks to be spaced out too long. From start to finish, it took almost 2 minutes to get rid of this boss and the 3 polluters. 2 minutes, in the hands of an ordinary team, would have long been under the hands of the sprinter group destroyed. Qin Feng shook his head, not thinking too much. This wave was full of rewards for him. When Wang Mang and the others left, Qin Feng unleashed greedy hand towards the corpse of the sprinter. Congratulations. You've gained 2 evolution points. You have gained 55 days of life tradable. A bronze boss that gave Qin Feng a total of 4 evolution points, plus 110 days of tradable lifespan, and 5 pieces of loot. Nice haul. There are also 3 pieces of equipment inside the drop and 2 skill books. Only one of these pieces of equipment was something Qin Feng could use. Godforsaken game, there are so many professions that it's not unusual for them to pop up in other professions on a regular basis. Sprinting leather gaiters bronze. Assassin's equipment. Physical defense plus 9, total elemental resistance plus 5. Cooldown speed plus 15%. Requirements. Level 2. The defense and elemental resistance of this equipment was of little use to Qin Feng, but 15% cooldown is nice. Put it on straight away. The cooldown of Sneak Shadow, from 26 seconds, has been reduced to 22.61 seconds. A good effect. In the Godforsaken game, there is no cooldown reduction in the regular attributes, only cooldown speed. Later on, the cooldown speed attribute is basically stacked to several 100%. For example, a 400% cooldown speed is equivalent to a 4 times faster cooldown, which is equivalent to 5 times the original, and a skill that originally had a 20-second cooldown now only takes 4 seconds. In short, final cooldown equals base cooldown 1 plus cooldown speed. Keep brushing. 1 more evolution point will evolve the greedy hand to emerald level. Qin Feng maintained his stealth and continued to go deeper towards the dark woods. At the same time, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan had reached 268 days. I still have quite a few equipment skill books from other professions on me. Once your backpack is full, go ahead and head back to town and trade your stuff for tradable lifespans. When the time comes, it's time to think about it and extract the equipment skills back to reality.
No exageración.
Qin Feng's development speed was more than 100 times faster than in his last life. Sounds like he developed very, very slowly in his last life. But can't be helped, because when the number of players in the town increases, the demons outside, too, all gather. The difficulty will skyrocket for new players trying to hunt demons. Instead, many player squads were hunted by hordes of demons and kept losing their lifespans. For example, now Shell Town. Wang Meng, with his hidden profession squad, had returned to the area closer to the town. This side wouldn't brush level 2 monsters, only level 1 monsters. To their shock, when they returned, they quickly saw a party of 6 players that was being surrounded by more than a dozen creepers. If you take on a creeper alone, that's something many teams can kill these days. But a dozen creepers? So many creepers? I'm playing Nima. A youth screamed and cursed in panic, followed by 3 creepers pouncing on him, tearing and gnawing. Chapter 14 offered $10 million for Shadow Big Brother to bring upgrades. Prepare for battle. Wang Meng's face became extremely grave as he unfolded the inferior large shield in his hand. Having just come all the way here, they had rested for a few minutes halfway through the journey, and their blood and mana levels were pretty much restored. Originally, the pretty girl Lin Liu, who was holding a staff, was still dwelling on the fact that she had just not added Qin Feng as a friend. It must be that I'm covered in mud and the big man hates it. Oh, this girl is on the verge of tears. But before she could be sad for long, the scene in front of her shook her to her core, and immediately she held her staff, ready to engage in battle. A dozen creepers. In a few seconds, a squad of 6 players was killed. All of them. Originally, Wang Mang was still in a dignified state, preparing for battle. Results. The dozen or so creepers looked back at their team, seemingly sensing that they were different from the unusual team. All of them were a bit scandalized and turned away. Of course, before they left, they still absorbed all the non-tradable lifespans that those 6 players had exploded. Although it takes time for demons to digest their lifespan. However, it is absorbed and stored quickly. Once that was done, more than a dozen creepers turned and fled deeper into the woods. Run away. Wang Meng and the others froze. These magical creatures. It's completely out of character. Also, those creeps are, truthfully, a bit fast. Although it wasn't as good as the sprinters, it wasn't something Wang Meng and the others could catch up with. They're trying to run and we can't really catch up. These monsters. They still know how to bully? Wang Mang and Lin Liu, the 6 of them, all felt a bit unimaginable. Once again, there was an extra layer of awe for this godforsaken game. Monsters within this game. It's not at all like an unusual online game where you're just dumb enough to wait for the player to kill it. Instead, they will team up to hunt players, preying on the player's lifespan. As for what the demonic creature snatched the player's lifespan for, Wang Mang and the others didn't know for the time being. But this alone was already enough to make people's hearts run cold. Go! Wang Meng led the team and continued to advance. Soon another party of 6 was seen. 3 already dead and 3 left running for their lives. Unfortunately, they were too slow, and the 5 reptiles behind them were in hot pursuit, attacking them non-stop and looking to finish them off. Arcane spells. Triple shot. The 2 long range from Wang Meng's team attacked the 5 creepers from afar. Each hit a creeper, blasting away about 1/10 of its blood. Surround them. Don't let them get away. Wang Meng charged forward with his shield. Directly a jumping smash. Landed with a bang and stunned all 5 of those creepers in place. This happening all around the town of Shell. Originally, in people's impression, the magical creatures that were supposed to be killed by them and turned into experience would actually join forces, would gather, and in turn surround the players. Town Square Resurrection Point. A white light kept flashing, hardly stopping for a moment. Every resurrected player's face became ugly. You have to go up to level 3 to return to reality. I thought it would be easy, but I didn't realize. Monsters know how to group up. This is going to take head to level 3? I have a question. If we never get to level 3, won't we be stuck here forever? So, in reality, wouldn't we be vegetative? No, we have to gather more people. If a team of 6 won't work, then 2 teams, 3 teams together. No way, too many people will attract the boss. Just now there was a 40-person group that attracted a cursed one of some kind, and a single skill seconded over 30 of them. Countless people were emboldened. It was also at this point that they suddenly saw, on the Shell Town's rankings chart, the top-ranked Shadow leveled up to level 3. Holy, is this Shadow really that good? We're struggling to even kill a small monster, and he's upgrading so easily? Shadow Big Brother seems to be soloing. After all, he's the only one on the list with such a high level. Definitely a solo brush. That's pretty fierce, isn't it? People have been incredulous. By now, many have left town. A deep realization of how ferocious the demons are out there. In this situation, the Shadow was able to solo and upgrade all the way. How powerful was this? At this point, Sister Pear, codenamed Duck Pear, brought her teammates and once again resurrected from the square. This black short-sleeved girl's face was already as black as charcoal. Because this is her 3rd death. Her non-tradable lifespan, which had been 80 years, is now only 10 years, so you can say that she has lost a lot. Though, at the moment, she didn't know if the lifespan was real or not. But it still puts a kind of heavy psychological pressure on her. The soft, long-haired girl who had followed her back to life was now trembling a little in her hands. Pear sister. What do we do now? The soft girl glanced at her experience bar worriedly. Their team had killed 4 creepers so far, and it was only less than 10 points of experience per person when they split it up, and it was still early to get to the 100 experience points needed to level up to level 2, let alone level 3. Even though all 4 of these creeps were still very hard to kill. Because When they run out of blood, they run. Still, the leader of the pair sister had some means. After all, it was a hidden profession. With the longbow in her hand, she cleaned up the bloodied and escaping creeper. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to these 4 creeps. In short, no more death. The black short-sleeved girl, duck pair. Her face was very ugly. Suddenly saw the leaderboard. Shadow level rose to level 3. It was a situation that caught her eye. All spread out for now and get the word out. Duck pair said in a deep voice. I'll pay 10 million renminbi to let Shadow take me to level 3. In short, first return to reality before he upgrades so fast. Taking me to upgrade should be easy, right? And so, such a message quickly spread through the town of Shell. There was a big lady who was willing to spend 10 million renminbi to ask the Shadow big brother, who was number 1 on the leaderboard, to help bring upgrades. Meanwhile, Qin Feng happened to be on his way back. After finishing off the sprinters, he went back in the dense forest and killed about 10 creepers one after another, finally touching 1 evolution point by greedy hand. Direct evolution greedy hands. You have consumed 5 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Greedy hands platinum emerald. Assassin skill. Can be used on demonic corpses with a 110% 160% probability of gaining an additional loot bonus. The additional loot gained has a 20% chance of being upgraded by 1 rank. The Hand of Greed, evolved to emerald level, surprisingly had an additional special effect. There is a 20% chance that the extra loot is 1 rank higher. Invincible. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This effect is, to say the least, cool. If we continue to evolve, wouldn't we be upgrading the grade 100%? You can harvest silver equipment by killing bronze bosses. You can touch gold equipment when you kill a silver boss? Just in time. Qin Feng had now memorized the location of a boss. That boss is called the Cursed One, a demonic creature in the form of a dry tree man that seems to have taken out dozens of players and is hiding somewhere in the dense forest, digesting its lifespan. Soon, that Cursed One would be promoted to a silver-ranked boss. Chapter 15 Ice Pick Technique for Sale. The Condescending Missy. However, the boss advancement will take some time. No one can kill that boss at the moment anyway, so I'll give it some time to advance. Go back and take care of things first. Qin Feng looked at the backpack. He was now level 3.5 and his backpack, which only had 10 compartments, was full. It's all equipment and skill books that don't belong to his profession. To Qin Feng, they were of no use and were best exchanged for tradable lifespan. But to the other players in Shelltown, these were good things that could drastically increase their strength. For example, the mage skill book Ice Pick, I believe. Once the skill is learned, the hit can slow down the target and even have the probability of freezing the target. Of course, the boss control resistance is high and it is difficult to control. But it's definitely a sharp tool to use against small monsters. On the way back to the Shell Town, Qin Feng saw a lot of people along the way were chased to death by creepers. No expression fluctuated on his face. This too is common early in the game. It doesn't take long for people to learn that all they need to do to deal with this situation is to add agility. With high agility and speed, you won't be chased to death, and it won't matter how many creepers come. And if a creeper wants to escape, he is also able to hunt him down with his speed. This was why Qin Feng wanted to add agility. As Qin Feng approached the Shelltown safe zone, he finally did not continue to be stealthy. But he called up the system panel and enabled the face masking function. In the godforsaken game, the player looks the same as reality and cannot be adjusted. I'm still a normal person in reality, and I don't have the ability to extract it for now. Can't reveal your identity. Qin Feng was well aware of this. Once he exposed his identity, with his current status as the number 1 in Shelltown, he would definitely have trouble coming to his door, or even killing him. This kind of thing, he'd seen a lot of it in his last life. After enabling the facial masking function, he had an additional black veil on his face that could not be seen through. What he wore was an initial black robe, and on his legs were brown leather gaiters of sprinting, and his feet also wore rotten leather boots, with only his cold eyes showing under the black veil. Shell Town. These players who all came from Zhanghai City, each had a sad face. They want to get to level 3 and get back to reality. But now, they couldn't even kill a single creeper, and once they encountered one, it was a swarm, so how could they fight? So they all crowded inside the Shell Town and kept discussing ways. When Qin Feng returned, his cold image instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The leg guards and shoes on his body, as well as the corrosive short knife on his hand, were clearly equipment dropped by the wild monsters outside. In particular, the short sword and the leg guards were glowing with a faint bronze-colored light effect. Obviously bronze-level equipment. Who is this guy? So pretentious. Can people not be pretentious when they have 2 pieces of bronze equipment? Hiss. This can't be the shadow big brother who's at the top of the rankings, right? Damn, it seems to be true, huh? Big brother. Someone is offering you 10 million renminbi to bring you upgrades. Big brother, I don't need you to take me. I can give you 100,000. Just tell me how you soloed.
呜呜，大佬，我已经死了4次了。
As long as you are willing to take me, let me do anything. I am still a chick. For a while, a lot of people gathered around. There were those who wanted Qin Feng to bring upgrades, and there were also those who asked him how he soloed. Unfortunately, Qin Feng ignored them all. He headed straight for the town's central square, then came to a crumbling flower bed and sat down. He tapped on the stall function and set up the 10 pieces of equipment and skill books. Store name. Equipment skill sale. Only 10 minutes, wanna buy quickly. There are a lot of people in the town now. Qin Feng estimated that 10 minutes was about right. When this stall came out, it immediately attracted everyone around it. Biggie, it's really Shadow Biggie. Cow wow. Big brother is actually selling equipment. And there are even 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Did this kill a bronze level boss? I heard that bronze level cursor killed Yellow Hair and the 30 or so of them back. Huh. Yeah. A bronze boss that fierce. Can anyone really kill it at this stage? For a while, players from all walks of life gathered. Soon there was a woman in a gray vestment robe who walked over with her teammates. She shot a slightly curious glance at Qin Feng. How do you sell this ice pick technique? The gray-robed woman came up to look and immediately pursed her lips in question. Like Qin Feng, she had also turned on the facial masking function. But Qin Feng recognized it. This woman should be the Grey Rose who was currently ranked 11th in the Shelltown rankings. What she is wearing should be the poor quality vestments dropped by ordinary small monsters. With her, this code name is quite match. Qin Feng glanced at her and said, 100 days of tradable life. Grey Rose frowned slightly. 100 days? That's too much. Can't afford it? Can it be cheaper? Qin Feng shook his head, not bothering to speak. The normal level skill, Ice Cone technique, which could greatly increase the speed of the pre-magic department's monster brushing, was already cheap at 100 days. Grey Rose followed up with, can I use cash? Qin Feng said indifferently, if you have a lot of cash, you can buy life expectancy from someone else first and then come back to trade with me. If no one offers a higher price, I can keep the item for you. Grey Rose bit her lip lightly. Just a moment. She took her teammates aside and chatted in the team channel. Half a minute later, the Grey Rose reappeared in front of Qin Feng. All right, 100 days of lifespan, deal. Qin Feng had a total of 268 days of life to brush up to this point. Grey Rose, on the other hand, had risen to level 2 anyways, and led the team in killing at least 30 to 40 creepers. Except that the tradable lifespans of the creeper pops are split evenly between her and her teammates. At this time, Grey Rose, on the other hand, had gathered all of the team's tradable lifespans together and used them to purchase the Ice Cone technique, so that they could develop faster. You have sold Ice Cone technique skill book. You have gained 100 days of tradable life. Tradable life, 268 days, 368 days. The transaction had just been completed when a few people suddenly pushed through the crowd somewhat roughly and came in front of Qin Feng. At the head of the group, it was clearly the ponytailed girl in black short sleeves, the pair sister codenamed Duck Pair. This young girl obviously ripped off the sleeves of the initial black robe sent by the system, so it became short-sleeved and appeared relatively cool and lively. Shadow. Missy looked condescendingly at Qin Feng, who was sitting by the flower bed, and said condescendingly, I'll give you a chance. Just take me up to level 3. When I return to reality, I'll give you 10 million renminbi. My dad is the chairman of Dajiang Industry, so don't worry about me not being able to afford it. The crowd was in an uproar at these words. 10 million. Just take her to level 3. People around them were shocked. This is too good to be true, isn't it? It sure isn't hard for a shadow bigot to take someone to level 3. Yes, this is a casual income of $10 million. What people didn't expect though. Qin Feng, who was sitting on the edge of the flower bed, glanced at the short-sleeved girl without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. I refuse. Chapter 16, The Ruthless Zhang Li. Is this money that easy to get? No one could see that Qin Feng was sneering. When he first saw this duck pair before, Qin Feng didn't recognize it. After all, he had met so many people in his last life. How could he remember them all? But hearing the words, Dajiang Industry, Qin Feng remembered. In front of me, this Missy lookalike is the daughter of the chairman of the board of directors of Dajiang Industry, Zhang Li. This woman has done some ruthless things in her last life. For example, acquiring tradable lifespans for cash, only to come back to reality and not only deny it, but pretend to give someone cash and kill them in reality while they're at it. At least a dozen people have been victimized by her. At that time, the whole community was already in disarray. The reality of killing people is all too common. And with these tradable lifespans acquired by Zhang Li, coupled with the fact that he himself was a hidden profession, he quickly rose to prominence. Qin Feng remembers that it was not until the 4th or 5th year of the descent of the godforsaken game that Zhang Li suffered retribution. Sure, none of these things had anything to do with him. Because he brought Qin Xiaoyu with him in his last life, his upgrading speed was not fast in the early stages, and he didn't have much interaction with this Zhang Li. As for now, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't believe her bull. 10 million RMB? For the time being, the money would be useful, but it depends on whether or not you have the life to get it. At this moment, although Qin Feng was in the godforsaken game and was stronger than everyone, in reality he was still an ordinary person. Zhang Li behind the big river industry, their own family have raised a bunch of beaters. Qin Feng dares to get the cash? To take is to die, so to speak. What's more, cash will soon be useless in this world. The world's currency of exchange will soon be longevity. Thus, Qin Feng was indifferent, pressing down and not bothering with the Zhang Li in front of him. And Qin Feng's attitude made that Zhang Li froze, as if he didn't expect that this person would completely ignore the temptation of $10 million.
Zhang Li fronat, Shadu.
Although you are quite strong in this game, right now no one knows what's going on in this game. If you can follow me, I'll make sure that you'll be able to eat and drink in the future. And you'll have everything you need, cars, houses, women, whatever you need. Qin Feng waved his hand. Get out of the way if you're not buying anything. Don't affect my business. You! Zhang Li was almost pissed off at him. Since she was a child, she was the baby in the palm of her family's hand. In the eyes of outsiders, she was the daughter of Dajiang Industry, doted on by the chairman of the board, who dared to bully her. It could be said that Zhang Li had never been treated like this before. A fierce light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Qin Feng, but she quickly hid it. She smiled. Okay, since you don't want to, forget it. She turned away, her face resuming its grimace. Qin Feng watched her back as she left and did not care. At this point in time, no one knows that tradable lifespans can be used to extract equipment skills into reality. No one knew that the godforsaken game would bring down the order of reality. The only thing that is fundamental to everything is one's own strength. As for Zhang Li, her proud background in Dajiang Industries would soon become meaningless. After leaving the central square of Shell Town, Zhang Li was planning how she was going to find out Qin Feng's true identity. Just then, a young man with bare arms and a tattoo on his arm found Zhang Li. Sister pair, my name is Mao Lijun, you can call me Old Mao. The youth smiled and said, I'm at level 2 now, and I know some tricks on how to upgrade. I can take you to upgrade. Does that $10 million still count? Hearing this, Zhang Li raised her eyebrows. Trick? What trick? The youth codenamed Old Mao directly said, I don't tell ordinary people. But since it's pair sister, as a sign of sincerity, I can tell you that if you want to upgrade in this situation now, you have to take the initial 5 attribute points and add them all to agility. That way, we can run at full speed just a little faster than the crawlers. Put it this way, you get it, right? Hearing this, Zhang Li had a bit of a dawning realization. But soon this great lady frowned again. Because she had taken the first 5 points of attributes and added them to strength. Ben thought that high damage was everything. Turns out I didn't expect to be blindsided by hordes of creepers. Okay, you take me to upgrade. Soon Zhang Li said very boldly, but you're not as strong as Shadow. I can give you 5 million, except take me to level 3 and give you cash back in reality. Old Mao readily agreed. No problem. As he said this Old Mao was still thinking in his heart. That Shadow may be strong, but there seems to be something wrong with his brain? Don't want such a simple $10 million. How stupid. Unfortunately, this guy didn't know what kind of person Zhang Li was. The 5 million? Where is it so easy to get? On Qin Feng's side, he quickly sold out everything. Compared to skill books, equipment is quite a bit cheaper. He also had 2 bronze level ones, a warrior equipment and a priest equipment, both with relatively average attributes, so they were both sold for only 30 or 40 days of tradable life. As for other poor quality equipment and skill books, the price is even lower. After selling all 10 pieces of equipment skill books, Qin Feng had harvested a total of nearly 300 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable life, 546 days. Nice haul. At this time, that cursor should have advanced to the silver level, right? Qin Feng closed his stall and left Shell Town. While in stealth, he quickly rushed over in the direction where the cursed one was. On the way, he saw the appearance of a youth named Old Mao, who was taking Zhongli out, preparing to take her for an upgrade. Qin Feng took a look at this and realized what happened to that old hare. But of course he didn't bother to remind the other side. To Qin Feng, as long as he didn't provoke himself, he didn't bother with anything else. 10 minutes or so later, Qin Feng went deep into the dark and dense forest, came to the place where I saw the cursed one before, and sure enough, this boss has advanced to the silver level, and has a gray mist lingering on its body, and is actually still advancing. The silver to gold progression will take at least 7 or 8 hours. Too lazy to wait. Qin Feng decided to make a move. There are plenty of gold bosses behind them, so there's no need to wait here. Taking out the bosses first and becoming stronger is the right way to go. This place is a crisis. The dense forest is full of demons. Only Qin Feng could come here by virtue of permanent stealth. He didn't hesitate and silently came behind the cursed one. That was like a dry tree man. And the fierce poison dart instantly struck, directly hitting the boss's head. A silver boss with 2 to 3 times the blood volume of a bronze boss. That's just 2 or 3 slam darts. Qin Feng threw a dart and became invisible. The cursed person instantly suffered heavy damage. His blood bar dropped by nearly a quarter, and he was still taking toxin damage. But not even a shadow of a person. This caused the cursed one to let out a somewhat angry sound, raising its dry, thin arms, gray elemental energy dense in its hands, gathering and then expanding. A large ranged attack skill with a diameter of more than 20 meters instantly erupted, flooding the area around it. Chapter 17 Kill the Silver Boss. Gold level equipment. The cursed one belonging to is a magic boss of the law system. Most of the skills are ranged attacks and do a lot of damage. Qin Feng had already retreated as fast as he could after throwing the mighty poison dart. With his speed, he just barely managed to get out of the boss's attack range before its skills erupted. That was close. If this gets blasted, with my current blood and defense, I'll only die. Qin Feng's heart beat a little faster as he watched the large-scale gray mist erupt in front of him. This cursed one was the one who had killed more than 30 players and advanced to the silver level in one go. Even the lifespan plundered is enough for it to advance to gold, or even higher grades. It was only a pity that he had met Qin Feng. When the other party erupted in gray mist once, Qin Feng did not approach. Instead, he moved away from the boss and waited for his sneak shadow skill to cool down. The cursor, who kept raising his hand, released his gray mist blast skill towards the surrounding air. These small skills, the range wasn't as big, but they were also a big threat to Qin Feng. Once it hit Qin Feng was all but dead. Good for. He stayed invisible the entire time, away from the boss, and didn't encounter a single bit of danger. By the time Qin Feng's subterranean shadow had finished cooldown, that cursed one seemed to be a bit tired as well, releasing more than a dozen skills in a row, making it a bit unable to keep up with its mana value. The cursed one looked around with extreme caution and began to move deeper into the dense forest. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind it, and another fierce poison dart hit its head. 659 weakness attack. 219. 219. Qin Feng's figure flashed away. About 10 meters away, the dart accurately hit the boss's head. Just this long-range attack hit rate alone was completely out of the reach of other players. Qin Feng also did not dare to get too close. Then he was too late to escape from the boss' ranged attack range. It's safe to say that right now he's strong on paper. But a big part of it, too, had to do with his vast experience of 9 years of fumbling around in his last life. With 2 fierce poison darts going down, the blood bar on top of the boss's head had gradually dropped to only 1/3. This cursed person cannot see where the enemy is. One could only frantically move deeper into the dense forest. A dry, skinny, cursed one, with long, skinny hands that hang down to its knees, is running away as fast as it can. If anyone saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be amazed. No one could imagine that a boss that had advanced to the silver level would be chased by a player. One must know that this boss had exterminated dozens of players in one fell swoop at the bronze level. And at this point, a shadow once again appeared behind the cursed one. Mighty poison dart. Once again, the body of the cursed man was colored green, only to see under the continuous damage of the fierce poison, that cursed person's blood bar finally fell to the bottom, and finally died, dry and thin body, collapsed on the decayed and damp dense forest floor. You have killed the cursed 1 silver level. You have gained 1800 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 5. Congratulations. You've gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of life tradable. A large amount of experience value arrived, directly allowing Qin Feng to rise 2 levels in a row to level 5. Moreover, the silver-ranked boss gave Qin Feng 4 evolution points. Greedy hands. Qin Feng directly touched the corpse. Large golden hands poked out of the void and grabbed onto the dried-up corpse of the cursed one. Skill. Greedy hands ruled successful. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of life tradable. You have gained 124 days of life tradable. 2 extra bonuses straight away. Just this one silver boss brought Qin Feng 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. And when Qin Feng used Greedy Hand, under the boss corpse, a golden light flashed. Is this out of the gold level? Not bad for an emerald-ranked Greedy Hand. Qin Feng knew that this was triggering the additional effect of the emerald-grade Greedy Hand, with a 20% probability of raising the additional loot by 1 grade. Cool is cool. However, Qin Feng was a bit depressed as he looked at the 7 or 8 pieces of loot under the boss's corpse. There are only 10 compartments in the backpack now, so we can't just kill a boss and run back, right? It's also a waste of time. I hope this cursor drops me a storage ring or something. That way there are more grids. With anticipation, Qin Feng reached out and touched the pile of loot under the boss's corpse. Just as Qin Feng finished off the silver level boss and ascended to level 5. In the middle of Shell Town, countless people were shocked on the spot when they saw the leaderboards. Level 3 jumping straight to level 5? Did this kill some powerful boss? I just saw the big guy selling his equipment more than 10 minutes ago, and he's leveled up 2 more levels so quickly? This is outrageous, isn't it? My sister is 18 this year. I really hope that the big man can look at my sister, so that I can also get the light and take me to upgrade. Come on. They can't even look at $10 million. Can they look at your sister? Small town center. Wang Meng and Lin Li Fish team of 6 had finally risen to level 3. They subconsciously glanced at the leaderboard. The sharp-eyed archer youth in the team exploded. We've only risen to level 3, and that big guy is level 5? How can anyone live anymore? Wang Meng was also dumbfounded. But soon he shook his head and said gruffly, "Don't think about that for now. Let's first return to reality individually and inform our loved ones and friends about the divine abandonment game. The world is likely to be in turmoil, so let's at least get those close to us. Ready?" Wang Meng's identity is that of an armed police officer. The reason he fell asleep in the morning was because he had just returned from a shift break after an all-night stakeout of a suspect last night, and he didn't expect to enter the godforsaken game. Hearing Wang Meng's words, Lin Liu and the others nodded their heads gravely. They each returned to reality. In the body of the godforsaken game, it gradually becomes illusory until it disappears. Just as countless people were shocked, Qin Feng also had his bumper crop. From this silver-level cursor, he not only gained 12 evolution points, but also 372 days of tradable life. Even the non-tradable lifespan was directly gained for over 200 years. I now have a non-tradable lifespan of 418 years and 271 days. That seems like a lot of longevity. But later on in the advanced areas of the godforsaken game, or in the reality after the first spread of desolation, the rate of life expectancy passing will be faster and faster. Qin Feng shook his head, not thinking too much. He looked into his backpack. Let's look at that gold-level equipment first. Cursed Ring Gold, common to all professions. Attribute, +8, Dark Elemental Resistance, +26, Weakness Attack Multiplier, +0.1. Requirement, Level 4. Full Attribute Ring? Qin Feng was still satisfied. With 8 points of full attributes, equivalent to 32 points of attribute value, this one ring was equivalent to the attributes that others could only obtain by ascending 3 levels. The additional dark elemental resistance is useful against many magical creatures. Weakness attack multiplier initially 1.5x. With this ring it's 1.6x. Not bad. There's no such thing as a blitz in a godforsaken game. Some only have a weakness attack multiplier for hitting weaknesses. In other words, this weakness attack multiplier is somewhat similar to the blast damage of some online games. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng looked at a skill book. Compared to equipment, Qin Feng clearly preferred skill books, because he can evolve his skills infinitely. And at this moment, a silver-level skill book exploded by the cursed one made Qin Feng's eyes light up with incomparable surprise.
Chapter 18. Instant Shadow Chop.
Diamond Grade Greedy Hands. Instant Shadow Chop Silver. Assassin Skill. Blinks in one direction up to 15 meters and enters stealth lasts for 5 seconds, inflicting 3 slashes on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 10.43 seconds. Learning requirements. Level 4. Chopping Width. 2.1 meters. Each chopping attack adds 100 points of attack power, and 100% is considered a backstab. Qin Feng took the skill book in his hands and directly studied it. If he had learned this skill just now, the time it would have taken him to kill that silver-level cursor would have been saved by half. Most importantly, not only does the skill allow him to remain invisible, but it's also a ranged damage skill. As for cooldowns, 12 seconds is the base cooldown for the skill, and 10.43 seconds is the actual cooldown in effect. After all, Qin Feng carried a 15% cooldown speed attribute on him. An attack range of 15 meters long and 2.1 meters wide. It's especially good for attacking small monsters. By evolving, it should be possible to increase the range, but there's no rush yet. Qin Feng focused his attention on the Greedy Hand. Having evolved Greedy Hand 4 times before, it is now on its 5th evolution. The evolution points required are 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8. So the number of evolution points needed for each evolution of a skill is equal to the sum of the first 2 evolutions? If I'm not mistaken, the number of evolution points required for the 6th evolution of each skill is 13. While thinking this, Qin Feng consumed 8 evolution points to evolve the Greedy Hand once again. You have consumed 8 evolution points and have 4 points remaining. Greedy Hand Emerald Diamond. Assassin Skill. Can be used on demonic corpses with a 160% 220% chance of obtaining an additional loot bonus. The additional loot obtained has a 20% 40% chance of being upgraded by 1 rank. Looking at the effect of the skill enhancement, Qin Feng all but sucked in a breath of cool air. Now every time you kill a monster, you're bound to get 2 more shares of loot. Killing 1 monster is equal to someone else killing 3. There's even a 20% chance of 3 more rewards. There's also a 40% probability of moving up 1 rank. As the skill evolved, Qin Feng felt that it was becoming more and more perverse. When he looked at the conditions for the Greedy Hand's next evolution, he found that sure enough, the number of evolution points required for the next evolution was 13. If there is no Greedy Hand, these 13 evolution points, Qin Feng is afraid to get half a day. But now, with Greedy Hands, evolution points come easily whenever there's a boss. There are 4 evolution points left, so let's boost the combat power first. Qin Feng realized that he had just been unable to kill a silver-level boss in seconds. So the battle power also need to mention or encounter higher-level boss. The battle time is long and easy to accident. You have consumed 3 evolution points and have 1 point remaining. Instant Shadow / Silver Gold Platinum. Blinks in one direction up to 15, 18, 21 meters and enters stealth lasts for 5, 6, 7 seconds. Inflicting 3, 4, 5 slashes on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 10.43 seconds. Chopping Width 2.12.63.1 meters. Each chopping blow adds 100,150,200 attack points. Evolved Instant Shadow Slash with no cooldown reduction? It's kind of hard, but relying on the Instant Shadow Chop alone, I'll be able to achieve infinite stealth as well. 3 chopping blows that turn into 5. That's an explosion of damage. 1 evolution point left, no skills to evolve for now. Qin Feng looked at the remaining loot again. There was nothing left that he could use, but there was also a silver-level warrior skill book, Battle Cry, which increased the team's attack and defense by 20 points when released. This skill book, once learned, doubles the entire team's damage and candor in the early stages. If this were a warrior from the previous life, having this skill in the early stages would be simply unbeatable. But for now, the skill book can only be sold. Qin Feng was a bit of a pity. He stayed invisible and looked around. This dense forest was already a level 4-5 magical creature refreshment area, and that originally level 2 cursed one had also risen from level 2 to level 4 due to digesting its lifespan before bursting out level 4 loot for Qin Feng. Not far away, in the shadows of the woods, there were 3 rotting limb-catching creeps that were warily surveying the dead bodies of the cursed. Before they can react,
Instant Shadow Shop.
725, 725, 725. The level 4 normal small monsters also had a blood level of around 1,000 points. However, with an instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng's figure first manifested for about 0.1 seconds, then instantly penetrated more than 10 meters away. On the path, the 3 limb crawlers each received 2 decapitations and were killed on the spot. You have killed the limb crawler LV4. You have gained 80 experience points. You have gained 5 days of life tradable. A series of system prompts rang out in Qin Feng's head, easily decimating 3 minions. He returned to the minion corpses and unleashed Greedy Hands. Luckily, Greedy Hands isn't on cooldown. It's just a bit of a shame that you can only touch each monster corpse once. If anyone knew what Qin Feng was thinking, they were afraid that they would be scolded. Still not thrilled with the 100% triple reward? Want to touch it a few more times? Want to face? And after instant shadow slash was learned, Qin Feng's efficiency in brushing monsters was instantly raised. It looks like it's only a matter of 2 hours to get to level 10. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. Just as Qin Feng was planning to impact level 10 and extract his abilities into reality. Blue Star Reality. Around the globe, there were finally people who had risen to level 3 one after another, and all of these people returned to reality at the first opportunity. Originally, there were more and more people entering the godforsaken game because they fell asleep. In reality, their bodies turn into translucent illusions, causing panic in those around them, and even all sorts of talk about the end of the world, which spreads rapidly. But as level 3 players are coming back to reality, the truth is finally known to the public. After falling asleep, our consciousness actually goes to a god-forsaken place? A god-forsaken game? Just like the MMO? You can get stronger by playing games? I, Xue Benwei, am invincible by my actual name. Don't be too optimistic. It's rumored that most people are dying all the time now, with half of their lifespan deducted each time they die. You can gain longevity by killing monsters in a game? Wouldn't that make immortality possible? Who knows if this stuff is real or not? The power to potentially get everyone on the planet into the game after falling asleep? Who can explain that? Really, there's an old den in my town who originally had a lifespan of a few days, went out and died a couple times and died violently on the spot. The whole town players received a death announcement, just wondering if reality died too. Countless discussion threads have appeared in countries around the globe and on major online forums. Godforsaken games, which jumped to become the buzzword on every website in the world. Zhanghai City, Zhanghai Normal University. Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan, who had already returned to the dormitory to rest, had of course learned about the divine abandonment game. Chapter 19. Qin Xiaoyu. Those who have risen to level 3 now are definitely bigots. In the dormitory, the 4 girls were having a lively discussion about the godforsaken game. The short-haired girl Chu Yan, also known as Qin Xiaoyu BFF, was packing up her things while saying, "It is said that people in the same area, as long as they fall asleep at the same time, they will appear in the same newbie town. I have to go back and bring my parents, who haven't played the game before. I'm afraid they won't be able to adapt." One of the girls said helplessly, "You don't want to hitch yourself up. We can actually develop ourselves first and turn around and take mom and dad." And a girl with glasses nodded her head like a chicken pecking. Yeah. We don't even have the means to ensure normal development ourselves." Qin Xiaoyu looked at her cell phone. In fact, she was waiting for an apology from Qin Feng. But until now, there was no news of Qin Feng at all. This made Qin Xiaoyu increasingly annoyed. It's such a big deal that you don't come to me to apologize, with such a big frame? But it was even more impossible for her to take the initiative to apologize to Qin Feng. Most importantly, Qin Xiaoyu felt that it was not wrong at all for her to skip her exams and go to Seinfeld's concert. In her opinion, how rare Song Fei's concert is, where can it be compared to a district exam? You can make up a test. If you lose it, you can retake it. If you don't make it to the concert, you've missed a chance to be close to your brother forever. Luckily, this time Chu Yan accompanied me. It's the closest I've been to my brother. Just thinking about Song Fei made Qin Xiaoyu feel sweet. Concert opening Song Fei that, I miss you guys, directly let Qin Xiaoyu back to the present. I also wonder, at what point will brother Song Fei enter the godforsaken game? With your brother's strength, you must be working hard, and you must be strong in the game. That's a funny thing to say. Now Qin Xiaoyu's brother in his mind, the vast majority of them are Song Fei, not Qin Feng. Qin Feng in his previous life didn't know this. Because of the emergence of the godforsaken game, Qin Feng even came to the school in person and found Qin Xiaoyu, apologizing and pleading before finally entering the game with her. And this life. Do what you like. However, now the situation because of Qin Feng's choice would also change. In his last life, although Qin Feng didn't come to Qin Xiaoyu the first time after getting the news because he was at work, he has also been sending her messages to apologize and stabilize her. And this time, Qin Feng didn't care about her at all. Apologize? Rubber eating? So, Qin Xiaoyu is likely to enter the godforsaken game early in this situation. But what did this have to do with Qin Feng? Suddenly, Chuyan looked at her cell phone and said in surprise, "Sisters, look, Zhang Wei has actually risen to level 3 and has come out of the godforsaken game." Qin Xiaoyu was a bit surprised. So powerful? Those who have risen to level 3 now are definitely big shots. The words fell. She picked up her cell phone in the V-mail group. 8 Zhang Wei. Wei Zhang, the boy who fell asleep on his desk in class. When it appeared in the V-mail group, it instantly sparked a class-wide blowout. Little Yo-Yo. At Zhang Wei big brother, is there any strategy to teach Ah? The bragging from the whole class made Zhang Wei a little fluttery. In particular, Qin Xiaoyu's speech made Zhang Wei's heart happy, secretly thinking, isn't this the best chance to pick up a girl? On weekdays, Qin Xiaoyu's posture was not low. Zhang Wei is not Qin Xiaoyu's licking G. But it's a good idea to not take a girl who comes to you. So, Zhang Wei directly began to chat privately with Qin Xiaoyu and bragged to her about, don't worry Xiaoyu, as long as someone in the town rises to level 5, they can light up the town's teleportation array. When the time comes, the initial towns can teleport to each other. You find a town first, form a random team to upgrade, then I'll find you and take you flying. In addition to tell you a secret, into the game initial attribute points all add agility, otherwise the speed is not fast enough will be abused by the monster. Seeing Zhang Wei's message, Qin Xiaoyu was a bit puzzled. She asked, what if I'm a law profession? Do I need to add agility as well? Zhang Wei replied solemnly, right? Agility isn't completely useless for spell systems. It can speed up spell casting, and it's especially important in the early stages. Qin Xiaoyu, got it. Looking at Qin Xiaoyu's cute V-male avatar, Zhang Wei is a bit fluttery, even fantasizing about the scene of picking up Qin Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaoyu, there was only one brother Song Fei in her eyes. The others she wasn't interested in at all. In her mind, were just tool people to take her up the ladder. Qin Xiaoyu thought of Qin Feng and secretly sneered, it's a real shame for you that you haven't come to me now to apologize. In that case, I'll go in first to upgrade, and when someone in Zhang Wei's side of town rises to level 5, Zhang Wei can teleport over to take me. Qin Feng, by the time you enter the game, we won't know how many levels we'll be. She felt that with a big brother leading her, her upgrade speed must be fast. Unknown. Qin Feng had now risen to level 5. If Zhang Wei is a big shot, then what is Qin Feng? The teleportation array in the initial town is a two-way street. So, it's useless to light up a single town's teleportation array, you have to have people in other towns up to level 5 as well. This was the reason why Qin Feng didn't rush back to light up the teleportation array. Not to mention that for Qin Feng, he was planning to quickly brush up to level 10 and head to the main city, which was the real start of the godforsaken game. However, towns can teleport between each other for free. Can you recall what town Seinfeld was in? Qin Feng thought with narrowed eyes as he easily brushed the monsters in the dark forest. Not long after the opening of the last life, Qin Xiaoyu was trying to find Song Fei, but was controlled by Qin Feng, did not let go. Thanks to Qin Xiaoyu's blessing, There was a Seinfeld fan group at the time that learned about the initial town where Seinfeld was located. I think it's called Fluxville. Yes, wait and go to Flux Flametown to upgrade and kill Song Fei once you see him. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The in-game hunt is just a prelude to make them fearful down the line. The real hunt followed. Qin Feng glanced at Shelltown's rankings. Now he was the only one up to level 6. Everyone else is stuck at level 3. Trying to wait for players from other towns to level up to 5 and open up intertown teleportation isn't that fast. Keep brushing. Instant Shadow Chop. 754. 754. 754. One by one, the ferocious and horrible demons in the eyes of the other players were instantly killed in seconds under Qin Feng's hands, and were turned into experience, bursting out with lifespans and loot, and in reality, Blue Star, Zhanghai City. After Wang Mang returned to reality, he quickly drove to the bureau and reported the situation to the top. What? You're saying that in your shell town, someone has leveled up to level 5? And it's a solo brush. His code name is Shadow? If you rise to level 5 now, wouldn't that be the number 1 in the world? Inside the bureau, more than a dozen official senior personnel. After hearing Wang Mang's report, all looked shocked. Chapter 20 Shock. Shadow shouldn't be a traveler, right? At this moment, some of the official bigwigs of Zhanghai City were all gathered together. Some of them usually play games, kinda interested in this godforsaken game now. Of course, as a Daxia official, there was only one thing that mattered most right now, and that was to maintain stability. After hearing the report from Wang Mang, one of the officials frowned. Wang Mang, according to you, that Shadow was level 3 half an hour ago. So how come he didn't come back to reality? Could it be that he doesn't have any relatives in reality and doesn't need to notify them? Wang Mang shook his head. I don't know then. Maybe there really isn't one. At this time, a clear and nice female voice came out. This Shadow couldn't be a traveler, right? Aren't travelers usually orphans who then quickly rise to prominence? What? The crowd was stunned and looked over in unison. Just saw a beautiful policewoman in an elegant uniform with a natural look on her face. Her legs were long and straight, her body full and very eye-catching. Seeing the crowd looking at her, the pretty policewoman's pretty face blushed. Am I wrong? A ministerial official sighed. And you? Let's tell you to read less novels in general. Don't make such jokes on such a serious occasion. Oh, the policewoman spat out her tongue and stopped talking. The officials continued to discuss about the Shadow. From Wang Mang's description, this Shadow's character doesn't seem to be bad. That's right, even though the temper seems a bit strange. But being able to save Wang Mang and the others means that there's nothing wrong with the person. So it would seem that this Shadow is well worth befriending. The officials discussed for a moment and quickly made a decision to have Wang Mang and Yu, both of whom were responsible for befriending that Shadow in the game. The first is to get a feel for the Shadow's character. The second was to find out as much as possible about the reality of the Shadow's identity. The third is to represent the crown and establish cooperation with Shadow. On the point of longevity, a message has been sent from above confirming the veracity of the longevity data. There were some older ones who died after entering the godforsaken game, and after subsequent data collection and comparison, it was confirmed that these deceased, who had died many times in the godforsaken game, had their lifespans constantly halved. If there is less than 1 day of life remaining, once you die, you will die by having 1 day of your life forcefully deducted from your life. So, this game is confirmed to be transcendent, and the nations of the world have taken the godforsaken game extremely seriously. Officially, there are 2 busy directions right now. One is to maintain social stability. One is exploring the godforsaken game. Human lifespan, controlled by a mysterious and bizarre game. This makes the country's official have to pay attention to this game. Sure. Now the officials of the countries and everyone in the world just know that this game can affect life expectancy. What really matters is, as soon as someone reaches level 10, they will get a system alert. It will be possible to extract in-game levels, attributes, equipment, skills, and everything else to reality by consuming tradable lifespans. At that point, that's when the global chaos begins. An hour or so later, Qin Xiaoyu forced herself to fall asleep in her dormitory and entered the godforsaken game. Same as the last one. She chose a random career, gained the hidden profession, life sacrifice. This profession has a higher healing capacity than the average priest, and can maximize the survival environment of your teammates. In his last life, Qin Feng was just an ordinary warrior, and as a result, he has always been looked down upon by Qin Xiaoyu, even if Qin Feng was strong in battle. Qin Xiaoyu still doesn't really recognize Qin Feng, but how could she have known that Qin Feng had only chosen the warrior profession because he wanted to protect her in the game? In this life, without her Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Feng directly obtained the only hidden profession, Dark Shadow. Again, it's a hidden profession with a different class. Life sacrifices like this are normal hidden professions. Other people may also obtain these types of careers. However, Qin Feng's Dark Shadow possessed uniqueness. The intensity is higher than the average hidden profession. Great! I got the hidden profession. Like this, surely you're worthy of Brother Song Fei, right? Qin Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Thinking of Qin Feng again, she frowned. This person hasn't looked for me to apologize until now. What's going on? Good thing too. Now that the godforsaken game has appeared, I'm a hidden profession. Don't come begging me to bring you upgrades when the time comes. Qin Xiaoyu, who had obtained a hidden profession, was now very inflated. Moreover, there was Zhang Wei, who had already promised to come and take her, making her even more confident. However, she clearly misjudged the difficulty of the godforsaken game, for which she could be absolutely abused to death. Shell Town. Qin Feng filled a backpack with loot and planned to go back and dispose of it. Luckily, I scored a storage backpack. Only 5 compartments, but it can hold 5 pieces of loot. Within the godforsaken game, players initially come with a 10-compartment backpack that hangs on the left side of their waist. Now, Qin Feng also had a black cloth bag on the right side of his waist, with an additional 5-compartment location. Qin Feng did a little math. These will sell for at least 500 days of tradable life. One should know that after killing the silver boss Cursed One and brushing for so long, he had only managed to brush up to 600 days out of his lifespan. That's a sizable 500 days already. Just as he was stealthily making his way back, he saw 2 figures. Eri of Omi Industries? Qin Feng passed by her without a sound. Overheard her conversing with the young man from her team. Old Mao. Missy, it's time to honor your promise after you've risen to level 3. Right? Duck pair. Don't worry. Our big river industry can still less you so little money. We now go back to reality. You give you a cell phone number, you contact me on the line. By the way, you on the body of the tradable life expectancy are sold to me each day life expectancy. I out of 10,000 to collect, sell or not sell. Old Mao, okay. Haha. The youth Mao Lijun was just an ordinary profession with a self-selected archer, and with the addition of agility in the opening, it made his early leveling relatively smooth. Now that he's taken the ducks and pairs to level 3, it's time to reap the rewards. Shadow. Even though you're up to level 7, it's just a game. Be like me. Take the opportunity when you have it and turn your gaming prowess into cash. That's what makes you really smart. Even if this game does affect lifespan, that lifespan can be brushed at any time, so what's the rush? Mao Lijun was smug. Rejoice in the 5 million, no, 6 million or so that will soon be in your hands. In his life, he had never seen so much money, and it made him very excited. Qin Feng certainly didn't bother with those 2. Soon, once again, it was back to Shell Town. Keeping his stealth up first, he headed to the basement of the center square and went down the stairs to meet a portal in a petrified state. He reached out and touched it. Congratulations on lighting up the Shell Town's teleportation array. Shell Town, which has been connected to other initial towns in Zhanghai City Great Xia Country, can be teleported once a day for free. Multiple teleportation requires consumption of tradable lifespan. You have gained 1 point of reputation. Only after it was done did Qin Feng return to the square. The black-robed assassin, who had reverted back to a veil covering her face, appeared within the sight of the town's players, drawing countless looks of envy, jealousy, and admiration. Chapter 21. Space Rings. Gold-class boss. In Shell Town, Shadow was an existence that everyone looked up to. At a time when the vast majority of players can't even get to level 3, this Shadow had reached level 7. If it was just a normal online game, people would mostly just marvel and lament. But now, this game of divine abandonment is a transcendental game tied to longevity. How can people not be envious and jealous? Under the envious gazes of countless people, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town and first activated the portal in the basement of the plaza, reaping 1 point of prestige. Then returned to the square and opened the stall again. Originally, There were quite a few other people setting up stalls around this broken flower bed. But when they saw Qin Feng appear, people rushed towards to gather around. Big Brother is finally here. I've been preparing for 150 days of life expectancy, just waiting for Big Brother to sell something. The last time Big Brother showed up and sold a copy of the ice pick technique, it allowed Grey Rose to rush straight to second on the rank list. It's just too fierce. Nonsense. Big Brother stuff. Can that be something ordinary? Many people gathered in anticipation. People knew that there were a lot of things with grades within what Qin Feng sold. At this stage, many players are able to brush normal monsters, but can't kill bosses. They can accumulate lifespans, they can brush small monsters to explode inferior equipment and a few ordinary equipment, but there is no way to obtain high-grade equipment and skill books. Buying from Qin Feng is the only way to go at the moment. After all, they couldn't beat a boss even if they met one in Qin Feng's hands, but whenever there were good equipment and skill books, they were definitely in short supply. For example, that Cursed One's exploded silver-level warrior skill book, Battle Cry, was directly sold for 300 days of life. At that price, it's really not that bad. A skill book for almost a year of life. There are many warriors who also want to buy that Battle Roar, but can't afford the price, and can only look enviously at a level 4 warrior buying the skill book away. Is it worth it to buy a skill book for 300 days of life? It's torture to live any longer without money. You might as well trade your life expectancy for money. That's why you guys are short-sighted. People buy the skill book and double their efficiency in brushing monsters. What's a mere 300 days of lifespan? That's right, as long as one is strong enough. Not to mention 300 days, even eternal life is not impossible. In addition to the skill book, there were also some low-grade equipment and skill books. Inferior, common, bronze, all of them. Some of the better attributes are priced higher, such as footwear equipment that adds movement speed, and skill books with control effects and acceleration effects, all of which can be sold for 50-80 days of life. For the rest, the price is lower, only 20-40 days. And Qin Feng, in addition to selling things, but also marked on the stall the need to acquire storage backpacks, a class of items. It didn't take long. A beautiful young girl wearing a black vestment with a slender figure and a staff hanging from her waist arrived in front of Qin Feng in a graceful manner. It was none other than the hidden profession of Wang Meng's team. The maiden seer, codenamed Blackbrush Big Plum, prophets belonging to the mage profession, can wear law equipment. Due to the career passive, seer is quite a bit more powerful than the average mage, mainly in terms of damage. Big brother, I have what you want. This pretty young girl playfully came to Qin Feng's side. Her eyes were animated as she stretched out her small white hand and displayed a finger ring in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at it. Space ring. Comes with 12 compartments of storage space. Doesn't take up equipment slots in rings and backpacks. Seeing this thing, Qin Feng was a bit surprised. In the case of storage backpacks, each player can carry a maximum of 3, which means that 3 backpacks is the limit. Space rings, however, are special storage equipment that don't take up slots in your backpack. In other words, it's extra storage space. Although this item could pop from any monster, the popping rate was extremely low. In the previous life, a spatial finger ring could be sold for at least 10 years of tradable lifespan, which is 3650 more than a day. So Qin Feng asked, "How do you plan to sell it?" Blackbrush Big Plum said mysteriously, "I don't want Big Brother's lifespan. I just want to be Big Brother's best friend. In addition, I want to ask Big Brother to join our team and kill a boss together." After thinking about it, Qin Feng sent out a friend request towards the young girl. Player, Blackbrush Big Plum, has agreed to your friend request. Player, Blackbrush Big Plum, has sent you a private chat. Qin Feng opened the private chat interface. Had a private chat with a teenage girl. The situation was quickly learned. It turns out that after Wang Mang went offline, he wasn't online for a while. So this pretty girl was a bit bored. So she wandered around brushing monsters and ended up finding a gold-level boss. She certainly couldn't fight it herself. It was going to be wait until all the teammates were online and then go together. But on second thought, gold-level boss, even if her whole team goes together, she most likely can't beat it. The bronze-level sprinters from before had already impressed her. It just so happens that I've met Qin Feng now. Then he planned to get acquainted with Qin Feng, and by the way, he used that spatial finger ring in exchange for the opportunity to let Qin Feng help out once. Qin Feng thought about it and asked, "That gold-level boss, what's its name?" The black cloth Big Plum shook his head. "I was too far away to see it, but the gold-level bloodstain is obvious. It's on a ship in the swamp that looks ragged. A ship? Qin Feng nodded, his heart in the right place. He said to the young girl in a private chat, I can help you fight it, and if the boss comes out with equipment and skill books that you can use, I can give them to you. Everything else goes to me. How about that? The pretty girl was a bit surprised. Ah? What about Captain Wang Meng and the others? Her intention was for Qin Feng to go with her team, fight the boss, and out whoever used it to take it. But that would be too much of a loss for Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. Your team has all kinds of professions. If you don't give me the assassins, won't I be working for nothing? The big black brunette plum thought about it, and rightly so. A gold-level boss was definitely not that easy to deal with. So she retreated and continued. Then let's do as you say. However, I have a request. If we get out Captain Wang Meng's equipment and just give us a slight discount and sell it to us. Okay. Qin Feng nodded. That's no problem. The pretty young girl nodded. Okay. Then let's set off when the captain and the others come online. Qin Feng saw that he had sold almost all of his things, shook his head and said, No need to wait. Just take me directly. I can kill it alone. At these words, the big black brunette plum froze. Huh. The young girl froze. A person kills gold-level bosses? That's a bit too inflated, isn't it? In the eyes of the young girl, although Qin Feng upgraded quickly, had high damage, and could be a god, the demonic bosses of this godforsaken game were also very strong. Especially with a gold-level boss, there was no way to know what skills the opponent had. This big guy who is so sure he can get a single kill. Overdoing it? Chapter 22. Stalking? Instant kill. Berserk region. In fact, Qin Feng's words were certainly not nonsense. Hearing the young girl's description, Qin Feng knew that the gold-level boss was a rare special boss, the Golden Ghost Ship. This kind of boss will appear in any level segment. The level should be 5 if it appears near the initial town. Its blood volume and attack, an unusual gold-level boss, is about the same, but skills to be much more. The strategy is extremely difficult. Most crucially, this boss would drop a very useful special item. That special prop, at a later stage, is something that can't be bought with thousands of years of lifespan. Encountering a golden ghost ship so early in the initial town, what luck. And the level 5 gold ghost ships are the best to fight. If it's a high-level gold ghost ship, that skill range and damage are extremely outrageous. A few minutes later, Qin Feng sold the last 2 items and left Shell Town along with the young girl, Blackbrush Big Plum. He tallied it up. This time, the stuff added up to a total of 650 days of lifespan sold, bringing his accumulated tradable lifespan to 2,174 days now. But it's not enough. Wanting to extract the levels, attributes, professions, and equipment skills of the godforsaken game into reality, these 6 or 7 years of life were completely insufficient. It's not far from level 10. Until then, build up as much longevity as you can. The boss Golden Ghost Ship that was accidentally discovered would be another turning point for Qin Feng. Once he killed him and popped out that special prop, Qin Feng's development would be even faster. Qin Feng took the Blackbriar Dahlias and left the town together. This pretty young girl, whose real name is Lin Liu, still carries a shock in the depths of her large eyes. It was a bit hard for her to imagine how Qin Feng was going to kill a gold-level boss single-handedly. A gold-level boss. Surely it would have a wide-range attack, right? Even if he can be invisible, he can't be unharmed. With his assassin's body, once he is attacked by the boss, he will probably die violently. Suddenly, Qin Feng retreated to her side. You're a little slow, Qin Feng faintly said. Someone is following behind. The young girl's beautiful eyes widened. Huh? What about that? It was obviously not a good thing to have someone following you, and it would be hard if you were attacked while fighting the boss. Qin Feng said, Just keep walking. I'll go and come. Lin Liu didn't turn around. Her delicate body in her black vestments continued to walk on the scorched black ground. Forward. Qin Feng, on the other hand, quietly concealed his figure. A few seconds later, Qin Feng backed up to the woods dozens of meters away and caught a glimpse of the 5 players following him.
Instant Shadow Shop.
His form, a flash in the dark woods. Blade light bloomed. 817. 821. 798. For damage numbers floated up in front of Qin Feng's eyes. For stalkers, killed violently on the spot. There was also the last person, watching the 4 people instantly killed in seconds. His face changed slightly, and he just wanted to escape, but as a result, a fierce poison dart accurately hit the back of his head. 948 weakness attack. Spot seconds. Unfortunately, these 5 guys are all poor. Qin Feng will be their burst of tradable life expectancy are picked up, adding up to only 10 days. Think of it as killing 2 small monsters. Qin Feng faintly left the woods. Let's go faster. Qin Feng returned to Lin Liu's side in front of him. Reaching straight out, he picked her up by the waist and slung her over his shoulder. Ha! Lin Liu is a little confused. This posture is so outrageous, like being captured by the king of the mountain to be his wife. But soon, she was shocked by Qin Feng's speed. The current Qin Feng, with a total of 72 points of agility, normally reached a speed of 8.5 meters per second, and when he ran at full speed, he was able to reach 25 meters per second. That means 100 meters takes only 4 seconds. This is far beyond the limits of what was once human. As soon as it reaches level 10, this attribute can be extracted to reality by consuming the tradable life. Let me have such attributes in reality. Qin Feng thought to himself. I have to say, Lin Li Fish has a nice body. Willow waist and long legs. Granted, it's a game, but it's the same in reality. In the godforsaken game, the player's height, weight, and looks are no different from reality. This is yet another reason why people are quick to assume that this godforsaken game is a transcendent game. This technology is completely not something that can be realized by the current stage of Blue Star's technology level. At this point, although Qin Feng couldn't bring Lin Liu along with him to be invisible, carrying her and sprinting at top speed was not something others could catch up with. As strong as I am now, I have no anti-cloaking means and can only take out visible enemies. If someone follows me stealthily, I won't be able to detect it. He then had no choice but to carry Lin Li Fish and move forward as fast as he could, so that it would be impossible for either one to catch up. Based on Lin Liu's tips, Qin Feng advanced through this dark forest. When you encounter a small monster, you just casually kill it with a manticore dart in seconds. Lin Li Fish looks on and smacks his lips a little. Qin Feng's strength was too strong. After a full 10 minutes or so, the duo finally arrived at a cliff. Standing on the cliff and looking forward, he saw that below the small cliff more than 10 meters high was a swamp spreading with gray mist. In the middle of the swamp, there was a boat, a broken ship that vaguely shone a golden color, and the bloodstains on that ship could be vaguely seen even from a distance of more than 100 meters. That blood bar was very long and inlaid with a golden border, the very sign of a gold boss. It really is a golden ghost ship. Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerated a little when he saw the appearance of the broken ship. He set Lin Liu down on the cliff. Wait here and watch out for sneak attacks yourself. I'll go deal with the boss. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Liu to reply, Qin Feng found a path to the side and walked down the cliff along the path. When Qin Feng stepped into that swampy area, a system prompt rang in his head. Due to the ghost ship, this area has turned into a berserk zone. Lifespan loss rate in the area, 100 times. This swamp currently has 100 times the rate of life loss. That is to say, just staying within this berserk area for 15 minutes or so would consume a full day's worth of lifespan. Sure, this temporary area of frenzy has little impact. But a month after the godforsaken game descended, the first desolation spread erupted, and the entire Blue Star reality would turn into berserk zones, and even more horrific disaster zones, nightmare zones. Until then, it is only then that the catastrophe of mankind has truly struck. At this point, this system prompt just made Qin Feng look at it slightly and then didn't care. He had gone into stealth and walked across the swamp. Even on a swamp, players in stealth don't create footprints or anything like that. Qin Feng advanced towards the center of the swamp. Not long after, the gray mist dispersed like a cloud, and a ragged ghost ship, close to 5 meters long, appeared in front of him. On top of the ghost ship, there was a skeleton that was falling apart, holding or in its hand. In the bow position, there is a bell burning with golden ghost fire. Golden Ghost Ship LV5. Grade, Gold Special. Countdown to existence. 45 minutes, 25 seconds. Chapter 23, a chance to take over the boss? Reunited on the spot. Luckily, there's 45 minutes to spare. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of special boss, there is a time limit for its appearance. In one place, it will only be there for a while and then it will be gone. Now, there were still 45 minutes left. Enough time for Qin Feng to finish off this golden ghost ship. Open kill. Qin Feng glanced at the sneaky shadow skill, which had already cooled down, and directly launched an attack towards the golden ghost ship. Instant shadow chop. 549. 549. 549. 5 damage numbers in succession instantly emerged from the ghost ship. Qin Feng's figure flickered away and reappeared immediately afterward, and a fierce poison dart landed on the golden bell on the ghost ship. 621 weakness attack. 207. 207. The weakness of the ghost ship was not the or wielding skeletons on board, but the golden bell. After Qin Feng's 2 skills hit, he directly sneak-shadowed and retreated as fast as he could to the distance. Immediately afterward, the or wielding skeleton on that golden ghost ship was seen to emit a squeaking, squeaking, squeaking sound, and a pair of empty eye sockets lit up with ghostly flames. In the surrounding swamp, there was a sudden rush of water. There were dozens of torrential water jets that instantly erupted from around the ghost ship. Qin Feng knew very well that with his current fragile body, once he was hit by these water pillars, he would definitely die. Luckily, he was prepared. Immediately after the sneak attack, he retreated, and even then, in front of him and behind him, there were jets of water erupting, making him almost jia. The closer you get to the ghost ship, the denser the water column becomes. Unless a set of silver-equipped warriors, they wouldn't be able to resist a single blast from this water column. Qin Feng was calm and self-assured, dodging one water jet eruption after another by anticipating and positioning himself away from the ghost ship. At the same time, after the water column erupted, there was a rotten water ghost crawling out of the swamp. These rotten water ghosts, there were 12 of them, and each one of them was at the level of a silver boss's combat power. And there's no reward for killing these rotting water spirits. That's the nastiest part of the boss, the golden ghost ship. If you don't kill the water ghosts, 12 silver-level monsters are enough to wipe out any team. Let's kill the water ghosts. There's no reward for killing them, and it's a huge waste of time. The scariest thing, this golden ghost ship is summoning 12 rotting water ghosts every 3 minutes. If the team doesn't have enough output, the rotten water ghosts will become more and more numerous, leading to the final group destruction. As for the golden ghost ship's blood, even with Qin Feng's current damage, those 2 skills went down and only knocked out 1/10 of it. It can be seen that the amount of blood is as much as $40,000 to $50,000. For players who now commonly deal 20 to 30 points of damage from a single skill, it was a fool's errand to kill this golden ghost ship. Blackie, I'm going to die once in a while. Qin Feng dodged skills while opening Lin Liu's private chat and instructed her. You don't have to care about the boss during that time. Just wait for me to return. Hearing this private chat, Lin Liu was a bit dumbfounded. Who is Blackie? Qin Feng, aren't you Xiao Hei? Lin Liu almost collapsed, but there was nothing to say. Who made her take an ID called Black Brin Big Plum? In the meantime, in Shell Town on the way to the swamp, there are several players looking around. You really think I, Tetsuo, am easy to bully? A middle-aged man in heavy armor with a cross scar on his face was looking around for Qin Feng with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man, codenamed Iron Man. Just now, the tracker that Qin Feng had killed in seconds was one of his men. When I used to hack legends and take down Shabak after Shabak, this kid was still breastfeeding. Tainan was interested in Qin Feng. He had been trying to follow Qin Feng all along, but it turned out that Qin Feng had been invisible since he left the town, making it impossible for him to find anyone. Finally, now he waited for his chance. Qin Feng took a sister out with him. Young people, after all, can't resist taking a sister so soon? Tiernan laughed. He felt that if Qin Feng could be invisible, then the girl couldn't be invisible, right? Just follow along and learn Qin Feng's secrets. As a result, he didn't expect Qin Feng to turn around and kill all of his men. Now, Tainan was leading 20 or so people in the direction Qin Feng had moved away from, spreading out to look for him without stopping. During that time, there were quite a few minions who were taken out by the demon siege, but Iron Man didn't care. As long as he could discover Qin Feng's secret, everything would be worth it. Finally, boss found the woman on top of a cliff. There's a swamp up ahead, and that shadow is soloing the boss. This discovery excited Tiernan immensely. He immediately had his men gather, 20 or so in total, and together they rushed towards that swamp. At this time, Qin Feng kept dodging the various water elemental attack skills released by the Golden Ghost ship, and at the right moment, launched the instantaneous Shadow Chop and the Mighty Poison Dart again and again. Since the boss attacked too often, Qin Feng didn't have many chances to attack. About 10 minutes had passed by the time he had beaten the boss down to half-blood. In other words, basically every 2 minutes, Qin Feng could only find an opportunity to strike. Just as the golden ghost ship was left with half of its blood, the ghost fire bell on the bow suddenly rang, a burst of invisible soul fluctuations, spreading out towards the surroundings, spreading more than 100 meters. When Qin Feng was touched by this soul fluctuation, he was instantly immobilized. Even if Qin Feng was in a state of invisibility, he was swept out by this soul fluctuation. The next moment, a column of water erupted violently under his feet, enveloping him in it. 1059, directly killing Qin Feng in seconds. This is the mechanism of the golden ghost ship half-blooded. Lasts for 5 seconds of a wide range of strong formulating body. There is no way to avoid it, only hard resistance. This, however, had been expected by Qin Feng. You are dead. You have lost 326 years of life non-tradable. You have died and you have lost 1,087 days of life tradable. Directly exploded half the lifespan on his body. This loss could be said to be huge, but it had little impact. Qin Feng only had to return to pick up the tradable lifespan that had exploded. As for non-tradable lifespans, even if you pick them up from a demon, you lose 50%. Of course, this loss, compared to the item that the ghost ship would have exploded, was not important. Just as Qin Feng died back, Iron Man happened to arrive with his men. A glance at the scene where Qin Feng was killed and exploded his lifespan. Ha 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 ha. What a god help me. This silly cup is so bloated. It really dares to take on a gold-level boss solo? Brothers, let's go. Let's take over the boss and pick up the lifespan that shadow popped out on the way. Look at that big ball of gray light. At least several hundred days of tradable life, right? Iron Man led his minions and rushed straight towards the golden ghost ship. But just a few moments later, in the swamp, there were 30 to 40 silver-level rotten water ghosts. And with the golden ghost ship's water pillars all over the place, they directly destroyed those 24 people on the spot. They didn't even manage to get close to the place where Qin Feng died. Grayish-white balls of lifespan light exploded everywhere in the swamp. Where was the special boss that even Qin Feng had to die once before he could kill it so easily raided? Iron Man, who had died back in town, and his men were all dumbfounded. Nima. Why is this boss so fierce? How in the world did that shadow get it half-blooded?
Hell no.
Chapter 24 All-Service Gold First Kill. Shocking the world. Iron Man and his 23 men, all transformed into white light, were resurrected in Shell Town. Each of them had a hard look on their faces. I wanted to take over the gold-level boss that Shadow was dealing with, but as a result, I never expected that boss to be so fierce. It's outrageous. We just got into that swamp and we're surrounded by silver monsters, and that water column is spraying everywhere. There's no time to dodge it. I would be able to react, but not fast enough. How agile should that Shadow be if he can dodge that water column? It must be all agility? How is it possible? Where did he get the damage from adding all agility? How could he possibly knock out half the boss's blood? That's right, we still output for a while just now, and we ended up only hitting 3% blood in total. How on earth did he manage to beat half blood all by himself? Tiernan's face was grim. They lost too much this time. According to Iron Man's theory, there's nothing wrong with dying and dropping some non-tradable lifespan. The key is to get strong enough before the non-tradable lifespan drops out. But now, they're giving it away this time. Go on. Keep going over. Iron Man was naturally unwilling to do so, and under the astonished gazes of many people in Shell Town, he led the team to continue their journey. This situation of theirs surprised a lot of people in the town. By now, it's not often that so many people are reunited together, and so, others followed them all the way out of the town and toward that swamp. However, Qin Feng was much faster than them. When Tainan led the people to set off again, Qin Feng had already re-arrived at that swamp.
Instant Shadow Shop.
Fierce poison dart. Continue to fight the same way as before against that golden ghost ship. After being half-blooded, the golden ghost ship had several more skills. One of them had a wide-range attack skill, and when the skeleton oars on the golden ghost ship made a stroke, a wave of water spread out in all directions. With Qin Feng's current attributes, being caught in that water wave would only lead to death. But for Qin Feng, this stuff was good to hide. When the water wave spreads over, just jump up. It's just that the water waves don't spread regularly, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, which requires a lot of reaction time from the player. If those with slower reaction speeds were to approach within 100 meters of that golden ghost ship, there would only be one way to die. As for the other skills of the boss, most of them are single skills. Since Qin Feng had been invisible, those skills wouldn't be released. Qin Feng only needed to dodge the ranged attacks. Just as the boss had a quarter of its blood left, Iron Man finally arrived with his men once again. They looked inside the swamp at the lifespan orbs of light all over the place, and immediately wanted to go in to kill the shadow and grab the boss. But when they were about to leave the woods and step into the swamp, suddenly a thunderbolt flew out of the woods and landed on Iron Man and channeled towards several people around him. 39, 34, 36. This is the damage bracket for the vast majority of players at this stage. In order to stop anyone from bothering Qin Feng, Lin Liu hid in the woods and launched a sneak attack in the cold. Moreover, Wang Mang had brought what was supposed to be an elite team and had known that agility was important in this game. Lin Liu's movement speed was quite a bit faster than that of an ordinary player. Sneak attack hit. See the opponent turn back. Lin Li Fish immediately run away. Qin Feng was circling the golden ghost ship in the swamp and took in the scene from afar, not caring too much. In fact, even if those people came in the swamp, they would most likely die. Instant shadow chop. Fierce poison dart. Qin Feng saw the opportunity and did another set. The boss was left with only the last 5,000 blood, and it looked like there was only 1/10 left on the blood bar. Just as another group of players followed Iron Man and the others all the way to the edge of the swamp as well. Qin Feng just happened to have the last instantaneous shadow slash and passed through the golden ghost ship. 5 slashes of blade light bloomed in succession, slashing at the boss ship in succession. 549, 549, 549. You have killed the golden ghost ship gold class. You have gained 4,800 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 8. Congratulations. You've gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of life tradable. At the same time, a service-wide announcement resounded in the minds of all the players of the godforsaken game. Player Shadow Shelltown is the first to kill a gold-level boss in the entire service, gaining 3 points of reputation. This announcement was played 3 times in a row. It left both domestic and foreign divine abandonment gamers all in a state of stagnation and shock. Gold boss? First kill? What the hell is this shadow, so fierce? Oh my god. I can't even beat a small monster. People are IG gold level bosses? What country is the initial town of Shell? The one who first kills a gold level boss must be our great cold kingdom's strongest smithy, Sakichi. This shadow is definitely an expert of our Sakura country. Players around the world who had entered the divine abandonment game were all shocked at this instant. Even in reality, anyone who had entered the godforsaken game had similarly heard the service-wide announcement. For example, Wang Mang. He had just finished his debriefing and was on his way back when he heard the announcement and was dumbfounded. Just said that Shadow could take on a bronze boss solo. It turned out to be suddenly, people have single-handedly killed gold-level bosses. How can people be so different from each other? I'm leading a hidden profession squad that can barely fight bronze bosses right now, and this Shadow kills gold solo? Wang Meng was instantly skeptical. God's forsaken land. Just as countless players around the world were shocked, Qin Feng's expression did not change in any way. After all, in his last life, he had first killed some bosses, although he brought a team together to raid, but this kind of whole service announcement he also triggered many times. Gold, platinum, emerald, and diamond level bosses count first kills according to boss class. For example, the first kill of a gold level boss is only counted once. Now after Qin Feng triggered it, there would be no first kill for anyone else behind them to kill a gold level boss. However, if it was a boss that had reached the epic level, it was all famous and every boss killed would be announced throughout the entire service. This time, Qin Feng did not team up with Lin Liu, so on the announcement it was just his name alone. When the last instantaneous shadow slash was unleashed, that golden ghost ship fell apart, bursting out a floor of loot. Before Qin Feng could pick it up, a group of players rushed into the swamp. Light, release the skill and find that guy. Finish him off and we'll have sole possession of the gold boss drop reward. A tall and thin young man with pale skin, but he looked at the loot popped out by the boss with glowing eyes, clearly wanting to grab it. A gold-level boss. In other words, what exploded on the ground was at least silver-level equipment and skill books. There was even a golden glow scene, meaning there was gold-level loot. Immediately after, a hunter player behind him, with a lift of his hand, summoned a spectral horned eagle, which flew into the sky, a light blue energy ripple, spreading towards the surroundings. This energy ripple, it can be anti-hidden. According to the group of players' conception, they could locate the stealthy shadow and kill it. However, when the spectral horned eagle lifted its wings and slapped out a light blue ripple, it failed to spot any stealthy players. Chapter 25 Epic Greedy Hands. Ghost Fire Bells. At this stage, the anti-concealment skills that players can obtain have an anti-concealment level of 1. And Qin Feng, Shadow Profession, comes with +1 stealth level. Therefore, these players naturally couldn't discover Qin Feng. The loot on the ground. Qin Feng is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is a vested protection time. Others cannot pick up. Seeing those players summoning the spectral horned eagle, Qin Feng knew what they were planning to do. And you want to kill me and rob me? Overthink it. Qin Feng secretly sneered. He was like an invisible ghost, just wandering around the neighborhood. A total of 10 or so people on the other side, all gathered together, approaching towards the vicinity of the corpse of the golden ghost ship. They guessed that Qin Feng had run away. Otherwise, there's no reason why they couldn't find it if they released the phantom horned hawk. Count him smart. The tall and thin young man sneered and raised his hand. But don't be careless. Be ready to fight at any time. The protection time for the attribution of the boss loot is 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the loot of this boss will belong to us. The phantom horned eagle flew above their heads, a ripple of anti-hidden energy spreading, making them feel safe. But suddenly, a figure flashed past their field of vision. Accompanied by countless sword lights, they blossomed together on the 10 or so of them. All they could see were eye-filling damage numbers floating up around them, and then their eyes went black and they died on the spot.
Instant Shadow Shop.
If the other party spread out, it would still be a bit troublesome for Qin Feng to kill them. Since they were gathered together, Qin Feng could not be blamed for being inappropriate. Full kill. The blade flashed, and beside the scattered corpses of the golden ghost ship, there were 12 more grayish-white life-span balls of light all at once. The whole swamp, at last, was quiet. By the way, where did that girl Lin Li Fish run off to? Qin Feng looked around the swamp and didn't see any silhouettes. He didn't rush to use greedy hands on the corpse of the golden ghost ship, but opened the skill panel first. I had 6 evolution points before, and this boss gave me 7, which just makes up 13 points. Evolution Greedy Hands. Greedy Hands Diamond Epic. Assassin Skill. There is a 220% 300% chance to gain an additional loot bonus. The additional loot gained has a 100% chance of being upgraded by 1 rank. Epic Greedy Hands. Direct qualitative change. 100% up a grade? It's not invincible? Qin Feng's breathing was a little short. Even if he had been crawling around in the godforsaken game for 9 years, he had never heard of such an outrageous skill. There's nothing to say. Just touch the body. You have used the skill Greedy Hands. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of life tradable. You have gained 216 days of life tradable. You have gained 216 days of life tradable. A series of system prompts came, causing Qin Feng's heart to race. All at once, 21 evolution points directly. 648 days of life. Qin Feng will be within the swamp. All the people burst out of the tradable life expectancy are picked up, also including his own burst out of more than 1,000 days. Then looked at his tradable life. 3,115 days. Another 21 evolution points. Continue to evolve the greedy hand. Qin Feng tapped on the skill panel. However, when he was about to evolve Greedy Hand, he heard a system prompt. Skill Greedy Hands has reached epic level, and continuing to evolve requires 10 times the amount of evolution points. Does it consume 210 evolution points to evolve the skill?
Infeng Chosno.
210 evolution points. Where did he get that many? To evolve from epic to legendary, you need 10 times the amount of evolution points. Wouldn't that be more back there? Qin Feng sighed. The good thing was that he was gaining evolution points faster now. With epic Greedy Hands, a gold level boss is 28 evolution points. In that case, the evolution points will have to be used to advance other skills. Qin Feng shook his head and did not move for the time being. Instead, he picked up all the loot that had been touched off on the golden ghost ship and examined it one by one. The most important of them was naturally the special prop that Qin Feng wanted. Ghost Fire Bell Special Item. When carrying it, life expectancy will not be dropped upon death. Cooldown time for this effect is 1,565 seconds. Soul-sucking passive. When you kill a demonic creature, the lifespan of the burst is increased by 20%. Frightened active. Shake a ghostly fire bell, inflicting a 3-second immobilization effect on all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Cooldown 600,521 seconds. This special prop is the kind of thing that you can't necessarily buy even with thousands of years of lifespan in the late stages of the Divine Abandonment game. The most important effect is that soul-sucking. Lifespan of monster kills and explosions increased by 20%. In the godforsaken game, the importance of tradable lifespan cannot be overstated. It's not just extracting abilities to reality that requires the consumption of tradable lifetimes, but there are many other aspects that need to be used in the mid and late stages. In short, the more tradable lifespans there are, the stronger the player will naturally be. And this Ghost Fire Bell isn't considered equipment, it's just a prop. It doesn't take up any equipment space, only a backpack compartment, and it's very easy to use. With the Ghost Fire Bell, there are sub-chances every half hour for the bearer to die without losing their lifespan. This was also an increased chance for Qin Feng to tolerate mistakes. After all, he can stay stealthy all the time now, but his body is still too brittle. Of course, there was another point that surprised Qin Feng the most. Even if you kill the Golden Ghost ship, it doesn't drop the Ghost Fire Bells 100% of the time. Statistically, the drop rate on this stuff is about 30%. And this time, the base drop, plus 3 additional drops from greedy hands, actually popped me 2 Ghost Fire Bells? In the previous life, no one had ever obtained 2 Ghost Fire Bells. So Qin Feng didn't know if the effects of this thing could be stacked. He checked his detailed attributes. I found the entry Kill Lifespan Increase, and realized that it clearly said 40%. Against the odds. Qin Feng was shocked. The effects of 2 Ghost Fire Bells could even be stacked. The tradable lifespan he harvested from the monsters he swiped next would increase by 40%. Unfortunately, in the godforsaken game, effect cooldowns are shared for the same props. The passive effect of death doesn't lose lifespan. As long as it's triggered once, both ghostly flame bells will go on cooldown together with this passive. Frighten active effect. Same thing, use it once and both will cool down together. This is the base setting for a godforsaken game. Qin Feng has been playing for 9 years, so of course he couldn't know better. Of course, even just the soul-sucking effect being able to stack was already very counterintuitive. Originally, Qin Feng was developing fast. Now is faster. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng continued to check out the loot. Thanks to the effect of greedy hands, it allowed him to harvest a full dozen pieces of loot after finishing off the Golden Ghost ship. Among them, 11 gold equipment and skill books, as well as 2 platinum level equipment and 1 platinum level skill book.
Chapter 26, Qin Xiaoyu Surprise.
The Shadow God is from our city. Originally, the gold level boss drop, basically 4 pieces of silver equipment. There is a small probability that gold equipment will come out. But now, due to the effect of the epic greedy hands, any loot that the boss popped out would have its rank increased by 1. Directly, 3 of the gold trophies were upgraded to platinum level. And among these loots, the ones that could be used by assassin line professions, there were a total of 3. Qin Feng viewed them in turn. First up is a platinum assassin's weapon. Ghost Ship Twin Blades Platinum. Assassin's weapon. Attack power plus 136. Agility plus 22. Attack speed plus 24%. Plus 17 armor break. Equipment requirements. Level 5. Unique effect. Each of your parry attacks deals 2 damage. This special effect doesn't do much after all. I use all my skill output. However, the weapon's base attack is high enough to add 22 points of agility. Attack speed, which also speeds up skill release and reduces skill backswing, isn't completely useless. As for the armor breaking attribute, the benefits are also high. Just now, when he dealt with the Golden Ghost ship, the damage dealt by his skills was obviously much lower than when he fought the other demons. This was because this gold class boss had too much defense. The benefits of the armor-breaking attribute are quite good. Qin Feng directly replaced this weapon. Check out the next piece of equipment immediately afterward. Ghost Fire Leather Armor Gold. Physical defense plus 25. Fire elemental resistance plus 50. Damage block plus 14. Life value plus 419. Equipment requirements. Level 5. a nice piece of defense, especially the damage blocking attribute. Once this dress is worn, most players at this stage, hit me simply can't break the defense. And I upgraded without adding physique, and now my blood level is only 350 points. This dress, it added 419 points directly to me. After all, it's gold level equipment. One piece of equipment has higher attributes than someone else's full set. And finally, a skill book. Ghostly Blur gold level. Assassin skill. Passively gains 15% evasion rate. Triggering evasion immunizes you from all damage. Seeing this skill, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Finally, an assassin's survival class skill. The dodge stream in godforsaken games is not mainstream, but that's because, in general, dodge rates don't stack high. Even with 50% evasion, it's easy to die. But I can evolve my skills infinitely. Even just getting to 80% evasion would be a sizable effect. Qin Feng looked at it and he now had 21 evolution points. If you were someone else and faced with all these skills on your body, it would definitely be hard to decide what skill to advance. But for Qin Feng, the judgment was quickly made. Keep pulling damage first. The more damage you do, the stronger the boss you can raid and get better loot. Qin Feng temporarily ignored the newly learned Ghostly Blur. Instead, he chose to advance the Instant Shadow Chop. You have consumed 3 + 5 evolution points and have 13 points remaining. Instant Shadow / Platinum Jade Diamond. Blinks in one direction up to 21, 24, 27 meters and enters stealth lasts for 7, 8, 9 seconds, inflicting 5, 6, 7 slashes on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12, 10.43 seconds. Chopping width 3.13.64.1 meters. Each chopping blow adds 200,250,300 attack points. Evolving Instant Shadow / twice in a row made the damage of this skill at least double. Even if you're not in stealth and you don't break stealth, a skill that goes down has 3,000 damage. If you break Cane plus backstrike, the total damage of 7 chopping strikes can even reach 6 or 7,000. There were still 13 evolution points left, so Qin Feng chose to evolve an initial skill backstroke enhancement. You have consumed 2 + 3 + 5 evolution points and have 3 points remaining. Initial skill. Backstrike enhancement normal bronze silver gold. Passive effect. When attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. This is a steady damage boost, and definitely the higher the better. After packing up these things, Qin Feng's battle power had increased by another notch. If you let him fight the Golden Ghost ship one more time, it'll take no more than 5 minutes and odds or he won't die. After all, he had increased his agility by 20 to 30 points and was much faster, and he was capable of dodging even a full screen with a half-blooded ghost ship. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng looked at the backpack. In his backpack, he also had a platinum equipment and a platinum level skill book. The equipment is for shooters, the skill books are for priests. The platinum level is not quite right to take out and sell for the time being. Keep it for now. Qin Feng wasn't afraid that his greedy hand situation would be exposed. After all, as long as he was strong enough, what was there to be afraid of being exposed? The point is still, no one can afford platinum level stuff at this stage. This level of equipment can be sold for at least 5 or 6 years of life expectancy. As for the skill books are even more expensive, selling 10 years of life expectancy is not much. In addition to the platinum grade ones, there are 7 or 8 gold grade equipment and skill books that can be sold to Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng thought about it. A mage skill book and a magic ring which was given to Lin Li Fish. Previously agreed out of her stuff to her, nothing wrong with that. After all, Qin Feng had gotten a spatial ring from her, and to speak of value, the value of the spatial ring was quite a bit higher. Also, warrior, priest, and archer stuff can be sold to Wang Meng's team at a 10% discount. For the time being, they may not be able to afford it, but Qin Feng believes in Wang Meng's character, so it's okay to owe it first. After all, Qin Feng had worked with him for several years in his last life and knew that there was nothing wrong with Wang Meng as a person. Roughly speaking, these add up to several thousand more days of life. Things are organized. Qin Feng left the swamp and opened Lin Liu's private chat channel. Xiaohei, where are you people? Lin Liu really can't stand the name Little Black anymore and regrets taking such a code name, but godforsaken games can't change their names. So she replied helplessly, I got caught up with Iron Man and the others and died back in town. Luckily, our team's tradable lifespan stayed with Uncle. The uncle she's talking about is Wang Meng. Wang Meng had a strong survival ability, and it was safer to give him his lifespan to avoid dying and dropping half of it. Okay. You wait for me to come back and give you something. Qin Feng entered stealth and returned towards Shell Town. Not long after, he happened to see Iron Man with more than 20 people, still rushing over towards the swamp. Seeing these players, Qin Feng treated it as if he saw a bunch of wild monsters and directly started killing them. In the meantime, in another raid belonging to the Moonlight Town of Zhanghai City in Daxia, after obtaining the hidden profession life sacrifice, Qin Xiaoyu had found a party in Moonlight Town and was struggling to upgrade outside. They were discussing about the world's first gold boss kill just now. I heard that Shell Town is the initial town of our Zhanghai City. Doesn't that mean that that shadow god is from our Zhanghai City? The crowd was talking. Qin Xiaoyu, as a priest, followed behind to heal, and was secretly surprised to hear her teammates chatting. Shadow, this superstar who had killed the world's first gold-level boss was actually from Zhanghai City? This made Qin Xiaoyu's eyes light up, and she secretly decided, when someone in our town rises to level 5, I'm going to go to Shell Town and look for the shadow god. She was rather disgusted with her current temporary teammates. It takes half a day to kill a small monster, and even sometimes it's lousy to be chased by wild monsters. She thought to herself if she were to team up with that shadow, she would definitely be able to brush monsters and upgrade fast, right? Chapter 27 Big Brother Shadow? The young girl's shock. The first of each town to level up to level 2 opens the town level leaderboard and gains 1 point of prestige. The first one to level up to 5 then gets to light up the town's teleportation array and also gains 1 prestige point. It was just that right now, other than Qin Feng reaching level 8, there were no level 5 players in any of the other towns yet. A bunch of level 4 players are fighting to brush monsters and sprint to level 5. Only when someone in a town reaches level 5 and lights up a teleportation array, that town can interoperate with other towns. And there is a rule. The town in the Zhanghai City area can only connect with the town in the Zhanghai City area and can't go to other places of the town. At this point, on his way back to Shell Town, Qin Feng encountered Tai Nan with 23 minions. Qin Feng realized that the group was quite alert and seemed to know that he had ranged damage skills and did not get together. However, Qin Feng was wielding the platinum-grade ghost ship dual blades, and even with a normal attack, he was able to take out a player with 2 slashes. He found the best angle first, an instant shadow slash. 1225, 1219, 1231. Qin Feng transformed into a black shadow and instantly passed through the opposing crowd, bringing up more than 10 damage numbers. The instantaneous shadow chop, with just 1 chop, had already killed those 10 or so people in seconds. Then, Qin Feng didn't even bother to be invisible. Holding the ghost ship dual blades, and with extremely fast speed, he transformed into a ghostly killer and killed the remaining 10 or so people. Iron Man and his men, one by one, were stunned in place. Come on. Finish him off. One man to beat so many of us. Overthinking it? Watch out for his stealth. They watched as Shadow showed up and fought back. Just after returning the favor, they quickly became desperate. There's no attack lockout in this godforsaken game. Qin Feng's agility was too much higher than these people, and as long as he saw the opponent's skills with control, all of them were perfectly dodged. As for the attack that fell on him, all of them did single-digit damage. Many can't even break defense. Qin Feng's level was higher than them and his equipment was better than theirs, especially the gold-level Ghost Fire leather armor, which gave him a crushing level of combat power in front of these players. Immediately killing Tai Nan and the others, they cried out, "Holy, stay back, stay back. He's too fast to hit and miss. How can I play this? Big brother, don't kill me. I have less than a year left in my life." Qin Feng didn't have any thoughts of showing any mercy at all. I was going to take over the boss, and I'm too lazy to care about you guys when I get killed by the boss group. But you followed up with a mess, and you expect me to let you off the hook? Qin Feng's figure was like a ghost as he traveled through the dark woods. In the end, he took out 22 people, including Iron Man. As people scattered to escape, 2 still managed to escape. It wasn't that Qin Feng couldn't catch up. Rather, these people fled in separate directions, and those 2 were farther away, so there was no need for Qin Feng to waste time chasing after them. Unfortunately, the lifespans of these people who popped out add up to just over 30 days. So poor. Qin Feng shook his head. During the time he was taking them out, he also received a system alert. Due to him actively killing too many people, it gave him a tier of the Slayer negative status. Killers drop 75% of their current lifespan on death when they are 1 tier. Killers drop 87.5% of their current lifespan on death at 2nd level. In other words, each tier of the Slayer status gives the player the equivalent of 1 more death when they die. Only, Qin Feng had a ghost fire bell on him. Even if he accidentally died once, he wouldn't lose any of his lifespan. Therefore, Qin Feng didn't care about the negative status of this Slayer at all. Anyway, this status won't lower his attributes or affect his development. As long as he doesn't die twice in a row, it won't affect him at all. Soon, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. The ghost fire leather armor on his body, with a dark red flame pattern on its black base, was handsome and murderous, and had only just returned to the town when he caught the attention of everyone around him. It's Shadow. The leather armor is too cool. Isn't it? It's gold-level leather armor? I'm so envious. He really killed the gold boss solo. Oh, in my opinion, this guy must be a boss that can only be soloed by a card Byuji. Laughing my ass off. Go upstairs and card one for me too? Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people, Qin Feng arrived at the town's center square. Suddenly a group of people, extremely respectful, came to Qin Feng. Among them, the leader was a tall and thin young man with pale skin. He was the one who had just, with his teammates who had ghostly horned eagles, tried to snatch the loot from the golden ghost ship, and as a result, a group of people were instantly seconded back by Qin Feng. Big brother Shadow, I'm really sorry. Tall, thin young man, posture put very low, came to the front of Qin Feng. Big brother, this is we just put together life to buy a book of assassin skills. Also please accept, as we have nothing happened. Okay? This situation made Qin Feng a bit surprised. He glanced at the skill book the other man handed over. Chisel Strike Normal. Assassin Skill Book. A single skill that adds 20 attack points on hit and inflicts a 2-second stun. Cooldown 22 seconds. It's a control skill book. If someone gives something away, don't take it. Qin Feng casually took the skill book and said indifferently, okay. Skill books arrive and are learned directly. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng waved his hand and told them to get lost, and finally met with the young girl Lin Liu who had been waiting for a long time. However, Qin Feng didn't know that. The tall and thin youth, codenamed Idle Cloud, watched his back as he left, and a flash of sinister intent surfaced in his eyes. So what if you're strong in the godforsaken game? If I find you in reality, I can imprison you and make you a slave who collects lifespans for me. When the other towns light up their teleportation arrays, send a woman over and try to find a way to get information about him. Idle Cloud, whose real name is Dongfang Xian, is known as a rich second generation in the circles of Zhanghai City. He thought with a sneer, just listen to this Shadow's voice. It's unfamiliar. Definitely not in the circle. Then, this guy is a poor bastard. Have a professional beauty delivered to your door. Don't believe he won't fall for it. Qin Feng met Lin Li Fish. This young girl was wearing a black vestment robe. Her pair of soulful water-like eyes were looking left and right, and when she saw Qin Feng appear, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Here, Qin Feng casually threw out a gold-level mage skill book and a gold-level mage equipment. Lin Li Fish was still a little anxious. Do not know whether Qin Feng will tell her. Boss did not explode mage equipment. As a result, he reached out and caught 2 gold-level ones. A fire-based ranged output skill with an additional attack of 150 points. A mana necklace, on the other hand, adds 15 points of spirit, plus 3 points of mana regen per second. Ah, this. Lin Liu's mind buzzed. These 2 things, they're too good to be true, aren't they? Now, she's taken off straight away. Chapter 28 Temple of Faith. A visitor to Shell Town. Originally, Lin Liu was still thinking that Qin Feng but could give her a silver-leveled magic equipment or skill book. It would be very good. But I didn't expect 2 gold levels? This skill, this necklace, it directly doubled my damage several times and more than doubled my mana recovery. Originally, Lin Liu recovered 2 mana points per second. If you wear that necklace now, you are recovering 5 points per second. The range skyrockets. It could be said that her efficiency in brushing monsters now was already faster than the entire team before. Big brother, thank you so much. Lin Liu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and she was almost moved to tears. Qin Feng shook his head. No need to be polite, just following the agreement. Give me the spatial finger ring. What's more, in order to help Qin Feng, This young girl was chased by Iron Man with his men once. Although Qin Feng didn't need her help, right? But one could tell that this young girl had a good personality and was worth befriending. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Liu woke up as if from a dream and quickly handed over the 12-compartment space ring. That's right, big guy. Lin Liu thought for a moment and added, just now when I was escaping in the woods, I found a hole in the ground that seems to be a relic entrance. Are you interested? The entrance to the ruins? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. There was an official saying circulating before that this Linli fish is a koi carp, and now it seems as if it's true? First the golden ghost ship, then the ruins entrance. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful young girl in front of him and felt that befriending this sister was really not a loss. Sure. Qin Feng thought about it. If he hadn't given any equipment just now, this sister might not have told him the news about the entrance to this relic. Sincerity, it's mutual. It seems that just these 2 gold-level items have bought her off? Qin Feng kinda wanted to laugh. He put the space ring on the little finger of his left hand. The storage space is finally 27 compartments. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The backpack grids in this godforsaken game are in short supply, and the initial town doesn't have a place where supplies can be stored. With 27 compartments of space, it's easy to do everything. Qin Feng said to Lin Liu, your captain isn't online yet. Let's wait for him to come and sell the stuff to you guys. I'm gonna take a trip to the relics you mentioned first. The young girl nodded. Good. Now Lin Li Fish is excited. Taking out the sheepskin map rolled up in his backpack, he marked a location for Qin Feng. This is the entrance of that relic. It is a stone slab on the ground. I originally wanted to move the stone slab and hide in it, but the result was that I just went in without taking a few steps, and I heard a ghostly cry coming from inside, so I was so scared that I fled out, or else I wouldn't have been caught up by Iron Man and the others. Lin Liu said while describing the entrance to Qin Feng. Okay, got it. Qin Feng memorized that location. In fact, the terrain in every initial town and outside is the same. These newbie towns are exact replicas of the terrain. However, things like these types of relics and golden ghost ship bosses are randomly appearing, with some towns having them and others not. Anyway, the town Qin Feng was in his last life didn't have one. I didn't expect that there would be another relic in this shell town, and that the golden ghost ship would be painted again. Qin Feng first bid farewell to Lin Liu. He went into stealth and left Shell Town once again. Was looking for a place to brush up to level 10. Since there are relics, there's no need to brush up on anything else. Pass the relics and you'll definitely reach level 10. There are 3 main types of relics that will appear in the initial town. One kind of grave. One is cursed relic. There are also kinds of faith temples. There's not much to say about the catacombs. They're just a bunch of magical creatures inhabiting them, which are very difficult to clear, and basically end up with a gold boss. The demons within the cursed ruins, on the other hand, are all cursed by ancient and evil gods, once perhaps human, and have gone mad or died and turned into ghosts. The demons in the Temple of Faith are then all followers of the ancient and evil gods, and can be killed or not, but the map inside the temple is very complicated. The latter two, if successfully cleared, can earn some special props or skill books. For example, Qin Feng's ancient god's eyeball, or the Eye of Judgment, was actually from a faith temple. No matter which kind of relic Lin Liu was talking about, Qin Feng wouldn't miss it. Because among these relics, even the small monsters were at least bronze-ranked or even silver-ranked existences. This meant massive amounts of evolution points for Qin Feng. With my current epic greedy hands, I can harvest 8 evolution points for killing even 1 bronze mini-boss. If it's a silver boss, it's even possible to harvest 16 evolution points. Compared to killing high-grade bosses, killing a large number of small bosses reaped significantly more evolution points. Soon, Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and arrived at the place that Lin Liu had marked on the map. In the gray and black weeds, a stone slab was indeed seen. Qin Feng removed it and a downward stairway appeared. As expected, the stone slab was just moved away, and a ghostly cry was heard from the depths of this passage. Like a sob, Qin Feng certainly didn't carry fear. Enter the passage and cover the slab. The surroundings instantly turned into darkness, with only a dim glow of firelight coming from the front, illuminating the stone walls on both sides of the passage. Borrowing the dim light of the fire, Qin Feng quickly changed his face slightly. How are these murals? On the stone walls exactly like that Temple of Faith in the last life. This is the Temple of Faith, and I'm afraid it's none other than the temple of faith of the ancient god of judgment. In Qin Feng's body, there was the Eye of Judgment, which held the authority of judgment. This temple appeared here, making Qin Feng feel very unusual. Go in and take a look. Qin Feng took a deep breath, maintained his stealthy state, and walked along the passageway, all the way forward. It was also while Qin Feng was exploring this mysterious temple of faith. Players in each of the initial towns were upgrading like crazy. Of course, when it came to comparing the speed of gaining experience value, it was definitely inferior to Qin Feng, who was killing bosses within the ruins. However, the others were, after all, lower leveled and required less experience to upgrade. Soon enough, someone had risen to level 5, lighting up the teleportation arrays of their respective towns. Each player, once a day, has a free teleportation opportunity to another initial town. Thus, within Shell Town, there were soon many players from other towns that teleported over, because the great god Shadow, who was the first to kill a gold boss in the world, was in Shell Town. Inside the town, the crowd was growing. Chapter 29. Qin Xiaoyu joins the team? The judged. What's with all the people? Wang Meng went online again and was instantly a bit confused when he saw that there were many times more players in Shell Town than before. After entering the godforsaken game for the first time, you need to level up to level 3 before you can leave, which is the equivalent of going offline. If you want to go online again, just close your eyes for more than 10 seconds and the option will pop up asking if you want to go back to the godforsaken land. Wang Meng was originally level 3 and ranked in the top 10 in Shell Town. But now he's squeezed into the 20s. Gotta get a grip. Wang Meng quickly private chatted to his teammates such as Blackbrush Big Plum. As it turns out, 2 of their team are still not online. One of them was the middle-aged female priest. Gotta recruit another pastor. Wang Meng first gathered the other 3 together. When he saw Lin Liu, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, because he saw that the girl had a necklace blooming with a light golden color on her chest. Wang Meng and the other 2 were confused. What are you? Lin Liu laughed before he told what had happened with Dark Shadow. Finally, he added, it seems that Shadow's side still has the equipment skills for your profession, so I'll contact him later and ask him to sell the stuff to us, so we can get a discount. Wang Meng cried and laughed. Silver level is okay. This is if it is gold level. We are afraid that we cannot afford it. The sharp-eyed archer youth in the team was a bit envious. It's great that we've actually made friends with Shadow Big Brother. If we can be friends with Big Brother, we can follow him and eat and drink, haha. Lin Liu looked at him with contempt. Look at you. You expect to hug your thighs, don't you? Think about yourself. Do you usually work hard to brush monsters and practice leveling? The sharp-eyed archer youth rolled his eyes and didn't bother with her. The 4 were already on good terms, even though they had met in the godforsaken game. Moreover, Wang Meng went back this time and checked their reality, so he knew something about them. The backgrounds are all over, then it's fixed. Immediately after, Wang Meng said, we need to find a priest to brush the monsters with first. First 5 people to brush. I have a coworker that is in the next town over. When someone in her town is level 5, she will also teleport over to join our team. Lin Liu was a bit strange. Where's Sister Wang? Sister Wang was the middle-aged female pastor from their team earlier. Wang Meng shook his head and said, Sister Wang is going to go to other towns and find her son to join her, so I said, we don't have a priest. They weren't like Qin Feng who could brush them alone. Groups of monsters, meat shields and grandmothers are needed. So Wang Meng began to set up a stall. But instead of selling something, he wrote it down in his booth. The team is accepting people and requires the profession priest department. There are many such recruiting stalls, but because behind Wang Meng stood Lin Liu, the light gold necklace on her chest, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Gold-level equipment. Many people were a little skeptical, but just because of Lin Li Fish's face value, there were also some youth pastors who quickly came over to sign up. But once they heard that they had to provide their real identities and that they would be officially recorded afterwards, they all backed off. Just then, a young girl with long hair approached. It was none other than the life sacrifice that had risen to level 3, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu acted politely. I'm a hidden profession life sacrifice. Can I join your team? Wang Meng glanced at her with little change in his expression. Life sacrifice, it's a hidden profession, sounds good. But he's looking for the kind that he can follow for a long time, so he's going to make sure that the reality of the other person's identity. And Qin Xiaoyu didn't object, bluntly stating her identity. Shanghai Normal University, freshman student. My parents are both dead, and there is only one brother, in the family, which mom and dad adopted before, not a real brother. Chin Xiaoyu emphasized.
One mang not dead, Kin Xiao.
Line, then you try it in the first team. Yo-Yo has joined the team. In fact, Chin Xiaoyu had wanted to take Xiaoyu as a code name, but she came in late, so that code name was taken by someone else. She didn't want to put a number after the code name, so she added the word ya. After entering the team, a smile appeared at the corner of Chin Xiaoyu's mouth. As if unintentionally, she glanced again at the gold-level necklace on Lin Liu's chest. The world's first kill of a gold-level boss was in Shelltown, taken down by Shadow. This necklace, then, has a high probability of being related to the Shadow. Such a development was naturally something Qin Feng hadn't expected. In this life, he had risen too quickly, and the first kill of a gold-level boss had spread his codename Shadow around the world. The fame was so great that it made Qin Xiaoyu's heart flutter. At this point, Qin Feng kept walking along the passageway within the Temple of Faith and soon arrived at a spacious hall. Inside the hall, there was nothing. There were only two bent and bowed humanoid demonic creatures, kneeling on each other's knees with their hands raised above their heads, as if they were holding something up. The ghostly cries heard at the entrance were from these two humanoid demons. Devotee of the ancient gods, judged LV10. Grade: Silver. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and arrived at this hall. Seeing those two believers kneeling on the ground, he directly launched the instant shadow slash. Breaking cover. Backstabbing. All of the damage bonuses that should be triggered are triggered except for weakness attack. And the weakness attack didn't help. Instantaneous shadow chop skill. The chopping judgment location is random. It is difficult to just trigger the weak point attack. This is not something that can be compensated for by maneuvering, but instead of that, the basic additional attack of the skill is very high. 1058. 1058. 7 damage numbers popped up above the heads of each of the two devout believers. But their bloodstains had only buckled a fraction of a second. After all, it was a level 10 silver boss, and its blood volume was more than double that of the cursed one Qin Feng had killed earlier. Even the two devout believers combined had more blood than a gold-ranked gold ghost ship. Originally, Qin Feng was still preparing to dodge his opponent's attack. Results. Those two devout believers kneeling on the ground not only didn't launch an attack on Qin Feng, but instead, they reversed their direction and knelt down once again towards the place where Qin Feng was stealthily hiding. These two are the judged, and I have the authority to judge. Could they not attack me? Qin Feng was a bit surprised when an idea arose. To confirm this suspicion, he voluntarily broke out of stealth and kept his distance from the two devout believers. As it turned out, the two ghoul-like devout believers really didn't attack him. Instead, upon seeing him, he completely prostrated his upper body to the ground. Chapter 30 Devotee. Underground Labyrinth. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to kill these two and take evolution points and experience. But this current situation made Qin Feng a bit puzzled. Even after 9 years of crawling around in his last life, Qin Feng has never heard of this situation. I'm afraid it's really because I have the power of judgment. Qin Feng had something in mind. The appearance of such an odd temple of faith here might really have something to do with his eye of judgment. This temple, it has secrets. He thought for a moment and tried to speak. Do you know the way? Show me the way. The two devout believers, upon hearing his words, both seemed a bit bewildered. Clearly has no idea what he's talking about. In fact, Qin Feng was aware that these demonic creatures in the God's Forsaken Lands were actually beings from other civilizations. Only, they are eroded, corrupted, all mentally deranged, and even turned into beasts that only know how to prey on life from humans. The two in front of you seem to have kept some sense. Just as Qin Feng was thinking so, these two devout believers were suddenly alerted. A flash of ferocity steeply surfaced on their rotting faces as they violently turned around and pounced towards the entrance of this hall. Qin Feng heard the sound of messy footsteps coming from the passageway outside the hall. It seems that some other player has arrived. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Those two devout believers, two green flames condensed in their hands and threw them directly towards the far side of the passage. Oh, it's two silver bosses. We can't handle one, and two more? Run, run. A mass of green flames, thrown out by those two pious believers. Inside the passageway, there are chaotic and panicked footsteps and shouts. Qin Feng returned to stealth. come to the entrance of the hall and look into the passage, only to see the whole passage has been enveloped by a sea of green fire. In the sea of fire, there are 6 players cannot escape in time, is being burned to ashes. Gray Rose. Qin Feng saw a familiar figure in the flames. It was clearly the mature imperial lady who had purchased the ice pick technique from him earlier, and I didn't expect her to have found this temple of faith as well. Too bad her team wasn't strong enough. 2 silver doormen took her out. This passageway is too narrow, and there's no place to dodge in the face of the flames of the pious believers. So normally when you find a boss, you should go into the hall first to give yourself plenty of room to dodge. Qin Feng shook his head. He watched coldly as the 6 were burned to death by the green flames. Soon, 6 grayish-white spheres of lifespan light appeared within the passageway. Qin Feng nonchalantly stepped forward to pick it up and realized that it wasn't bad. The group had actually exploded over 100 days of tradable lifespans on them. To Qin Feng's surprise, those 2 devout believers were not the least bit interested in these lifespans. After finishing off those 6 people, they returned to the hall and resumed kneeling and prostrating themselves towards the place where Qin Feng had just disappeared. Qin Feng ignored them for the time being. Searching up and down the hall, it turned out that there were absolutely no more paths leading anywhere else. No way, just this? 2 silver-level mini-bosses. Qin Feng was incomparably puzzled. There's nothing to be gained by exploring further. Qin Feng simply stepped in and finished off the 2 devout believers. Just as he expected, no matter how he struck, those 2 devout believers did not have the slightest intention to fight back. Just like that, he was killed by Qin Feng in a hard way. You have killed Ancient God Devotee Judged Silver Level. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 9. Congratulations. You've gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 188 days of life tradable. After killing 2 devout believers, Qin Feng rose to level 9. He unleashed greedy hands directly on its corpse. Soon, Qin Feng finished dealing with the 2 silver mini-bosses. A total of 32 evolution points and 1,504 days of tradable life. Epic greedy hands. That's awesome. And a total of 4 gold-ranked items came out, plus a dozen or so silver-ranked items. One of them is a gold-level necklace that is available for assassins.
Belier vs pendant gold, assassins joaillerie.
Agility plus 15, cooldown speed plus 20%. Requirements. Level 8. Unique effect. Summons a silver-ranked devotee to fight for you on a cooldown of 600 seconds. This necklace has good attributes, mainly 20% cooldown speed. After Qin Feng put it on, his sneaky shadow skill, the cooldown was shortened from 22.6 seconds to 19.2 seconds. The cooldown of Manticore Dart, from 4.3 seconds, has been reduced to 3.7 seconds. The cooldown of Instant Shadow Slash, on the other hand, was shortened from 10.4 seconds to 8.8 seconds. Brushing monsters is more efficient. Qin Feng thought to himself. As for the other loot, it's all level 8-10 equipment, and no one will even buy it at this stage of selling it. Put it away for now. Qin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, the floor in the middle of the hall steeply loosened. When the 2 pious believers were killed, the mechanism was finally triggered. It's like an elevator? Qin Feng looked away. In the middle of the hall, a circular stone disc protruded from the floor, something that Qin Feng had seen quite a lot of in his last life. He stepped on it instantly. Immediately after that, the circular stone disc emitted a boom-boom sound, surprisingly carrying him downwards. In the middle of the hall, a circular pit appeared. When Qin Feng was sent down, immediately, 2 semi-circular blocks of stone panned out from the side, blocking the pit. Everything returned to its original state, as if the round stone disc elevator had never existed. If anyone else came here, they would only see the corpses of 2 devotees and nothing else. Boom! After a loud bang, the circular stone disc carrying Qin Feng fell to the ground. The gravel and sand loosened and spilled around Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt that the circular stone disc had carried him and descended at least 300 to 400 meters. When I came here, there was a lot of light around me instead. The stone walls on either side were lined with dimly lit torches at intervals, emanating light. Here, indeed, is the labyrinth. Qin Feng sighed when he looked at it. This kind of labyrinth, he had explored it a lot in his last life and was sort of comfortable with it, but it still takes quite a bit of time to fully explore. Most importantly, Inside the labyrinth is a lot of organs. With Qin Feng's current attributes, once he triggered those organs, he would almost be dead. Good thing I just dropped this. Qin Feng touched the believer's pendant on his chest. Used the special effect to summon a silver-level devotee. A prostrate gray-skinned humanoid demonic creature coalesced in front of Qin Feng. Probe ahead. At Qin Feng's command, that devout believer began to creep and crawl in front of Qin Feng and began to explore this underground labyrinth. With his little brother scouting the way, Qin Feng was much more relaxed. Idly, Qin Feng opened the skill panel and prepared to use the 32 evolution points he had just gained to continue evolving his skills. Chapter 31 Epic Ghostly Blur. Long-legged Imperial Sisters Doubt. 32 evolution points, plus the 3 points left over from before, for a total of 35 points. Greedy Hands. Re-evolution requires 210 points. For now, this Temple of Faith may be dangerous, so let's advance into passive evasion. In order to have a higher survival rate, Qin Feng chose to evolve Ghostly Blur. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 + 5 evolution points and have 24 points remaining. Ghostly Blur Gold Level Epic Level. Assassin Skill. Passively gains 15% 75% evasion rate. Triggering evasion immunizes you from all damage. After a skill reaches epic level, the number of evolution points needed to evolve it again is doubled tenfold. It was only supposed to take 8 evolution points. But since it's epic to legendary, it takes 80 points. Qin Feng shook his head and temporarily put the skill down. 75% evasion rate is already high. He then proceeded to evolve Instantaneous Shadow Slash, evolving this skill to epic level as well. You have consumed 13 evolution points and have 11 points remaining. Instant Shadow Slash Diamond Epic. Blinks in one direction up to 27-30 meters and enters stealth, lasts 9-12 seconds, dealing 7-9 slashes to all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12 8.8 seconds. Chopping width 4.15 meters. Each chopping blow adds 300-500 attack points. From Diamond to Epic, the additional attack of the Instant Shadow Slash had increased by a full 200 points, and the number of decapitations from 7 to 9 has been raised. The total damage is almost doubled once again. Too fierce. One should know that it had been several years since Qin Feng had learned epic skills in his last life. This life, he just opened with epic skills. Although the values of these skills were not too high because of their relatively low levels, these skills, however, could evolve infinitely. However, due to the epic to legendary level, the number of evolution points needed is doubled tenfold. So the higher the initial grade of the skill, the more cost-effective it is for me to evolve it. Qin Feng did the math. If a skill itself was epic level, then evolving to legendary level, the first evolution required a base evolution point of 1 point, multiplied by 10 times was only 10 points. It can quickly evolve to the legendary level, the mythical level, and even the ancient level, the immortal level. However, if a skill itself is a normal skill, it would have to evolve 7 times before it evolves to epic level. At that point, the base evolution points required would be 21 or even 34. 10 times that is 210 or even 340 points. It's too much of a loss. One good thing though is that I can evolve to epic level at a fraction of the cost no matter what rank of skill I learn. That means that in the future, all of my skills will, at the very least, be epic. There are 11 evolution points remaining. Qin Feng thought about it and evolved the initial skill Sneaky Shadow. You have consumed 3 + 5 evolution points and have 3 points remaining. Initial skill, Stealth Silver Gold Platinum. Enter a state of invisibility that lasts 16-20-24 seconds. Breaking stealth strike attack power increases by 90,120,150. Cooldown 26-24-22 seconds. The base cooldown for the final skill is 22 seconds. However, since Qin Feng possessed a 35% cooldown speed attribute, it ended up taking effect in 16.3 seconds. This stealth skill, the cooldown time is still too long. And the hidden breaking attack is a bit low. Definitely need to change it back. Qin Feng finished consuming his evolution points and his attention returned to the maze in front of him. The creeping, crawling devotee was moving at a relatively fast pace. As he passed a corner, suddenly, a large iron ball flew out from within a wall and smashed the devotee. 6,666. 99,999. The first damage is from being hit by an iron ball. The second damage was from being slammed into a wall. The devotee was flattened on the spot in a horrible way. Qin Feng temporarily stopped advancing. Wait in place for the cooldown for summoning devotee. This labyrinth is intricate and dangerous. That's the only way to get a summon to scout the way. Qin Feng sighed. Although it would waste a lot of time, this temple of faith was clearly related to his eye of judgment, and he had to explore it to the end. Otherwise, who knows what secrets he'll miss. Just as Qin Feng was exploring this temple, the entrance to the temple, the long-legged royalty, Grey Rose, returned cautiously with her teammates, 2 men and 3 women. When they were ready and wanted to deal with the 2 silver-ranked mini-bosses, they were shocked to find that the 2 silver-ranked bosses were already dead. Grey Rose had curly black hair and wore a gray robe that wrapped around her delicate and luscious figure. She couldn't help but frown when she saw the corpses of the 2 devout believers. Surprised to be killed? At this stage, surely the only one who can finish off 2 silver-ranked bosses so quickly is Shadow Big Brother? The Shadow Big Shot actually came here? Behind Grey Rose, her teammates were shocked. Looking at the grizzled corpses of the 2 devotees, they chatted, uncharacteristically a bit relieved. Even though they were prepared, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to fight and die again. Only Grey Rose, looking at the scene, seemed a bit puzzled. Last time I came over, I think I saw a figure communicating with the silver boss. Is that Shadow? Am I mistaken, or? The last time he came over, Grey Rose had half a foot in the hall. Beautiful eyes glimpsed a black shadow communicating with those 2 silver bosses. However, because she heard the silver boss roar, she immediately backed out and ended up being burned by the silver boss's green flames. In retrospect, that black shadow at the time, was it the Shadow? Grey Rose was skeptical. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. But why? These 2 silver bosses don't attack Shadow? Could it be that Shadow has some means to confuse the boss? Because that's how you can kill so many bosses? No matter how much Grey Rose guessed, it was impossible to guess the truth. As time passes, the number of players who teleported to the Shell Town is increasing. The town is already overcrowded, a town with a maximum of 10,000 people. The town of Shell is now almost at its ceiling. This also led to the fact that there were no longer enough magical creatures around the town to brush them at all. That's nearly 10 times more players. Those creeps, polluters, whatever, didn't even think that so many people could come to this town. They scatter and hide. But still, players dig in and find and kill. In this situation, even an elite team like Wang Meng couldn't brush monsters fast enough. A full 3 hours, and it had only gotten up to level 5. Lin Liu's gold-level skills could not be utilized at all. Wang Meng frowned. It seems that you have to teleport to other towns that don't have many people in order to get up to upgrade speed. Lin Liu said, no problem. But before we leave, we have to wait for Brother Shadow and trade with him.
One man note that, Hiu.
Qin Xiaoyu on the side, quietly listening to their chat. The corners of her mouth had risen uncontrollably. Chapter 32 Mysterious Woman. Assassin's Divine Skill. Graceful Deliverance. Deep within the Temple of Faith. 3 hours at the rate I'm exploring. That should be about right. Based on my experience in my last life, that's pretty much all there is to the Temple of Faith. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to get down without dying dozens or hundreds of times, I'm afraid. However, Qin Feng was experienced, not to mention that he could summon a silver-level devout believer to scout the path, so there was absolutely no chance of missing. At this point, Qin Feng arrived at a passageway covered in starlight. A starry blue glow lit up the entire passageway. The devout believers prostrated themselves in front, and Qin Feng was behind them, all the way towards the end of the starlight passage. What appeared in front of him was an ancient bronze gate. Open the door. Qin Feng gave orders to the devout believers. Devotees prostrate up to push the door, but found that, simply cannot push that bronze door, not moving. Qin Feng confirmed that there was nothing dangerous around him. That's the way up. With only a single lift of his hand, just as he touched the bronze gate, he felt movement coming from the entire gate, and surprisingly, it began to open. As the door slowly opened, Qin Feng stepped back, ready to fight at any time. But what appeared before his eyes was a great hall of starlight. In the center of the main hall, there was an altar. Next to the altar, there stood a woman clad in a white robe, a white hood covering her, so you couldn't see what she looked like. The white-robed woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and bowed slightly towards that starlight altar. When the bronze gate opens, Qin Feng did not enter immediately, but looked at the white-robed woman. As it turned out, there was absolutely nothing visible about the woman. When Qin Feng appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, the white-robed woman slowly turned around, and the slender and seductive figure under the white robe slowly bent her knees, actually kneeling down on one knee towards Qin Feng. She kept her head down. Seems to murmur something. Starlight flickers in his hand. In the next moment, her entire delicate body dissipated into starlight. This disappeared. Qin Feng frowned. Immediately, it was discovered that on the altar of the Great Hall, an ancient treasure chest had appeared, surprisingly flickering with a brilliant golden light. If it's a gold treasure chest, it radiates a light gold color. It's a bright gold treasure chest, which means epic props will be opened inside the chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't know what the identity of the mysterious woman just now was, but thought that it was related to his eye of judgment. Moreover, that woman seems to be very respectful to Qin Feng. In any case, proceed with caution. Qin Feng did not act rashly. After seeing the treasure chest, he continued to order the silver-level summon, devout believer, towards the altar in the hall. All the way to that treasure chest, the devotee reaches out and opens it without incident. Soon after, the devout believer took one of the skill books obtained within the treasure chest, fetched it, and handed it over to Qin Feng. This skill book is Assassin's Divine Skill. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. Graceful Deliverance Epic. Assassin Skill Book. Passive effect. Weakness hit modifier plus 100%. Weakness attack multiplier doubled. Cut throat. Used actively, causes one's next attack to inflict a cut throat effect, dealing 100% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 60-44.4 seconds. It's a skill that has both passive and active effects. The passive effect would be pretty anticlimactic. Doubling the weak attack multiplier is well understood as far as weak hit modifiers go. An analogy: a person's head and heart, both of which were weak spots, and everyone else had to hit the weak spots with precision in order to trigger a weak spot attack. But learning Graceful Deliverance is equivalent to amplifying the opponent's weaknesses. The higher the weakness hit modifier, the easier it is to hit the opponent's weakness. Even for Qin Feng, this passive effect was useful. At this stage, what he encountered was mainly humanoid demons, so hitting the head was easy, but later on, he would encounter a lot of netherworld things. For example, a certain kind of demonic creature does not have a head, and its weakness is just a glowing dot on its body. In a normal player, it would be impossible to hit a weak point. But with the passive effect of Graceful Deliverance, hitting that glowing wasn't difficult. This is because the system automatically corrects to bring the player's attacks closer to the target's weaknesses. Weakness to hit modifier plus 100% is equivalent to, well, doubling the opponent's weak spot. As for the active effect of this boon of deliverance, it's even more outrageous. Directly causes the next attack to cause a throat-slitting effect, equivalent to a 3-second bleed. For example, Qin Feng slashed a random person after turning on /throat, dealing 300 points of damage. The effect of slit throat would then cause the opponent to take 300 points of additional damage per second for the next 3 seconds. In total, that's 300 by 4, which equals 1,200 points of damage. Simply put, the /throat effect of Graceful Deliverance is to triple the damage next time, except it takes 3 seconds to fully hit. If it's a skill like Instant Shadow Slash, all 9 slashes are considered one attack, and the damage from the throat slash is stacked and counted. This one epic skill has instantly increased my burst by several times. And this initial epic level skill, I can spend 10 evolution points and just evolve it to legendary level. On Qin Feng's body right now, there were still only 3 evolution points, because within this underground labyrinth, there was not a single demonic creature, much to his surprise and disappointment. After all, within the previous labyrinths, various devout and fanatical believers were powerful magical creatures that blocked players from exploring. As for what exactly was going on with this Temple of Faith, Qin Feng had no idea. Mostly it has to do with my eye of judgment. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. It's useless to think too much about such things. If he sees that mysterious white-robed woman just now next time, Qin Feng will definitely try to communicate with the other party. I missed it this time, but that's okay. The Assassin Divine skill, Graceful Deliverance, arrived, making Qin Feng's damage even more terrifying. Now that he had encountered another level 5 gold-ranked gold ghost ship, He was afraid that an instant shadow slash would kill him in seconds. A few minutes later, Qin Feng stood on the circular stone disc in the middle of the Starlight Great Hall and was carried up by the circular stone disc 500 or 600 meters higher before finally returning to the ground. After that round stone disc brought him up, it turned directly into a layer of black scorched earth, as if it had never appeared. It's been so long. Wang Mang and the others should be online by now? Qin Feng was mainly carrying a backpack compartment that was almost full, so you have to sell everything you have on you before you set off to practice. And when he contacted Lin Liu, he unexpectedly learned a message. Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng frowned. Chapter 33 Really? Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng was truly surprised that Qin Xiaoyu would come to the divine abandoned land right at this moment. And he also came to Shell Town and joined Wang Mang's squad. Qin Feng understood Qin Xiaoyu's thoughts almost instantly. Trying to come to the shadow and climb up the ladder? What's the point of coming to Shell Town if not for that purpose? But she can see that I'm connected to Lin Li Fish and a little smart. Qin Feng sneered. In his last life, he had spent time with Qin Xiaoyu, so he naturally knew what this sister of his was thinking. In the divine abandonment game, in the early days before Qin Feng had risen, Qin Xiaoyu had been trying to find other strong teams to join, but they were all stopped by Qin Feng. Luckily, Qin Feng quickly rose to prominence in the godforsaken game. Qin Xiaoyu obediently followed Qin Feng after that. It seems that in this life, the timeline has changed a bit. Qin Feng was a bit surprised, but quickly calmed down. Since Qin Xiaoyu was on Wang Meng's team, there was no need to sell them the priest equipment. Even if it was a coincidence, there was no way Qin Feng would give Qin Xiaoyu any advantage, much less show any sign of recognizing her. After all, there are too many people now. Staring at the name Shadow, I haven't extracted the ability to reality yet. If people know the reality of my identity, there will be a lot of trouble, even enough to be fatal. However, once I reach level 10, I'll at least be able to extract the stealth skill. That way I'll have some ability to defend myself in reality as well. Even just a pistol was enough to take Qin Feng's life. So, to expose it now is to seek death. However, Qin Feng was not far from level 10, and soon, he would be able to extract his transcendental abilities and descend into reality. 10 minutes or so later, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. By the time he finished exploring that temple of faith, the time of Daxia had come to afternoon. In Jianghai City alone, there were hundreds of initial towns activated in total. That is, hundreds of thousands of people have entered the godforsaken game. Qin Feng was never expecting so many people within the Shell Town. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was dense. And when Qin Feng's cool figure in the ghost fire leather armor appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone in the town. Shadow, Shadow, Brother Shadow, can we add a friend? You are Dark Shadow? I'm the chairman of the Jianghai City Running Group, and I intend to invite you to join our group. Shadow Big Brother, still missing minions? I can shout 666. Biggie, this is my sister. She's a big fan of yours. Nothing else, just want to get to know each other. Qin Feng, only an instantaneous shadow chop, flashed through a distance of 30 meters and entered a stealthy state that no one can detect. First, he got rid of the people who had gathered over to him. Then he made an appointment with Lin Liu for a more secluded venue, and that's when he rushed over. Wang Mang, Lin Liu team of several people, were all behind a ruined house, waiting for Qin Feng. Behind them was Qin Xiaoyu. This young girl was very expectant and nervous, squeezing her right hand in her left hand for a while, and her right hand in her left hand for a while, looking around constantly. Qin Feng appeared in front of Lin Liu, his eyes sweeping over Qin Xiaoyu with the eyes of a complete stranger. And he didn't say a word. Straight out of his backpack, he pulled out a bunch of stuff. He first added Wang Mang's friend and then chatted privately. This is gold-level warrior equipment with good attributes. The price is 300 days life expectancy. I'll sell you 280 days. This is the gold-level skill of the archer. The skill isn't really good. The price is 550 days of life expectancy. I'll sell you 520 days. This is... Qin Feng threw all the equipment that he had left behind earlier to Wang Mang and marked them up one by one. These are prices that are very reasonable. Big brother. Right now, I only have a total of 925 days of life on me. Wang Mang smiled bitterly and said, I can't afford so much. It's okay, owe it. Qin Feng said casually. They all add up to a 2,200-day lifespan, which can be paid back quickly with official financial resources. Wang Meng thought about it and nodded his head in agreement. Okay. Thanks for believing in me, big brother. He first traded his 900-day lifespan to Qin Feng, collected his equipment and skill books, and thanked him again and again. With these equipment and skills, their team speed of brushing monsters would be taken to the next level, and they would even be able to figure out how to deal with silver bosses. Shadow Big Brother is just bull wow. I can actually use gold equipment this early? This gold level skill, it's too good to be true, isn't it? My output has instantly increased by more than 3 times. And the big man is allowing us to take credit. That's trusting USO. Wang Meng and the others were shocked and marveled. But soon they realized a problem. How come there's no priest stuff? These words caused Qin Xiaoyu, who was waiting to be fed at the side, to freeze. No priest stuff? In response, Qin Feng didn't have any reaction at all. He was silent and invisible. The figure disappeared from the crowd. As a matter of fact, Qin Feng was not without the stuff of priests. In his backpack, there was also a gold-grade priest scepter and even a gold-grade skill book for priests. But how could Qin Feng let such a precious thing be cheaper to Qin Xiaoyu? Not only would Qin Feng not give her anything, he even planned to find another priest to force his way into Wang Meng's team so that they could kick Qin Xiaoyu's ass. After all, Qin Feng subsequently intended to save time by selling a large number of equipment and skill books that could not be used through this official channel. To let Qin Xiaoyu keep mixing with this team, sooner or later it would affect his cooperation with the officials. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng received a system prompt. Player Little Yo-Yo has applied to add you as a friend. Verification message. Hello? Big brother. I'm the pastor of Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng frowned. So polite to outsiders. Never looks impatient in front of me. So true, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng simply ignored her. Didn't agree but didn't reject it either. This was because there were too many players in Qin Feng's friend request list. Treat Qin Xiaoyu like a stranger. Just ignore the same. How dare she pick her out of a bunch of player names to deny her friends? At this moment, Qin Feng had already arrived at the town square. Prepare to teleport to Fluxville. Seinfeld's initial town was Flux Flame Town. This guy was in the next city yesterday for a concert, but after the concert, he came to Zhanghai City and found 2 girls to play all night. When the Divine Abandonment game descended, this Songfei was directly categorized into the initial town of the Zhanghai City region, the Fluorescent Flame Town. Since the town teleportation has been opened, Yu Songfei must not be killed a few times first? Qin Feng smiled indifferently. In his last life, although it was Qin Xiaoyu who gave him the water of soul wandering to drink, the culprit was still Songfei. It's one thing for Qin Xiaoyu to be stupid. This Songfei was the person Qin Feng was truly bound to kill. And to take each other out in reality, one would have to be in the game to kill the other team off first and fear them. Otherwise, if you are always online, the other party is in an invincible state in reality, and the game is goosed in the safe zone. Qin Feng can't kill the other party even if he is strong. Chapter 34 Fluorescent Flame Town. Seinfeld's sister fans. To Qin Feng, it was the same wherever he brushed the monsters anyway. When you arrive at the Fluorescent Fire Town, you can kill Songfei a few times in the process. Couldn't finish the guy off completely though. But it is possible to kill the other person offline first, thus finding an opportunity to get rid of them completely. Also, remember that Yuki is from Fluxville too. Could see if I can meet her. Gu Ishue, codenamed Snowy Sky, was one of the administrators of Qin Feng's previous life's Divine Beheading Guild. Occupation, White Bird Magus. White Bird Cleric, a very strong priestly hidden profession. Comes with a white bird that can assist in healing and enchanting gain statuses. Although Qin Xiaoyu was also a hidden profession life sacrifice, this pampered young lady wasn't much of a fighter at all. In her last life, Qin Xiaoyu had always just been behind Qin Feng, responsible for just healing and adding status to Qin Feng. There would always be Qin Feng protecting her. But Gu Ishue was a powerful existence that had once soloed an epic boss. It was Qin Feng's left arm and right arm. If you meet her, pull her into the Wang Meng team. If Gu Ishue were to enter the team, the one who would squeeze out would naturally be Qin Xiaoyu's position, who was also from the priest department. Qin Feng didn't want any variables to occur during his development. Qin Xiaoyu is that variable. In short, Qin Feng didn't care what happened to her as long as she didn't appear in front of him. Also, by making this request, he could see Wang Meng's reaction. In this life, Qin Feng is developing too fast and is not yet very clear about the current official attitude, and this time he can also observe it by the way. The town of Luminescence. It was an initial town within the Zhanghai city area. Qin Feng stealthily used up today's free teleportation times and silently arrived in this town. Compared to the lively Shell Town, Flux Town was much colder. Inside the town, there were many players coming and going as well, but it wasn't crowded. There were some players yelling and setting up stalls in the square. There are also players flashing white light, appeared in the middle of the square. These resurrected players, naturally, their faces are not very good. Qin Feng strolled around the town. There was no Song Fei in sight, nor was there any Gu Ishue. Just then, he heard a few players who had just resurrected chatting. Hurry up and go. Don't get picked off. That silver level boss has less than half a blood left. Song Fei that GN raised, pulling so many sisters together. Who the hell can snatch him? I really don't know. A small star is just a small star. How can there be so many brainwashed fans? I'm not convinced anyway. I have to finish off that little white boy today. These few players spoke with righteous indignation while walking towards the outside of the town. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Oh, got a clue. So Song Fei is out there fighting silver bosses? And bringing a bunch of sister brainwashed fans with him? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. It could be imagined that if there hadn't been the appearance of the shadow, if Qin Xiaoyu had also descended upon Flux Flame Town, she would most likely have been one of that group of sisters brainwashed fans as well. Seinfeld. This person was not a hidden profession, but rather a very tawdry manual selection of the mage profession. With a bunch of sister fans, it rises quickly in the early stages but lacks potential in the middle, let alone the later stages. Lastly, I don't know where I learned that Qin Feng, one of the top 100 in the world, and his sister Qin Xiaoyu were once his fans? No matter what, in this life, Qin Feng would not let Song Fiki live quickly. Kill them offline first. Then, after extracting the ability to reality, launch an assassination directly at it. At this moment, Qin Feng followed those few righteously angry players and left the town area. He stayed invisible, and every time his invisibility was about to end, he found a hidden place and renewed his invisibility. After leaving the town, they first entered a dark wooded area. Then came an eerie valley. This is the level 5 demonic creature refreshment area, the Valley of Wailing. The demons here should be the Burners and Shacklers. Fireburner, a long-range attack magic creature with a high fire element attack, but with a single attack just throwing fireballs. As for the Shacklers, they are melee physical attack demons, with their hands and feet shackled and relying only on their mouths to tear them apart. Regardless of which type of demonic creature it was, the facial features were extremely bizarre. The more timid players will even be scared to tears, not daring to face these demons at all. Soon, when Qin Feng entered that gloomy valley, he heard the shouts and curses of many players. It was interspersed with a lot of shouting and cursing from women, all sounding quite young, but cursing one more ferociously than the other. Qin Feng quietly advances. It was quickly seen that in the middle of the valley ahead, there was a two-headed incinerator that was more than 3 meters tall and was spewing blood-red flames in all directions. The two-headed incinerator, a silver-class boss, a body over 3 meters tall, burning with blood-red flames, both heads without eyes, mouths split open, revealing extremely crazy smiles. It had 4 arms with flames bursting out of them, capable of attacking 4 targets at once. In the middle of the field, a number of players were surrounding the boss and launching attacks. Even the players were attacking each other. In the crowd, surrounded by many of his sister's fans, was Song Fei, who was wearing a black robe and holding a staff with a flirty face. His godforsaken game code name is Against the Heavens Law God, very middle-aged, but a lot of sister fans, all of them are crazy about it. Only to see that around Song Fei, there were quite a few players trying to attack him, but they were all blocked by the sisters around him. Those sister fans, one by one, looked at death as if they were at home. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would still protect their brother Song Fei. In the field, a number of players' corpses had been left behind. There were the sisters and those who wanted to attack Seinfeld. Song Fei, on the other hand, was attacking that silver-level boss, two-headed incinerator, with the other 5 sisters of his team. That's right. Song Fei team. 6 people including him are mages. What? Tank? Priest? Sorry, he doesn't need it. The sisters surrounding him were a wall of pure nature. As for the priest, he won't even be harmed. What priest do you need? After entering the godforsaken game, Song Fei only needed to do one thing, and that was to cast skills, kill monsters, and harvest experience and lifespan. Though many of his sisters had died in the process to shield him from harm, what did that have to do with him? Chapter 35. Song Fei. I'm dead? Seinfeld was actually puzzled. It wasn't too late for him to get into the godforsaken game. After all, he played with his two sisters all night, just in time to fall asleep together in the morning after breakfast. Besides, he had so many sisters to help him in Flux Town. Originally, he thought he must count as a quick upgrade. However, he didn't expect that the shadow from Shelltown's upgrading speed to finish him off, and also the first kill of a gold-level boss. That guy must have killed the gold boss by a bug, right? This silver-level boss. It's so hard to kill. How could anyone possibly be able to single-brush a gold boss? However, overall, Seinfeld was still very cool. With dozens of sisters to escort him, he could be said to be like a fish out of water in the godforsaken game. Although it was only an ordinary mage profession, Song Fei still managed to level up to level 6 at an extremely fast speed. In the town of Fluxfire, he was the one who lit up the teleportation array. As long as I finish off this silver boss, I'll be able to level up to level 7. So the shadow in Shelltown, it says it's been parked at level 9 for a long time? Let me surpass him with a bang and become the number 1 person in the godforsaken game. With such thoughts in mind, Song Fei had to take down the two-headed incinerator in front of him no matter what. He took dozens of his sisters and surrounded the boss together. As for the other players around them, they were also the target of their hunt. According to the way things were going, Song Fei taking down that silver-level boss was already a done deal. However, just when that two-headed incinerator was only left with a third of its blood, a sudden change occurred, only to see a figure in morose cold leather armor instantly appear beside Song Fei, who was protected by his sisters. The figure only appeared for an instant before disappearing from the field again. Immediately afterward, 9 rays of blade light blossomed from Song Fei and several of his sisters around him. 1995, 2052, 2009. Song Fei only saw a cloud of damage numbers float up in front of his eyes, followed by a blackness in his vision. You have been killed by the shadow. You lost 1,106 days of lifespan tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of life non-tradable. A system prompt came through, causing Song Fei to be confused. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the square of the town of Fluxfire. I'm dead. Song Fei had an incredulous look on his face. Seeing that the silver-level boss still had 1/3 of its blood left and victory was imminent, but there was suddenly a shadowy figure that killed it?
Impossible.
How could the shadow come to our Flux Flame Town? There are so many initial towns in the Jianghai City area, and he came to me in particular, and even met up with me and robbed my boss. Song Fei's greasy and feminine face revealed a constipated look. Right behind him, there were the 5 mage sisters of his team who were also killed back together. It's all a blur now, too. I'm dead. How come? How did brother die too? It's the shadow. But why would the shadow want to kill us and my brother? Definitely trying to grab a silver-level boss. Too bad. Actually playing sneak attack when brother is not paying attention. How despicable. Steamed shrimp head. Brother Song Fei. Are we going back for revenge now? I don't see the need. The other sisters will avenge their brother's death. The 5 sisters looked at Song Fei with love while discussing. Song Fei fluttered his hair flirtatiously, and a confident smile appeared on his face. The assassin's stealthy sneak attack is indeed powerful, but once he shows up, he will become our living target. Watch, he will soon be killed back by our people. That's what the words say. But soon, he realized that something wasn't quite right. This was because there were more and more players resurrected in the square, and most of these resurrected players, surprisingly, were his sister group around him. As more and more sisters were resurrected, Song Fei was a bit messed up. How is that possible? You've all been killed? That's not scientific. So the shadow can sneak up on you once, but he can still let him slaughter you like a pig? Song Fei's face became ugly. The sisters who had been resurrected behind them were in tears, chattering away. Brother Seinfeld, I'm sorry. It's us who are too useless. But that shadow, he's too fast. My attacks can't even hit him. And he seems to have the ability to dodge. A lot of our attacks clearly hit. but it prompts us that the attack was dodged. It's useless even if the attack hits. My ice pick spell hit Shadow, but it only did 2 points of damage. It's getting worse. Even soon, there was no longer a single member of Song Fei's sister group around that silver-level boss, two-headed incinerator. All of Song Fei's people were killed back in the town by Qin Feng, inside the Valley of the Wailing Dead. After Qin Feng sneak-attacked and killed Song Fei in seconds, he didn't leave, but slaughtered those sister-brainwashed fans of the other party in place, killing them one by one and crying out. Of course, these sisters are good at one thing. That's mouth to mouth. They went crazy cursing and berating the Shadow, but they could only go through the motions. With their strength, they basically couldn't even touch Qin Feng. Even if he barely touched it, Qin Feng still had a 75% evasion probability and could immunize himself from damage. Most importantly, the defense of the gold-level Ghostfire leather armor was simply not something they could currently beat. Under the siege of dozens of sisters, Qin Feng was like nobody's business, slaughtering them all in just a minute or two. There are still some casual players around, originally united, in competition with Song Fei. These casual players at this time also all looked silly. One should know that there were a total of 10 to 20 people in this scattered player team. However, in the course of confronting Song Fei, many were taken out and some were even taken out 2 or 3 times. So they deeply knew how terrifying, crazy, and desperate these sister groups that Song Fei had brought with him were. But now there's an assassin who shows up and kills crazy on the spot. Those sisters, one by one, could only be impotent and furious, slaughtered like little cunts in stubborn insults. I'm going to. This is too fierce. Isn't it? Who is this assassin? It can't be Shadow, can it? It must be that big guy who was the world's first to kill a gold-level boss? Or who else? I think so. But why would the Shadow come to our town of Flux? Everyone back off and give the boss to the big guy. The casual players were very discerning and retreated towards the back of the valley with feelings of adoration and admiration. Soon, only Qin Feng was left next to that boss. Facing this situation, Qin Feng made a sneak shadow and entered a stealthy state, and just when the crowd thought that he was going to leave quietly, a fierce poisonous dart was fiercely launched, instantly hitting on one of the heads of that two-headed incinerator. Let the surrounding crowd were shocked by the picture appeared. Between that a fierce poison dart shot out, hit the boss head of the blood bar, but also instantly clear. Chapter 36 with anti-hiding and field control, what assassin am I afraid of? For a moment, the dozen or so casuals who retreated to the side looked dumbfounded. What the hell? A dart that took the boss in seconds. The boss only has a third of its blood left. It's normal to take seconds, right? Do you want to hear what the hell you're talking about? Even if 1/3 of a silver boss has blood, it's still several thousand, so it's normal for it to take seconds at once. Is this the Shadow Big Brother? I had thought that the big guy had brushed the gold bosses by carting bugs, but now it seems that this really isn't it. This damage, it's just bunker. We do dozens of damage with one skill, and people do thousands with one skill, 100 times more than us? Are we playing the same game? Playing League with king values, huh? The people were all shocked, and each of them stared blankly at the two-headed incinerator. Its bloodstain emptied and it fell to the ground with a loud bang. The corpse of a two-headed incinerator, burning with blood-red flames, left scorched black marks on the valley floor. Qin Feng's figure appeared next to the boss corpse. He was playing with the platinum-grade ghost ship twin swords in his hand, looking at the dozen or so casuals like prey. Go, go. Damn. The big man isn't going to try to kill us, is he? Don't even look. It's killing you. Go, go, go. People were instantly chilled, and more than a dozen people instantly left the Wailing Valley and disappeared into the woods, fleeing faster than flying. There's no way around it, this godforsaken game. Death drops your life expectancy. They don't dare to bet on it. Although the Shadow appeared and took out Song Fei and the others, it didn't mean that the Shadow bigwig would be on the same side as them. From what just happened, it's clear that if the Shadow wanted to kill them, it would be just as good as slaughtering dogs. How dare they not run? Watching the group flee, Qin Feng was in no hurry. Directly used the active effect of ghost fire bells. Frighten, once. Jingle bells. The sound of the bell, which was eerily transmitted, was able to immobilize all of the enemies in the surrounding 100-meter range. If there is a stealthy target, it is the one that will be immobilized and then unstealthy. Luckily, the bell had spread and there was no one else around. Qin Feng turned around and raised his hand towards the corpse of the two-headed incinerator to release his greedy hand. There were 3 additional rewards that burst out from the corpse of this silver-ranked boss, shining with silver light and even a light golden glow. Qin Feng picked up all the things without any panic. Now that I have this backpack compartment, fighting a boss takes up most of it. Still have to level up to 10 and leave the initial town to free it. Qin Feng shook his head. The experience value needed to level up from 9 to 10 was still quite a lot, and after finishing off the silver level boss, he didn't reach level 10, but was still a third of the way there. If only greedy hands would make experience give a few extra as well. Qin Feng couldn't help but think. But then the effect of the greedy hand can be overstated. Of course, the most crucial gain this time was still the 16 evolution points. Qin Feng opened the skill interface and directly evolved Graceful Deliverance once. You have consumed 10 evolution points and have 9 points remaining. Graceful Deliverance Epic Legendary. Passive effect. Weakness attack modifier plus 100% 200%. Weakness attack multiplier doubled. Active use. Causes one's next attack to inflict a cut-throat effect, dealing 100% 150% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 30-22.2 seconds 25-18.5 seconds. Weakness to hit modifier added another 100% to 200%. It's the equivalent of making the target's weaknesses twice as large. This? All enemies are big heads in front of me now. Huh. If I were to zoom in even more, my instant shadow chop would be able to eat weakness damage. Qin Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The weakness attack multiplier wasn't increased, but the damage of /throat was increased dramatically, and the cooldown was reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. Originally, it was an extra 3x damage. It now becomes an additional 4.5x damage. It's really possible to second a gold-level boss. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was worthy of being an assassin god skill. It was a skill that directly took his damage to another level. Initial epic skills are just awesome. For 10 evolution points, you can evolve to legendary level. But going from legendary to mythic actually requires the consumption of 100 times the number of evolution points. It was supposed to take 2 evolution points to evolve the skill a second time. But it takes 200 points to go straight from legend to myth. Qin Feng smacked his lips. I have to say, there's really no amount of evolution points that's enough. If we follow this pattern, the epic greedy hand, which requires 210 evolution points to evolve, will require 3,400 points to evolve by the time it's legendary? Qin Feng had the feeling that he had a long way to go. But okay. Now with greedy hand in place, just waiting to leave the initial town, a few hundred evolution points were still relatively easy to brush up on. Qin Feng looked and still had 9 evolution points on him. So another 8 points were consumed and a backstroke enhancement was evolved. You have consumed 8 evolution points and have 1 point remaining. Initial skill. Backstroke enhancement gold platinum. Passive effect. When attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 30% 40%. After that was done, Qin Feng then collected all the white lifespan light orbs in the field. In total, it has gained more than 1,400 days of tradable life. Plus the boss actually has several decades of non-tradable life on it. Done. Back to the house. After cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Feng once again entered a state of invisibility and left the Valley of Wailing. And that's when it happened. Song Fei, who had been killed back in the town square, naturally couldn't swallow this breath. Soon, the sister of one of his men, who was an archer by profession and had learned a skill, Eagle Eye. This sister came to Song Fei and said with great anticipation, "Brother Song Fei, my Eagle Eye skill can detect stealth." There was also a younger sister who held a staff and volunteered, "Brother Seinfeld, I've learned the ranged control skill, Ice, Wind, and Snow. Even if it's that shadow, there's no way he can escape." Song Fei laughed out loud. "All right, let's go. Let's go finish off Shadow. There are anti-hiding skills. Has ranged control skills. What assassin is he afraid of?" There were so many of them, first detecting them, then controlling them, and one person throwing a skill would be able to smash the other. Immediately, there were a few sisters on the sidelines, spitting out, "That Shadow, playing sneak attack on the basis of being an assassin, not speaking of martial virtues, daring to make a move against his brother. He must be made to pay for it. That's right. Later on, let's control Shadow and let our brother kill Shadow." so that he knows what happens when he messes with our brother. These sisters, a mouthful of a brother. If Qin Feng heard fear to spit out. For a while, Song Fei brought his many sisters and once again headed towards the Wailing Valley. Chapter 37 Death Notice. Seinfeld doubted life. Song Fei brought his sister group with him, and the group was vast and loud. Many of the surrounding players saw this battle and stayed away from them. Holy! What does this little starlet want to go out for again? Hey, you don't know yet, do you? This one just got killed back from the outside, cool. What? How can this man be killed with so many sisters protecting him? The other side is the Shadow, don't you think? I'm super. Shadow is awesome. But that Shadow is really daring to mess with this group. I think these women are out of their minds. Many players were shocked to hear about it. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh when they saw the lineup in Song Fei's team. That Shadow is finished. I see that Seinfeld has a hunter in his team that can counter stealth. That's right. When I stealthily tried to sneak up earlier, I was seen by that huntress's eagle eyes. That Shadow stealth is a little brittle assassin if it's useless. And their team's mage, I remember quite a few control skills. That Shadow is going to be cool. Quite a few people looked a bit sad. But they still followed far behind, wanting to see how this good show will finally end. Song Fei, with his troop of sisters, was now also swelling with self-confidence. There were quite a few players following behind, but he didn't care. Very good. Song Fei sneered inwardly. With so many people witnessing, when I finish off that Shadow, people will know that it's useless to be strong alone, especially an assassin. Crispy little assassin. How does that compare to my noble master of the law? Seinfeld was still quite satisfied with his profession. It's just a regular mage though. But in his eyes, a normal mage was also stronger than any other hidden profession. For example, Shadow. He didn't know that Shadow's profession was Shadow, but it was definitely a hidden profession in the Assassin series. Hidden professions, so what? Soon it will be my stepping stone. You first kill the gold boss, I first kill you. This is the food chain. That little sister who knew the eagle eyes skill felt very honored now that she had come to Song Fei's side. A proud face poked around in all directions. When she had just fought the boss and Song Fei had been killed, her eagle eye skill had just ended, and there was no more mana left to put in the skill. It made her beat herself up. With all my mana, I should have been using it to keep eagle eye up. Brother Seinfeld died once. All because of me. Ooh. Her sister was very self-condemning, but proud of being able to help Sun Fei, and was now beside Sun Fei, itching to stick her body to his. The sister is kind of not very pretty though. Song Fei is also not very interested in her, that is, treat her as a tool person. Well, at least the tradable lifespans that people hit are given to him unconditionally. How cool is that? It was at the same time that their group was heading towards the Wailing Valley. Qin Feng, who had returned while maintaining stealth, happened to see the group. So furious. Are you trying to get revenge on me? Qin Feng smiled. He maintained his stealth, and due to the +1 stealth level that came with the Shadow profession, it resulted in the fact that at this stage, it was impossible for anyone to see through his stealth. At this point, Qin Feng had already arrived next to the condescending-faced Song Fei. He didn't take a direct shot either. Instead, he reached out his hand and patted Song Fei twice on the shoulder. Who? Song Fei was startled and turned back, but he didn't see anyone's figure. Because this kind of reaching out and tapping on someone's shoulder by Qin Feng was not considered launching an attack. It would not allow him to break his stealthy state. As soon as Sun Fei turned around and didn't see anyone, a ghost-like voice came to his ears. Notice you're going to die. The moment this man's voice came out, Song Fei immediately reacted that it was Dark Shadow. Protect me. Seinfeld was scared out of his wits. However, before the others around them could react, Qin Feng's figure flashed past the field, and immediately after, the blade light of the instantaneous shadow slash blossomed on the bodies of Song Fei and the few sisters next to him. 2,218, 2,275, 2,197. Once Qin Feng struck, he once again instantly secured Song Fei. Although Song Fei had applied a magic shield to himself in time, that magic shield only had a damage tolerance of 3 to 500 points, and was instantly shattered by Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow-chopping blade light. Not only that, Song Fei also keenly realized that compared to the last time he was next to a silver-level boss, Qin Feng's damage, surprisingly, had become higher again. Song Fei opened his eyes again and had returned to the town square again. He was a little confused. The whole thing was as green as if he was constipated. Dying twice in a row had left him with only 500 days left of the 2,000 days or so of tradable life he had saved up to this point. These are still all saved for him by his sisters, and all of them have exploded, so it must be cheap for Shadow. How is this possible? Didn't you have eagle eye on? You didn't see him approaching? Song Fei's eyes widened as he looked at the archer girl who had been revived together by his side. The girl was also confused. She panicked and said, I did turn on eagle eye, but there's no one in my field of vision at all. I've been looking back and forth, and I don't even see a shadow of a person. This sister is scared and hard right now. The hard part was that she had blundered, although she didn't know exactly what went wrong. She had once again killed her beloved brother Seinfeld, and the fear was that, having made another mistake, would she be kicked out by brother Seinfeld? However, Song Fei didn't complain about this sister. After all, there must be something about this man who can be red hot, and when it comes to treating his fans, he certainly doesn't beat them up at every turn. He began to look for reasons. Why can't even Eagle Eye see Shadow? He couldn't help but ask in the team channel. Soon, a sister in the team who had been randomized to the assassin profession weakly said, I see that there is a stealth level statement in my attribute panel. Could it be that Shadow's stealth level is higher? This made that shooter sister immediately nod her head and say, Aha! I have it here too. My eagle eye skill with an anti-stealth level of 1 can only see a level 1 stealthy target. If the opponent is a level 2 or higher stealth level, I won't be able to see it. That solves the case. Song Fei knew that he had messed with a terrifying existence that possessed a level 2 stealth rank. It made his head spin a little. This man comes without a shadow and goes without a trace. If he wants to kill me, how can I defend myself here? Seinfeld was emboldened. Originally, he was still thinking of confronting the shadow. But now, when he learned that the shadow possessed a more advanced level of stealth, he didn't have any heart at all to deal with the shadow. Because there's no way to catch each other. The moment the other guy shows up, he has to die. Even the shadow had time to tap him on the shoulder and give him a death notice. Suppressive and pulls right through. Chapter 38 Whitebird Magus, Gu Ishue. Qin Feng once again finished off Song Fei. There's a lot of life in this one. Qin Feng did the math. The first time he took out Song Fei, he got more than 1,000 days of life. Took him out the second time and got over 500 days of life. That means this guy originally had over 2,000 days of life on him. But how come these sisters around don't have any lifespan at all? Is this a case of having a bit of lifespan and giving it all to Song Fei? Qin Feng was a bit speechless. These women, they don't think this godforsaken game is really just a game, do they? Of course, even if this lifespan was true, Qin Feng was skeptical, and was afraid that these sisters would still give all their lifespans to Song Fei. If it weren't for their own non-tradable lifespans that they couldn't give, they were afraid that they would even give their own lifespans. Brainwashed fans are horrible. Qin Feng shook his head. Looking at the lifespan light orbs all over the ground, these are only left with non-tradable lifespan, adding up to a few hundred years, but unfortunately he can't pick them up. It can only be cheaper for the surrounding magical creatures. Soon, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he didn't see Song Fei's figure. Didn't even see those sister groups. Did they run off to another town? Or did they go offline? Soon after, he stealthily poked around in the town and learned that Song Fei was taking his sisters to other directions of the town to practice leveling. Although we know the direction they left, we don't know where they are headed. Qin Feng felt a bit troubled. In this situation, even with his speed, it wasn't easy to find Song Fei in the middle of nowhere. But just then, he saw a familiar figure. It was a young girl in a white priest's robe. The young girl was sidling past Qin Feng. A white owl-like bird crouched on her shoulder. The young girl was none other than Gu Ishue. It was also one of the core management of the Divine Beheading Guild that Qin Feng had created in his previous life. Regarding Gu Ishue, Qin Feng had long been incomparably familiar with her. But this life, the other guy obviously didn't know him yet. The Whitebird Magus, on the contrary, possesses a wide-range detection ability. Let her help forget about it and get to know each other in this life by the way. After a brief thought, Qin Feng appeared in front of Gu Ishue. Her godforsaken game code name is called Snowy Day. Qin Feng stopped in front of her. Beauty a favor? Question mark. Gu Ishue had fair skin and pure looks, especially those eyes, which were clear and transparent, giving people a feeling of pure desire. And her figure, on the other hand, it was shrouded in white priestly robes and could not be seen truly at the moment. Ah, you are Shadow? When she saw the man in front of her clearly, Gu Ishua's small mouth opened slightly, a look of surprise on her face. Then Qin Feng remembered that he seemed to be too famous in this life. The name Shadow is now familiar to countless players around the world. So, it wouldn't be right to say that Gu Ishua didn't know him now. At least she could recognize him at a glance yet. Right? Qin Feng nodded his head and didn't nag her, saying bluntly, I heard that in your profession, you can search for targets over a wide area? Find me where Song Fei is, and as a reward, this gold-level staff will be sold to you cheaply. Qin Feng said as he displayed a gold-grade priest staff that had been dropped by the gold ghost ship boss earlier. This gold priest staff was originally intended to be sold to Wang Mang with a brain. As a result, the priest of Wang Meng's team became Qin Xiaoyu. Then Qin Feng naturally couldn't give her anything. It was just the right time to give it to Gu Ishua. Ah, this. When Gu Ishua saw the gold-grade priest staff in front of her, her eyes lit up. Can. And oh, where did you hear that I can do a wide-range search? I didn't tell anyone about it, ah. Qin Feng shook his head. Don't worry about that. Do you want this gold-level weapon? Gu Ishua nodded repeatedly. To be, but I probably can't afford it. Qin Feng. Not even 500 days? The original price was at least 700 or 800. Gu Ishua cocked her head. Oh, that just happens to be there. Then. Deal? Qin Feng. Deal. Then find me Song Fei's location. Gu Ishua hemmed and hawed, clicked on the trading interface, and put up her entire 500-day lifespan. She a priestly profession, although it was a hidden profession, the difficulty of soloing all the time was not low. The good thing is, her personal operation and game understanding pulls full weight, and that's what makes her a core combat member of the Chopper Guild in the later stages. This sister can definitely be more than just a support profession. Simply put, her milk is toxic. As she held the gold-ranked priest staff in her hand, she burst out giggling. Errands. Qin Feng reached out his hand and waved it in front of her. Oh, the little girl woke up as if from a dream. Not half embarrassed at all, he smiled. Big brother, you are not afraid that I will take the things and leave? Not help you, ah? Qin Feng smiled. What, you powder Song Fei? Gu Ishua narrowed her eyes. Big brother still knows that I don't fan Song Fei? You're not a friend of mine in reality, are you? But it doesn't sound like you. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. You guess. Gu Ishua shook her head. Don't bother guessing. Go on. She waved her hand and sent the little white owl resting on her shoulder straight up into the air. Then one of her eyes turned snow white, which Qin Feng knew meant that she had switched her perspective to her white bird. White birds soar in the sky, taking in the entire 10 or so kilometers of the area around Flux Flame Town. And with Song Fei bringing so many sisters with him, the target was still very obvious. Soon, Gu Ishua obtained the coordinates of where the other party was and told Qin Feng the coordinates. After telling the coordinates, Gu Ishua continued, I can't guarantee that they won't move. Oh, by the time you go over there, they might have shifted. Qin Feng thought about it and said, add a friend. You continue to keep an eye on them and keep me updated on their location.
Gu Yixu. Ah?
Big brother, let me keep staring. How long do I need to stare? If it's too long, She was obviously a little scared. What if the big guy asks her to watch all day and all night? Just for a moment. Qin Feng didn't bother to explain to her, threw out a friend request, turned around and walked towards the outside of the town, where Song Fei and the others were, and instantly entered a stealthy state. Only then did Gu Ishua put her heart down. Just for a minute, then, whatever. Gu Ishua had a happy feeling just looking at the weapon in her hand, and with a hefty giggle, she agreed to Qin Feng's friend request, then proceeded to switch to white bird view, staring at Song Fei and the others outside. Song Fei and the others, indeed, were moving all the time. He had his troop of sisters with him, and was walking together along the edge of a deserted river, following its edge. Many of the demonic creatures along the way were easily taken out by them, as if they were destroying them. I seek, and I have no grudge against that shadow. Since you robbed me of a silver-ranked boss and killed me twice, that's almost enough, isn't it? It's not like you're going to chase me all the way over here, right? Song Fei felt that he didn't have any grudges against Shadow. Really? Chapter 39 Emerald Grade Skill. Blossom Curse. Song Fei's good days are here? Seinfeld was over here. leading his sister's fan club all the way along the riverbank to clear the demons. Many demons saw so many people and tried to run. But Song Fei and his sisters under him all added a lot of agility. Speed is very fast. A swarm of rushed up. Those demons cannot even have time to escape. They have been killed. Song Fei's side was brushing cool. However, he didn't realize that the shadow was heading towards where he was. Rapidly, Qin Feng ran towards the river where Song Fei was based on Gu Ishua's guidance. Along the way, when they saw any demons, they casually struck out to solve them. However, these demons weren't high-leveled, so Qin Feng didn't gain much experience. Just as he came to a large tree, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Where have you been, big guy? At this time, Gu Ishua suddenly asked in private chat. She had been staring at Song Fei, but couldn't see Qin Feng's position. After all, Qin Feng had been in a stealthy state. Look, are there any other big trees like this around here? Qin Feng appeared out and pointed at the large tree in front of him. Gu Ishua. Huh. The girl was a little confused. Aren't you looking for Seinfeld? Why are you looking for big tree again? Of course, it wasn't hard for her. About 20 seconds later, she delivered the message. The other two similarly large trees in the vicinity were both within 100 meters from Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around near these three large trees, then found some special symbols on the trunks of the large trees. Gu Ishue was curious. What is this symbol? Qin Feng. Guess. Qin Feng reached out his hand and traced a circle on the symbol of one of the trees. Then he walked over to two other large trees and again searched for two different symbols, reaching out and tracing them. When his finger traced over those special symbols all lit up. When the trunks of the three large trees all lit up with different symbols, only to see an emerald-colored treasure chest faintly appear in the middle of the three large trees. Gu Ishua's eyes glazed over. Wow! Qin Feng ignored her and arrived in front of the emerald-colored treasure chest silhouette, waiting for it to completely solidify. I didn't expect to meet the ancient god of blessings right in the novice village. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Ancient gods bestowed blessings that have the potential to appear in any location in the god-forsaken lands. It's basically just some weird symbols. As it was now, the types of symbols on the three large trees added up to 30 or 40, and the combination of lighting different symbols on each of them produced different effects. Some will summon an evil demonic boss, and some will summon a bunch of demonic minions. There are also treasure chests and even some unique rewards. As for how the symbols are combined, it's completely in the figuring out stage for new players at this stage. However, Qin Feng was a reborn person. Between the 9 years of his last life, he had encountered too many ancient gods bestowing blessings. And there are quite a few other rules summarized by people on the last internet forum. So now, Qin Feng directly combined out one of the best rewards, the Emerald Grade Treasure Chest. If you had to rely on luck and combine the rewards of an Emerald-level treasure chest, the probability would be less than 1 in 1,000. Turn it on. When the Emerald Grade Treasure chest in front of him solidified, Qin Feng directly reached out to open it. This scene caused Gu Ishue, who was condescendingly overlooking the scene, to have a pair of red eyes. Emerald Grade Treasure Chest. Big Brother is also too powerful. This one treasure chest, it must have at least 1,000 days of life, right? Isn't that tens of millions of RMB? Now that this is the case, there are already many people in the outside world acquiring lifespans, and according to Qin Feng's memories, the first day's tradable lifespans, the ratio is usually between 1 to 10,000 and 20,000. That is 1 day of tradable life which can be sold for 10,000 to 20,000 cash. But that price, that's the price at the very beginning. It was 1:50,000 plus by the next day. The latter gets more and more expensive, until cash is completely out of purchasing power in countries around the globe. That's why, officially, it's going to be strong. In the pre-godforsaken game, national officials acquired large quantities of tradable lifetimes. To buy longevity with cash, officially unlimited money printing. Who can beat that? I'll have to write this down quickly. Gu Ishua's heartbeat accelerated, and she stared at those three trees from the sky with a deadly stare, to memorize the appearance of those three trees. Going back, she planned to look for more wilderness with her scouting abilities. But the ancient god bestowed blessings appeared in a different location each time, and the symbols appeared differently each time, with tens of thousands of permutations and combinations. If it were Gu Ishue herself, the emerald treasure chest? Qin Feng didn't believe that this sister could have such luck. can open a gold treasure chest. It has been extremely rare. The probability is still open a bunch of magical objects. Fight half a day are not much reward the kind of. When Qin Feng opened the emerald treasure chest, he reached for it and a system alert came. You've opened the emerald class treasure chest. You have obtained the emerald grade skill book, Blossom Curse. The moment he heard the system prompt, Qin Feng was a bit confused. Blossom Curse? What kind of skill is that? Qin Feng had never heard of this skill name in his last 9 years. He looked at a skill book he held in his hand, which faintly emitted a faint emerald-colored light, and on the cover was a demonic blood-red flower, with some bizarre lines on top of the flower, which looked like an eerie, smiley face. View skills. Blossom Curse Emerald Level. General Purpose Skill Book. Used on a player's corpse within 15 seconds of death, it will cause a cursed flower to grow on the enemy's corpse. The cursed flower will continue to suck the target's tradable life until the target's tradable life is 0.
No cooldown.
Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air after reading the skill introduction. This skill is too perverse. Can be used on a player's corpse after killing them. Continuously draw on the tradable life of the target. Of course, Qin Feng knew that the cursed flower that grew out of that corpse definitely had a bloodstain. In other words, flowers can be destroyed by people. But as long as Qin Feng killed everyone around him, wouldn't there be no one to destroy that flower? Seinfeld's good day has come. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. He directly learned the Blossom Curse, an emerald-ranked skill. Normally, when a player is killed, they will only drop half of the tradable lifespan on their body. But with this skill, every time Qin Feng killed a player, he could make all the tradable lifespans on the enemy explode. All he had to do was guard the bodies of his enemies and let the cursed flower finish absorbing their tradable lifespans. One could imagine how many enemies the skill would become a nightmare. Chapter 40. Song Fei Breaks Defense. Shadow, you're sick, aren't you? If that's the effect, then I'm impressed. In the last life, someone did get this skill. It's just that I don't know the name of that skill. So that's what it's called. After Qin Feng learned the skill, he once again entered a stealthy state. Gu Yixue over there was envious, but she hadn't forgotten her duties. All the time, they were staring at the location of Song Fei and the group of sisters. After Qin Feng obtained the Blossom Curse skill, he continued to run towards the side of the river where Song Fei was. He was extremely fast. Running now 100 meters only takes about 3 seconds. The distance between them and Song Fei became closer and closer and closer. At this moment, Song Fei was dealing with a level 7 bronze boss, Corrosive Devil Claw, by the river. Just as he wanted to strike and give the boss one last blow, a voice suddenly rang in his ears again. Just to inform you, you're going to die. Song Fei was startled on the spot and jumped up, running forward without looking back. As a result, a fierce poison dart instantly broke through the air and landed on the back of his head. 21-15 Weakness Attack. Since Qin Feng's fierce poison dart skill was only silver ranked at the moment, the damage appeared to be inferior to the epic ranked instant Shadow Slash. But it was enough to use against Song Fei. This brittle little mage didn't have more than 1,000 blood in total. Not to mention, Qin Feng's fierce poison dart also came with fierce poison sustained damage. Even if Song Fei had 5 times more blood, he wouldn't be able to resist this attack from Qin Feng. You're sick, aren't you? Song Fei's eyes went black, and his entire body fell into a somewhat manic state. He had actually been wondering just now if that shadow would come over to kill him. He felt that there was no injustice. The other party would not be able to keep staring at him all the time. But now, sure enough, he was taken out by the shadow again. It struck him that the shadow was more or less gravely ill. Why should we just keep staring at him? With the number of my sisters? Jealous of the old man? Song Fei's entire body collapsed a bit. Now he was finally sure that this shadow was trying to screw him. Even this guy is coming to our town of Flux because of me. Seinfeld knew that he hadn't offended Shadow on the surface, but he knew his charm. All this time, he has already attracted a large number of his sister's fans with his 2.5 years of practicing career. Is the woman you licked a fan of mine? What the does that have to do with me? Song Fei couldn't help but think this way, and instantly became a bit tearful. If it had been the original society, he wouldn't have been afraid of such things. After all, Daxia has laws. But in the godforsaken game, the laws of Daxia can't control anyone at all. After all this, This shadow is a failed jerk-off who can't chase women and blames me? Song Fei sneered, and immediately looked down on the shadow for a few points. But no matter what he thought, his tradable lifespan, once again, dropped by half. It had been 2,000 days, with more than 500 remaining after 2 deaths. But this time he went out and his sisters around him offered him another 300 days of life over, giving him a total of 800 days of tradable life. Just. Song Fei quickly realized that there seemed to be a bit of a problem with his tradable lifespan. Originally 860 days, dead off half should have 430 days left. But now, how come I have less than 400 days to live, and it's still dwindling? Seinfeld was confused. He watched his tradable life go from 390 days, down to 380 days, down to 370 days. Keep dropping. What the is going on? There's this punishment for dying more than once? Soon, the sisters around him were also killed back by Qin Feng. One by one, they chirped and panicked. Brother is not well. That shadow released a skill, and a blood-red flower appeared on Brother's corpse, as if it was absorbing something from Brother. Hearing this, Song Fei sucked in a breath of cool air. Flowers growing on my corpse? That flower is sucking the life out of me? Seinfeld collapsed on the spot. He realized that Shadow's tactics were even more vicious than he had imagined. At the scene of Seinfeld's death, by the river, Qin Feng showed up alone. Song Fei and the 30 or so sisters around him had all been turned into corpses. Having killed so many more people at once, the Slayer negative status on Qin Feng's body directly stacked to 4 layers. Killers drop 96.875% of their current lifespan on death at 4th level, the equivalent of dropping it all. This is definitely a tough negative status for other players. But to Qin Feng it didn't matter. After all, he had the Ghost Fire Bell, which allowed him to die without dropping any of his lifespan, completely canceling out the negative effects of the Slayer. By the river, corpses are everywhere. On each corpse, a blood-red flower bloomed. These flowers have blood bars that seem to be based on the level of the target's corpse. The flower on Song Fei's corpse has 3,600 blood points, and his level is 6. The flowers on the other women's corpses were 1,600 blood for a level 4 and 2,500 blood for a level 5. Should be the square of the level. Now for the other players to destroy the flower, it's not that difficult. But later on, after each player's damage levels up, it's still relatively simple to destroy the flowers. So, this emerald level skill, Blossom Curse, wasn't that invincible. But it's still the same thing. Qin Feng just had to kill all the people. Then it was impossible for anyone to destroy these blood-colored flowers. Qin Feng was a bit shocked by the more than 30 blood-red flowers that were sucking up the tradable lifespans of these players together. Another 1,000 days of life. These people have killed quite a few monsters. And this scene likewise fell into Gu Ishua's eyes. She switched to her white bird vision and took it all in from the sky, looking down from above. Whoa. Is this the strength of the shadow? One person annihilated a Song Fei regiment. The opponent is powerless to fight back. And what's with the red flowers on those bodies? It looks so weird. Gu Ishua looked at the scene and seemed a bit scared. Her delicate body under her white robe couldn't help but shiver. This big guy, he's awesome. It was simply bad luck for Song Fei to provoke him. Get off the line. Song Fei, over here, had wanted to level up to 10 in one go to catch up with Shadow. As a result, he was killed 3 times in a row by Shadow. Although he doesn't lose levels when he dies in the godforsaken game, all of his tradable lifespans are gone. When he was killed back, the Flower of Death sucked up his lifespan. And in just a minute, his tradable lifespan was sucked up. There's not even a lot of non-tradable life left. I'm going to lose my life expectancy if I keep getting killed. Seinfeld realized the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 41 Sisters are dumbfounded. Will you really die when your lifespan is gone? Actually, Seinfeld had another option. That is to teleport to other towns to brush monsters. In that case, Qin Feng may not be able to find where he is. However, Seinfeld couldn't stand the anger. He had practiced for 2.5 years to get to where he was today. How could he be bullied in a game? Beauties, let's go offline first. I'll go to reality to buy some lifespan and come back to exchange it for equipment. At that time, we'll be fully armed and our battle power will increase greatly. Then we'll come back to fight him again. Seinfeld finished talking to his sister fans and went offline. Within the town of Luminescent Flame, after hearing Song Fei's words, The dozens of sisters who had circled around him all went offline together. Down the line, they were in pain and happy. The happy thing was that they actually did get up close and personal with their idol Seinfeld. The pain, on the other hand, is that they've been sanctioned in the godforsaken game along with their idols, and are being killed indiscriminately by the shadows. Oh my god. I'm so lucky to be so close to Brother Seinfeld in the game. Brother Seinfeld looks so handsome when he releases his skills. Even though it's just in the game, it's so great to be able to follow Brother Seinfeld. It was all too good to be true. But halfway through that shadowy figure killed out, biting like a mad dog. That shadow is such a psycho. Must be jealous of brother. It's okay. It seems like cash can buy longevity. So let's pool our money and buy some more for my brother. At this point, most of these fanatical brainwashed fans of Seinfeld were still unclear about what it meant to have a lifespan in the godforsaken game. After all, they had been staying with Seinfeld since they entered the game. There is no knowledge of the outside reality of the confirmation of life expectancy, officially issued by the states. Because of this, they had no qualms about giving all of their lifespans to Song Fei, not even complaining when they were killed one after another. It wasn't until, after they returned to reality, that they finally learned of the official release the godforsaken game, a true transcendent game. The tradable life and non-tradable life are all real. Once the lifespan is zeroed out, the player will die in reality. Upon receiving this news, each of these sisters was struck by a bolt from the blue. How is that possible? Isn't this just a game? We've been killed 3 times by that shadow, and our tradable lifespans are 0. The non-tradable lifespans are all just a few years away too. I was supposed to live for over 70 years, and I'm down to the last year or so of my life. No way? How can you die 3 times and drop so much? I've killed a lot of other players and have a tier of Slayer status. 1 death equals 2 life expectancy drops woo-woo. Oh my god. I only have 2 years of life left too. This lifespan is actually real? I don't believe it. Many of these sisters immediately felt regret. They had thought it was just a game. So within the game, give everything to Sun Fei, all help Sun Fei, and even go so far as to sacrifice themselves to block arrows for Sun Fei. As a result, however, the godforsaken game is real. When your lifespan goes to 0, you die. Even for Seinfeld to fend off the demons. There are many sister fans, surrounded by demons, died. There were also people who had killed a lot of other players for Song Fei, and as a result, after being killed 3 times in a row by Qin Feng, even their non-tradable lifespans were only 1 or 2 years left. Doesn't that mean we only have a year or 2 to live? These sisters instantly dumbfounded. Most of them, all of them had some regrets. Of course, there are many sister fans, has long been bewitched as long as they can get close to Song Fei, even if they really can only live a year or 2 also feel cost-effective. In the meantime, Seinfeld himself began to acquire lifespans in a big way. Buy. The price of tradable lifespans is now over 10,000 a day. Buy it for me. I have assets now, just over 100 million. Damn it, all the other money was taken by the brokerage. Forget it, 100 million or so is fine. Buy a few thousand days of tradable life first. Buy up all the equipment and skill books. I don't believe that shadow can still kill me? After Song Fei chose to go offline, Qin Feng really couldn't kill him in the game. But he didn't realize that he was in real danger when he returned to reality. Qin Feng returned to the square of Flux Flametown and found Gu Yixue, who was waiting for him. If Song Fei comes online, you'll notify me. Gu Yixue nodded a little nervously. Okay. She obviously looked a little scared. Ever since she had witnessed the scene where the dark shadow had slaughtered Song Fei and the group of sisters, Gu Yixue had developed a slight psychological shadow over this dark shadow. The scene of the corpses everywhere and the red flowers blooming on the corpses gave her a tingling sensation. This is a gold-level skill from the priest department. Do you want it? Qin Feng took out a skill book. This skill book is the output skill of a priest, sort of sanctification. Although it is a single output, the output is not bad, belonging to one of the few output skills of the priest. As soon as the skill book came out, Gu Yixue's pair of beautiful eyes lit up. Want. Qin Feng directly said, 500 days of lifespan. The little beauty choked, rubbing her little hands together. She asked, a little embarrassed. So what, big guy? Can I get credit? Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, if you promise me one thing, this skill book can be sold to you at half price. Gu Yixue stared at him and took 2 steps back. First of all, I don't sell my body. Qin Feng? What's this chick thinking? After Qin Feng's explanation, Gu Yixue realized that, originally, this terrifying big brother wanted her to join his friend's team. What Qin Feng was talking about was naturally Wang Mang, Lin Liu, and the others. In order to get Qin Xiaoyu out of the team, Qin Feng naturally had to stuff their team with a powerful priestly player. Gu Yixue fits right in. This little beauty cocked her head, considered for a moment and said, "All right, but if they're too good, I'll have to complain to you, big brother." Qin Feng laughed. "Not so much, they're still strong." If Wang Mang heard him say this, he was afraid that he would vomit blood. Within the average player, their team is considered top tier. For this to be just okay, in Qin Feng's eyes, after talking to Gu Yixue, Qin Feng started contacting Wang Mang. "Wang Mang, I have someone here, hidden profession White Bird Magus, good strength. Does your team want it?" Qin Feng had thought that Wang Mang might shrug it off. "But I didn't expect." There was a quick response from Wang Mang's side. Chapter 42 Qin Feng's fan. The only hidden dragon swordsman. Wang Mang. "Big brother, you said the strength is good, so it's definitely not bad. Since you opened your mouth, it's certainly no problem." Qin Feng was not expecting this to go so smoothly. So he chatted privately and said, "Okay, she's in the town of Luminescent Flame, and there are fewer people brushing monsters over here. So take a look and see. Do you want to come over?" Wang Mang once again replied immediately, "No problem. This shell town of ours. There are just too many players. We are trying to change a place to practice. You wait, ha. We'll be right there." Hearing this, Qin Feng signaled with Gu Yixue, and the two of them went to the side to wait up Shell Town. When Wang Mang received the private chat from Qin Feng, his brows, which had been a bit tightly furrowed, finally stretched out. In fact, even without Qin Feng's private chat, Wang Mang was planning to switch. Because Qin Xiaoyu is just too much of a dish. It was reasonable to say that as a cleric lineage profession, one only needed to put in the gains and milk the team's blood well. But Qin Xiaoyu healing is always a handful. In the godforsaken game, there is no lock-on for any skill, including healing skills. Sometimes, when Wang Mang is moving to avoid the demonic attack, Qin Xiaoyu can even put the healing skill askew to make the whole team in crisis. Such a situation was too much for Wang Mang to bear. He was about to change the map for someone else when Qin Feng found him. It is important to know that Wang Mang was authorized by the official leaders to agree to all of the Shadow's requests, and to strive to have a good relationship with the Shadow. Isn't this a favor? Yui. There are too many people in Shell Town right now. Wang Mang deliberated on the wording and said, "We're going to change places to practice. You're coming from another town, and the free teleportation times have already been used up, right?" Qin Xiaoyu froze when she heard this. Huh? Yes. She secretly rejoiced and thought Wang Mang was going to subsidize the 100 days of lifespan she needed for the second teleportation. As a result, Wang Mang said, "It's like this, the town we're going to has our co-workers, and it just happens to make up a team of 6. So." These words made Qin Xiaoyu a bit confused. "Ah, okay, I see." Qin Xiaoyu had a bit of a hard time. This was going to dissuade her. It made her a little sad, because she had added so many teams since she entered the game. None of them were as strong as Wang Mang's side. On Wang Mang's team, she only needs to paddle and mingle a bit to reap the experience and longevity. Wang Mang finally said politely, "Anyway, you have my best friend. If there's anything, just look for me." "Okay. Thank you, Brother Wang." Qin Xiaoyu sighed in relief. With Wang Mang's words, her mind is alive again. All she wanted now was to get to know Dark Shadow through the line of Wang Mang. But he didn't know that Wang Mang's words were completely just polite and courteous. He and Qin Xiaoyu, not relatives, separated this time. Who cares about her? He might help with the favor, but if he needs to spend some time, how can Wang Mang be free? As a matter of fact, Wang Mang can endure the discomfort and take Qin Xiaoyu to brush for so long, which is already considered a very good temper. After talking Qin Xiaoyu out of it, Wang Mang chatted privately with Qin Feng to determine the town and location. With his 3 remaining teammates, he teleported over Fluxville. Together with Gu Yixue, Qin Feng quickly waited for Wang Mang and his 3 teammates. In addition to Lin Liu, there was also a young sharp-eyed archer, plus a middle-aged man with the hidden profession Cardmaster. The hidden profession of Cardmaster, which belonged to the French output profession, but could not hold a staff or learn regular French skills, was considered special. Wang Mang had just met Qin Feng and initiated a deal with him, gave Qin Feng 800 days to live. Wang Mang smiled bitterly and said, "Still owe you 500 days of life expectancy. We'll give it to you later when our captain in comes. This game lifespan is really hard to earn Captain on?" Qin Feng was a bit puzzled, but didn't think much about it. He nodded his head and accepted the 800 days of lifespan, then pulled Gu Yixue to his side. "She is Shimo Shuetian. His name is Wang Mang. Get to know yourselves." At that moment, a beautiful female figure ran out from the underground teleportation room of the plaza. The figure wore silver-white light armor that wrapped tightly around her streamlined body. She had a long sword hanging from her waist, her long hair flowing, her long legs straight and slender, and her figure very full. She looked a bit excited and expectant, and it was clearly the pretty policewoman who looked a bit naturally dull. And you, from the previous meeting with Wang Mang. She and Wang Mang, together, were responsible for the contact work with Dark Shadow. When she came running, there was simply a wave. Qin Feng was quite surprised when he only glanced at it. "It's really in you? The only hidden profession, Dragon Swordsman. A top 20 global top powerhouse in the last world, and one of the top pillars of the official daxia. But I remember, in my last life, this woman was not on the same team as Wang Mang?" Qin Feng just froze, and that beautiful and delicate figure had already arrived in front of him. "Shadow Big Brother, wow, it's really you. Nice to meet you. My name isn't you. I adore you." And Yu held out his hand with a look of adoration. Qin Feng couldn't help but lament. This was the first time he had encountered, in his last life, a godforsaken game powerhouse ranked above him. Thinking back to his last life, the Dragon Swordsman in Yu, codenamed Justice Enforcement by Godforsaken Games, was the nightmare of many foreign hostile forces. Even if Qin Feng fought her one-on-one, he wouldn't be her opponent. After all, Qin Feng's last life was just an ordinary warrior profession, while this in Yu's profession was the only hidden dragon swordsman. It was on the same level as Qin Feng's current Dark Shadow. Now looking at Yu's worshipful appearance, Qin Feng was still a bit uncomfortable. But, considering that right now, Yu was still just a small level 5 Karami, Qin Feng was relieved. This life, Qin Feng's development speed is too advanced. Not only was it the only hidden profession, it also possessed the unheard of original primary talent. Even at Yu's level, he was left far behind by Qin Feng. "Hello." Qin Feng did not move and reached out to shake her hand. "Shadow Biggie, you're developing too fast for that." Yu pursed her lips and laughed lightly, her pretty face and eyes full of reverence. "I was saying before, could you be a traveler, or a reborn or something?" Qin Feng's face, which was covered by a black veil, revealed a seemingly smiling expression. A traveler? Reborn? This in Yu's imagination was quite rich. But this beauty would never have imagined that Qin Feng had taken up both of them. At this time, Yu stretched out her hand towards Qin Feng again. "Come and trade, big brother. Wang Mang still owes you 500 days of life. I have it here." Qin Feng nodded his head. Obviously, this in Yu had already acquired quite a few tradable lifespans on behalf of the Zhanghai City officials. Her hidden profession, Dragon Swordsman, is highly survivable. The officials must be relieved to put their life expectancy on her. "Okowo." Qin Feng nodded his head. Soon from Yu he received 500 days of life. Yu looked at Qin Feng and said with a wink, "What equipment does Big Brother have in the future? Despite selling it to us, we want everything. Also, our Zhanghai City official lifespan is on me. Big Brother should not kill me, right? This girl looks naturally dumb, but she's actually very smart." With these words, he was clearly testing Qin Feng. If Qin Feng really couldn't help himself and killed her, it would naturally affect the subsequent official treatment of him. Chapter 43. The world's first level 10. The assassination plan is initiated. The Qin Feng of this life didn't have to fear the officialdom though. But there's no reason to be cross. After all, Qin Feng brushed monsters and practiced, and the equipment skill books that popped out from fighting monsters still had to be cooperated with the officials in order to sell them at the fastest speed. Establishing a long-term partnership is much more rewarding than doing a job and popping some life expectancy. Besides, God knows how much life expectancy is in this woman. Wouldn't it be a bloody loss if this slash only exploded a few days of life? So Qin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. After throwing Gu Yixue onto the opposing team, he turned around and left to practice. He looked at his experience value and was still a third short of level 10. No surprise, in less than half an hour we'll be level 10 and back to reality to extract our abilities. Other side. After Qin Xiaoyu left Wang Meng's team, she went offline once first. Thanks to Wang Meng's blessing, she had nearly 200 days of tradable life on her and planned to sell it for cash first. After all, at today's rate, a day's life expectancy can sell for $15,000 cash. She was naturally heartened. However, when she came back to reality, she opened her cell phone's V-mail group out of habit, only to see a message that shocked and overwhelmed her. Oh my God! Shadow massacred Brother Seinfeld? And killed 3 times? Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. She had teamed up with Wang Mang and the others for a while, so of course she knew that the lifespans of the godforsaken games were all real. Once life expectancy goes to 0, people will die. So, when she learned that Song Fei had actually been killed 3 times in a row, she had a feeling of her heart being cut into pieces. Even if you originally had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan and died 3 times in a row, you only have a little over 12 years left. But why did Shadow kill Brother Seinfeld? Qin Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out. Originally, she was 100% on Song Fei's side. But now, her heart was in a struggle. After all, she thought she had a chance to befriend the Shadow. Big Brother Shadow. But he's the world's first to kill a gold-level boss. And looking at the chat in the group, he killed Song Fei 3 times under the siege of dozens of people. His strength is horrible. What's more, Song Fei has only just entered the game. Why is he hanging out with so many sisters? Qin Xiaoyu had a having a party without me kind of feeling. This made her feel some ghostly resentment towards Song Fei. But no matter what she thought, after all, she had been a fan of Seinfeld for so long, and her mind was still a little wobbly right now. Seinfeld, Shadow, which one is she going to choose? Due to first being persuaded to leave by Wang Mang, and then hearing the news that Song Fei had been killed 3 times, Qin Xiaoyu's mood became terrible. Forget it. Let's just go ahead and sell the lifespan. Originally, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to contact her classmate Zhang Wei. This is because Zhang Wei has already contacted Chen's group before and has sold tradable lifespans face-to-face with people at a 1 to 15,000 ratio. But she saw that an administrator was appealing within Seinfeld's V-mail fan group. Brother Seinfeld needs help now. Any sisters who are in Zhanghai City can go to their brother and sell their tradable lifespans to him. The ratio is 1 to 10,000. Chimeras. Here's another chance to get rich and help your brother. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help herself when she saw this message. Brother Song Fei is at the Great River Plaza? No. I can't stand by and watch Brother Seinfeld's lifespan fall off. Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and decided that she would lose some money and still sell her lifespan to Song Fei. And at this moment, Qin Feng was close to his assassination plan. He was hoofing it in the high-level demon area of Fluxtown, brushing monsters and practicing, just a hair's breadth of experience away from level 10. Each of the initial towns is an island surrounded by sea on all sides. The town is in the center of the island, and the closer you get to the coast, the higher the level of the demons. With Qin Feng's speed and damage, he came straight to the coastline of the island, killing the level 10 demons along the coast along the way. There are tidal wave makers that launch water elemental spell attacks. There are diggers who can drill and make a godlike appearance. There are also crimson-cloaked ones shaped like lobsters and covered in armor. These small monsters, which couldn't hold up to a single skill from Qin Feng, had turned into experience under Qin Feng's hand, contributing evolution points and lifespans. Didn't meet any bosses along the way though. However, half an hour later, Qin Feng had already harvested quite a few evolution points with his epic greedy hands. Looking at the 13 evolution points in the attribute panel, Qin Feng opened the skill panel. Evolved 1, Backstroke Enhancement. You have consumed 13 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Initial skill, Backstroke Enhancement Platinum Emerald. Passive effect. When attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 40%, 50%. From the 10% backstabbing increase in damage at the beginning to the 50% increase in damage now, the effect of this skill was becoming more and more significant. Immediately afterward, as Qin Feng took out 2 crimson cloaks with an instant shadow slash, he finally rose to level 10. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Your 4-dimensional attributes plus 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked Career Advancement. You are the first player to reach level 10 within the boundaries of Zhanghai City. You have gained 7 points of reputation. You are the first player to reach level 10 within the boundaries of the Great Summer Kingdom. You have gained 14 points of reputation. You are the first player worldwide to reach level 10, and you have gained 21 points of prestige. When there are 7 level 10 players within the boundaries of Zhanghai City, the teleportation function to the Divine Forsaken Continent will be opened, the world's first level 10 player. Even if Qin Feng spent 3 hours exploring the temple, it was still number 1 in the world. After all, he single brushes seconds monsters, and brushes monsters with an unknown number of times faster efficiency than others. At this stage, even for a top team like Wang Meng, it would take at least half a minute to finish off a small monster, and the experience would still be shared equally among several members of the team, so in terms of upgrading efficiency, how could they possibly match Qin Feng? Other than Qin Feng, the highest level in the world was only level 8. Sure enough, it's pretty much the same as the last one. In the last world, it took until nightfall for the first level 10 player to appear, a player from North America. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. Many players right now are in hot water. Many teams are even unable to kill a single glitch and are madly reunited. There aren't many players who are able to upgrade steadily. Not to mention the ones that can efficiently swipe monsters. And when Qin Feng rose to level 10, he directly triggered a service-wide announcement. Once again, globally, setting off a fervor of discussion. Chapter 44 Skill Extraction. It's not enough lifespan. Sure enough, it's Shadow again. The gold level first kill is him, and the first level 10 in the world is also him. Shadow Big Brother is too fierce. And I just heard that Biggie just killed a little starlet a couple times. Song Fei, right? I saw him tweeting about acquiring longevity, laughing. This shouldn't still want to seek revenge on the Shadow Big Brother, right? That Song Fei relied on dozens of sister escorts to barely make it to level 6, and he still wants to compete with Shadow? Within the country of Daxia, players were talking on forums and within various towns. For the conflict between Shadow and Song Fei, no one looked favorably on Song Fei. As for the foreign players, they were even more impressed by the codename Shadow. Sahachi. This Shadow is actually a Daxia. Kyuso. Our highest ranked in Sakura Nation is only level 7 now. I can't accept it.
Fark.
I'm Smith's only hidden profession and I'm only level 8 now. So what's up with Shadow? Not one of our 1.5 billion people in Tianju can catch up with the Shadow? I've heard that this Daxia man, he's been soloing all the time, so he's upgrading fast.
Impossible.
This game's little monsters are so hard to beat. How can someone solo and brush them so fast? Countless people around the globe were shocked. Many people wanted to know just who this Shadow was, including the Daxia officials who are also secretly investigating. But at present, no one knows the reality of the Shadow's identity. The Town of Luminescence. Qin Feng looked at the attribute panel after he rose to level 10. Code name, Shadow. Profession, Shadow only hidden. Rank, 10. Non-tradable life, 1,219 years and 128 days. Tradable life, 7,455 days. Power, 39. Body mass, 39. Agility, 111. Spirit, 41. Reputation, 47. But the trade life is just over 7,000 days, which is totally insufficient. Qin Feng sighed, then went offline in place. After level 10, the experience value required for upgrading is more than 10 times that of the previous level, and upgrading just by brushing small monsters is slow as hell. Not to mention that after level 10, you need to consume experience value for career advancement. After a profession is promoted, not only will the 4-dimensional attributes be increased, but more profession-exclusive skills will be unlocked. It's especially important for hidden professions. The key thing that made hidden professions strong was the exclusive skills that could be obtained after the promotion of the profession. Next, either find a boss to kill, or wait for 6 more people to level up to 10 and leave the initial town. Before that, it's okay to go back to reality and fix one thing. Qin Feng closed his eyes. His blurred figure in the coastal area of the fluorescent fire town slowly dissipated. Daxia, Zhanghai City. A common neighborhood, landscape impression 11 buildings, 11 floors. A simple and refreshing bedroom, the original translucent floating on the bed of Qin Feng, gradually have the tendency to condense into a solid body. Just as Qin Feng chose to go offline, he received a system alert since he had already reached level 10. Does it consume tradable lifespans to extract abilities into reality? Yes, no. Qin Feng chose yes. A list of extractable abilities appeared before his eyes. 1. Extraction of occupation and level. 2. Extraction of equipment. 3. Extraction skills. 4. Extraction of bloodlines not available at this time. 5. Extraction of divinity temporarily unavailable. The first is the extraction of the occupation. In this regard, the godforsaken game treats everyone equally, regardless of whether it's a normal profession or a hidden profession. Extracting the profession's ability into reality requires the consumption of 1,000 days of lifespan. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly extracted the only hidden profession, Dark Shadow, into reality first. You've consumed 1,000 days of your life. You have extracted Shadow, the only hidden profession. You have obtained Dark Shadow, the only hidden profession, and the profession passive has taken effect. Your strength +3, constitution +3, agility +8, spirit +5, followed closely by rank. Extracting levels, primarily, will result in a realistic attribute boost, though free attribute points cannot be redistributed. How it is distributed within the game and extracted to reality will also fix that distribution. Until level 10, the consumption of extracted levels is fixed at 1,000 days of life per level. Then, extract level 2 to reality. You have consumed 1,000 by 2 days of life tradable. You extracted level X2. Your level in reality is raised to level 3. Your strength +4, constitution +4, agility +14, spirit +4. That leaves 4,455 days of life left. Next is the skill extraction that surprised Qin Feng the most. I have a gift that allows me to evolve my skills. Originally, the higher the skill grade, the more lifespan consumed to extract it, even exponentially. I didn't realize that the lifespan I consume for extracting skills is based on the initial rank of the skill. For example, Latent Shadow. This skill, which had been evolved by Qin Feng to the platinum level according to the algorithm, it would take tens of thousands of days of life to extract it. But now, it only takes the most basic 900 days. And the extracted skills are platinum level synchronized with the in-game. Subsequently, within the game, skills continue to advance, and that skill in reality will also advance synchronously, without the need to consume additional lifespan extraction. Comfortable. Qin Feng quickly chose 2 skills to extract. You have consumed 900 days of lifespan tradable, and extracted the skill, Subterranean Shadow Platinum level. You have consumed 2,262 days of lifespan tradable, and extracted the skill, Fierce Poison Dart Silver level. With these 2 skills extracted, Qin Feng would only have 1,292 days of life left. It consumes quite a bit of life. But the benefits that come with it are horrendous. Originally, Qin Feng was just an ordinary person in reality, but now the 4-dimensional attributes had almost reached twice that of an average person. His speed, in particular, was beyond human limits. In reality, Qin Feng now had 32 points of agility, and it only took a little over 5 seconds to run 100 meters at full speed. Unfortunately, tradable life is not enough. But it's okay. Right now, this attribute is enough to kill Song Fei. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. For Qin Feng, who had experienced the end times for 9 years, he had long been accustomed to seeing killings. There was no way he would give Song Fei any chance to rise. For the price of extracting an inferior skill, extracting a platinum-level Subterranean Shadow is a real bargain for breaking bones. Combined with the profession passive, the stealth time is doubled, and it is already possible to achieve infinite stealth. Together with the Fierce Poison Dart released at a maximum distance of 14 meters, it's perfectly possible to find an opportunity to finish off Seinfeld. The problem now was to find out where Seinfeld was. If it was the development trajectory of the last life, Qin Feng is really not so easy to find each other. But right now, that Seinfeld is on a lifespan acquisition spree. And to trade lifespans, you have to do it in person. In other words, Seinfeld's position in reality was equivalent to being exposed to the public. In this regard, Qin Feng has a plan. Zhanghai City, afternoon. Qin Feng was in the bedroom, gradually opening his eyes. When he finished extracting, his body completely solidified. He reached out and made a fist, moving it slightly to get used to the attributes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Departure. He was about to act when suddenly his cell phone rang next to him. Chapter 45 Assassination in Broad Daylight. Qin Feng frowned. Casually picking up his cell phone, He glanced at it and realized that it was his boss from the company he originally worked for, who was calling. Hu Qibin. I still remember in my last life, Qin Feng was late for work today and was scolded by this fatty. Now! Qin Feng naturally didn't bother. Smoothly, he hung up and threw his cell phone on the bed, just about to leave when it rang again. Or boss Hu Qibin. Qin Feng went up to hang up and pull black all in one go. But immediately after, then Hu Qibin sent him a message from Vmail. Qin Feng, are you looking for death? Missy is looking for you. She said she'll give you one last chance. If you don't listen, you'll have to think about the consequences. Qin Feng did not even finish reading the message and directly deleted and blackened the other party's V signal. The whole world cleared. Departure. Target. Seinfeld. Location. Omi Plaza. Qin Feng, through microblogging, has already viewed that Songfei is in Zhanghai City's Dajiang Plaza, personally appearing to acquire life expectancy. The Grand River Plaza, on the other hand, was only 7 or 8 kilometers away from Qin Feng's neighborhood. With Qin Feng's current speed, stealthily jogging over there would take about 10 minutes or so. Qin Feng left his cell phone in the room. He then puts on a gray mask and a black jacket, and his form instantly becomes illusory and transparent until he disappears completely. This scene, if other people in reality were to see it, they would definitely be shocked on the spot. Because this is the first time an ability within the godforsaken game has appeared in reality. Right now, the other players don't even know that the abilities of the godforsaken game can be extracted into reality. And that meant that Song Fei was completely unprepared for Qin Feng's assassination. Zhanghai City, Dajiang Square. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Fei's female fans in Zhanghai City, who had gotten the news from Weibo, all rushed to Dajiang Plaza. Not a few of them are teenage fans, and have fought their way from godforsaken games to longevity. All excitedly gathered over to sell them to Sun Fei, thus gaining the opportunity to get close to Sun Fei. The crowd, under the isolation of more than 20 security guards and temporary fences, Seinfeld, wearing a white vest and sunglasses, was sitting in the middle of the indoor venue with his legs crossed. Next to him sat a young girl with a single ponytail. The young girl looked youthful in her short pink sleeves, short black skirt, and her legs wrapped in black socks. It was the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industry, Zhang Li. Zhang Li had also always been a fan of Song Fei, just not as fanatical as other female fans. When they learned that Seinfeld wanted to acquire the life expectancy, they took the initiative to contact them and use the Grand River Plaza as a venue. On the one hand, she could get close to Song Fei and help him collect his lifespan. On the other hand, when Seinfeld's money ran out, she could collect some lifespans as well. With Song Fei's fame, more people could be attracted to come and sell their lives. At this moment, Zhang Li was leaning against Song Fei, talking and laughing. This young lady smiled and asked, "Brother Seinfeld, how much longevity have you received?" Song Fei checked his own attributes. "Ms. Zhang, it's already received more than 2,000 days of lifespan and spent $20 million. Zhang Li pursed her lips and said, "There are still a lot of fans here who give you free life expectancy. I'm so envious." Song Fei waved his hand and said with a smile, "It is not as big as your Dajiang Industry, which has a big family, and this is just a small fight. For me." Zhang Li humbly waved his hand. "Which is, then again, I heard that you were killed 3 times by a shadowy figure in the Divine Abandonment game? Don't worry. I'm sending someone from my side to investigate about the true identity of that shadowy figure." Song Fei frowned. "This is a bit difficult. Currently, we only know that he is male and located in Zhanghai City, but nothing else." Zhang Li smiled. "People always have weaknesses. Money? Beauty? I've already sent someone to Flux Flame Town to get in touch with him and give a figure, not afraid that he won't agree. As long as he agrees, he always has to come and get the money, right? When he comes to get the money, as long as he shows up, it's not up to him." Song Fei smiled. "Indeed, it is a method. I've heard that you, the Zhang Industry, have relied on this method to control several players and make them work for you for free." Zhang Li covered her mouth and laughed softly. "They're all dumb asses, so vegetable that they can't even hit much life expectancy. If we can catch that shadowy figure, our efficiency should be able to rise quite a bit." Song Fei nodded. "When the time comes, be sure to inform me." Zhang Li giggled. "Don't worry, when we catch him, we'll definitely call Brother Song Fei to come and beat him hard to get out of anger." Suddenly,
Zhang Li smila, froze.
because she saw that the Song Fei in front of her A bloody hole suddenly appeared on his forehead. A dark green bizarre dart, shot from nowhere, penetrated Song Fei's forehead without a sound.
Bang!
Song Fei fell to the ground, blood flowing from his forehead, and a grayish-white lifespan ball of light actually coalesced on his corpse just like in the godforsaken game. Ah! Zhang Li screamed in shock and rolled backward. Everyone around them was silent for a few moments before a wave of screams erupted into total chaos. Protect Missy! The security guards of Dajiang Industry, reacting at the first opportunity, gathered towards Zhang Li. The security captain glanced at Seinfeld, only to see his entire body fell to the ground. Wearing sunglasses have fallen off, his eyes staring, a face of disbelief, the bloody hole on the forehead gurgling blood. Suddenly, the orb of lifespan light on his corpse disappeared. It was obviously absorbed by someone, but next to that body, there was not a single shadow. The security officers sucked in a breath of cold air. It's not ING stealth, is it? Go, go, go. Protect Missy from evacuation. Have you seen any suspicious characters?
No?
Why don't you call up the surveillance? The scene was a mess. Zhang Li, under the protection of more than 20 security guards, quickly evacuated through a side fire escape and quickly came to the outside of the Grand River Plaza, just as she was trying to get into a black sedan. Suddenly a dart came from above the back and pierced through the back of her head. Precise and deadly.
Bang!
The daughter of the chairman of the board of directors of Dajiang Industry fell outside the door of her own property just like that. I didn't realize that you could buy one and get one free. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and was somewhat surprised. He heard Zhang Li and Song Fei chatting. This Zhang Li had hit on him. How could he let the other party go? It's not a good thing anyway, so I'll take care of it altogether in the meantime. Unfortunately, she also had a few hundred days of life bursting out of her. And there were security guards all around the body, so they couldn't get it. Dying in reality will likewise blow up half of your tradable lifespan. Qin Feng only took advantage of the stealth and the chaos of the scene to absorb the 1,046 days of tradable lifespan that had exploded from Song Fei. This guy could never have imagined that the lifespan he had just spent money to collect would be cheaper for Qin Feng. If only there was a blossom curse to suck out the other half as well. Qin Feng shook his head, a bit sadly. The emerald grade blossom curse skill, extracting it to reality would require tens of thousands of days of life. He couldn't really extract it right now, so he could only call it quits. After taking care of all this, Qin Feng left silently, leaving behind a chaotic scene. And this assassination in broad daylight. All of a sudden, the word spread across the country and the world. Chapter 46. Worldview collapse. Lest you be dragged back by Qin Feng? Zhanghai City, Dajiang Square. The female fans of Seinfeld on the scene and the people who came over to sell their life expectancy were all in a state of panic and confusion. Someone took a picture with their cell phone. Someone screamed in terror. Some people are scattering and running wildly in all directions. In the crowd, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan were also completely stunned by this scene. Originally, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to come over to sell her lifespan to Song Fei, but she didn't expect to witness the scene where Song Fei was suddenly killed. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's worldview collapsed. Yo, go, go! Chu Yan reacted quickly, hurriedly pulled Qin Xiaoyu to take advantage of the chaos to leave. The entire Grand River Plaza, chaotic into a mess. The scene of the scene with a lot of people's live and recorded screen, quickly spread. A few minutes later, immediately an official police officer arrived. Part of the group cordoned off the scene. A part of the group went to check the surveillance. There was also a part of the group that began to analyze the dark green dart that was left at the scene. This dart, of unknown material and unknown origin, is strange. Rather than a product of our reality, it's more like something out of a godforsaken game. The style does look like it, but how did something from a godforsaken game end up in reality? No luck with the surveillance department. The attack came from a surveillance dead zone. Didn't see who it was. Have the field officers been questioned yet? I've asked around. There are people in the neighborhood, but they all say they haven't seen any sign of anyone. You guys look at the surveillance replay. Song Fei's body has a lifespan light ball appeared, suddenly disappeared. This should not be someone stealthy next to it, absorbing the light ball. How can a person be invisible? Wait, the assassin from the godforsaken game can be stealthy. The official police officers of Zhanghai City were all dumbfounded. However, after investigating, they came to the most likely conclusion that the person who had laid hands on Song Fei and Jiang Li was most likely actually in a state of stealth. It can't be that the abilities of the godforsaken game can be unleashed in reality, can it? Just kidding. I can be invisible in the game, why not in reality? Are there any conditions that need to be met? Since there were so many witnesses at the scene, Zhanghai City officials couldn't hide the news at all even if they wanted to, not to mention the fact that the whole globe was in chaos right now. The news of Song Fei's death spread out quickly. Officials around the globe in various countries immediately made the same speculation after viewing some of the videos. The abilities of the godforsaken game are highly likely to be used in reality. In this regard, Qin Feng did not care. After all, soon enough, by nightfall, there would be others who had risen to level 10. The secret, in time, will no longer be a secret. Just when Song Fei's death was being rumored, Zhanghai City's officials were like an enemy, and countless people were terrified. Qin Feng had returned to the landscape impression neighborhood. He changed his clothes, wearing mediocre sweatpants and short sleeves, grabbed his cell phone, and went to a noodle shop across the street from his neighborhood and ordered a bowl of noodles. In the godforsaken game, players realistically consume energy even though they are in a state of invincibility. If you're hungry, you still have to eat. This was what Qin Feng found troublesome. Because of this, players cannot stay in the game all the time, no matter what. They still have to return to reality and eat to replenish their energy and hydration, otherwise they will starve to death even if they live longer. While eating the noodles, Qin Feng also heard some diners chatting. On the godforsaken game, on the death of Seinfeld, they could never have imagined that the person who took out Song Fei was right in front of their eyes. After this meal, go back and keep looking for the boss to brush your life. Level 10 in the godforsaken game. 10 is just the beginning. Just then, in a moving cab, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yen were both a bit disoriented. Just now, the scene of Song Fei's forehead suddenly soaring with blood constantly reverberated in their minds. They can't imagine that they attended Seinfeld's concert only yesterday and witnessed Seinfeld's soul-breaking scene today. Chu Yen quickly swiped her cell phone, her body unable to stop shaking. Darts? Stealth? Why does it look so much like a godforsaken game ability? Xiaoyu? You say it couldn't be that Shadow killed Song Fei, right? Qin Xiaoyu didn't answer. Soon Fei's death took the color out of her world for a moment. All the way to the school, she became expressionless as she stepped out of the cab. Seinfeld is dead. In this world, only strength is everything. Shadow. I want to be close to him, near him. No one can stop me. Zhang Wei. Take me to Qian's group and sell the 200-day lifespan first. I'm going to buy another suite and move out so that I won't be dragged down by Qin Feng. Also, Zhang Wei, you have an assassin skill book there? Give it to me, I want to give it to Shadow. Seinfeld is dead. Now, Qin Xiaoyu didn't have to agonize over who to choose. But the key is it a matter of who she chooses or not? About half an hour later, Qin Feng finished eating, went home, and took a shower. He was about to lie down on his bed and continue into the godforsaken game. As a result, the phone kept popping up messages. Qin Feng looked at it. It was one of his female coworkers called Yang Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Qin Feng. Fatty, who is furious, saying that you have blacked out his cell phone and V-mail. If you don't come again, you will be fired, and you won't get this month's salary. This girl has a good personality. She's just soft and often bullied. In his previous life, he was also a member of Qin Feng's God Beheading Guild. Qin Feng thought about it and returned a message. Don't bother with him. You don't need to go to work either, so go into the godforsaken game to develop first. Yang Xiaoya was a bit surprised to see Qin Feng's reply, then weakly typed a reply. Oh, Qin Feng, this godforsaken game, have you been inside? I heard that it's hard in there. A lot of people's lifespans are almost gone. Qin Feng replied, it doesn't matter what your profession is. Just add agility in the beginning. Yeah. Good. Yeah, good. Xiao yeah. I heard that the lifespan of the game output is very expensive now. Qin Feng, how is your development? How much have you earned? Qin Feng casually returned. Not much. This is almost spent. Xiao yeah. Wow. Buy a car and a house, right? No wonder you pulled the plug on Fatty who. Hee. This girl, she thought Qin Feng had made money and spent it all. The truth was that Qin Feng didn't even bother to exchange his lifespan for money, but instead directly consumed his lifespan and extracted his abilities into reality. In addition, Yang Xiaoya did not know. The reason why that Hu Qibin was furious wasn't because Qin Feng didn't work. Rather, it's because Qin Feng did not accept the subterfuge of that big lady from the company. Chapter 47. Severance? How can this be good? The money group Sissy Qian. Qin Feng sneered. The media company he worked for was a subsidiary belonging to the Qian Group. Qian Shishir, on the other hand, is the daughter of the chairman of the Qian Group. One day, Qian Shishir saw Qin Feng and hinted to him that she wanted to play with him for a night. Anyone else would be afraid to be ecstatic. Although Qian Shishir wasn't too pretty and had a flat body, she was definitely considered a rich white beauty. However, Qin Feng had seen, the spade tattoo on Qian Shishir's calf. In response, Qin Feng only wanted to say, C transmission T Unity M America D Germany. For this woman, not only did Qin Feng not have the slightest interest, he also felt disgusted. In fact, on weekdays, some gossip about Qian Shishir had been passed around the company. What went into a hotel with 6 foreign middle-aged men? What drove a sports car out with 3 African-American men? When I saw Qin Feng in the back, I saw that he was handsome and wanted to play with him. If the divine abandonment game hadn't descended upon Qin Feng and Qin Feng had offended this Qian Shishir, the consequences would have been unpredictable. However, in her last life, the godforsaken game had descended, causing Qian Shishir to have to put off the idea of subliminally chasing Qin Feng. This woman didn't pay any more attention to Qin Feng, but left Daxia and traveled to North America, leading the formation of the top 3 North American Grand Guild, Alice in Wonderland, the Alice Guild, a great enemy of Daxia. The Qian clan group that Qian Shishir belonged to was one of the shareholders of the Alice Guild. Later contact down. Qin Feng knows this Qian Shishir has always been worshipped foreigners, think foreign men are real men, to Daxia men disdain. Even towards Qin Feng, he held a completely teasing attitude. At this point in time, Qian Shishir should be trapped in the Magic City airport. Qin Feng thought back. The godforsaken game descends, bringing global transportation to a brief standstill. Airplanes at the airport are grounded. It wasn't until a few days later that Qian Shishir boarded an airplane and left for North America. If we were in Shanghai, we could have disposed of her along with her today. But won't take more than a few days. When I extract the higher attributes, I can totally head to the magic capital and finish her off before she leaves to eliminate any future problems. Otherwise, when she goes to North America, it won't be so easy to clean her up. Qin Feng listed Qian Shishir as his next target. If Qian Shishir died, the Alice in Wonderland Guild, which had caused big trouble for the God-beheading guild and even the entire Grand Xia in the previous life, likely wouldn't even have been established. After all, Qin Feng had heard rumors in his previous life. The multiple founders of Alice's guild all had an affair with Qian Shishir. Once this woman died, those founders naturally lost their bond with each other. As he was thinking about it, suddenly, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. Taking a look, it turned out to be Qin Xiaoyu. She actually offered to call me? Qin Feng all froze. After all, as far as he remembered, this Qin Xiaoyu simply couldn't take the initiative to contact him. In his last life, he kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness, and even personally went to Qin Xiaoyu's school before bringing her back together into the godforsaken game. And now, Qin Xiaoyu actually broke the mold and took the initiative to call him? Qin Feng thought about it but still picked it up. However, his voice was a bit cold. Hello. Qin Xiaoyu's voice came coldly from the opposite side. Qin Feng? You can still answer the phone. I thought you died in the godforsaken game. Since you're here, I'll inform you that I've made my own money and bought a suite, so don't come and mind me in the future. As soon as Qin Feng heard her tone, he knew that she was in a bad mood. Is it because you were fired by Wang Meng? Or is it because Seinfeld is dead? Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Qin Feng was too lazy to care about her. What happens to you has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiaoyu, haven't you always felt that I made you not free? Don't worry, in the future, I'll be too lazy to care about you. So do whatever you like. Qin Xiaoyu clearly froze when she heard this. She didn't expect that her brother, who had always been so kind to her, would speak to her in such a cold tone. However, she now made up her mind to set aside her relationship with Qin Feng. Bent on befriending the shadow, he didn't bother with that much. So she said indifferently, "You yourself know how depressing you've made me? This is what you said. From now on, there is no relationship between us. From now on, you leave me alone, and I won't look for you. We break off our relationship, and don't you come asking where I live." Hearing Qin Xiaoyu's words, Qin Feng smiled. Break it off? Is there such a thing as a good thing?
Okowo.
Qin Feng returned a word and directly hung up the phone. Then he turned his cell phone off and turned around to lie down on the couch. As his form gradually turned translucent, he once again entered the godforsaken game. Hearing the sound of the opposite side hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyu had an indescribably complicated feeling. First is relaxation. She had always felt that it was too oppressive and unfree for her to be governed by Qin Feng, and now she was finally relieved. With her own ability, together with Chu Yen, she bought a 3-room house and lived in it straight away. The paperwork isn't done yet, but that's sooner rather than later. From then on, it is possible to live away from Qin Feng. Now that there won't be anyone to hold me back, I'll do whatever I want. It feels so good to be free. Next, just find a way to get to know the shadow and get in good with him. Qin Xiaoyu looked at her cell phone. The death of Seinfeld has spread around the world. Many people speculated that he was most likely assassinated by the shadow. I just don't know. How is it that the shadow is able to use the abilities of the godforsaken game in reality? Chu Yen was by her side, looking at her with some worry. Is it not too good for Xiaoyu to break off relations with your brother? Otherwise, you find him to apologize on the line. I see that he seems to be really angry this time. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head. Making me apologize to him?
Impossible.
Let's go. When I get to know Shadow, what's the matter with him? Soon after, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yen entered the godforsaken game together. Rendezvous at Shell Town. Qin Xiaoyu got a bronze-level assassin skill book, Stifling Stick, from Zhang Wei's hand. Then with anticipation, she opened Wang Mang's private chat window. Brother Wang, I have an assassin skill book here. Can I trouble you to help ask Brother Shadow if he needs it? You can give it to him if he wants it. Qin Xiaoyu's mood was nervous and proud. Nervous that this was the first time she had tried to communicate with the Shadow. Proudly, there were very, very few people who had the opportunity to befriend the Shadow at this stage, and she was one of them. As long as she could get along with Shadow in the future, in the new era of the godforsaken game advent, she, Qin Xiaoyu, would definitely be able to surpass countless others. However, right after she privately chatted with Wang Mang, soon Wang Mang replied back to her. Big brother said he doesn't need it. Keep it for yourself and sell it for money. What? Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded on the spot. She never thought that this skill book with a control effect, Shadow actually didn't want it. Such a dry refusal? Chapter 48, Golden Jointed Limbs. Shocking speed. Qin Xiaoyu didn't expect this outcome at all. What's this about? I give him skill books and he doesn't want them? Qin Xiaoyu was confused. She was a bit beyond comprehension. You really don't want something for nothing, do you? Seeing her freeze, Chu Yen on the side couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, what's the situation? Qin Xiaoyu described the situation, and Chu Yen and Zhang Wei were both stunned as well. Zhang Wei, what the hell? You don't want to give away skill books for nothing? Is this guy out of his mind? Chu Yen thought about it and said comfortingly, Xiaoyu, maybe it's because he's already learned the skill? Let's brush some more monsters and see if we can pop some other skill books. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. That's the only way. A few minutes ago, Qin Feng returned to the game first. Before he could get a good look at the scene around him, he could already hear a mournful roar in his ears. I was down at the beach. The surrounding demons don't refresh that quickly, do they? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. As the darkness faded around him, he realized that there were several players right in front of him on the shoreline, running in all directions, and behind those few players, there was a monstrous demonic creature that was about 3 meters tall that was chasing after them. Golden Arthropods LV8. Grade Gold. The demonic creature was light golden in color, and its lower body was like a horse with 8 legs. The upper body, however, was actually like a centipede with dozens of hands, each holding rusty iron knives and swords. Its head, on the other hand, was like a spider's head, with hundreds of compound eyes, staring at the several fleeing players in an incomparably bizarre manner. Only to see that the golden arthropod was extremely fast, catching up with a warrior player almost instantly. Iron knives and iron swords in his hands chopped down in a staggered manner, and in less than a second, he chopped that warrior player into dozens of large pieces. Dark. Shadow. One of the players was running away, only to be pleasantly surprised when he saw a figure appear in front of him. Qin Feng looked in search of the sound and saw a mature imperial lady wearing a fiery red vestment with an extremely hot body, Just see her head of black wavy curly hair. A pair of beautiful eyes are looking at Qin Feng with surprise. It was none other than the big wavy beauty who had previously bought Qin Feng's ice pick technique Grey Rose. When Grey Rose saw Qin Feng, she was first happy, then a bit nervous. Shadow, this boss can counter stealth. Our team's assassin was taken out by it. You must be careful if you want to fight it. Qin Feng didn't say anything. Gold level boss fighting was definitely a must. After all, to him, this boss meant 28 evolution points. Golden Arthropod, if I remember correctly. This boss anti-crypt level is level 2. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. However, this didn't mean that Qin Feng didn't need to be invisible anymore. After all, he stealth breaks stealth and does more damage. Latent shadows. Qin Feng's figure quickly disappeared. Grey Rose saw this scene. A pair of beautiful eyes contained tension. Her team was all scattered by that gold-level boss. Fighting was definitely impossible. And she couldn't figure out if Qin Feng wanted to fight or run. So she could only run away with her head. Qin Feng stayed invisible and staggered past Grey Rose. When the two crossed paths, Grey Rose's one pair of beautiful eyes clearly carried worry. However, Qin Feng did not pay any attention to it. Greeting the golden knucklehead.
Instant Shadow Shop.
His form flickered into existence and then disappeared again in an instant, passing through that golden knucklehead. 1013. 3042 weakness attack. 1013. Sure enough, level 2 stealth will be seen through by this boss. My shadow profession effect. Not in effect. When launching an attack outside the target's field of view, the damage is doubled. This effect, in the event that the opponent can see through the stealth, won't work. This also caused Qin Feng's damage to drop quite a bit. But at the same time, due to the effect of the legendary grade Graceful Deliverance, the head and heart weaknesses of that golden knuckle were magnified by 200%. Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash was judged to have hit the target's weakness in 3 out of the 9 slashes, dealing triple weakness damage, worthy of being a legendary skill. We also have to thank that nymph Lin Liu, otherwise, it's not necessarily possible to find that Temple of Faith. With an instant shadow slash, Qin Feng directly took out the golden arthropod's 13,000 blood. This boss blood bar dropped by about 1/6 all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng turned around and fired a fierce poison dart, aimed at each other's heads. That golden knuckle was still trying to dodge, but unfortunately Qin Feng's agility was too high and his darts were fast, hitting accurately on the spot. 1785 weakness attack. 223. 223. Manticore dart is only silver now, and the damage magnitude just doesn't keep up at all. Of course, the most important thing was that, in front of the golden knuckles, Qin Feng had less than double the career damage bonus. Now that boss was still facing him, and couldn't eat 50% of the damage from a backstab. Still have to career advance and get a higher stealth level. Qin Feng thought silently. When he finished throwing his 2 skills, the 8 legs of that golden knucklehead ran in unison and attacked towards him at an extremely fast speed. It ran at full speed, reaching a speed of at least 30 meters per second. In just an instant, dozens of iron knives and swords in the hands of the golden knuckle limbs fell towards Qin Feng like a raging wind and rain. Look out! Seeing this, the Grey Rose in the distance subconsciously cried out, a worried look appearing between her brows. But immediately afterward, not only her, but also the surrounding teammates who were dispersed by the boss. All of them stared in disbelief. They saw a scene that left them in disbelief, only to see that under the boss attack, Qin Feng unexpectedly side-dodged, backstepped and rolled, a series of actions all in one go. Surprisingly, he dodged dozens of attacks from the boss in a short period of time. What kind of speed is that? It's not just his speed, he reacts so fast, and he knows too much about the boss attack style. That's right, in terms of speed, he's just about the same as the boss, but he manages to just dodge every attack from the boss. It's like fighting this boss a million times. They didn't know that this was the basic skills that Qin Feng had practiced between 9 years in his previous life. His occupation in his last life was a warrior. Warriors, on the other hand, are not just hard fighters. Truly top-tier warriors must dodge boss critical skills, and in many cases, not even one attack can be eaten, or else it will bring a crisis to the entire team. Especially when the team's milkmaid was Qin Xiaoyu. Raiding epic bosses with lots of large-range skills. Qin Xiaoyu was barely able to dodge those skills, but to ask her to take the time to milk Qin Feng? She simply can't do it. So, in the last life, Qin Feng carried it alone a lot of the time. If one thought that Qin Feng was just relying on a handful of stealth to abuse the boss, then they were very wrong. With enough agility, even if stealth failed, with Qin Feng's stance, he could easily juggle most bosses. Chapter 49. Could this double standard be any more obvious? Chopper. Charge. Trampling. With its hundreds of compound eyes, the Golden Knuckle is able to see through all targets with no more than level 2 stealth. Even Qin Feng could not escape its capture. However, no matter what kind of attack this gold-level boss launched, it was unable to hit Qin Feng. Compared to the Golden Ghost Ship kind of special boss, this Golden Knuckle was significantly easier to deal with. Those attacks, Qin Feng dodged and even dodged with ease. When the skill has cooled down, throw it directly backhanded, knocking out 1/6 of the boss's blood every time. A short minute or so later, just under the shocked and incredulous gazes of several gray rows, that gold-level boss unexpectedly turned around and fled. But Qin Feng was too fast. The golden arthropod had only run more than 200 meters into the woods before Qin Feng caught up with it and completely decapitated it. You have killed Golden Arthropod LV8 gold level. You have gained 6,400 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of life tradable. While Gray Rose and the others didn't catch up, Qin Feng directly released Greedy Hand. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of life tradable. A series of system prompts came, giving Qin Feng a soothing feeling. A gold boss that gave 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable life. The stacking effect of Greedy Hands and Ghostly Flame Bells allowed Qin Feng to develop at a speed far beyond that of the average player now. As for experience, level 9 to level 10 is only 10,000 experience. But level 10 to level 11 would require 100,000 experience. This 6,400 points of experience, more is more. But it is not enough for Qin Feng to upgrade. When Qin Feng examined the loot, his eyes directly lit up. Shield of Black Light Platinum. Assassin skill. When used actively, converts all of one's evasion rate into a damage immunity shield for 8 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Required level 8. Conversion rate. 1 layer of damage immunity shield for every 20% of evasion. Dodge rate returns to normal when the shield is broken or the duration ends. I can't believe this skill book came out. After learning this skill, many bosses can be raided without injury, especially those on the Divine Forsaken continent. Qin Feng was quite surprised. Direct learning. Take the fact that now that he had learned Ghostly Blur and evolved it to an epic level effect, he had a 75% dodge probability passively. After using the Shield of Black Light, 3 layers of immunity shield will be gained. In other words, no matter how much damage the opponent did, Qin Feng was immune to the first 3 attacks he received. It's not just about fighting bosses. It's also about exploring ruins and maps. With this skill, I can even explore many high-level areas in advance. Qin Feng didn't have any hesitation. Directly consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, a total of 6 points, to evolve the skill to epic level. Shield of Black Light Platinum Epic. Assassin skill. Immunity shield lasts for 8, 10, 12, 14 seconds. Conversion rate. 1 layer of damage immunity shield for every 20%, 15%, 12%, 10% evasion. The epic level Shield of Black Light, when used, converts 75% of Qin Feng's evasion into a 7-layer damage immunity shield. Continuing to evolve the Shield of Black Light requires 50 evolution points. That's enough for now. Qin Feng still had 22 evolution points left. First, he spent 3 + 5 + 8 for a total of 16 evolution points to evolve the Manticore Dart 3 times. Fierce Poison Dart Silver Emerald. Up to 14-17 meters range. Adds 120-240 attack points on hit. Fierce Poison. 50% 80% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. Evolving the Mighty Poison Dart 3 times, the damage of this skill had at least doubled. Since the base cooldown of the skill is only 5 seconds, the sustained output is no weaker than instant Shadow Slash. There are still 6 evolution points left, so I'll just have to leave it for now. In addition to the skills, the Golden Arthropod had also exploded 2 pieces of equipment that Qin Feng could use. Ring of Lightness Platinum. Assassin's Jewelry. Agility +20, movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, cooldown speed plus 20%. Equipment requirement. Level 8. Thick red leather gloves gold grade. Assassin's defense. Physical defense plus 18, total elemental resistance plus 15, physique plus 12, lifesteal plus 588. Requirements. Level 6. Once the two pieces of equipment were swapped, Qin Feng's cooldown speed reached 55%. The original 12-second cooldown of instant Shadow Slash now takes only 7.7 seconds. In addition, Qin Feng's physique, defense, and life value were all higher. 51 points of constitution, 106 points of physical defense, and 17 life points. With this attribute, even this golden knucklehead's attack just now could eat 2 or 3 hits without dying. As for the previous level 5 gold ghost ship, half-blooded full-screen skills couldn't kill me. Not to mention, I have a 75% dodge rate passively. Qin Feng put away his backpack. One of the few backpack compartments is half filled again. It was only then that Grey Rose, with her 3 remaining teammates, caught up. When she saw the corpse of the golden arthropod that had collapsed in front of Qin Feng, there was an indescribable shock. A big guy is a big guy. Really killed this boss solo. Grey Rose's pair of beautiful eyes revealed a look of adoration and anticipation. How about it, big brother? Are there any equipment skills I can use? I'll buy some. For mages, there's a gold skill book, Frost Catapult. Qin Feng swept his backpack and took out a skill book with an icy blue cover, displaying it in front of her. Group skill, release ice balls, catapulted up to 10 times, 800 days for 1 bite. Loot dropped by level 8 bosses. The requirement to use it is between level 6 and 8. This Frost Catapult skill book is a level 7 skill book. The higher the level of the skill equipment, the higher the value will naturally be. The same gold level skill, level 7 Frost Catapult, was over 40% more damaging than level 5 Frost Catapult. Sure, you can't learn the same skill twice, you can only overwrite the lower level with the higher level. 800 days, that's too much. Grey Rose had a bitter smile on her face. However, as she looked at the attributes of the skill book Qin Feng had taken out, she didn't quite want to give it up after all. This Frost Catapult skill would greatly accelerate her leveling speed. When you encounter a large group of small monsters, this skill explodes with damage. Eventually, after half a minute of consideration, Grey Rose once again found her teammates and borrowed all of their lifespans. 800 days deal. You have lost Frost Catapult Gold Level Skill Book. You have gained 800 days of life tradable. The system prompt came and Qin Feng turned around to leave. He planned to return to the town and release a message to acquire information on the locations of silver and gold ranked bosses. Silver level gives 30 days and gold level gives 100 days. In this way, Qin Feng had a steady stream of bosses to kill, and his development speed was drawn full. It was just after Qin Feng had finished off the golden knuckle and sold the frost ejection that he received a private chat from Wang Meng. What the hell? Qin Xiaoyu is giving me a bronze skill book. Qin Feng was speechless and directly rebuffed. Right now, outside, most were speculating that it was Shadow who had killed Song Fei. According to Qin Xiaoyu's character, if it was Qin Feng who had killed Song Fei, Qin Xiaoyu would definitely want to find Qin Feng to fight for her life. But when the Shadow killed Song Fei instead, Qin Xiaoyu not only didn't get angry, but she also had to send skill books. Could this double standard be any more obvious? Chapter 50. What, you want to arrest me? Qin Xiaoyu has always been this character. She was taking it for granted that Qin Feng would treat her even better. In her last life, Qin Xiaoyu would get angry and fuss with Qin Feng whenever she was slightly less than desirable. Qin Feng took care of her for 9 years. The equipment, the skills, the longevity, the food, the shelter, it's all laid out for her, and she feels like she deserves it all. In the end, for the sake of Song Fei, she personally gouged out Qin Feng's eyes. What's outrageous is that she was all happy when she did it. You can remember small favors from others for the rest of your life. You won't even take it to heart if I'm nice to you. Qin Feng faintly sneered. Although Song Fei was dead, it would be impossible for him to re-accept Qin Xiaoyu. After all, that's her personality. Without Seinfeld, there will still be Lin Fei, Li Fei, and Zhang Fei. There was no way Qin Feng would fall on the same person twice. It was already for the sake of her dead parents that she wasn't dealt with the same way Song Fei was dealt with. If I let you know that I'm the Shadow, I'm the one who killed Seinfeld, You're afraid you can curse me for 3 days and nights without getting over it. But for Shadow to actually give away skill books? Qin Feng shook his head and threw this person to the back of his mind. He now had quite a few more things in his backpack and was ready to go back to the town to sell them first and post a bounty for the boss coordinates along the way. So he tapped on Wang Meng's private chat. A sentence was uttered, transformed into text and sent out. Wang Meng, go back to the town, sell your stuff, and prepare for longevity. Wang Meng immediately replied, okay. This one was leading a team, looking for monsters and brushing monsters to upgrade outside of Flux Flametown. After seeing Qin Feng's private chat, he immediately led the team back to. Midway through, Wang Meng suddenly asked, by the way, Song Fei was killed by you, big brother, right? This sudden question other people may have to weigh how to answer. But Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all and directly admitted, right? Wang Meng does have his buddy and has not been offline. So it must have been known that during the time Song Fei had just been killed, Shadow had been offline. The motive and the time of the crime are sufficient. Now, since Wang Meng had asked this, it meant that he had guessed most of it. Qin Feng was able to deny it, and the other party had no evidence anyway, but there was no need. It was just the right time to see how Daxia's official reaction to this matter would be. A test run of sorts. Hearing Qin Feng's decisive admission, Wang Meng was instead a bit surprised. Only after a long time did he reply, okay. We are a bit far from the town. It will take us about 10 minutes to get back to the town. Please wait a little bit, big brother. Qin Feng smiled and said, it's fine. I'm farther away. He had run all the way to the coastline, a good 20 kilometers from the town, in order to practice fast. At his speed, it would take about 15 minutes to run back. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered demonic creatures and casually struck out to kill them. Also harvested more than 2,000 experience, 5 evolution points, inferior and ordinary equipment, skill books, also exploded several pieces. Just to return to the town, the backpack grid is completely filled. Subsequently, Qin Feng made a location appointment with Wang Meng and the others. Meet them in the basement of the abandoned church in the town of Flux. The big man is here. Wang Meng and the others had been waiting here for 2 minutes. Seeing Qin Feng appear with a veil and wearing equipment that shone with a light golden color, for a moment, the crowd all became a bit nervous. Dressed in a silver light armor, dragon swordsman, and Yu had a silver long sword hanging from her slender willow waist, and her long legs looked slender and elastic under the cover of the metal light armor. This beautiful policewoman, after wearing this set of swordsman armor, her curvaceous and perfect body was even more displayed. Moving her delicate and elegant figure, she took the lead and rushed to Qin Feng. Her eyes wide as she looked him up and down. Big brother, you admit that you killed Song Fei? Qin Feng smelled the oncoming fragrance of the young girl and smiled faintly. What, you want to arrest me? And Yu pointed to the top of her head. Look at my code name. Her code name in the godforsaken game is called Justice Enforcement. Qin Feng glanced at her code name and sized up her delicate figure, and asked playfully, so, who do you think is righteous, Song Fei or I? Originally, and Yu was still a bit serious. But when she heard Qin Feng ask this question, this pretty policewoman suddenly smiled. Don't worry. We've checked the surveillance recordings and know that both Song Fei and Zhang Li are plotting against you, and that Dajiang Industry has also captured quite a number of players who are working for them, which belongs to illegal detention. When Qin Feng heard this, he understood the current official attitude. Obviously, without being able to investigate his true identity, the officials simply couldn't arrest him even if they wanted to. He can only maintain cooperation with him for the time being. As for what would follow, Qin Feng couldn't be sure. After all, in his last life, there was nothing black about him working with the officials. But in this life, he directly took out Song Fei and Zhang Li. More or less will bring some variables. Officials can't encourage you to kill randomly in reality, can they? Let's just see how much of a change my rebirth can bring to this godforsaken game era. Qin Feng thought faintly. The next step is to trade. Qin Feng displayed all of the gold and platinum grade equipment within his backpack. Due to Wang Meng and Yu's official background, they wanted equipment and skill books for whatever profession they were in, and it was easier and faster for Qin Feng to sell things to them. Most importantly, official life expectancy. Tube enough. Platinum grade equipment, platinum grade skill books? When Wang Meng and Yu and the others saw what Qin Feng took out, they were shocked. They knew that Qin Feng was fierce and had first killed a gold level boss. But platinum level, the first kill of a boss at this level hasn't even come out yet. How is it possible to have several platinum level items? Huh? Platinum level equipment skills? Let's see. Are there any I can use? White Bird Magus Guishue. Her pretty little face also came up with an astonished look. She was wearing a white priest's robe, shining with a faint silver light, and her equally delicate and exquisite figure gave people a feeling of holiness and flawlessness, which was completely two styles within you. Could be seen that during this time, Wang Mang had led the team to still finish off silver-level bosses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many silver-level equipment on them. But compared to Qin Feng's inventory, the equipment they were wearing was complete trash. For a while, Wang Meng and the others were all stunned. Platinum-level equipment, skill books. How on earth did this come about? Chapter 51, I'm an assassin and you're asking me to save people? Facing the doubts of Wang Meng and the others, Qin Feng casually said, luck was okay. Found some treasure chests. He looked at Gu Ishue, who had a curious baby look on her face. Ishue knows that I even opened to emerald-level skill books myself. Gu Ishue nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Well, I personally watched the big brother open the emerald treasure chest, but this several platinum-level things, you call this luck okay? This little beauty is crying with envy. At this time, a beautiful law profession wearing a black vestment, also known as Prophet Lin Liu, was leaning against the side of a broken stone pillar, her slender legs crossed, her body curves perfect and alluring. She laughed. Calling someone else as Snow, calling me as Black? Ugh. Qin Feng glanced at her. Who made you Black Bruin Big Plum? It's fine if I don't call you Little Black. Just call Little Blackie. Linley Fish? Question mark. Wang Meng's team, the three beautiful girls, looked like they were all on good terms with Qin Feng. Among them, Gu Ishue had even joined the team because of Qin Feng. In addition to Wang Meng and the three women, there was also a sharp-eyed archer youth, as well as a middle-aged man, Cardmaster. These two people looked at the gold and platinum level supplies that Qin Feng had taken out and were overcome with emotion. You really can't compare people. Indeed, we've gone through a lot of trouble to take down a silver boss, and the big guys are casually opening platinum and emerald level treasure chests. This is immediately followed by price negotiations. Wang Mang was just an armed police member, while An Yu was a squad leader. Rank-wise, An Yu was the captain of this squad. However, this policewoman's sister character is a little bit naturally dull, and she only knows recklessness when she fights, so in the God Abandonment game, Wang Mang is the core character of the battle. If anything else, An Yu was in charge. This platinum-level archer skill book, 2,500 days for a single bite. This platinum-ranked berserker weapon, 1,500 days for one bite. This one. Qin Feng has been crawling around for 9 years and knows prices like the back of his hand. Piece by piece, prices are offered. Among them, the price of the platinum-level stuff made Wang Meng and the others all suck in a breath of cool air. According to the current prices, a lifespan of 1 or 2,000 days is equivalent to $20 to $30 million in cash. Shadow had the nerve to make an offer, but you know that the platinum grade is unique in the world. Even if someone could wildly encounter an ancient god bestowing blessings and had the luck to combine a platinum or emerald level treasure chest, the number would be extremely small. 20 to 30 million cash for a platinum level skill book or a platinum level equipment at this stage, absolutely many consortiums and even the officials were grabbing for it. In these times when the God-forsaken game is coming down and the rules of the world are about to change, any country, any power wants to get more war power in their hands before it's too late. In the last life, why did cash collapse? It's the official downfall of the various countries that issue the currency that are on a life expectancy buying spree. When cash collapsed and longevity became the new global hard currency, the nations of the world gained a foothold in the new era because of the longevity of the great acquisitions. Qin Feng didn't know how much life expectancy An Yu had on her right now, but it's definitely enough to buy him these platinum and gold level things. Qin Feng finished marking up the prices, did the math and said, a total of 25 pieces, total price of 16,500 days. I'll give you a discount, 16,000.
Okowo.
And you nodded directly in agreement. Let aside Wang Meng face depressed. No, and Captain, he said how much you give how much? You must not bargain. And Yu's pair of beautiful eyes revealed surprise. Huh? This can still be bargained for? I think the price is quite fair. After saying that, he was very quick to initiate a deal with Qin Feng. By the way, but also before Wang Mang, Gu Ishue owed together to pay back especially generous. Wang Mang and the others looked on and all the corners of their mouths twitched. Qin Feng also didn't expect this sister to be so straightforward. In fact, he left a little bargaining room. As a result, the girl directly accepted. Of course, they could never lose money by buying these things over at this price. After all, equipment can be turned around and sold again. And skill books, how much can you speed up leveling after learning them? Now that the divine abandonment game is upon us, leveling and strength is everything. Moments later, the transaction was complete. Guishue got her hands on 2 gold-level priest equipment and couldn't stop smiling. This girl, who had originally planned to go solo, wasn't too happy about forming a group. Results now. It's so fragrant. The equipment she needed, the officials paid for it directly for her. Of course, these 2 pieces of gold equipment, she only has the right to use it. When the equipment is changed, it has to be returned to the official. But this is also cool enough. As for Qin Feng, 16,000 heavenly lifespans had arrived, and it was also part of a great harvest. When the tradable lifespan on the body exceeds 10,000 days, the default display unit for lifespan becomes years. If you want to see the exact number of days, you can check the details. There's 60 years of tradable life left. Translated into days, that's 22,000 days. Suffice it to say, it's a lot of money. If we sold it for cash now, it would equal $300 or $400 million. Even for Zhanghai city officials, this is a big expense. Only this transaction, which brought the official hidden gains, far exceeded $300 million. With this batch of equipment and skill books, how many teams will there be in the official Zhanghai city that will be able to overdevelop? Gone. Qin Feng intended to leave. And Yu reached out her small hand and pulled down his cuff. Wait. Dajiang Industry side imprisoned several players. We are planning to go to rescue people out. Big brother want to join the rescue together. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he heard this. Is this an official attempt to get him on board? They're trying to whitewash the fact that he killed Sun Fei? However, Qin Feng doesn't have that kind of free time to save people. What's more, there was no way he was going to reveal the reality of who he was at this stage. I'm an assassin and you're asking me to save people? Qin Feng shook his head. But there is a piece of advice if you guys want to do it. Hurry up. As soon as the God Abandonment game reaches level 10, you'll be able to extract the game's abilities into reality. You should understand what this means. Hearing Qin Feng's words, and Yu's pretty face changed slightly. She nodded a little nervously. Understood. Dajiang Industry, too, is now acquiring lifespans. Once their people have risen to level 10 and extracted their game abilities, our actions will meet even more resistance. Just as soon as you understand, go. Qin Feng finished speaking and turned to leave. Anyway, in 2 hours, the whole world will know about this matter. Tell the official this news in advance. It is also a kind of face-selling. There is no harm. When he leaves, and you looked at where his figure disappeared, and gravity surfaced on her pretty face. Wang Mang. Next, we'll have to practice separately. Right now, all 6 of our team are highly leveled. And when we get together, we encounter small monsters in seconds, with overflowing damage. But splitting up, with one person leading a team, can drastically increase our overall leveling efficiency. If you encounter a boss, you can reconnect to raid together. Anyway, let's all get to level 10 first. Don't look at Yu as a bit of a natural nerd, but he's still very capable in business. Under her arrangement, the strength of the official players in Zhanghai City would increase at a faster rate, thus taking better control of the situation. Qin Feng left the abandoned church basement. He came to the fluorescent Flametown Square and set up a stall. The name of the stall: 30 days to collect silver boss coordinates, 100 days to collect gold boss coordinates. He had only just sat down when a somewhat familiar player came to him. Chapter 52. Magic City Qian Shishir. Hire Shadow to kill Qin Feng? The visitor was a shooter player. Qin Feng had seen it once before when he was in the Shell Town. It was the shooter youth with Zhang Li, codenamed Old Mao. At first, Zhang Li offered $10 million to ask Qin Feng to bring upgrades, which was rejected by Qin Feng. As a result, this Old Mao ran over to contact Zhang Li and brought Zhang Li to level up. I was expecting to get a huge $5 million. As a result, when he went to get the money, he was tied up by the thugs of Dajiang Industry and brought back to the basement of a villa to be locked up. So, Mao Lijun was coerced and forced to give Dajiang Industry a life. If the life expectancy is turned in less, no food or drink is given. This Maurizio Jun was practically in tears. He then realized why the shadow didn't even want $10 million in the first place. It was too prescient. It's Anji killing me. After being kidnapped by Dajiang Industry, Mao Lijun compromised. Even he was willing to become a traitor under Jiang Li, pulling 2 more people over for Jiang Li. At this point, he was the one who had accepted Jiang Li's mission to wait for Dark Shadow in this fluorescent flame town. Shadow, wearing a green leather armor, old Mao came to Qin Feng's stall, glanced at him, and said with a smile, "Our Missy said that as long as you are willing to take Missy for an upgrade, Missy can give you $300 million plus shares into Jiang Industry. How many times in life can there be this kind of opportunity? I advise you to cherish it." Hearing Mao Lijun's words, Qin Feng looked at him like a little cutie, looking at him like this guy is afraid that he doesn't know that Jiang Li has GA? He said one word, "Get out." Oh. Mao Lijun froze in place. He didn't expect that $300 million plus shares of Dajiang Industry that couldn't impress Dark Shadow. Although he was very reluctant, he ran away in disgrace. He had just heard that Shadow had taken out Song Fei in reality, and did so quietly. How dare he stay and bull? But he only knew that Song Fei was dead. He didn't know that Jiang Li was dead yet. After all, he was realistically imprisoned and had no access to outside information. And within the godforsaken game, the only thing he heard others gossiping about was Song Fei's death. As for the river pair, who is she? After Mao Lijun left, he did not completely die, but also wanted to find an opportunity to invite the shadow over. Otherwise, he could not complete the task. He would be whipped. Just then, he heard a few people next to him whispering, "Holy! Shadow actually appeared. Didn't he just finish off Song Fei?" Not only Song Fei, it is said that there is a little beauty by his hot hands directly GA. Huh? That's a waste, isn't it? Waste your sister. It is rumored that that woman is the eldest Miss OE Industry, called what Jiang Li. Originally intended to catch Shadow in reality and give her life expectancy, but ended up being killed on the spot. Hiss. How the hell did Shadow do that? God knows. It must be a problem with the godforsaken game. This world, it's going to change. Let's upgrade as soon as possible. What? Jiang Li is dead. Hearing these people discuss it, Mao Lijun was like a bolt from the blue. He stood frozen on the spot with a feeling of disbelief. Song Fei died. He didn't have much of a feeling. After all, between Song Fei and him, there was nothing involved, far away. But the river pair. This is a woman who scares Murijin. In a short period of time, Shadow killed Song Fei and also killed Jiang Li? Or assassination? Mao Lijun had a creepy feeling. Shadow. Originally, he also laughed at the Shadow's stupidity, giving $10 million for nothing and not wanting it, but it turned out that the clown was actually himself. Good thing I didn't mess with the Shadow. Mao Lijun was emboldened. Death originally was very far away from him. However, he never expected that Jiang Li, who was towering and bossing around in front of him, would be directly taken out. He took one last look at Qin Feng's figure and, somewhat trembling, hurriedly left. Qin Feng didn't care about Mao Lijun's appearance. For him, it's a blip. When he set up his stall, he noticed that the players within the town of Fluorescent Fire see him are a little afraid, nervous. Some girls even dare not pass in front of him, for fear of being noticed by him. It looks like a lot of people already know that Song Fei was killed by him. However, Qin Feng didn't care. At this point in time, there are already old people in the game. But they're all assigned to the towns in the back, so I'm sure I won't see them here. In another 2 hours, there will be others who have risen to level 10, and by then, they can prepare to head to the continent. Qin Feng was in no hurry. Before heading to the Divine Forsaken Continent, you can get your full set of gold and platinum equipment beat up in the initial town. After all, there was so much Qin Feng could do once he passed. Not long after, 2 players wearing black robes arrived in front of Qin Feng's stall. I have the coordinates for the silver boss here. It was also at the same time that Qin Feng was preparing to brush more bosses. In the city next door to Zhanghai, the Magic City, the total population of Zhanghai City is more than 8 million. The population of the Magic City, on the other hand, is 35 million. Until now, the initial towns in the Zhanghai City area, a total of more than 700, totaling more than 700,000 people entered the God Abandonment game. This number will soar in the evening, rapidly exceeding 5 million, until all adults have entered the game. In comparison, the Magic City has a much larger population. There were already more than 4,000 initial towns in the magic capital region, and they were still increasing at an extremely fast rate. It was in a small town in the Magic City area. There was one team that was quite noticeable. It was a woman in wind-burned leather armor, accompanied by 5 foreign men, 3 white-skinned and 2 dark-skinned. The woman, with all 5 of them, looked close, talking and laughing. It's none other than the daughter of the chairman of the Chen group, Chen Shishir. Originally, Chen Shishir was planning to take a plane to North America, but the God-forsaken game descended, and the flight was grounded. She then contacted 5 foreign men within the Magic City area and entered the God-forsaken game together. Soon, she spent the group's money and bought a lot of lifespans, which were then exchanged for equipment and skill books, boosting both her and the 5 foreign men in terms of strength. At this point, Chen Shishir walked in the town with those 5 people, looking at the players around her who shunned her, and smiled disdainfully. Look at these Daxia men. Each one of them is as weak as a bedbug. Tony, it's still you North American mans that have charisma. On the side, a white man with an airplane head, Tony, smiled and said, Ms. Chen, you are discerning. We are naturally much stronger than these Daxia men. We, on the other hand, are also very strong. Return to reality in a while, you can have a good experience. Chen Shishir giggled. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. That's when she thought of someone, right? Chen Shishir suddenly said faintly, I just heard that useless thing Song Fei was killed? I played him once before, and he was gone in a minute. What a waste. The dark shadow of Zhanghai City can kill Song Fei, so it should be even easier to have him kill an ordinary person, right? Everyone, I'm going to go offline to make a call, and have someone contact Shadow to help me kill someone in Zhanghai City. The man she's trying to kill. Naturally, it was Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had repeatedly refused her invitations to play, completely disrespecting her and making her very upset. As far as she was concerned, the fact that she could look at a Daxia man was an honor for the other. The district is just an employee of a subordinate company. How dare you reject her? Since you don't give me face, then you go to hell. Of course, spending a lot of money to kill you is too wasteful. The key is still to use this to make friends with the Shadow. Although it is a Daxia man, but after all, it is the world's #1, I begrudgingly can get to know it. The corners of Chen Shishir's mouth curled up slightly, thinking that she had strategized. But she didn't realize that the Qin Feng she wanted to kill was actually Dark Shadow. Let someone go to hire the shadowy Shadow and assassinate Qin Feng. This is killing himself? Regarding this, Qin Feng was naturally unaware of it, just as he was preparing to hunt bosses everywhere. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyu, who had been denied a gift by him, had fallen into a state of emo. Originally, I wanted to cut off and sever the relationship with Qin Feng, and then evening the Dark Shadow. Results. The situation was so different from what she thought it would be. Chapter 53, $50 million to kill Qin Feng? At this time, Qin Xiaoyu was in a terrible mood. Funny thing was, when Qin Xiaoyu severed her relationship with Qin Feng, it wasn't even as hard as it was now. Finally, the God-forsaken game reminded her that in reality her body's hunger level was at 90% and she should eat. It was only then that she reacted and called Chu Yen to go offline with her. Would have liked to order a takeout. But the God-forsaken game has come down and left many stores closed, or even without riders. It was only until then that Qin Xiaoyu remembered Qin Feng. Previously at home, Qin Feng every time to prepare her good food, and are all her favorite food, simply do not need her hands, even the brain does not need to move, eat on the line. But now, it's severed. For a while, Qin Xiaoyu was a little less accustomed to it. Soon though, she gritted her teeth. It's just dinner. Nothing compared to freedom. And at this moment, Qin Feng had long since thrown Qin Xiaoyu to the back of his mind. After just over an hour, he had already received the coordinates of 4 silver level bosses and had gone there successively, killing those 4 silver bosses in turn. Each kill gave him 16 evolution points. Counting the loot groped by the greedy hands, if all of it was sold to the officials, the average gain from each silver class boss reached 3,000–4,000 days of tradable life. An hour or so later, Qin Feng returned to Fluorescent Flametown with a full load. He contacted the officially arranged contact person and sold the silver and gold level equipment skill books, which were in his backpack, to the other party. Looked at the inventory. Tradable life. 105 years. That's close to 40,000 days of tradable life. You can extract quite a bit. But there's no rush. Qin Feng checked his entire body's equipment. His entire body was now covered in at least gold-level equipment. Weapons, platinum-grade ghost ship twin blades. Clothing, gold-grade ghostfire leather armor. Wrist guard, gold-level gloves of thick red leather. A necklace, believer's pendant gold, and 2 rings, ring of the damned gold, and ring of lightness platinum. After these 4 silver bosses were fought, Qin Feng had replaced the original bronze leg guards and inferior shoes on his body as well. Instant leather gaiters gold. Assassin's defense. Physical defense plus 15. Full elemental resistance plus 12. Cooldown speed plus 35%. Requirements. Level 8. Boots of stealth gold. Assassin's defense. Stealth time plus 20%. Movement speed while stealthy plus 30%. Stealth breaking attack plus 35. Requirements. Level 9. With these 2 pieces of equipment swapped out, Qin Feng's stealth ability was even stronger. The cooldown rate has also been increased from 55% to 75%. The original 12-second cooldown of instant shadow slash now takes only 6.8 seconds, further skyrocketing the output ability. Now the experience value is 28,000. Wait until you have 50,000 experience for your first career advancement. Before traveling to the continent, you must advance your profession once to get your stealth level to level 3. Qin Feng planned in his mind. There are no platinum bosses in the initial town. However, after traveling to the continent, Qin Feng would definitely go for the platinum level boss first kill. As for platinum level bosses, all of them had at least a level 2 anti-crypt level, so if he didn't raise his stealth level by 1 level, Qin Feng would have some trouble dealing with platinum level bosses. After all, platinum bosses, designed to give team rating bosses. It was unusual to have 30 or 40 people before you would even consider taking on a being. Just then, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he was greeted by a thieving youth who ran over. "You're the Shadow? I have an assassination order here, will you take it? Don't worry, you won't be paid less." The youth lowered his voice and said furtively. Qin Feng glanced at him and turned around. As a result, the triangular-eyed youth was a bit anxious. "Wait, don't go. Just kill an ordinary person called Qin Feng. I will give you the address. You even killed Song Fei. This matter is easy for you." The moment these words came out, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. "Kill Qin Feng? Nice guy." Qin Feng glanced at the other party and asked, "This person messed with you and you paid so much money to kill him?" The triangular-eyed youth looked around and said quietly, "Don't worry about that. The payoff won't be small anyway. As long as it's accomplished, you'll be given 3,000 days of life. 3,000 days, now the price is almost equal to $50 million. The other side is still bidding pretty high. Obviously, it wasn't because Qin Feng was hard to kill, but because of Shadow's global #1 status. Interesting. Who tried to kill me? Or hire the Shadow to kill me? Qin Feng kinda wanted to laugh, but in this situation now, it was obvious that someone was trying to harm him. The triangular-eyed youth in front of him, Qin Feng could be sure that he had never seen before, so this person should just be an errand boy. The one who really wanted to kill Qin Feng was someone else. At this time of the year, there aren't many people who have a problem with me and can still offer such a high price. If it's the identity of the Shadow, then there are quite a few people who have been offended. But Qin Feng, this real-life identity, shouldn't have been targeted so early. So, it's a grudge that predates the advent of the godforsaken game. It's Chansey. Qin Feng quickly thought of her. The daughter of the chairman of the Chen group, the woman who goes crazy and parties with foreigners every day. As Qin Feng thought about it, this was the only woman who had the motive and the financial resources to hire someone to kill her. Good lord, you got to me before I got to you? Qin Feng felt outrageous. He knew exactly what the woman was thinking. This order was purely to get acquainted with Dark Shadow. As for getting rid of Qin Feng, it was a matter of passing. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill him, even before the godforsaken game descended with Chen Shirshir's ability, it wasn't like he didn't have the means to do it. There was no need to wait until now and spend as much as $50 million. After thinking about all this, Qin Feng looked at the triangular-eyed youth and said, "All right, I'll take this order and pay half of the deposit first. Also, I'll decide when I'm going to do it." The triangular-eyed youth was pleasantly surprised at his words. "You've agreed? But half of the deposit. I have to ask for instructions from above." Soon after, the triangular-eyed youth initiated a trade invitation. Sure enough, put on a 1,500-day lifespan. To Qin Feng, this amount of lifespan was nothing, but it was a waste not to want it. Soon, the deal was done. Qin Feng revealed a playful smile, secretly thinking, the deposit is collected first, but the one I want to kill is not Qin Feng, but you, Qian Shishir. Despicable? Shameless? Qin Feng didn't even care about that. For him, he only had to do two things. First, get stronger. Second, let all your enemies go to hell. Chapter 54 Plague Surrounders. I Showdown. After receiving 1,500 days of lifespan, the triangular-eyed youth then sent over Qin Feng's residential address. Landscape impressions. Is really where I live. Qin Feng turned away without moving. Qian Shishir would have been his next target. Now it looks like it's time to take out this woman a little early. After all, in reality, the only one who would be a threat to Qin Feng is this woman. Immediately after that, he continued to set up his stall and acquire the boss coordinates. The time now around 6 o'clock in the evening. Players in many places have reached level 9 and are one step away from level 10. When the number of level 10 players in the Zhanghai City area reached 7, Qin Feng would be the first to leave the initial town and head to the mainland. Compared to the daytime, the atmosphere within the town was now noticeably different. Since the town of Luminescence is a relatively early town, the local players' levels are relatively high, and many regular small groups have been formed. A female player wearing silver armor, with a pair of long legs, took 3 steps and arrived in front of Qin Feng. Big brother, I've got a golden boss coordinates here. Do you take it? The female player has a pretty good voice, a little burnt to be exact. Qin Feng looked up and saw a good-looking female player whose profession should be of the warrior lineage. She was tall and had a pretty good face, a typical melon face, especially those eyes that looked like they could discharge electricity. Of course, it was her moniker, Yukiko of Milk White, that caught the most attention. Let's just say, it's a talent. Qin Feng didn't move and said, 100 days. See the boss payment. The female player pointed to the north direction of the town. Good. Come with me then. I'll take you there. It's a bit of a long way. Qin Feng got up. First, what's the name of the boss? The other man thought for a moment and said, call it something like Plague Surrounders, will that do? Qin Feng nodded. Okay. The Plague Wraith, indeed, is a gold-level boss, and it's harder to fight. It was especially a bit more difficult for a lone wolf like Qin Feng, because this boss possesses a highly poisonous aura that continuously loses life points per second whenever you stay within a certain range of it. Qin Feng had no recovery ability for the time being if he swiped alone. To deal with this boss, you must take it out as fast as possible. Of course, Qin Feng had this confidence is all. Hearing Qin Feng say yes, the long-legged girl asked with a bit of hesitation, can you do it alone? Should I bring a nurse? That boss has ranged toxin damage. Qin Feng shook his head. No need. Just lead the way. If he wanted to bring a nurse, Qin Feng could just call Gu Ishue over directly. The White Bird Magus healing assistance ability was definitely far beyond that of an unusual priest. But if the damage is high enough to spike the boss, what priest do you need? With the damage of the Plague Surrounder, it wasn't enough to pose too much of a threat to Qin Feng, as long as he didn't eat its single skill. Soon, Milky Yuko was leading the way. Qin Feng followed behind. I have to say, this woman's walk is very flavorful. One word. Enchanting. Along the river outside the town and keep walking, the duo soon came to the entrance of a cave. Milky White Yuko pointed inside the cave. The boss is in the cave, the small monsters are all cleared by my team, but the boss cannot be beaten. I'll take you in. She continued to walk ahead. In the middle of the cave, there were some stones that emitted a faint source of light, set into the stone walls, so that one could barely see their way through the cave. Soon, it came to a wide cavern the size of a soccer field. Qin Feng saw that there was a grayish-brown dry tree trunk that appeared in the middle of the cave. The dry tree trunk, surrounded by a grayish-brown gas for 50 meters, would take 1% of life value per second toxin damage once it got close. If memory serves, this toxin damage can be dodged. Then Ghostly Blur's 75% evasion would be useful. Qin Feng slightly recalled the skills of this boss. He traded with the Milky White Yukiko, gave her 100 days to live, and then was going to strike. But just then, Milky Yuko called out to him with some hesitation. Hey, big brother, there is a thing. Remind you. Actually, this is a trap. As long as you open the fight, soon there will be someone to kill you. I remember they are with a level 2 anti-hiding prop. Qin Feng had already hidden his figure. Hearing this, His voice came out from within the cave in front of him. It doesn't matter. Milk White Yuko said helplessly. This is not the key. The key is, in the plan I will stop those people, and then take the opportunity to get acquainted with Big Brother. Finally find a chance to probe into your reality. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. What kind of bull plan is this? Milky Yuko. Big Brother, I'm showing you my cards. Don't hold it against me. Find the guy behind me and go. It looked like Qin Feng still had some deterrent power by taking out Song Fei. At least this woman will not dare to provoke Qin Feng. But instead, with Qin Feng honestly explain the situation, Qin Feng returned over, appeared next to her and asked her, "Who's behind you?" This female warrior was holding a long knife in her hand and had a somewhat tangled look, but finally made up her mind. It's Dong Fong Xian, godforsaken game ID Idol Cloud, said to have been killed by Big Brother you once. Big Brother, if you can kill Song Fei, surely you can kill him as well? You can't sell me out if I show you my cards like this. You'd better finish off Dong Fong Xian, or I'll be miserable. Dong Hyun? Idol Cloud? Qin Feng remembered, slightly impressed. Wasn't this the one, the leader of the group of players who wanted to rob his golden ghost ship boss? Turning around and giving him a chiseling strike skill book, pretending to seek forgiveness, only to engage in this kind of petty maneuvering behind his back? In my last life, I don't think I've heard of this guy. Either they didn't develop or they were taken out early. Think about it. It's weird to go around grabbing monsters and messing with people in the early stages of this game and not get killed. Another name was added to Qin Feng's death list. He said to the Milky White Yuko, "Then you'll trick their people into coming." Qin Feng hasn't killed anyone within the game for quite some time. The Blossom Curse didn't even work. It would be best if more people came, and Qin Feng would be able to harvest some more lifespan. Okay, Big Brother. The Milky Yuko nodded quickly in agreement. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng killed that level 10 gold boss, the Plague Surrounder. Due to the need to quickly resolve the battle, Qin Feng directly turned on the active effect of Graceful Deliverance.
Catch Instant Shadow Shop.
Countless saber lights erupted and bloomed on that dry tree trunk in an instant. 2118. 2118. 6345 Weakness Attack. In the center of the Plague Surrounder's trunk, there is a creepy smiley face with 2 eye marks on it, both of which are weaknesses. Due to the weakness amplification effect of Graceful Deliverance, a third of the times this instant shadow slash hit a weakness. And the active effect of the legendary class enchantment Deliverance is Cut Throat. Deals an additional 150% damage per second for 3 seconds, equivalent to a total of 450% extra damage. Qin Feng a boon relief plus instant shadow chop. 3 seconds later, that boss blood bar has only 1/3 left. A skill hit more than 80,000 total damage. The female warrior who saw this scene, Milky Yuko, instantly contracted her pupils. What the hell? A skill that knocks out 2/3 of the blood of a gold level boss? Is this still human? Chapter 55. This man. So scary. The sister could hardly believe her eyes when she saw the blow up. A gold level boss. It is said that when this boss was found on the side of Dongfang Xian, he got 3 teams, 18 people to come over. As a result, just half a minute into the fight, the group was destroyed. Tanks can't resist it, nannies can't milk it. That boss's sustained toxin damage is too high. Most importantly, the 3 squads of 18 people, together, surrounded the boss until the final reunion, only to knock out less than 5% of the boss's blood. And now, as soon as Shadow strikes, the boss blood level plummets by 2/3? Is this ING? The same game we're playing? Milk White Yuko's expletives came out, looking at that boss's blood bar with wide, beautiful eyes. But here's what she doesn't know. After Qin Feng finished releasing a skill in just 3 seconds, he had already retreated back from the boss, moving away to 50 meters away from the boss. The active effect of Graceful Deliverance now has a cooldown of 25 seconds. With a 75% cooldown speed bonus, the final cooldown is 14.3 seconds. In other words, waiting another 14.3 seconds, Qin Feng would be able to finish off that boss. However, Qin Feng was in no hurry. He stealthily hid to the side, waiting for Dongfang Xian's men to come over and send their lives. As for the boss, which was itself just a tree trunk, with Qin Feng stealthy and unable to find his target, the boss had been spewing poison in place. Various green and gray poisonous mists emerged from the trunks of the trees and spread towards the surroundings. There were also some venomous eruptions that spilled around in puddles. These injuries, even if Qin Feng ate them now, would either kill or injure him. Not to mention the other players. If you really wanted to strongly kill the plague surrounders, you had to have at least a full set of silver equipment for the squad, and the nurse's skills had to be relatively high, or else it would be impossible to fight it head-on. And now those players, not to mention silver equipment, have not even seen a few pieces of bronze equipment yet. More than that, there are most players that don't have all the normal equipment. With this, you still want to come and fight a gold-level boss? Soon, outside the cave passage, there was a series of messy footsteps. It should be the other side that's ready to come. Get them all ready. Enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who gets in the way, kill without pardon. There was a man at the head of the group with a somewhat familiar voice. Qin Feng stealthily stepped aside and looked through the dim light inside the cave and was happy. I can't believe it's Iron Man. This guy is still hanging out with Dongfang Xian? Looks like it's still not convinced after being killed by me a couple times. Their plan, though, was to have Yukiko of Milk White help me stop the group and get close to me while they could. Qin Feng was still a bit perplexed. This Milk White Yukiko is that strong in battle? Tainan brought in more than a dozen people. Could she really stop them? Soon Qin Feng knew, only to see the woman reach out and pull out a large shield, stopping in front of Iron Man and the others. Holy, a gold-level shield? This defense, no wonder. Qin Feng was all a bit shocked. At this stage, it was impossible for this woman to kill a gold-level boss. Most likely, she had encountered the ancient god's blessing in the wild and opened a gold-level treasure chest. When Tetsuo rushed over with his men, he saw the milky white Yuko blocking the way. Attacks were launched towards her, all of which were blocked by her gold-ranked shield. Each time it only knocks off up to 5 life points from her, and most attacks don't even break defense. As for her, she was now level 7, and as a warrior with a blood count of over 2,000, it would take at least a minute or two for Iron Man and the others to kill her. Mainly this passage is so narrow that not that many people can attack her at the same time. Qin Feng didn't bother thinking about it. When Tetsuo and the others appeared, they appeared directly behind the milky white Yuko. A shot of instant shadow chop in stealth. Now Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow chop cooldown was only 6 seconds or so, and by the time Iron Man and the others came over, it had long since cooled down. Immediately afterward, one could see countless sword lights flashing in the passageway. More than 10 people from the other side, who happened to be squeezed in this passage, were taken in by Qin Feng with a single skill, as usual. 2,412. 6597 weakness attack. 1978. Qin Feng turned around and only saw a screen full of damage numbers. The vast majority of people, however, just jumped a damage number and died. There was only one Iron Man, with relatively high blood and defense, who ate an instantaneous shadow chop's chopping strike surprisingly didn't die, except that Qin Feng had a total of 9 chopping strikes with this skill. Just for a moment, Iron Man and a dozen others regrouped. The Blossom Curse. At this stage, Qin Feng was completely invincible in-game PvP. After dealing with it, he raised his hand to release the Blossom Curse on Iron Man and the others. Scarlet flowers, one by one, blossomed from the corpses in the field and began to suck their tradable lifespans. Big brother, add a friend. Turn around and I'll explain it to Dongfang Xian. Milk White Yuko put away her shield and gasped, pleading. She got a creepy feeling looking at the scarlet flowers all over the place. The unseen figure of the man in front of me was terrifying. At this point, she's a little glad. If she really listened to Dongfang Xian and approached Shadow in an attempt to probe his reality information, it was likely that her end would be miserable. In fact, she was all set to listen to Dongfang Xian. But she saw the tragedy of Song Fei's murder. All of a sudden, he wimped out. God-forsaken game, if it only gave longevity, then she wasn't too worried about it. But now it's all being rumored that the abilities of the God-forsaken game are likely to be used in reality. Facing a world's #1 assassin who comes and goes without a trace. Who could be afraid?
Okowo.
Qin Feng agreed to the friend request. I'll ask you later where Dongfang Xian is in reality. Just tell me in private chat. The Milky Yuko sighed in relief. Okay, I'll be waiting. Big brother can call me if he needs service too. It's free. Qin Feng almost didn't strain himself when he heard this. Is this woman a Kuan? No wonder it burns so much. But then again, this kind of woman, for some geeks, is indeed more lethal, stormy, and deadly. Graceful deliverance.
Instant shadow shop.
Qin Feng returned to the boss room, bypassing the several puddles of green venom sprayed out by the plague surrounder and unleashing his continuous technique. This boss would have had a third of its blood left. Qin Feng had been in a stealthy state, so it had been spraying poison in place, and the surrounding area of 50 meters was full of poisonous mist and venom. Luckily, Qin Feng's output was of the explosive type. 2 instantaneous shadow slashes before and after directly decapitated him. You have killed Plague Surrounder LV10 gold level. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 555 days of life tradable. The piece of grayish-brown tree root fell to the ground, bursting into a pile of loot. What a pauper! Qin Feng couldn't help but spit. Of course, he wasn't talking about this boss, but Iron Man's dozen or so people. This gold-level boss have not even used the Hand of Greed yet, have given 555 days of tradable lifespan. As for Iron Man and those people, Qin Feng all used the Blossom Curse to drain their lifespans, adding up to just over 300 days. As far as non-tradable lifespans go, this group should be running out soon too, right? It's all like this. Don't brush the monsters peacefully and still run out to cause trouble. Convinced. For this group of people, Qin Feng naturally did not have half a bit of pity. After dispatching the milk-white Yuko, he then returned to the boss corpse and unleashed greedy hands. Qin Feng was still looking forward to the drops of the gold-level boss, because it's almost bound to drop platinum-level stuff. When a bunch of loot was touched out around the boss, Qin Feng picked it up and was instantly enlightened. It's been quite a while since I've seen an assassin skill book. This is finally another book. Chapter 56 Shadow Profession Advancement. The Continental Passageway opened. Qin Feng checked the skill book in his hand. Hour of Darkness Platinum Level. Assassin Skill. Explode darkness with the blade in your hand, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60-34.3 seconds. Required level 10. Range 20 meters. Base duration 10 seconds. The higher the mental attributes of the target, the shorter the duration. Simply put, it's a blinding skill. Doesn't that just go with my professional traits? As long as it blinds the enemy, even if I am not in a stealthy state, it can trigger double damage just the same. Of course, this blindness state can be dispelled. If it's PvP, you have to watch out if the opponent has a group dispel skill nurse, or a support profession like a paladin or a priest. It's still better if you use it to fight bosses. Even if the boss spirit attribute would be higher, against a boss of the same level, it still wouldn't be a problem to last 3 or 5 seconds. There is only one thing to note. Bosses are resistant to the same negative effects, and if the first blinding lasts 5 seconds, the second will likely only last 3 seconds, and the third will be even shorter. Study. Qin Feng will learn the Darkest Hour skill. On top of that, he had also fished out a higher-grade Platinum Assassin's Weapon from the corpse of the Plague Surrounder. Plague Blade Platinum. Assassin's Weapon. Attack power plus 216. Agility plus 42. Weakness attack multiplier plus 0.3. Requirements. Level 10. Unique effect. Any of your attacks will have a toxin attached to them, which explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of that attack's damage. The effect of this unique effect is equivalent to increasing any damage by 50%. It only takes 3 seconds to settle. In comparison, Qin Feng's previous ghost ship Twin Blades, the only special effect is that it deals 2 damage per general attack. At the moment, I'm not playing a pooch stream. Straight for the Plague Blade. Qin Feng changed his weapon. As for the platinum-grade ghost ship Twin Blades, they were already artifact-level weapons for other assassins. At this stage, having a platinum-level weapon would at least double, if not triple, the output of other assassins. Selling for 3,000 days won't be a problem. Qin Feng looked at the remaining loot. There was no more that the assassin could use, so he put it all away, followed closely by evolution points. The previous 4 silver-ranked bosses, along with this gold-ranked Plague Surround, and the small monsters he sometimes killed along the way, had allowed Qin Feng's evolution points to build up to 98 points. Damage is sufficient for now, and there's no rush for Darkest Hour to evolve. You can save up for now and continue to evolve the epic level Greedy Hands to legendary level. Qin Feng checked the list of skills. Latent Shadow Platinum. 13 points are required for evolution. Backstroke Enhancement Emerald. 21 points are required to evolve. Greedy Hands Epic. 210 points are required to evolve. Fierce Dart Emerald. 13 points are needed to evolve. Instant Shadow / Epic. 210 points are required to evolve. Ghostly Blur Epic. 80 points required for evolution. Graceful Deliverance Legendary. 200 points are required to evolve. Shield of Blacklight Epic. 50 points are required to evolve. There are also 3 skills that have not evolved: Blossom Curse, Chisel Strike, and Darkest Hour. Keep brushing. The number of bosses in each initial town is more limited. Qin Feng didn't continue collecting boss coordinates anymore. The boss in the town of Luminescence had been killed pretty much, and it would be a long time before it was refreshed. Short of 10,000 plus experience, just brush the small monsters. Qin Feng changed into the Plague Blade with a higher agility attribute and faster speed, and arrived at the coastline in 10 minutes or so. Keep brushing level 10 demons. Each little monster had 100 points of experience. Counting up, killing 100 or so of them would gather 50,000 experience, enough for his first career advancement. Unfortunately, the demons of this godforsaken game are not infinitely and quickly refreshed like an unusual online game. Otherwise, it's a minute upgrade. It's difficult to find the magic on the map. For example, the lobster form of the Crimson Cloaked one is hard to spot with the naked eye alone, and is basically stuck in the sand. That is, Qin Feng was alone. In the eyes of these demons, they all belonged to be good bullies. Just by passing through the neighborhood, a demonic creature would sneak closer. Since they were close, they naturally couldn't leave and were directly killed by Qin Feng with a single slash. And so it went until 8:30 p.m. Qin Feng had finally gathered 50,000 experience. Takes 100,000 experience to get to level 11, so there's no rush yet. In contrast, this 50,000 experience used for the first career advancement, the increase in strength was even more obvious. Your shadow profession has advanced. Current. 0 order first order. Occupational attribute bonus. Strength 39, Physique 39, Agility 824, Spirit 515. Profession passive 1. Stealth duration doubled. Added. Ability to use stealth skills while in stealth state. Occupational passive 2. +1/+2 stealth level. Occupational passive 3. If you are not in the enemy's field of vision when launching an attack, the damage of that attack is doubled 2x damage 3x damage. Relying on upgrading and improving equipment and skills alone won't get you far in the godforsaken game, because it's hard to level up, and there are more caps on equipment and skills. By the time you get to level 10, career advancement is also a very crucial part of power-up. Originally, Qin Feng's shadow profession attribute bonuses were Strength 3, Physique 3, Agility 8, and Spirit 5. When his profession advanced to the first rank, the bonus in terms of attributes increased to 3 times the original. And more critically, the 3 career passive boosts. Finally, Seamless Stealth. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he saw the added effect of the first career passive. Originally, all stealth skills could not be used while the stealth lasted. In other words, even if the duration of stealth is greater than the cooldown time, you must end your stealth before you can continue to release your stealth skill. But now, Qin Feng could unleash his stealth skill while he was in a stealthy state. In other words, he was now permanently invisible as long as he did not launch an attack. As the only hidden profession, the Shadow's early stage may seem rather average, but its later stage ability is definitely not weak. Qin Feng was still quite optimistic about the prospects of this career. This profession advanced once, and it did add 1 stealth level. Not only that, the damage of launching an attack outside of the field of view was also increased from twice the original damage to 3 times. It's doing more damage. Just in time to head to the continent and find a platinum-level boss to first kill. Qin Feng looked at the time. At 8:30 p.m. at this point in time, there were already quite a few players who had risen to level 10. However, what surprised Qin Feng was that the ones who had risen to level 10 first in addition to him were not the North American players that he remembered from his last life. Rather, players in Zhanghai City, and it's several tens at a time. These level 10 players, of course, were all familiar faces. Not bad. It looks like I sold so many equipment and skill books to my own benefit. The faster the players in Zhanghai City upgrade, the sooner I can head to the mainland. Qin Feng smiled. Just as his career advancement was completed, a prompt came from the system. The number of level 10 players in the Zhanghai City region reached 7, and the passageway to the Divine Forsaken Continent finally opened. Any player who reaches level 10 can return to the town and teleport one way to the Divine Forsaken Continent. Chapter 57 Arrival on the Mainland. The ruins of Zhanghai City. It was on Qin Feng's way back to the town. The whole world has changed drastically in this short period of time. Within Jianghai City, counting Qinfeng, there were just 7 players who had risen to level 10. It looked like Qinfeng was level 10 like them, but had 50,000 more experience than them to use for career advancement. This 50,000 experience is something that many players may not be able to brush up on in a day or two. Therefore, Qinfeng's development was actually several times that of other players. At the same time, in every other region of the globe, there were also players who had risen to level 10. North America, downtown Los Angeles Chicken, a former shooter game pro, was the first to reach level 10 and made a shocking announcement. Equipment, skills, and leveling in godforsaken games. Surprisingly, all of them can consume tradable lifespans and extract them to reality. And immediately after, a blonde female singer from the country of Xiong also rose to level 10, announcing the same news. In addition to this, there are Tianju, Cherry Blossom Country, Great Cold Country, Kangaroo Country, Woolly Bear Country. The same news is spreading all over the globe. It instantly ignited the world.
Fark suyut.
God-forsaken game's ability to extract to reality. There's still this good thing? When I'm level 10, I'll immediately start $0 purchase right away. In that case, that little star named Song Fei from Daxia before was indeed killed by Shadow. That's right. Shadow was the first to level up to 10 and must have extracted the stealth skill. That's horrible. So if he wants to kill someone, he's not just going to do it? Quickly extract the anti-crypt skill. Without the anti-concealment ability, this world is going to become an assassin's world. How can everyone be anti-cloaking? You have to be in a group to do it. Wait, so why did Shadow want to kill Song Fei? It's rumored that it's because of the conflict that arose from robbing a boss in the game. For a time, billions of people around the globe were thrown into a state of panic. Officials in various countries have initiated a number of urgent actions. The most important thing, of course, is still to let the official police and military all enter the godforsaken game to level up as fast as possible. With a large number of pre-acquisition of tradable life, the official countries now still have a certain degree of control. A short period of time is not out of control. In this moment of global panic on the Daxia side, a message came out. Dajiang Industry, Jianghai City, has been hit by the law for suspected illegal detention, casino operation, and organ trading. Meanwhile, there's Seinfeld, who repeatedly had sex with underage female fans and even abetted them to suck up. And the reason why the Shadow to kill Song Fei and Jiang Li is subject to the official commission cloud. On his way back to the town, Qin Feng looked for the milky white Yuko and chatted a little bit, and when he learned about this matter, he was a bit speechless. Officials are really good at whitewashing me. Is it to make it easier to work with me in the future? Qin Feng observed a moment of silence for Song Fei and Jiang Li. But then again, the official charges placed on Song Fei and Dajiang Industry may not be something they haven't done, and it's likely that they've actually done these things, only they haven't been blown out of proportion before. In short, both are a thing of the past. Whether it was Song Fei or the rather powerful Dajiang Industry in the previous life, all of them turned into history when this life just opened. The official even took the initiative to come forward and whitewash Qin Feng. Dongfang Xian is now level 7, and he's still not going to go offline? Okay. You'll contact me when he's offline and give me his location in the meantime. Qin Feng finished talking to Milk White Yuko and closed the private chat window. He stayed invisible and returned to the town, making his way to the teleportation room underneath the plaza. Now he's stealthier and silkier. You don't have to find any position like before. Just wait for the cooldown of the sneak shadow skill to end and use it directly, refreshing the duration of stealth and easily realizing permanent stealth. When he arrived at the teleportation room, he saw quite a few players coming and going, but didn't see any other level 10 players. In Jianghai City, there were currently 7 people who had risen to level 10. Gray Rose, Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, and Wang Meng's team's Sharp Eyes Archer and Card Master. As for Wang Meng and Yu, the 2 officials, on the contrary, were delayed because there were more things to do, but it was thought that it wouldn't take long to rise to level 10. They'll all have to rush back from the practice site once they hit level 10. Definitely slower than me. Qin Feng had no intention of waiting for these people. Instead, he came directly to the teleportation array and chose to travel to the Divine Forsaken Continent. Quite a few things on me haven't been sold yet, but that's okay. Once you get to the mainland, it's a lot easier to find shelters and store your stuff in them. Now inside this teleportation room, a special teleportation array appeared. In addition to teleportation arrays between towns, There is also one that only level 10 players can use, the Continental Teleportation Array. Many players were queuing up on the town's teleportation array. The Continental Teleportation Array, on the other hand, was naturally unattended. Qin Feng stepped forward and directly launched himself. Whether or not to travel to the spirit-forsaken continent. Yes, no. Qin Feng chose yes. As a burst of white light lit up and surrounded him, the glow of that teleportation array activating directly attracted the attention of everyone around him. The Continental Teleportation Array is activated. I don't see anyone, huh? Who teleported? Nonsense, of course it's the big shadow guy. That's not right. I have a level 2 anti-crypt level now. How come I can't see him? Dumbass, that means the big guy's stealth level is over 2. In the eyes of a group of players who were envious and jealous, the Continental Teleportation Array activated, teleporting the stealthy Qin Feng directly away. You know, the vast majority of players nowadays are basically level 3-5. A few players can level 6-8. As for those who could rise to level 10, there were only 100 or so worldwide. In the eyes of the general public, not to mention level 10, even if it was level 6 or 7, it was considered a big brother. Divine Forsaken Continent. It was a broken world of boundless vastness. In the middle of the ruins of a city in the east, a white teleportation light flashed, and a shadowless and invisible being arrived. It was the ruins of a city hundreds of kilometers in circumference. Sure enough, it's just like the last one. It's the ruins of the city of Zhanghai that I'm familiar with. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and appeared in the center of the ruins of the city. He looked around and saw the familiar scene with some emotion. Full of crumbling building debris, wandering magical creatures can be seen vaguely among the ruins. And in the center of the ruins is a huge statue more than 10 meters tall, an eyeless stone man. It was in fact an epic boss, only that the activation conditions had not been met at the moment. Players from each city, coming to the Divine Forsaken Continent, will appear in the ruins of their respective cities. And the geographic locations of these city ruins are also highly consistent with the locations of real cities. For what exactly is the place where the gods abandoned the land? There have been too many speculations by too many people in the 9 years of the last life, but no claims can be confirmed. Ruins of Zhanghai City. This is the place that housed millions of players for the next 9 years and was used as a base by millions of Zhanghai City players. Godforsaken game. No warehouses. Rarely even see NPCs. To store items and develop a guild, you need a base or shelter. The ruins of Zhanghai City. The best shelter. It's the sanctuary of my chopper guild. Qin Feng did not stay put and quickly ran over towards the northwest direction of the city ruins. In this life, he intended to monopolize the sanctuary that had the best location and the most space. Just shortly after he left, several more white glows lit up next to the statue of the eyeless stone man in the center of the city's ruins. Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, and the others teleported over together. Wow, this ruin is huge. It was rumored that Brother Shadow had teleported over a few minutes ago. I wonder where he went. Watch out. Yuki, there's a monster next to you. Chapter 58 knew he was fierce, but didn't expect it to be so exaggerated, due to the fact that it was unclear what was going on in the Divine Forsaken Continent. Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, Wang Mang, and the others were all about to teleport over together. Fruity, their party of 6, just after teleporting to the center of the ruins, 2 stone statue-like fiends appeared behind them, pouncing towards them. Earthshaker LV-11. Grade. General. Although it was 2 small monsters, Wang Meng and the others did not dare to be careless at all. Raise your shields. Dressed in gold-level armor and holding a silver-level shield, Wang Meng stopped in front of those 2 Earthshakers on the spot. The others were lined up behind him. The white owl on Gu Yixue's shoulder flew out on the spot, releasing a white light that landed on Wang Meng, adding a layer of defense boost to him. Boom! Boom! The 2 humanoid stone statues Earthshakers came roaring in, and as they approached Wang Meng, they directly stomped on the ground, surprisingly directly knocking Wang Meng away. At the same time, 2 heavy punches landed on Wang Meng's body with a bang. 512. 498. 2 astonishing damage numbers emerged from Wang Meng's body. It made Gu Yixue's eyebrows knit slightly. She slightly raised her hand, and the gold-level staff in her hand released a ray of light and began to heal Wang Meng. At the same time, a fire-ranged skill with an additional attack of 150 points came out of Lin Liu's hand, and a fireball descended from the sky, hitting both earthshakers at the same time. 428. 428. This damage of Linley Fish was considered top tier within the current players. After all, a small half of the equipment on her body was gold or even platinum level equipment from Qinfeng. However, to compare with Qinfeng, it was still more than a notch behind. One skill went down, only hitting the little monster with about 1/10 of its blood. This monster eats controls. I'll control them. The cardmaker uncle in the team said in a deep voice. Xiao Gu, have your owl fly into the sky and check the surrounding terrain to make sure there are no other monsters nearby. Gu Yishua nodded, and the snow-white owl quickly took flight. A minute or so later, they had some difficulty taking out 2 of the gargoyles. The probing from Gu Yishua caused them all to blush a bit. So, this place has no safe zone at all? Monsters everywhere? And the fight we just had has attracted the attention of some monsters? For a moment, Wang Meng and the others all realized, godforsaken game, not at all like an unusual online game. Is this a ING survival game? Compared to Wang Meng and the others, Qinfeng was much more relaxed. Reaching a stealth level of 3 allowed him to easily navigate inside the monsters. None of the monsters within the ruins of Zhanghai City are too strong yet. Anti-cloaking level 2 at most. Wait until we first get a foothold within the ruins and find a good shelter. Then explore within the ruins and find some bosses to take out. Of course, Qinfeng didn't waste the skill CD. When he passed by some monsters, he directly fired an instant shadow slash. Even without the active effect of graceful deliverance, the total damage of the instant shadow slashes 9 slashes could reach as much as 20,000 to 30,000. Against these little monsters, it's a complete spike. There are no other players in the entire ruin right now. There are monsters all over the place. It was total heaven for Qinfeng. He made his way towards the target location, killing normal monsters in seconds along the way, his greedy hand barely stopping. By the time he arrived at the target location more than 20 kilometers away, the number of evolution points on his body had grown from 98 to 115. Moreover, he had also picked up a higher-leveled copy of the Sneak Shadow skill. Skills with the same name have a fixed grade. For example, Subterranean Shadow, a skill that is a fixed inferior quality. But there are different levels of the same skill. For example, what Qinfeng had obtained now was the level 10 Sneaky Shadow. Learning this skill book will override my original level 1 Latent Shadow. But correspondingly, to get the real-life Subterranean Shadow up to level 10 as well, you need to make up more tradable lifespans. With a bit of an experimental nature, Qinfeng studied this skill book. You have learned Sneaky Shadow level 10. Your Subterranean Shadow level 1 is overwritten. Subterranean Shadow Platinum requires level 110 to enter a state of invisibility that lasts 24-36 seconds. Break stealth attack 100-5300. Cooldown 2212.6 seconds. The cooldown hasn't been reduced, but the duration of stealth and the stealth breaking attack have been increased substantially. Luckily, even though it's an inferior skill book, I've long since evolved my Subterranean Shadow to Platinum level, so after overriding it, the skill will still be Platinum level. Qinfeng looked at his attribute panel again. There are now 110 years of life expectancy, or 40,000 days out. Let's extract the ability all at once when we go to deal with Dongfang Xian. Qinfeng closed the attribute panel. He hid his form and looked at the ruins of a settlement that appeared before him. No one knew that underneath these ruins, there was an underground palace that covered more than 1,200 acres. This underground palace, which was about as big as the Zhanghai Normal University in reality, had thousands of rooms for rest alone, and even more dozens of hall areas. If we could capture this underground palace, no matter how much equipment or wealth, we could fit it in. In the godforsaken game, there exist many such ready-made shelters. The official name is the Hideout. Of course, players can find a way to build their own. Just need to use the materials will be particularly more. Want to build a shelter of thousands of acres? It is more difficult than heaven. However, the bigger the hideout you want to occupy, the stronger the guardian you need to defeat. Remember in my last life, after I set up the Zenith Guild, it was only after gathering 3 squads of 18 people and leveling up to level 15 that I came to take down this palace. Without hesitation, Qinfeng directly found a staircase in this ruin and walked down the stairs. The target, a level 15 platinum boss. There are also quite a few small monsters, even mini-bosses, ranging from level 12-15 on the way. The underground palace that was meant for a powerful team Qin Feng planned to explore it alone. When Qin Feng walked along the stairs and turned downward for 15 meters, the surroundings were already nothing but pitch black. Suddenly, a stone door opened ahead. The stone door opens when the hideout is unoccupied and anyone comes through. But when a player occupies it, the only way for others to open the stone door is to violently destroy it. Summon, devotee. Qin Feng was at the stone entrance and used a gold-level believer pendant to summon a silver-level believer. Guard the door. The duration of this silver-level devotee, as a summon, is unlimited. As long as you don't get killed, you're always there. It's perfect for watching the door. Then, Qin Feng stealthily entered the stone door and heard a system alert. You have arrived at the land of the pure soul hideout. Defeat the area guardian, and you will take possession of this area. What met Qin Feng's eyes was a spacious hall of a temple. Inside the hall, there were more than a dozen level 12 normal monsters roaming around. Spirit of Surge, Spirit of Overload, Spirit of Incineration. These are bodies of consciousness that are brought together by elemental energies. Darkest Hour. Qin Feng directly released his skill. The plague blade in his hand released a black flash, causing all the surrounding small monsters to fall into a blind state. First, an instant shadow slash took care of 7 or 8 of them in a straight line. Then, taking advantage of the fact that these little monsters were all blind and throwing elemental attacks everywhere, Qin Feng accurately avoided the attacks and waved the plague blade in his hand, unleashing normal attacks on these little monsters. With the 3 additions of Profession, Weakness, and Backstrike, even with a normal attack, Qin Feng was able to slash a weakness for nearly 3,000 damage, killing these level 12 monsters in seconds. If it were any other player, even for an elite player squad like Wang Meng, encountering so many elemental mini-monsters in an enclosed space would be dangerous to the extreme. But Qin Feng, in an instant, a total of 15 elemental minions were perfectly resolved. Trophies, orbs of lifespan light, exploded all over the hall. According to the number of monsters in this hideout, after clearing out the demons in this place, I should have enough evolution points to evolve the greedy hand one more time. Qin Feng was quite excited about this. Skills go from epic to legendary, but there is a qualitative change. I wonder what other effects can this greedy hand evolve to when it reaches legendary level. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to kill his way through this underground palace. Outside, Wang Mang and the others were already within the ruins of the city, being whisked away by the demons all over the place. Go this way. There don't seem to be that many monsters over here. Let's hide and not make any noise. Wait, so many demonic corpses in this yard? With Gu Ishu as White Owl leading the way, the group of 6 quickly arrived at the area Qin Feng had just passed by. Because the demons in this area had just been killed by Qin Feng. Looking down from the sky, the area was clean. When Wang Mang's 6 people escaped over together, they ended up seeing pieces of demonic corpses in the ruins over here. At once, the 6 were shocked. These demons that could whisk them away were slaughtered like chickens in front of the shadow. Originally, they knew that shadow was strong, but it was completely unexpected that it could be so strong as to be so exaggerated. No monsters around here for a while. Let's slow down. Gu Ishue pursed her lips and said, causing the crowd to sigh in relief. And you looked at the demonic corpses all over the place and was very emotional. Worthy of being a shadow big brother. I thought we were strong enough, but as a result, we can actually only hide in the crotch of the big brother and tremble. Hearing her words, the other 5 people's faces became a bit odd. Wang Mang coughed. Captain in a hem, watched the wording, and Yu's beautiful eyes widened. Ah, isn't my description apt? Chapter 59 Platinum Level Boss, Soul Purifier Phasal. Relying on the buffer of this area that Qin Feng had cleared, Wang Meng's 6 men finally caught their breath. It's too much. This divine abandoned continent. Why are there so many monsters? Luckily, Big Brother cleared this area. Otherwise, we are afraid that we are all going to die and go back. I think it's better for just the 6 of us to stop opening up the land first, and wait for our respective team members to level up to 10. Then come up and act together. I'm kind of curious. Where do we come back to life if we die here? The crowd chatted for a while, already in awe of the city's ruins. Just now those dozens of demonic creatures raging, if not they ran fast, now are already corpses. Originally, each of the 6 had led separate teams and brought a number of official players to upgrade. When we were able to come to the mainland, we got together first and came over to explore. I didn't realize that this place was so dangerous. At this moment, Gu Yixue once again switched viewpoints to her white owl. The owl flew up into the sky and scrutinized the area around here, causing Gu Yixue to once again suck in a breath of cold air. This monster really is a piece of death. Too fierce. Ah, wait. Underneath a few of the corpses up ahead, they all still have a gray glow. Is there loot that the big guy didn't pick up? Gu Yixue was surprised. Hearing this, and you guessed, it's because the backpack compartment isn't enough, right? Shadow was originally only one person, and with this efficiency in killing monsters, there must be a lot of things that can't fit in. Gu Yixue nodded. There are a few gray things that we haven't picked up. Should we go over there? Wang Meng said, wait a moment, I'll contact Shadow. Qin Feng was clearing demonic creatures all the way through the land of pure souls. When he was clearing to the fourth room, he received a private chat from Wang Meng. Big brother, we see that you have some things outside that you didn't pick up. How about we pick them up and pay you according to the price? Qin Feng quickly returned. Okay. Since he had a space ring and later exploded a 7-compartment storage backpack, he had a total of 34 compartments of storage space. But for Qin Feng, who had greedy hands, a 34-compartment backpack wasn't even quite enough. There were 5 pieces of grayish-white, inferior equipment that I didn't pick up along the way to the kill. In fact, no one who could rise to level 10 and come to the divine Forsaken Continent would lack inferior equipment. As for the inferior skill books, Qin Feng picked them all up. Some of them were still useful. Those 5 pieces of bad gear. Since Wang Meng wants it and has to pay for it, let's give it to him. I'll be in touch in an hour with a shipment of gear for sale. Qin Feng closed the private chat window after saying this. Continue to clean up the land of the pure soul. His backpack was already full, and along the way, demons popped out loot all over the place, but he didn't care. After all, as long as he finished off that platinum level boss, the entire underground palace would belong to him. As for before that, if someone came to the entrance of the palace, Qin Feng was able to get an early warning. After all, there was a silver-level devotee guarding the door. Even if a stealthy player comes over and wants to enter the land of the pure soul, he has to open the stone door first, and he will also be discovered by the devout. As Qin Feng continued to clear the monsters, Wang Meng and the others went offline first. For the situation of the divine Forsaken Continent, they needed to report upwards not only to the Jianghai City officials, but also to the higher-level officials of the Great Summer Country. Most of an hour later, not only Jianghai City but also the globe, many other cities, had also opened up their passageways to the divine Forsaken Continent. But what came out of the players who teleported to the continent was not good news, but bad news after bad news. We Mordor players are a city in ruins when we get to the mainland. We Tidewater players are also. It's not the same city ruins though. It's like the players from each city have a different landing spot when they get to the continents. Damn, that city ruins are full of monsters. I've already died twice. Can't stand it anymore. I can only go offline first. We'll have to wait for more people to open up the land. Otherwise it's just monster abuse. I'm kind of curious, what's the situation with that global number 1? Shadow? Seeing as he's still level 10, it must not be going well either, right? At this very moment, Qin Feng had already cleared all the small monsters within the underground palace that was the land of pure souls. In all, more than 40 halls plus 1,000 smaller rooms were cleared by him. More than 400 monsters were killed just from the small monsters. There were also 4 bronze-ranked bosses and 2 silver-ranked bosses. And in total, not only did they provide Qin Feng with more than 80,000 experience, but they also allowed his evolution points to soar all the way up to 205 points. For this 80,000 plus experience, the average player wouldn't be able to brush it for days and nights. After all, the general players simply do not dare to provoke a large number of demons, can only slowly find a single to kill. That efficiency can be imagined. 5 points short of evolving greedy hand. Just in time. Just take out that platinum level guard boss. Qin Feng heard a sound of converging elements, like the sound of electricity, coming from the direction of the center of the entire underground palace. This place, Qin Feng had stayed for 9 years in his last life, couldn't be more familiar. He breezed around several intersections and headed toward the center. Soon it came to a large, otherwise closed room. The room was about 30 meters in length and width, with an altar in the middle, and on the altar, there was an elemental demonic creature surrounded by lightning, taking on a human form and covered in purple lightning. Soul Purifier Phasal LV-15. Grade? Platinum. Introduction. guardian of the land of pure souls. Defeat it and you will become the master of the land of pure souls. The highest level of the magical creatures within the city ruins was level 15. This soul purifier Faisal was already the highest ranked demonic creature within the city's ruins, as well as the highest grade boss. I'm level 10 now. There's some damage decay against this boss, but it doesn't have much of an impact. If I remember correctly, this boss has a total of 750,000 blood and is divided into 3 stages in total. Most importantly, this boss has a level 2 anti-crypt ability. That's why Qin Feng had to raise his stealth level to level 3 before coming to this guy. In my last life, this boss's single lightning damage was so high that my warrior's full set of gold equipment could barely resist it. But now, I don't even need to resist its single skill. Qin Feng turned the plague blade in his hand, and his entire body, like a ghost, instantly entered the room. Graceful deliverance.
Instant shadow shop.
3,576. 3,549. 9669 weakness attack. When Qin Feng released the skill, he transformed into a shadow and passed through the boss before entering stealth once again, only to see the thunder-covered soul purifier Fate Hell, with thunder and lightning flowing through a pair of blue-eyed eyes, and before it could react, 9 damage numbers had already popped up one after another on top of its head, and its entire form was colored with a layer of green. Next, 5,364, 5,323, 14,503. Another 9 higher damage numbers emerged from the top of the boss's head. This was the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, which dealt slit throat damage and would last for 3 seconds. Chapter 60. First kill again. Qin Xiaoyu cried. Why is this game so hard? The soul purifier Faisal, its thunderous body, continued to blossom with blades, and damage numbers continued to pop up above its head. It tried to fight back the first time, but it didn't find the person who attacked it anywhere. A single high-damage lightning attack that was meant to be unleashed was unable to be released due to the lack of a target. He could only raise his arms formed by lightning and burst out with a wide-range attack skill. There were hundreds of thunderbolts that coalesced from the overhead ceiling and then fell towards the ground. These thunderbolts, from coalescing to splitting, took less than 0.3 seconds. Once hit, with Qin Feng's current defense and lightning resistance, he would surely die. Moreover, Qin Feng's 75% dodge was not good when facing these lightning attacks. This is because any skill, any attack from a platinum level boss or above has a hit modifier. The Soul Purifier's hit modifier is definitely above 100%. That means at least double the hits against anyone. For example, Qin Feng, now 75% evasion, then the average monster attacking him would only have a 25% hit rate. However, the Soul Purifier, a boss, will have a 50% or higher hit rate when attacking him. After all, in his last life, Qin Feng also just played this boss once, for its specific attributes are not very understanding, are roughly estimated. Luckily, Qin Feng's current agility attribute had reached 182 points after his career advancement and changing to the Plague Blade. The running speed at full burst was over 40 meters per second. As long as you pay attention and dodge before the lightning fully coalesces, you can avoid being hit by these lightning bolts. This trick, for all players at this stage, is almost impossible to accomplish. Even if they were given double the agility, it would be impossible for them to avoid this wave of thunderous attacks completely without any mistakes. But for Qin Feng, 9 years of combat experience had long since allowed him to develop the habit of dodging skills. Post-bosses have been more outrageous than this. The offense of this thing is nothing at all. In our last life, we barely managed to carry through this skill by luck and the priest's shield. But this time, I won't give boss any chance. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In the 3rd second of the opening battle, the damage from the throat slash and the special effects of the Plague Blade erupted, directly knocking out the first stage of the boss, 250,000 blood. When the Soul Purifier's blood level dropped by a third, a layer of Thunder Shield appeared on its body, and at the same time, in the sky around it, 3 balls of thunder and lightning light appeared, flying in a non-stop circle. 3 thunder chains from above those 3 balls of thunder light, linked to the Soul Purifier. Boss Bloodlock. The 3 balls of lightning light must be taken out first. In his last life, this stage had also caused the team led by Qin Feng to be reunited once. After extinguishing it once, Qin Xiaoyu made a crazy scene and said she didn't want to continue, so Qin Feng didn't take her. As a result, without her after a one-time pass, although the experience but Qin Xiaoyu itself is really not much use. Dodging skills is going to kill her. Milk? Does she have hands? Fierce poison darts. Qin Feng waited for Sneaky Shadow to finish cooling down, and casually threw out a fierce poison dart, which accurately hit the lightning ball of light that was encircling in midair. After throwing darts, Qin Feng continues to be invisible. When Qin Feng was stealthy, that Soul Purifier boss always launched ranged attacks. But to Qin Feng, dodging those thunderbolts was simply a reaction engraved in his bones. It was not half as difficult at all. One dart flew out. One instantaneous shadow chop erupted. It quickly destroyed the 3 blistering balls of lightning light. Boss down to the second stage. Graceful deliverance.
Instant shadow shop.
A shadow like blade light bloomed on the thunder-wrapped boss, and another damage number erupted. 3 seconds later, the boss goes straight down to stage 3, circle after circle of thunder and lightning, centered on the boss, spreading non-stop towards the surroundings. This skill, in his last life, he had all the members collect a set of thunder elemental resistance equipment, plus 4 priests shielding and returning blood before he could barely carry it through. But this life, Qin Feng directly performed an instantaneous shadow slash, dodged to the ceiling of the hall, and grabbed a beam with one hand. Perfectly avoided all the thunder circles. It had to be said that the difficulty of this boss was still very high, but Qin Feng had already prepared the appropriate countermeasures long before the fight started. 5 short minutes after the start of the war, the boss goes berserk and releases thunder attacks. Qin Feng opened Shield of Black Light, converting his entire body's evasion into a 7-layer damage immunity shield, and then a graceful deliverance plus instantaneous shadow slash, passing through the boss and instantly chopping up the last third of its bloodline. The boss's thunderous attacks that landed on him were all perfectly resisted by the Shield of Black Light. 3 seconds later, the lightning body of Soul Purifier Phasal turned into a ball of electricity and scattered on the ground, and a system prompt rang out in the minds of all players around the globe. Player, Dark Shadow Zhanghai City, is the world's first to kill a platinum-level boss, gaining 10 points of reputation. When this system prompt spread, all players around the world were instantly shocked. There were quite a few players just now discussing Shadow, thinking that Shadow's development wasn't going well either. Results. That's a platinum first kill? Platinum first kill? Another solo kill? Nima, it's too outrageous, isn't it? I've only just arrived on the continent and I'm still in the city ruins unlimited extinction, and this person single-handedly killed a platinum-level boss. We besiege a gold-level boss coin spreader and have been reunited 3 times. Shadow Big Brother directly single-kill platinum? What level of talent a play like this? Fark. Another Shadow of Dacia? Who knows his true identity? I suggest that a nuclear egg be dropped directly at the city of Zhanghai in Dacia. Good advice, don't suggest it next time. Really think Dacia is easy to mess with? Haha. 1 for you, 1 for me. Let's all destroy together. Just as the system alert of Qin Feng's first kill of the platinum boss came out, in the town of Shell, Qin Xiaoyu just happened to be cut in 2 by a silver-level boss holding a giant axe, with an axe sweeping across the room. You are dead. You have lost 14 years of your life non-tradable. You are dead. You have lost 2 days of life tradable. When Qin Xiaoyu was resurrected in Shell Town, full of trance. Another death. In the team channel, a teammate's tirade was heard. Shabby nurse. The boss has such a big axe, you don't know how to dodge it? Qin Xiaoyu was already upset, and when she heard her teammates hurling insults, she was not happy. Who is Shabby scolding? You are the T, you don't pull the boss. Blame me for not dodging skills? I dodge your MB. The teammate was furious. Damn this ranged attack skill. How can I pull it? MDZZ. Player Grade 8 Great Gale has quit the team. Within the group, there were soon only 3 people left again. Qin Xiaoyu, Chu Yen, and Zhang Wei. They had just been practicing and encountered a silver boss in the process of brushing monsters, and this was the 2nd time they had been taken out. Zhang Wei couldn't even top it. He said, "The system suggests that I'm hungry. I'll go offline to eat first." The remaining Chu Yen was on a team with Qin Xiaoyu, and not long after, she was also killed by the boss and resurrected in the town square. The short-haired girl Chu Yen is a shooter. She walked through the crowd and came to Qin Xiaoyu's side, saying helplessly, "Xiaoyu, why don't we upgrade first? Otherwise, our lifespans are dying out." Good. Qin Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears. Why is this game so hard? Then, seeing that Shadow had first killed a platinum-level boss, Qin Xiaoyu's psyche became even more unbalanced. On what grounds were all the teammates she met rookies? Chapter 61 Legendary Grade Greedy Hands. Spirit Swallower Bloodline. Land of the Pure Soul. For other players, they only heard one first kill announcement. But on Qin Feng's side, what came was a series of system prompts. You have killed Soul Purifier Faithar Platinum level. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 11. Your 4-dimensional attributes +4. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations. You've gained 20 evolution points. You have gained 1,520 days of life tradable. You've made the world's first kill of a platinum level boss, and you've been rewarded with 10 reputation points. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the Land of Pure Souls. A series of system prompts came, causing Qin Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. An hour of back and forth is always done. From then on, Qin Feng would have a base in this divine forsaken continent. And, most importantly, this hiding place is, again, something that can be extracted into reality. When Qin Feng was the owner of the Land of Pure Souls, he could extract the Land of Pure Souls into reality and open the magical defense boundaries within it. With the existence of the defense boundary, not even airplanes and tanks could breach the Land of Pure Souls. As for the nuclear egg, while others didn't know, Qin Feng knew it very well. When the divine abandonment game came down, the reality of weapons of mass destruction, all of them, had begun to be corrupted. Especially the most lethal nuclear egg, which was basically immobilized on the first day. Airplanes, tanks, and the like. Barely a month or two. Of course, it takes over 1,300 years of tradable life to extract the Land of Pure Souls into reality. In his last life, Qin Feng had already extracted it, using it as the base of the Zongshan Guild in reality. Regarding the familiar Land of Pure Souls, Qin Feng did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he checked up on the hall first. The first step was getting up to level 11. After level 10, each upgrade gives 4 full attribute points and 10 free attribute points. Continue to assign to agility. Qin Feng planned to add agility until level 20. With infinite stealth, many of the bosses in the godforsaken game can actually be harmless, as long as speed and reflexes are fast enough. So agility was still the most important in the early stages for Qin Feng. Gold bosses only give 7 evolution points. I didn't expect a platinum boss that directly gives 20 evolution points. In conjunction with greedy hands, Qin Feng looked at his current evolution points, which totaled 225 points. Enough to evolve Greedy Hand once. Before unleashing Greedy Hands on the Soul Purifier, Qin Feng evolved this skill once. You have consumed 210 evolution points and have 15 points remaining. Greedy Hands Epic Legend. Assassin Skill. There is a 300% 500% chance to gain an additional loot bonus. The additional loot gained has a 100% chance of being upgraded by 1 rank. New passive effect. You gain 100 squares of greedy space, which can be used to store items. The effect of the completed evolution brightened Qin Feng's eyes. The extra loot went from 3 to 5. It also comes with a 100 compartment storage space. The latter was something Qin Feng hadn't expected, and the effect would make the process of brushing monsters outside a lot easier for him in the future. When the greedy hand advanced, Qin Feng then unleashed his skill towards the Soul Purifier corpse. All of a sudden, 5 additional loot burst out from the boss's shattered, thunderous corpse, the most basic of which were all platinum grade, with several emerald grade pieces interspersed among them. Among them were an emerald grade assassin's leather armor and an emerald grade assassin's necklace, with equipment requirements of level 13 and 15 respectively. There is also an emerald level assassin skill book with a learning level of 14. I can't change it yet, it exists at home. These level 13-15 loot, Qin Feng did not intend to deal with them for the time being, waiting for some time. Anyway, now, the entire 1,200-odd acres of the Land of Pure Souls Palace belonged to him, and he could put whatever he wanted in here without worrying about it being taken away or lost. The believers came in and picked up all the loot in the palace and piled it up. Qin Feng had just cleared the palace of elemental demons and dropped quite a few things. Whether it was equipment or skill books, he didn't pick them up and didn't even look at them. Now it's just time for the devotee to come in and organize all that stuff together. Meanwhile, Qin Feng already had a plan for the next step in his development. Once you come to the continent, You can look for some bloodline monsters and get your first bloodline. Pedigree. This is another important part of player strength in the Godforsaken game. There are a variety of different bloodline monsters in the game that the player can earn different bloodlines by killing them. Each bloodline has a different effect. In this life, the most suitable bloodline for me should be Spirit Swallower. Spirit Swallower bloodline. After obtaining this bloodline, you will gain the ability to devour your own skills, and the higher the grade of the devoured skill, the more powerful the attributes and effects provided by the bloodline will be. In this life, I can evolve my skills infinitely. A lot of the low-level skills, the low-end skills, are completely useless to me. But if I evolve it to the epic level and then devour it with my Spirit Swallower bloodline, my bloodline attributes will reach an extremely terrifying level. It was important to realize that in the Divine Abandonment game, every epic level skill was extremely valuable. Under normal circumstances, who would be willing to use the Spirit Swallower bloodline and swallow epic skills? Skills that are swallowed cannot be used and cannot be subsequently learned. But Qin Feng was different in this life. A lot of trash skills or skills with repetitive effects, even if they evolve to epic level, are still inferior to the initial epic level skills. There are thousands of assassin skills. Among the active attack skills, Qin Feng couldn't possibly use all of them. It's enough to pick the best of them and keep them. Once we get the Spirit Swallower's bloodline, we can go on a rampage to acquire skill books and slam another wave of boosts. Qin Feng thought to himself. At that moment, his private chat lit up. Milk White Yukiko. Congratulations to Big Brother on his first kill of a platinum-level boss. I have some good news here. Dongfang Xian, he's hungry and finally got off the line, and is rumored to be having dinner at the Jiangnan restaurant with quite a few of his family members. Their family has acquired quite a few lifespans and are preparing to bring them into the game to convert their battle power. This girl sends her voice and it still sounds so burnt. Qin Feng finally smiled when he heard this. Nice. It seems that this Dongfangxian family has brought a lot of longevity with them. This time, when we return to reality, we can extract the Blossom Curse along with it. The lifespan on those people will not be wasted for a single day. P.S. First of all, thank you Big Brothers Read. And second set a plus more rules. Every 3,000 gifts plus a chapter. Gifts do not spend money, just free power generation on it. Just need to look at the ads on the line, each person up to 3 times a day. The author bacteria rely on this to eat. Kneeling thanks. Thank you. QAQ. Chapter 62. Captain N. Don't be like this. Of course, Dongfang Xian and his family's dinner was definitely not over that quickly. Qin Feng was in no hurry. Before returning to reality, dispose of a wave of loot, and in the process consume the evolution points that greedy hands just touched. In time, more abilities can be extracted into reality. From the Soul Purifier, Qin Feng had touched a total of 100 evolution points. With what's just left, that leaves 115 points. It's possible to evolve most of the skills that aren't at epic level. Qin Feng scanned the list of skills. There's not much to say. One by one, they evolve. Spend 42 evolution points to evolve Subterranean Shadow 3 times to epic level. Stealth duration 36 seconds, 60 seconds. Break hidden attack 300, 500. Cooldown 22 seconds, 15, 8.5 seconds. Then, consume 34 evolution points to evolve Backstroke Enhancement twice to epic level, increasing the backstroke damage increase from 50% to 75%. There are 39 evolution points remaining. Qin Feng deliberated for a moment and didn't evolve the current Emerald-ranked Mighty Poison Dart. Instead, he first consumed 3 evolution points and evolved Blossom Curse twice. From Emerald to Diamond to the epic Blossom Curse, which can be used on player corpses within 60 seconds of death and has a new effect. You can destroy the body? Qin Feng was frozen. It's an effect that doesn't seem to work within the game. But outside the game then, seems to be working a little bit. He didn't think about it that much. 3 moments of darkness evolved immediately afterward. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points and have 30 points remaining. Darkest Hour Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic. Bursts of dark light, blinding all enemies in range. Cooldown 60, 34.3 seconds. Range 20, 30, 40, 50 meters. Base duration 10, 12, 14, 16 seconds. The higher the target's mental attributes, the shorter the duration. The remaining 30 evolution points were just enough to evolve the Blossom Curse from epic to legendary again. To evolve or not to evolve? Qin Feng thought about it. This skill was opened from the emerald treasure chest of the ancient god's blessing. In his last life, he had never even heard of the name, and had only vaguely heard of the effects, which showed its rarity. At least there's no such skill book on the market to buy at all. Since it's a rare skill, it's better to continue evolving it. Every legendary skill has its own uniqueness. There might be some useful special effects. Qin Feng finally decided to evolve. You have consumed 30 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Blossom Curse Epic Legendary, generic skill. Used on the corpse of a player who dies within 60,300 seconds, continuously sucking tradable life. Added. Also absorbs 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan. Added. Can suck up scattered, non-tradable lifespan orbs. Qin Feng couldn't help but burst out. This stuff, outrageous. While sucking up all of the target's tradable lifespans, it also sucks up 50% of the opponent's non-tradable lifespans. Even scattered non-tradable lifetimes can be absorbed. Though non-tradable lifespans can't be used to extract skills into reality. But when you go to the advanced area later, the speed of life expectancy passing is accelerated by 100 or 10,000 times, all of which will prioritize the consumption of non-tradable life expectancy. With this skill, there's no shortage of non-tradable lifespans. Evolution points are consumed. Qin Feng then notified Wang Mang and gave him a nearby coordinate. Of course, it wasn't near the entrance to the land of pure souls, but rather 500 meters away from the surrounding area. There's nothing magical in that place for now. The items to be sold this time included the loot dropped by the plague surrounders, as well as the items dropped by the mini-bosses within the land of pure souls. This greedy hand comes with a nice 100-compartment backpack. Put all this stuff on your body. There's still half an empty space. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Travel alone to the coordinate point. Soon. Inside the bedroom of a ruined residential house, Wang Mang, and you and the 6 of them met Qin Feng, who was still veiled. Same old rules, I'll make an offer, and you guys can leave it if you don't accept it. Qin Feng started listing things. First up is the silver, gold, and platinum stuff. The total value of this batch amounted to 18,000 days of tradable life. And you was as quick as before. Full collection. After all of Qin Feng's prices were fair. After receiving the item, this dragon swordsman girl smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Now, our Zhanghai city is developing fast again. In fact, the Mordor Air Force, the 46th Artillery Regiment, so many official corps have asked us for equipment. It's just that right now we can't interoperate between our different cities, and there's no trading channel. Brother Shadow, thank you, And you looked towards Qin Feng with joy in her beautiful eyes. It's okay, help each other out. Also, there's some bad, regular and bronze stuff, want it? Qin Feng asked as he continued to take the pile out. Watching him start pulling things out again. And you 6 people were all stunned. How come you have so many backpack compartments? The silver, gold and platinum supplies that Qin Feng had just taken out. And you couldn't fit them all by herself? Or she let Wang Mang help along before putting them down. As a result, Qin Feng actually took out a bunch of 30 more ordinary bronze items. Are you Doraemon, big guy? Gui Shue was so curious that she actually ran up and touched Qin Feng's stomach. Question mark. Qin Feng has a question mark on his face. In the end, not only in you and Wang Mang, but even Gui Shue, Lin Liu, Sharp-Eyed Archer, and Uncle Cardmaster had their backpacks filled with stuff. Luckily, death in this godforsaken game doesn't drop items from your backpack. Friendly reminder, under the stone statue in the middle of the city ruins, there's a staircase that goes down with a teleportation array back to the initial town. But to go back, the first time to consume 500 days of life, and then come back again is no consumption, your own discretion. Qin Feng reminded them when he saw that they didn't dare to kill monsters even in this place. With that, he turned to leave. With stuff taken care of, it's time to get back to reality. When he leaves, and you looked at his hidden figure, a pair of beautiful eyes let out a luster, and lowered her voice in the team channel, saying with some excitement, Look at you guys. Look at you guys. I told you that Big Brother is probably a reborn person. Otherwise, how would he know such hidden information? Wang Meng patted his head. Captain, don't be like this, I'm a little scared. Uncle Cardmaster also smiled. That's right. Don't be too sensitive. We were just driven away by the demons at that time, or else we would have been able to find it if we searched around there. It's normal for the shadow to just be able to be invisible, so it's more familiar with the terrain than us. As soon as Yu heard this, he fell into deep thought. Suddenly came, "What do you guys say? If I go baiting shadow, what are the chances of success?" What? A group of dumbfounded. Chapter 63, The Intentional Dongfang Xian. A reliable woman? Just as Yu and the others were trying to figure out how to get back to initial town. Qin Feng had returned to the land of the pure soul. He closed the stone door at the entrance tightly. The stone door looks like a wall if another player comes through. It was almost impossible to discover that this place was the entrance to an underground palace. Even if there really is a genius attacking the stone door, the durability of the stone door is 1 million, and it is impossible to break through in a short period of time. I can turn around and look for some material scrolls to reinforce the stone door. Qin Feng entered the land of the pure soul and looked at the familiar palace scene without being too touched. Instead, they go down in place. Does it consume tradable lifespans to extract abilities into reality? Yes, no. Qin Feng chose yes. At this point, Qin Feng had a total of 203 years of tradable lifespan on him, which would allow him to realistically come up with a big enhancement. Converted to days, that's a total of 74,304 days. Extract leveling and career progression abilities first. This time, Qin Feng didn't have that much trouble. With more tradable lifespans on him, he opted for bulk synchronization straight away. Level synchronization. Career advancement synchronization. Consuming a total of 27,000 days of lifespan, Qin Feng's reality level and career progression were directly synchronized with the in-game, followed closely by skills. I've extracted Subliminal Shadow before, but it's a level 1 Subliminal Shadow. It will take a little over 1,946 days to patch it up to level 10 Latent Shadow. Qin Feng began to tick off skills to extract from the list. Consume 1,946 days to replenish Latent Shadow to level 10. Consume 900 days to extract Backstroke Enhancement. Spend 1,000 days to extract Greedy Hands. Consume 3,200 days to extract Instant Shadow Chop. Consume 5,366 days to extract Ghostly Blur. Consume 16,099 days to extract Blossom Curse. Consume 11,313 days to extract Shield of Black Light. Note: calculated by formula based on skill level, initial grade, not blindly written. With these skills extracted, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan would only be 7,480 days. But trading life expectancy still falls short. Otherwise, you can just synchronize. Qin Feng shook his head. The only skills he hadn't extracted for the time being were the Hour of Darkness 12,649 days required for extraction, Graceful Deliverance 59,032 days required for extraction, plus a Chiseling Strike that didn't do much good. As for why the Gift of Deliverance is so much, because it's the initial epic skill. Looking at the remaining lifespan, Qin Feng chose to extract 2 pieces of equipment. One is a gold-level Boots of Stealth that adds stealth time and movement speed while stealthing, and consumes 3,600 days to extract. There's also a gold-level Believer's Pendant, which adds cooldown speed and summons a silver-level Believer. It might come in handy. Extraction consumed 3,394 days. The extraction of equipment consumes half as much life as the extraction of skills of the same level and grade. After all, they are expendable. Skills, on the other hand, are permanent and it's normal to consume twice as much. Only 486 days of tradable life left at the end. But the difference between my battle power in reality now and in the game isn't that big anymore. Still have to earn more life expectancy for the next time I'm offline and can fully synchronize. When Qin Feng finished extracting, his form appeared in the small bedroom of his house. Really counting, this landscape impression house is still under Qin Xiaoyu's name. It seems like it's still a bit far away to save up 1,300 plus years of lifespan to extract the land of the pure soul. Chauncey knows about this place. It's better to be on the safe side. Qin Feng looked at the familiar bedroom and did not stay. He raised his hand and used Greedy Hand directly. Don't get me wrong. There were no corpses in this room. Qin Feng had only opened the 100 compartments of storage space that came with the Greedy Hand. There are no magic items in reality at the moment, and the Hand of Greed isn't much use, but the 100 compartments of storage space is still pretty cool. The in-game space of 100 compartments is represented in reality as 100 cubic meters and is counted separately from the in-game space. Qin Feng directly threw all his own things in the room, even including the bed. Go away. Qin Feng entered a state of stealth. He still doesn't have his cell phone. Directly to the window, he leapt down from outside the 11th floor. No one knows a stealthy figure soaring through the night. When he was near the ground, Qin Feng made an instantaneous shadow chop and darted out toward the roadside flower bed without attracting anyone's attention. Not all of the equipment was extracted though. However, Qin Feng's running speed in reality reached more than 30 meters per second at the fastest. The Gangnam Hotel, 15 kilometers from this neighborhood. It'll be less than 10 minutes. Qin Feng certainly couldn't have taken a taxi. In fact, he could go much faster than a taxi right now. And at this time, the Jiangnan Hotel had been chartered by the Oriental family. The Dongfang family, considered one of the native families of Shanghai City, had risen for decades, inherited for 3 generations, and by now, Dongfang Xian was the most favored young generation within the family. The largest private room in the Gangnam Hotel. Dongfang Xian, as well as some of the older and uncle generations of the Dongfang clan, all gathered together. As they ate, they discussed about the godforsaken game. Originally, in the Eastern family, Dongfang Xian couldn't even say anything. It's a late bloomer after all. But today, the godforsaken game descends. Dongfang Xian's level, equipment, and battle power in the godforsaken game were the highest amongst the entire family core. A lot of old people have gotten into the godforsaken game, but they don't understand the game at all, much less combat. Several of them had nearly had heart attacks when they were directly taken out twice by the demons. Finally, still spend a lot of money to find someone to bring to level 3, which can be offline to leave the game. As you can imagine, many older players, once they fall asleep and enter the godforsaken game, never live to see another day. Even if they didn't go out and were trapped in the middle of the town, after 2 or 3 days, their real bodies would not be able to handle it and they would die of hunger and thirst. This is where the true brutality of the godforsaken game comes into play. It's day 1 and many people haven't experienced it yet. But the fact that, even among the young and middle-aged, there are already many people who have fallen into despair. For example, Iron Man such as dead cannot be dead, life expectancy is not a few days, have been in the shell town as a life expectancy beggar. At this point, Dongfang Xian was at the dinner table, a bit smug. The godforsaken game came down to be the time for young men like him. And their Oriental family in Shanghai City industry foot tens of billions of dollars, involved in various industries, now has most of the liquid assets have been converted into tradable life. Dongfang Xian was carrying 25,000 days of tradable lifespan on his body, and he could be described as spirited. My intention is to let the family children go in and buy equipment and skill books. Get to level 10 as fast as you can and gain a lead so that you can take your place in the times to come. One other thing. Regarding the shadow, I've sent a reliable woman from my side to approach the shadow and have added a friend to him, waiting for a chance to set up the reality of Shadow's identity so we can make our move. If only we could control the shadow in reality and make him work for our Eastern family. We, the Eastern clan, are the ones who have truly risen. It was also just as Dongfang Xian was making his impassioned speech. The 2 black suit security guards guarding the outside of this private room, their bodies steeply bloomed with the light of knives, and blood soared and fell to the ground. Chapter 64. Setting the dogs free. Bloody hunt. Bang, bang. 2 corpses strangled by the light of the knives fell horribly in front of the entrance of the largest private room of the Jiangnan Hotel. The soundproofing of this private room was quite good, and the people inside didn't notice any abnormality outside the door at all. After finishing off the duo with an instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng stealthily stood at the entrance of the private room. He has a high agility attribute. Instead, he heard Dongfang Xian's impassioned speech inside. Dependable women? Qin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. That Dongfang Xian was completely unaware that the so-called reliable woman in his mouth had long since fallen back. But they actually had sidearms on them. Qin Feng examined the 2 corpses and did not act rashly for the time being. Although he had ghostly blur and shield of black light, it wasn't a 100% dodge after all. He also didn't extract the defense to reality. Once hit in the heart or head by a firearm, death is certain. I wonder what it's like inside the booth. Even if I had stealth, I'd probably be blindly shot to death. It's better to play it safe. Qin Feng returned to reality this time with many more means. He raised his hand and directly used the equipment special effect Summon Devotee. A dry, thin and long gray figure, creeping and crawling, appeared at the entrance of this Jiangnan hotel. Silver level, devotee. Sharp claws for melee, green flames for long range. Moreover, as a silver level boss, the devout believer had a strong ability to bear damage, and could resist for a long time even when attacked by firearms. Get in. Qin Feng gave an order. He himself stealthily retreated to a corner, above which a camera had long been destroyed by him.
Bang!
Most of the core members of the Eastern family, from the older generation to the middle-aged generation to the younger generation, totaling more than 40 people, were gathered here. They range in level from 3 to 8. None of them rise to level 10 and can extract abilities to reality. The long, dry, skinny devotee barged right through the front door, crashing through the valuable wooden gate, instantly triggering a series of screams. There were screams from men and women, old and young, all of whom were startled, unbridled. Who is it? What is this thing? Don't come over. Ah! This can't be a monster from the godforsaken game. Can it? Oh God! Help, help! Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out from the large booth, but unfortunately all that came out were human screams. In reality, even if these people had guns, their defenses are extremely poor and vulnerable to the point of being extremely poor. For a silver-level devotee, a random claw could take one out. A single breath of green flame could burn a piece of the population. Since Qin Feng had made his move, he had no intention of leaving any survivors. When the gunshots from the private room were heard, the Oriental family bodyguards guarding the main door of the Jiangnan Hotel were finally startled as well. But it's clear, there aren't many of these bodyguards. Originally, an Eastern family gathering of this size would have to be protected by at least 30 to 50 people together. But now, there were only about 10 people, all of whom were loyal to the Eastern family. As for the other bodyguards, who's going to give you back your bodyguard when the ING God-forsaken game comes down? These remaining 10 or so were also older in seniority, and they were only willing to stay after the Eastern family promised to pay them with tradable lifespans. And all of them have poor in-game career talent. The ones with really great careers and talent would have gotten into the game and brushed up on their own a long time ago. There is no need for any of these family consortium handouts. When the dozen or so bodyguards rushed up, they were all holding machetes, iron rods, and other weapons, but they were not as advanced as the guns they were equipped with. But when they came to the door of the private room and looked in, all of them were stunned at once. Some people even vomited on the spot. Go, go! What is that monster? It's dead. It's dead. Wait, there's a lifespan in there. A huge massive lifespan, at least 10,000. Quickly go. There's that monster inside. And you still have a lifespan. Don't you want to die? A group of people only just ran up the stairs, only to take a look at the situation inside the private room, and immediately turned around and woefully tried to escape. But instant shadow chop. Qin Feng hid in the darkness of the corner and immediately struck out. A figure flew and chopped, and the field blossomed with sword light. Even the broken camera mirror was splattered with scarlet blood. 2 short minutes. This elegant Gangnam hotel has become a place like hell. But immediately after, as the devout believers returned to Qin Feng raised his hand and directly dismissed them. The dry, thin, gray, bizarre figure slowly dissipated until it disappeared. Immediately after, a scarlet flower appeared in the field. Qin Feng walked stealthily through the sea of corpses and blood as if he were walking idly. Wherever he goes, the flower of death blooms. These flowers of death not only absorbed the tradable lifespans of everyone in the arena, but they also had the effect of destroying corpses. All the blood and corpses splattered out in the field were transformed into a wisp of moory white smoke during the absorption process of the flower of death. What a bumper crop! The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. That Dongfang Xian has 25,000 days of tradable life on him. Only half of the original popped out. But as the scarlet flowers bloomed on his corpse, his remaining tradable lifespan was sucked up by Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly walked into the private room. See, Dongfang Xian has long been dead. His head was directly removed by the devout, thrown next to a plate of Australian lobster, side by side with an Australian lobster head. His eyes were wide and dead. This guy will go to his grave wondering which part of the process went wrong. Not to mention, he was killed by the shadow. Few people have ever met a devotee. Perhaps it was only Grey Rose and her teammates who could think of something to do with Qin Feng when they saw it. As for the others, who knows what the hell this is? Dongfang Xian's last thought before he died was, how did the monsters from the God Abandonment game invade reality? Just another 2 minutes passed. The flower of death, dissipating from inside the Gangnam Hotel. The staff of the hotel were originally in the back kitchen, vaguely heard the commotion outside, originally did not come out. After all, the Oriental family dinner errands, these outsiders which dare to run around. But after a while, they didn't feel quite right. When they came out, they all looked confused, only to see that the tables, chairs, vases in the private room were all broken and in a mess. And in the corridors outside the booths and rooms, there was eerie white smoke that slowly lingered and dissipated. Where are the people? Where are so many people from the Eastern family? The destruction of the body from the Blossom Curse left not a single trace of anything related to the body at the scene. As for the originator, Qin Feng, he had long since left the Jiangnan Hotel. This time a bumper crop. Everyone's tradable lifespan is absorbed by me. And even 50% of their non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng realized that he had really evolved right when he spent 30 evolution points to evolve the Blossom Curse to legendary level. Chapter 65. What a talent. Not bad for Koi. After Qin Feng left the Jiangnan Hotel, he first stealthily found a corner and checked the harvest from the trip. Tradable lifespan, getting a total of 74 years, translates to 27,000 days. Non-tradable lifespan, sucked up to over 480 years through the Blossom Curse. Qin Feng felt that the non-tradable lifespans of these people were just too little. Mind you, he'd taken out a total of 40, nearly 50 people in this wave. However, considering the fact that there were already some old men in these people. Plus they all went into the godforsaken game and leveled up to level 3 out of it, and during the upgrade process they've all died multiple times and popped most of their non-tradable lifespans. Even so, Qin Feng's gains from this trip were enormous. He had just traded with an Yu and sold so much equipment for less than 20,000 days. This came out on a run and casually got 27,000 days. This value for money is totally beyond expectations. As for the non-tradable lifespan on him, it had accumulated to 2,327 years. What a money giver! Qin Feng smiled. He took one last look at the Gangnam Hotel, listened far away to the sound of sirens coming from the distance, and left silently. This time out, the effect of the Blossom Curse takes great credit. Not only is the harvest extremely lucrative, what's more, with the scarlet flower, the corpses, bloodstains, and so on, of everyone in the field were all removed and vaporized into a moory white mist. All the core members of the Oriental family, as well as more than a dozen bodyguards, were as if they had evaporated. Even when the police came over, they couldn't find any traces. As for the consequences triggered by the disappearance of the Eastern clan, Qin Feng simply didn't bother. This is the kind of thing that will happen more and more in the future. For the Daxia police, the probability of defining it as a disappearance would leave it alone, and even if they guessed that it was related to the shadow, there was no evidence at all. Qin Feng remembered that the chaos in the early days had lasted for several days. Many people simply do not dare to leave the game and do not dare to go out to kill monsters, only dare to hunker down in the safe zone, and occasionally get off the line to eat and drink, but also rush. Until, after the hidden profession search officers that the Daxia officials either cultivated or pulled together, extracted their professional abilities into reality, only then could they barely effectively apprehend criminals, thereby stabilizing the situation a little. Of course, in the face of Qin Feng's extremely thorough means of destroying a corpse, even the professional ability of a search officer was unable to obtain any clues, unless at a later stage you can get some skill that has the ability to go back in time to see what was going on. But these kinds of skills, which involve time and space as a category, were almost impossible to come by in previous years. Next target, Chen Shirshir. The headquarters of the Chen Group, which relocated to North America long before the godforsaken game descended, and the board of directors are also in North America. There's only one Chauncey Shirshir that can be dealt with at the moment. Just take her out first. However, from Zhanghai City to Magic City, a distance of close to 300 kilometers, it would take me 2 to 3 hours to go there on foot. It's too much of a waste of time. Gotta find a way to get a mount, Qin Feng thought to himself. He walked stealthily through the streets of Zhanghai City, the night's cold wind blowing, and he didn't see a few shadows along the way. A lot of hotel restaurants are closed. You can't even see a takeout rider on the road. Qin Feng didn't go looking for a big hotel, but first found a random BB and checked in. Because the economic system of the big hotels is now working slowly, not as well as the BB, easy to deal with. Of course, Qin Feng didn't have a cell phone with him, so he could only pay with his lifespan. Gives 1 hour of life straight away. It seemed like very little, but it was enough to make the BB owner's wife ecstatic. Boss, please come inside. 1 hour of life, at the current value of 1:30,000, has equaled $1,250. By this time, officials are out printing money and the value of cash will collapse more and more until a whole new economic system based on longevity is established. Qin Feng stayed at the BB, casually ate a bowl of instant noodles, washed up and got back into the game. With regards to food, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. There would soon be a special source of food. Until then, just eat casually. When he closed his eyes for 10 seconds, his body sitting on the couch faded and became translucent. Welcome back to the godforsaken game. A prompt came from Qin Feng's mind. He opened his eyes and appeared within the palace of the land of pure souls that belonged to him. Inside the dimly lit dungeon, there was a faint sound of dripping water, which seemed morose and damp. His plan was to clear the ruins of Zhanghai City while there were still a lot of magical creatures within the ruins now, so that he could upgrade the fastest. Moreover, within the ruins, there were some silver and gold level bosses that dropped things that were not bad and could be sold for some longevity. But when he came online, an unexpected private chat disrupted his plans. And you, big brother, just now Blackie found a tomb entrance in the city ruins. But there's a gold level grievous ghost at the entrance, we can't beat it. We took down the coordinates. Do you want to go and try? Qin Feng was stunned. Little Black. It's just Black Bryn Big Plum. The big man called her Blackie. So we all called her Blackie. Haha. And Yu laughed out loud to himself as he spoke. It turned out to be Linley Fish. It's her again. Qin Feng was puzzled. How did she find out? And Yu lamented. Didn't Big Brother tell us to go back to the initial town? On our way back, we took a slight detour to avoid the small monsters. And as we walked, we suddenly realized that there was someone missing. Looking for half a day before realizing that Blackie stepped on a pit and fell down. And since it's a special area of the catacombs, the group chat can't even be used. We were walking along the pit inward when we saw a level 12 gold boss, chasing and slashing at us. Luckily, we ran fast. Now we're back in Shell Town. I'll give you the coordinates if you want to go to the catacombs. Big guy. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. A koi is a koi. How the hell can you walk through the ruins of a city and find a tomb when you step on it? You should know that the catacombs are a random wilderness opportunity, just like the Temple of Faith and the Cursed Ruins. If you are able to pass the level and kill the boss at the bottom of the level, the rewards are great. There will even be some special rewards, including the mount that Qin Feng wanted right now. It was possible that it would come out. So Qin Feng responded, fine, give me the coordinates. And you replied excitedly, if you come out with something that Big Brother can't use, remember to sell it to us, haha. That's what she's all about. Right now, on her, the tradable lifespan managed to be enough. As long as Qin Feng got more equipment skill books, the faster they would improve. Therefore, the coordinates of this tomb, she directly gave it to Qin Feng for free, not even thinking of exchanging the coordinates for something. Qin Feng got the coordinates and was still a bit surprised at how generous this Yu was. Just like making friends with people like that. So Qin Feng left the land of the pure soul. Rushed stealthily towards the city ruins given by the other side, located 1.4 kilometers away. He cleared a few waves of demons along the way, collecting the loot as he went. He soon arrived at the coordinates given by Yu and saw a well in the ruined courtyard. This entrance is a well? Can you even walk down this well and fall in? Qin Feng was shocked. He had to sigh. Linley Fish, that woman. Really a talent. Chapter 66. Instantly killing a grieving ghost. Platinum skill. Darkness ring blade. Qin Feng jumped into the well with a leap. He observed that the well was not deep, and that there were bricks protruding from the sides of the well that would allow a person to climb upwards. But as soon as you enter the well, you are within the confines of the tomb. You have arrived at the Tomb of Resentment. Your telecommunication will be blocked. Qin Feng didn't care. When he came to the bottom of the well, a 3-meter-wide passage appeared ahead of him, illuminated by faint glow in the dark stones on either side of the passage. Qin Feng maintains stealth and advances silently. After advancing 100 meters, Qin Feng saw a rotting obese demonic creature, wielding a machete guarding a dilapidated gate. Grieving Ghost LV-12. Grade Gold. This boss is more than 2 meters tall, extremely sturdy, The 2 machetes in his hands look rusty, and his body is full of rot, just like a big meat block piled up with blood and flesh. It was this gatekeeper boss that made Yu and the girls flee. Qin Feng believed that with their character they must have tried it. After all, they also had gold equipment and gold skills on them now, so it was impossible for them to meet and run. But obviously they failed in their attempts. Grieving ghosts. This boss hasn't been touched much. But looking at the form, it should be a physical attack type with exceptionally high attack power and attack range. Wang Meng can't resist? Qin Feng made a slight guess. The equipment and skill books he sold didn't really have much that added defense. If Wang Meng doesn't have enough defense, he will be attacked by the boss and lose his blood too quickly. Then the nurse will not be able to save him even if she is strong. Of course, getting killed in seconds is still not a big deal. After all, Wang Meng Holy Shield battle now had at least a 4 or 5,000 blood. I should have been slashed by the boss and lost more than half of my blood. Felt unable to resist and just slipped away. But for Qin Feng, there was no need to consider whether or not he could carry it. Because graceful deliverance.
Instant Shadow Shop.
Qin Feng turned on the active effect of graceful deliverance and instantly stormed up with the plague blade in his hand. That gold-level grudge ghost holding 2 machetes. A blade light blossomed from its rotting meat block body. 3,987. 13555 weakness attack. 3,987. A total of 9 slashes, bringing up 9 damage numbers, rose above the rotting Hulk's head. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he took a look at it. This boss has high defense. Now that my sneaky shadow skill is epic level, my stealth breaking attack has reached 535 points, which is much higher than before. Even if you attack a platinum level soul purifier, the damage of a single slash from the instantaneous shadow slash can now be nearly 5,000 points. And ended up hitting this fat guy for less than 4,000? It's good to know that the impact is small. Now that Qin Feng had almost his entire body of epic level skills, all stacked together, that effect had exploded. Epic level skills, beating your gold level boss, isn't that chopping and chopping? As a shot of instantaneous shadow slash went down, Qin Feng directly maintained his stealthy state and retreated into the distance. This boss has a total blood count of about 120,000. It took only 2 jumps of slash damage from Enchanted Deliverance to kill the grievous ghost on the spot as it went berserk and slashed around. Huge piles of rotting chunks of meat exploded in the middle of the field, spilling out all over the place. Qin Feng remained stealthy, separated from the boss corpse by more than 30 meters. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that Qin Feng slowly approached the past. No way. I've suffered a lot in my last life and I'm very cautious in everything I do. There are some boss will also self-detonate after death. Many people have suffered this loss, and even some teams are not easy to finish off the boss. The result is that the boss body self-detonation, direct group destruction. Hard-earned explosions picked up by other players passing by. Greedy hands. Qin Feng turned his greedy hand towards the corpse of the grieving ghost. A large golden hand, as if reaching out from the void, made a vain grab at the corpse of the grievous ghost that had been scattered into pieces of flesh. At once, an additional 5 loots popped out. There were a full 7 rays of platinum-colored light alone. Among them, there was surprisingly a skill book and an equipment that Qin Feng could use. Dark Knight Ring Blade Platinum. Assassin skill. Attaches dark power to the blade, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 meters of it, adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. Cooldown 5.7 seconds. Required level 11. This is an elemental output skill for the assassin profession. For my shadow profession, the base 4-dimensional attribute bonuses are 3, 3, 8, and 5 points respectively. Spiritual bonus, a bit higher than strength. That's why all my base spell attacks are now higher than my base physical attacks. The Plague Blade, however, is a normal physical weapon with a physical attack power attached. If you unleash the spell spike skill with the Plague Blade, the damage is quite a bit lower. However, this was, after all, a level 11 and initially platinum skill with a fairly high additional attack. Let's see if it's advanced to epic level. Qin Feng gave the order. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points and have 36 points remaining. Dark Knight Ring Blade Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic. Inflicts dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5, 7, 9, 12 meters around, adding 500, 750, 1000, 1300 dark elemental attack points. Cooldown 5.7 seconds. Required level 11. After the skill evolved, the range was expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, which definitely belonged to the metamorphosis. And the additional attack was raised from 500 points to 1300 points. After all, it's a ranged attack, not a single attack. This additional attack isn't too strong. The total damage from a single release is not even close to the instant Shadow Chop. But it's a god skill to use to clear small monsters. Although the instant Shadow Slash had a 5-meter chopping range, it was ultimately a straight line skill. A lot of times, it's not possible to clear an area of glitches. But the Dark Ringed Blade was different. Dark elemental damage in a 12-meter area around yourself, equivalent to a circular area of 24 meters in diameter. If Qin Feng had learned this skill before, the speed of clearing the Land of Pure Souls would have been twice as fast. After learning this skill, Qin Feng then looked towards the next platinum-level assassin equipment. Resentment Leather Armor Platinum, plus 55 physical defense, plus 45 elemental resistance, plus 42 damage block, plus 777 life steal. Requirements: Level 12, Spite. When attacked, gain 30 points of base attack power. When he rose to level 12, the level 5 gold grade Ghostfire leather armor on Qin Feng could be replaced. That resentment special effect didn't do much, but it was better than nothing, not to mention that this leather armor had a high base defense, resistance, and block. As for the other loot dropped by the boss, it added up to a total of about 20 pieces. Selling it all is another 10,000 days of life. It was important to know that when he killed this gold-level boss Grievous Ghost, the lifespan given by the Grievous Ghost was only 1,000 days out, and even if he touched the extra rewards 5 times with his greedy hand, it would only add up to 6,300 days. You can enter the tomb. I hope to come with something good. It would be best if you can produce a mount. Qin Feng arrived in front of the worn-out stone door and reached out to push it open. And that's when Qin Xiaoyu, who was in the shell town, was in a state of bewilderment and despair. Chapter 67. Have you had your brains eaten by reptiles? As the game time passes, many players in the initial towns are facing increasingly difficult situations. Even in Shell Town, where thousands of players had gathered, there were now many players who had fallen into a point of skepticism. Qin Xiaoyu is one of them. She resurrected from the center of the town somewhat bewildered, listening to the noisy chatter of the players around her. Old Mianji died again. Where did this initial town get so many bosses? Some say that wild monsters absorb our lifespans to advance. It's all the little monsters that evolve, right? Our team was on the verge of killing a silver-level boss, but that boss turned around and ran, and even if it ran, it shook the other 2 silver bosses and wiped out our group.
呜呜，有没有大佬行行好？我只剩下1天寿命了，再死就真的死了，可还差20点经验升级。
Boss Wang, I am Tai Nana. You do not remember me? I've done things for you, I don't have lifespan now. I know you bought a lot of lifespan. Can you lend me a few days first? Recruit an elite squad. Teleport together for free to the new town in the back after 12 o'clock and go kill the little monsters. Inside the town, players come and go. Almost everyone was downcast and had dark clouds on their faces. There were a lot of players in Shell Town and many of the small monsters had been killed off, but for some reason there were a lot of silver and even gold-level bosses. These boss. It's simply not something the average player can deal with. Regular creepers, 3 days of life for killing one. Sounds like this game is giving players life expectancy. Actually, players died and died, all losing most of their original decades of non-tradable lifespan. The same goes for Qin Xiaoyu. She's dead again. Tradable life is 0. There are also only 2.5 years of non-tradable life left. A few more deaths and she wouldn't be far from it. As a last resort, she had just gone offline once more and found quite a few former licks of G in Vmail. What? I chased you before and didn't say yes. And now you're asking me to take you to upgrade. Take you for an upgrade? Not no. Sleep with me one night and I'll take you for an hour. Now come find me at... Laughing to death. I'm a platinum level talent. I've already taken off. What kind of women do you want in the future? Get the hell away from me. Those who licked G either rejected her or even berated her. Either that or they don't reply and look like they're all still in the game. This made Qin Xiaoyu skeptical. As a matter of fact, she was a hidden profession and possessed a gold-level talent, so by all accounts, surviving would not be a problem. But she's just too skilled. Other than Qin Feng from her last life who would take her, who else would be willing to team up with her? If it was an unusual online game, there would be a lot of licking GS chasing after him to take him. But this godforsaken game, it's tied to longevity, and you can even extract abilities into reality. Who brings a drag queen? So, Qin Xiaoyu realized that when it really came to this kind of life and death moment, she seemed to have no one she could rely on. Zhang Wei, who also took her earlier, has also formed another team. Even her best friend Chu Yen didn't want to die anymore, and chose to go offline first, wait for 12 o'clock to teleport to the town where her parents were, and find some small monsters to kill in peace. The wilderness of Shelltown is no longer accessible to the average person. Qin Feng. How is he? By this time, Qin Xiaoyu finally remembered this brother of hers. No matter what, he certainly won't leave me behind. Go back to him and see. She is now really no way out. Looking at the last only 2.5 years of non-tradable life left, she decided, back to the mountain and see impression of the home, to find Qin Feng. Just when most of the players are having a hell of a time. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was a force to be reckoned with. Inside the Tomb of Resentment, killing all the way to the depths of the tomb, there are quite a few small monsters in the catacombs. There are white bone skeletons covered in nothing but bones. There are half-crawlers with only half their bodies left. There are also stitchers made of pieces of flesh pieced together. The levels are all between 10-12. Qin Feng killed all the way down, and his experience value rose rapidly. Originally, level 11 to level 12 required more experience value, but as long as there were enough small monsters to manage, Qin Feng's upgrade speed wouldn't even slow down. What's more, he learned the wide-range attack skill, Dark Ring Blade, cleans up small monsters faster. Each time you get to a new catacomb room, directly in stealth holding a plague blade and slashing towards the surrounding area, the dark blade light, spreading out from his body, instantly enveloped the surrounding area of 12 meters. Those level 10-12 monsters are simply 1/seconds. Progress now should be halfway there. Call a devotee to explore the other path and see what happens. There are a number of switchbacks within the catacombs, most of which are dead ends. Every time he encountered such a situation, Qin Feng let the devout followers take another path, and when they encountered small monsters, they directly let the followers kill them. Although the believer was only a level 8 demonic creature, it was after all a silver level summon. Some of the smaller monsters you encounter are still randomly killed. At the rate we're going, another 10 minutes and we'll be able to break through this tomb. I hope there's a platinum boss at the end. Then the past treasure chest will be platinum. Qin Feng carried on with anticipation. In the meantime, outside the town of Shell, more than 10 kilometers away, a devil's tendon crawler that had been advanced and strengthened into a gold-level boss, that giant humanoid demonic creature with bulging muscles and crawling on all 4 limbs, was cut down by a sword chi and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. In front of that boss corpse, there were 6 figures standing. It was clearly Wang Mang, and you and the 6 of them, worthy of Captain N. This damage is too fierce. Immediately, a young police officer carrying a longbow came forward with a pleasing face and complimented towards Yu. His name is Ma Niliang, and his father is a director of Zhanghai City. All this time, he's been licking Yu's G. After the divine abandonment game descended, Ma Niliang chose to randomize his profession, but instead of getting a hidden profession, it randomized him to archer, which made him depressed. Learning that Yu was actually a hidden profession dragon swordsman, Ma Niliang licked even more attentively than before. Hearing this man's compliments, Yu pressed him. Instead, he said to Wang Mang, "This gold boss, it's still only a level 8, and we've been killing it for more than 10 minutes. I really don't know. How did the big guy kill the platinum boss all by himself?"
Wang Mang Hunter Riplit.
Ma Niliang then immediately said, "It's just an obscene assassin. Isn't it just grinding the boss to death by sneaking around? It's doomed to not make it to the top." And you didn't look back. What do you know? Ma Niliang was unconvinced and added after some thought, "I've heard that the Mordor police have a chaser who now has a level 3 anti-cloaking rating. In my opinion, why don't we find a way, set a trap, find out who Shadow is in reality, and control it? This kind of person, only for our official use, can be at ease, otherwise, Song Fei and Zhang Li, that kind of thing, will happen again in the future. It's hard to not we wipe his ass every time." Hear that? And you frowned and glanced at him. Are you mistaken? Right now, it's not that he's begging us to give him a good deal. It's that we have to give him a good deal in order to ensure that our stance is the same as his, and thus cooperate with him. The first kill of a global gold boss, the first kill of a platinum boss, and all of them were single kills. People at this level, you don't pull together and cooperate, you go and offend? Has your brain been eaten by reptiles? Chapter 68. Is there really a mount? Power Generation Plus. After being scolded by Yu, Manhwa had a depressed look on his face. He's a bit of a puzzler. Isn't it just a brittle assassin? As long as the anti-stealth level is up to date, are you still afraid that you can't control the other side? How can it be that the shadow is officially feared? And Yu pressed on ignoring the man. Disperse and keep looking for the boss. Yu waved his hand, causing the other officials around him to disperse, including Manhwa. After people leave, Yu went forward and picked up the items dropped by the boss. A priest's gold equipment, a silver equipment, and a silver skill book. Ugh! The big man casually made a move and sold us several gold, even platinum, items. How many bosses has he killed? Or maybe his gift is treasure hunting? All this stuff comes from opening treasure chests? Yu was puzzled. At this time, Wang Meng ran up and asked with a bit of hesitation. Actually, we can't figure out Shadow's character right now. What if he follows up and kills again? Do we continue to give him a good afterlife? The top will also have an opinion. Yu shook his head. No matter what the above thinks, I insist on cooperating with Dark Shadow. Even if the above refuses to give him a good aftermath, I'll personally wipe his ass. Wang Meng, ? Linley Fish, ? Gu Ishue, ? Sharp-eyed archer, Uncle Cardsmith? Resentment deep in the grave. Qin Feng advanced all the way and cleared more than 200 small monsters, among which there were several bronze bosses and silver bosses. The experience value came to level 11.5. Not very far from level 12 anymore. Finally, he came to the deepest part of the tomb and saw a golden coffin. The ultimate reward for this tomb exploration was inside that coffin. But open the coffin, there will definitely be a boss is all. Go on. Qin Feng summoned the devout believer and commanded him to come forward to open the coffin lid. A morose white mist surged out of it, condensing and coalescing into a bandaged dry corpse. Son of Spite LV12. Grade Gold. Blame your sister. Qin Feng was furious when he saw that it was just a gold-level boss. Not even waiting for its form to fully coalesce, the plague blade in hand, enjoined relief on the spot, plus a shot of instant shadow slash. 9 rays of blade light instantly bloomed from that bandaged dry body. 9 damage numbers exploded. Roar. The spiteful son suffered an attack and instantly lost half his blood. Just a second later, 9 higher damage numbers exploded above this bastard's head once again, and he was instantly killed in seconds. Howl, you sister. What the hell? This one is more fragile than the grouch at the door. Qin Feng shook his head. He knew that this kind of more fragile boss would often be a stronger threat to the player, as it meant that its attacks were more varied and did more damage. But it didn't matter to him. The gold level stuff is all seconds anyway. After taking out the Son of Resentment, he didn't rush, but took his time and waited. There are spiteful sons? Who says there are not spiteful fathers? This godforsaken game has a lot of holes in it. Sometimes the demons that seem to be the final boss are simply appetizers. This one, Resentment Catacombs? Qin Feng hadn't seen it in his last life, so he didn't know what would end up being some. After waiting for about half a minute, there was nothing moving in this tomb. Only then did Qin Feng allow the devout followers to come forward and drag the corpse of the spiteful son to the corner. Greedy hands. Touch a hand first and pop a bunch of loot without incident. Unfortunately, Qin Feng looked at the 6 platinum items and surprisingly, none of them were for assassins. What a spiteful son. Poorly reviewed. Qin Feng shook his head. Immediately afterward, the devotee was ordered to go up and look at that coffin. Just as the devotee reached over, poked his head out, and took a look, boom! A pillar of morose white light violently erupted from the coffin, directly smashing the head of the devout believer. 12988 weakness attack. The devotee silver level you summoned has been killed. Qin Feng received a system prompt and sighed in relief. It's a good thing the devotee was allowed to go up and take a look, or he'd be the one with his head washed out right now. Unfortunately, after that pillar of eerie white light erupted, there was no other subsequent movement. The platinum level Father of Resentment that Qin Feng was expecting did not appear, much to his disappointment. Looks like we'll just have to open the gold level rewards. Qin Feng waited for a while, and when the cooldown of the devout believer's summoning ended, he summoned one out again. Identical summoners, if not otherwise specified, can only have a maximum of one at a time. After summoning the devout believer, Qin Feng once again had the believer come forward. The dry, thin, gray humanoid devotee faithfully came to the casket and once again reached out to open. Boom! A pillar of Mori white light erupted, and another devout believer was killed. Almost got it. Qin Feng's eyes jumped. If it were anyone else, they would have died several times. Qin Feng never thought that brushing the monsters was smooth, but as a result, he got stuck here in the opening of the treasure chest. Can't waste time on this place. We must find a way to take the treasure chest. Even if I die once, I have the ghost flame bell and won't lose anything. Qin Feng didn't continue to wait for the devout believer's call. Instead, he opened the shield of black light and personally came to that coffin. Reach. It turned out to be unresponsive. Just twice. Qin Feng thought about it. This pre-trap, engage in 2 has been a bit outrageous. It should not have more times. Only then did he poke his head out and look toward the trap. Gold-level treasure chest. Open. He reached out and opened the treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest, a faint golden light shone out. What appeared in front of Qin Feng was an off-white bell. Is this Mount Bell? There's really a mount out? Qin Feng was stunned. Just now he was thinking that it would be nice to give a ride out of this tomb. Results. Really out. Is this just my luck? Or is it the Lin Li fish? This tomb, after all, was discovered by Lin Liu by chance. Qin Feng had to admit that this woman is some metaphysical ingredients in it. In any case, Qin Feng's first mount had arrived. I don't know what it'll be, but as long as it's a mount, it'll always allow me to hurry several times faster. Come on. Qin Feng reached out and picked up the Mount Bell into his hand. Mount Bell Spectral Nightwolf. When used, summons a Spectral Nightwolf LV-12 that can help in battle or be ridden. Requires level 12. Ghostly Nocturnal Wolves? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. This thing, however, was one of the fastest mounts that could be obtained in the early stages. Not bad. Make a lot of money. It's a pity that it needs to be level 12 to use it, so I'll have to brush up on some monsters and level up to 12 first. Qin Feng returned along the same path. Meanwhile, Landscape Impression Neighborhood, Block 11, 11th floor. Qin Xiaoyu rushed back home in the night, wanting to find Qin Feng help, but the result was that when she entered the door and looked around, she was directly dumbfounded. Qin Feng. Negative. Not only was Qin Feng gone, but even Qin Feng's bed, table, clothes, etc. were all gone. Chapter 69, Emptying the Ruins of the Gladiatorial Arena. Wolf of the Night. Where are the people? Qin Xiaoyu froze, looking at the empty Qin Feng's room in disbelief. She froze for a few seconds, quickly took out her cell phone and called. The result was that the system prompted a shutdown. Looking for half a day, she found Qin Feng's cell phone in the trash can and found that it was already in a crushed state, completely unusable. She found that she had to accept a fact. Between her and Qin Feng, she had completely lost contact. Qin Feng left the Tomb of Resentment. From the bottom of that well, a direct instant shadow slash rushed out of the well and back to the ground. He glanced at the experience bar. A little less than halfway to level 12. Brush up first. The next big boost for him was finding the Spirit Swallower bloodline monster. But this thing, Qin Feng's memory was not refreshed around the ruins of Zhanghai City. First, I'll level up to level 15, turn on intercity teleportation, and look for the Magic City ruins. Due to being a warrior in his previous life, Qin Feng hadn't learned the details of the Spirit Swallower. I probably only remember some news that spirit swallows had appeared around the ruins of the Magic City, and the exact location was the Terror Sea ship outside the ruins of the Magic City. If you don't find it at the Terror Sea ship, then you'll have to get the officials to step in and help with the information. Sure. At this stage, other players couldn't survive in the city ruins, let alone leave them. Qin Feng rushed all the way towards what he remembered, the largest gathering place of demons in the ruins of Zhanghai City. It was a gladiatorial ruin. Located in the north of the ruins of Zhanghai City, it covered a large area, equivalent to the size of 4 or 5 soccer fields. There are even 2 levels of venues underground where the environment is intricate and the number of magical creatures is high. Any other player, once they came to this place, it was basically a death. However, for Qin Feng, in a state of infinite stealth, there was no threat at all. Here, a paradise for the strong. Qin Feng took out several waves of demons along the way, and after a few minutes, he arrived at the gladiatorial ruins. Looking up, he saw that between the broken walls, several severers were wandering about, rummaging around for trash in the rubble. Suddenly, a dark and sharp blade light instantly cut through a circle of range around them. 4,728, 4,697, 4,712. The dark elemental energy attached to the blade's light directly sliced those limb breakers in half, and they collapsed and died on the spot. Qin Feng's figure appeared from the shadows. Immediately afterward, he went back into stealth. Several rays of light rose from the body of the amputee in succession, dropping bits of loot. This kind of small level 11 and 12 monsters had an experience value of only 100 or so. Fortunately, there were a large number of small monsters in this place, and no one had grabbed them from Qin Feng at the current stage. Instantly turn on the cool brush mode. First, clear the demons from the floor of the gladiatorial ruins. Then the first basement level. And finally, the second basement level. Qin Feng was like a dancer in the darkness, becoming a nightmare for all the demons in the area. Even if there were bronze, silver, and gold level bosses, they couldn't block his strikes. Experience, lifespan, and evolution points were all pocketed by Qin Feng with his greedy hands. Time passes. Until the sun rose in the outside world, it was still a dim scene on the divine Forsaken continent. There is no sun, no moon, only a gray foggy light that spills over the earth, casting a ragged shadow over the whole world. In the gladiatorial arena in the ruins of Zhanghai City, Qin Feng rode the ghost night wolf and walked out from the ruins. The entire ruins of the gladiatorial arena had been emptied of demonic creatures by him alone. Follow up on the demonic refreshment. It takes a long time. Just then, a small group of players came to the area in a group. 6 players, both male and female, all observing their surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, the scene that appeared before their eyes shocked them. Hiss! What's with all the little monster corpses in this place? A team has gotten the jump on us. Holy, this is too fierce, isn't it? At a glance, there must be hundreds of little monster corpses here, right? The 6 of them stared wide-eyed, their breathing becoming rapid. One after another ran past Qin Feng. Not a single person realized Qin Feng's presence. Because Qin Feng's ghostly nocturnal wolf also possessed the ability of stealth. Ghostly Nocturnal Wolf LV-13. Grade Gold. Power 168. Body Mass 175. Agility 211. Spirit 155. The mount will be upgraded by gaining the same amount of experience as its owner. If the mount bell is traded, the mount's level will be restored to its initial state. Sprint. Activated when used as a mount, movement speed is increased by 245%. Nocturnal. You will be permanently in a level 1 stealth state during the night, and attacks will break the stealth state with an additional 120 points of stealth breaking attacks. After manifesting, it takes 60 seconds between attacks to re-invisible. Continuous Pounce. Pounce on a single target 3 times in a row, adding 267 physical attack points to each attack. Cooldown 12 seconds. Wolf Howl. Adds 35 points of attack, physical defense, and full elemental resistance to friendly units for 1800 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. When Qin Feng first summoned this mount, its level was 12. Following his fight in the gladiatorial ruins until now, he had risen to level 13, and his attributes and combat power had increased. The key was that the mount also had stealth abilities. Although you can only be invisible at night, you can be permanently invisible as long as you don't attack, and the effect is already quite unbelievable. This night-walking skill is generally useful within the game, but in reality, the role is counterintuitive. Qin Feng definitely needs to extract this mount bell into reality. However, this gold-grade mount bell, which was a special item, required a lifespan for extraction that was 10 times that of equipment of the same grade, almost in the neighborhood of 30,000 to 50,000 days. Wait until evening, and you can ride the Ghost Wolf to Mordor. According to its current attributes, its fastest speed reaches 150 meters per second, and even if it runs at a normal speed, 100 meters per second can easily be reached. Qin Feng ignored the 6 players who passed by and were in shock. self-consciously riding the ghost Nightwalker wolf in its stealthy state. He continued toward the direction of the place of pure souls. Only Qin Feng himself could see it. Underneath his seat was a translucent ghost wolf that stood 1.5 meters tall, covered in gray-black fur, with a pair of ghostly blue eyes that were filled with wildness and murderous intent. This ghostly nocturnal wolf alone could casually slaughter players at this stage. Qin Feng glanced at the rankings. Once he was level 12, he opened the leveling chart for the Zhanghai City area. At this time, he was alone in first place with a rank of 13. Even the second place behind them is still only level 10. It looks like there's only a 3-level difference, but in reality, others can't catch up for days. And Qin Feng's harvest from last night's brush until now was even better. In addition to leveling up from 11 to 13, the tradable lifespan had risen from over 30,000 days to nearly 90,000 days, or 245 years. There were also evolution points, which came to 255. As for equipment and skill books, they are also upgraded. Just as Qin Feng was planning to open his skill bar and evolve his skills, a loud rumble suddenly emanated from the eastern part of the city's ruins. Even the ground Qin Feng was on trembled several times. Qin Feng glanced over from afar and was instantly a bit surprised. Who's such a tiger that they actually opened up the Iron Virgin? Chapter 70 Mythical Gift of Deliverance. Your whole body is full of weaknesses. Iron Virgin, that was the name of a platinum-level boss. The actual name is called the Holy Maiden of Steel. This was a terrifying boss that had impressed all the players of Zhanghai City in his last life. The difficulty of its strategy is actually similar to that of Soul Purifier Faithar. However, because the battle was in a public place, there were especially many people grabbing the boss. In his last life, this boss took half a day to be taken down. Of course, Qin Feng had already quietly taken down the Soul Purifier at that time, so he didn't participate in the siege of the Holy Maiden of Steel. The other players in Zhanghai City had died a combined total of several thousand times because of this boss. A few are taken out by bosses. Most of them are taken out by players against each other. Because taking out the Virgin of Steel will result in a hideout called the Church Sanctuary. If I remember correctly, there should be quite a few people establishing guilds by now. But in the last life, the Iron Virgin was opened on the 3rd day. Qin Feng looked at it from afar. Just see a 10 meters high steel female statue is standing in the ruins. Due to the distance is too far, temporarily cannot see the lower half of the body. As for her upper body, it was made entirely of poured steel, and her hands had no fingers, but 2 sharp iron flywheels filled with killing intent. The female face formed of steel wore an eerie, cruel smile that never seemed to change. There were 2 fire-breathing devices on her chest, but of course, fire-breathing was a skill that could only be used in the 2nd stage of the Holy Maiden of Steel. Since someone opened it, then this boss, I'll take it. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly, and he immediately changed direction and rode the ghostly night wolf as fast as he could, furiously dashing towards where the Holy Maiden of Steel was. Along the way, Qin Feng was not idle. Directly opening the skill interface, he began to evolve his skills. This time, after emptying the gladiatorial ruins, Qin Feng took out 2 gold bosses along the way. There was a boss in there that gave him a nice gold-level skill book. Qin Feng directly consumed 11 evolution points to evolve this skill to epic level. Tranquil Concealment Gold Platinum Jade Diamond Epic. Enters a state of invisibility in place, and as long as you do not launch an attack or do not move, you will be permanently in a state of invisibility. If an attack is launched, it will add 300,400,500,600,800 points to the stealth breaking attack. Cooldown 120,110,100,806038.7 seconds. Required level 13. This is another stealth skill. The difference was that this stealth skill of stealth could not move. As long as you don't move, you are permanently in stealth. Having this skill meant that Qin Feng had one more means of explosion. When fighting a boss, you can hit that 800 points of broken concealment damage by launching an attack first while in stealth, then releasing quiet concealment, and launching the next attack immediately afterward. It was important to realize that these 800 points added to the hidden breaking attack, after all the additions, was 2,000 or 3,000 final damage. The only one flaw is that the skill has a bit of a long cooldown. However, this skill is simply unbeatable in reality. Turn 1 on when you enter the game, and as long as I don't exit the game, I'll always be invisible, in conjunction with entering the game with the real body in the uncheckable state. This also means that With this skill, in the future, as long as Qin Feng entered the game, the reality of him would be as good as disappearing. Completely cease to exist in this world. In addition to quiet concealment, Qin Feng had also scored several low-grade assassin skill books. However, only one book, Kick, which interrupts the target's spellcasting, is slightly useful, and the other skills are basically useless. Of course, Qin Feng also learned all of them. This type of skills, when he obtained the Spirit Swallower's bloodline, can be mentioned epic level let bloodline swallowing, provide stronger bloodline attributes. After evolving quiet concealment, Qin Feng evolved two other skills. Fierce Poison Dart Emerald Diamond Epic. Maximum range 17, 18, 20 meters. Adds 240,300,400 points of attack damage on hit and Fierce Poison status. Fierce Poison. 80%, 90%, 100% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. The Manticore Dart evolved to epic level, consuming 34 evolution points. Lastly, he consumed 200 evolution points to evolve the Graceful Deliverance, which was already legendary, to mythic level. Graceful Deliverance Legend Myth. Plus 200%, 300% to weakness attack modifier, weakness attack multiplier doubled. Rank 5. Active use. Causes one's next attack to inflict a cut-throat effect, dealing 150%, 200% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 25, 22.2 seconds, 15, 9.7 seconds. This skill reaches mythical levels, though it may not seem like much has changed. However, Qin Feng was aware that this skill, finally, had undergone a metamorphosis. With this 300% weakness attack modification for Qin Feng, in addition to certain special magical creatures, whoever he looks at casually will have weaknesses all over his body. In the case of the player, the weaknesses are the heart and the head. Once it expanded by 300%, it directly covered their entire body. In itself, Qin Feng's instant shadow slash skill did not eat weaknesses. But because the weaknesses are magnified to 4 times the original, hitting anywhere randomly is a weakness. With the legendary enchantment Deliverance, Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash had a 1/3 probability of hitting the target's weak point on average. This chopping position was beyond his control, so it could only be calculated by the system for the attendant probability. But now, Mythic Boon Relief. With his instant shadow slash, at least 8 out of 9 slashes would be weak point damage. This is qualitative change. After evolving Graceful Deliverance, Qin Feng had 10 evolution points remaining, which he left and used for the time being. Then there's checking out the gear. The first was a necklace of white bones that he wore around his neck.
2 CVS pendant Platinum, Assassin's Joaillerie.
Physical attack plus 45, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20. Requirements. Level 13, unique effect, plus 1 stealth level. After putting on this necklace, Qin Feng could only replace the Believer's Pendant. However, the Believer's Pendant belongs to the summoning class of equipment. When needed, a dress-up summoning will change it back, and when taking off the Believer's Pendant, the already summoned devotee will not disappear. This Deceiver Pendant, the special effect, directly added 1 stealth level to Qin Feng. Gives him a stealth level of 4. The skill comes with 1 stealth level. This Deceiver Pendant adds 1 level, and the Shadow Profession adds 2 levels, for a total of 4 stealth levels. The downside, though, is that this Deceiver Pendant doesn't add cooldown speed. After replacing the Believer's Pendant that added 20% cooldown speed, Qin Feng's cooldown speed dropped a bit. However, the impact was not significant. In comparison, surely the level 1 stealth rating is a bit more important, not to mention that the physical attack power and strength added by this necklace will increase the damage. There is also a piece of equipment that is in the helmet area. Chapter 71. I Don't Eat Beef. Veil of Shadows Gold. Assassin's Equipment. Physique plus 5, Spirit plus 5, Dodge rate plus 32%. Equipment requirement. Level 12. This equipment doesn't add defense, doesn't add elemental resistance, and only adds 5 points of constitution and spirit, which is kind of mean. That 32% dodge isn't bad, though. My Ghostly Blur skill comes with 75% dodge. Stacked with 32% evasion from Veil of Shadows, the final evasion is 83%. In the Godforsaken game, the evasion probabilities from different sources are not directly additive. Instead, it's stacked and multiplied. Final dodge rate equals 1 dodge A 1 dodge B 1 dodge C The dodge rate of a single source is never more than 100%, so no matter how much dodge is piled up, the dodge probability can never reach 100%. Except, of course, for certain special skill effect states. In addition, the skill Shield of Black Light could convert the evasion rate into the number of wounds avoided. Qin Feng tried and found. The number of damage-free shields for this skill is actually calculated on a per-skill, separate basis. This made Qin Feng a bit surprised. If you go by final dodge, then 83% dodge, which translates into 8 layers of damage-free shield. But if you count each skill separately, then that's 7 layers plus 3 layers, for a total of 10 layers of immunity shields. This also means that the skill Shield of Black Light has a high ceiling. Sure, this skill of the number of times you are immune to injury has a higher cap, but there are also means of restraining it. A lot of shooters, mages, swordsmen, warriors, and the like are professions that have a lot of high-frequency attacks. In later stages of PvP, a single skill can clear dozens of damage-free layers. Only at this stage, Qin Feng was carrying the Shield of Black Light mainly for raiding bosses. Later in the game, it's also for special time solo. With one against many, damage-free shields are not as effective as evasion. When Qin Feng finished evolving his skills and checking his equipment, he had already ridden his stealthy ghost Night Wolf and approached to within a few hundred meters of that Holy Maiden of Steel. The Saintess of Steel, who was more than 10 meters tall, looked incomparably powerful, and her hands kept flinging huge iron wheels, constantly cutting through the surrounding players. A series of shouting, noisy, and commanding voices came from the front. The ghostly nocturnal wolf carried Qin Feng and leapt onto the roof of a nearby residential ruin in a single leap. Seeing that, on the ruins of the square in front of them, there was a group of 30 to 40 players that were besieging the Holy Maiden of Steel. Want to play Iron Virgin now? Too bloated. Qin Feng did not strike directly, but intended to observe first. The Holy Maiden of Steel was a level 15 platinum boss. True to the difficulty, it's slightly inferior to Soul Purifier Fate Hell for teams with. However, at this stage, other than Qin Feng, the hardware was absolutely unqualified for other players to raid a platinum level boss. Really enough to fight the platinum boss conditions. Now at most Wang Mang that team because eat a lot of Qin Feng sold equipment benefits, so the hardware is barely qualified. However, for normal players, a team of 6 people don't even think about fighting the platinum boss. Platinum level bosses and above, all of them are for player teams to challenge. Therefore, there had to be at least 6 or 7 top-tier squads like Wang Meng's to challenge the platinum boss. At this stage, the globe combined can't muster that many elites. Huh, is that him? Right at this moment, Qin Feng saw from afar that in the field, there was a knight player holding a lance, who was riding a panther like war beast with a shield in his crotch right underneath the Iron Maiden, resisting the boss's attacks. Because the distance was too far, Qin Feng was unable to see the player's head codename, much less his looks. But Qin Feng still recognized the person's identity at the first moment. Chen Wu Ming, codename Glory Wunderkind, president of the Knight Templar Guild. The reason why it was so familiar was because, in his last life, Qin Feng had fought with this person for 9 years, and he hadn't even been able to distinguish between a winner and a loser. Both guilds compete in the wild, grabbing each other's bosses, and have killed each other an unknown number of times. As for Chen Wu Ming's profession, it was the hidden profession, Templar Knight. So reach level 10, consume 1,000 days of tradable life, create a guild and give the guild a name, Knight Templar. The Iron Virgins in the last life were taken down by the Templar Knights. Therefore, the Templar Guild possessed the second largest hideout, church sanctuary, within the ruins of Zhanghai City. In Zhanghai City, there were the West Chopping God and the East Church, which controlled the western and eastern areas of the ruins of Zhanghai City respectively. Knights Templar, the guild. Qin Feng was just smiling. This guild, accurately speaking, the later stages were all held up by a few top-tier warriors, and its guild members were basically the black slaves of those few top-tier warriors. Because when this guild recruited its members at the very beginning, it signed an initiation contract with its members. The guild will cover the basic survival needs of its members, but the longevity tax rate within the guild is as high as 50%. That means that a Templar Guild member who has hit 100 days of life out there needs to turn in 50 days to the guild. Generally speaking, it was those players who had potential, but were weak in the early stages and had problems surviving who would choose to join this guild. And this guild doesn't take people at a low standard. The average player is not yet eligible to join. After all, this guild will protect the basic survival of the members in the early stage, it will be a large sum of expenditure and even cannot make ends meet. If it weren't for that, a guild with such a high tax rate wouldn't be able to take in anyone at all. Once you join the guild, you have to sign an agreement that you cannot quit the guild for at least 3 years. It can be said that the Negroes were utilized to the fullest extent. Since it's you guys, I'll save you some time. It's impossible to beat the Iron Maiden. To send you guys home fast anyway. The ghostly night wolf, carrying Qin Feng, leapt down towards the downstairs plaza. His hidden form came to the middle of the field with great speed, holding his sword in his backhand, the plague blade cutting a black light around him. Dark ringed blade. 17014 weakness attack. 15788 weakness attack. Mythic enchantment relief makes even the dark ringed blades eat weakness attacks. A skill went down, and a white light instantly rose up around them. What fighters, mages, and priests instantly fell in a large swath. You have killed player self-inflicted weapon. You have killed player Sujijo. You have killed player Little Yo-Yo. You have killed player Don't Eat Cheese. You have killed player Tulip, which is not as fragrant as Sister's bath towel. This sudden turn of events surprised nameless Chun, who was resisting the boss in front of him. Originally, the open boss fought well and the boss attack was resisted, but as a result, after a ring of blade light, half of his team members blacked out. Who is it? Shadow. We have no grudge against you. Why are you killing our people? Chan Wuming, riding a leopard war beast, shocked to look around, but did not see any suspicious figure. Then a coolness straight to the sky. Since this person was in the crotch of the boss, he was far away and didn't eat Qin Feng's attack, so he didn't die. After he shouted like that, in his ears, a faint voice suddenly came. I don't eat beef. The words were not yet spoken. Chan Wuming, even with the panther, blossomed with blade light from top to bottom, blood splattered, and was chopped into 8 sections on the spot. Chapter 72. Letting go of the helpful complex and respecting her fate. Along with Chun Wuming, there were also other Knight Templar Guild members in the surrounding area who were decapitated. However, their stations surrounding the boss were more spread out. Qin Feng did not finish off everyone. There are still 3 or 4 players who see the target and immediately scatter in all directions. Qin Feng did not pursue, because there was no need for it. His main target was the platinum-level boss in front of him that was 3 stories tall, the Holy Maiden of Steel. It was a steel colossus made purely of poured steel. The lower half of the body had no legs, but was a pile of iron base, held up by magical energy and suspended in mid-air. That weird, cruel and merciless smile was enough to make a small child cry. The Blossom Curse. Qin Feng raised his hand and released the Blossom Curse towards all the corpses around him, including Chun Wuming. The remaining tradable lifespans on them, even including 50% of the non-tradable lifespans, began to be sucked over by the cursed flower. As within the godforsaken game, it is the player's consciousness that comes in. So their bodies within the game belong to the system that molded them. Even if resurrected, the body will exist for a certain amount of time. CNMD. What's it to me if you don't eat beef? I shoved beef in your mouth? Chun Wuming was resurrected in the middle of the ruins of Zhanghai City with a face of anger and suffocation. He knew that Shadow's words were saying to him, I'll kill you for no reason. And this location where he had been resurrected was already more than 10 kilometers away from the Holy Maiden of Steel. With their speed, it was almost impossible for them to rush over quickly. Besides, even if they did, what could they do? People killed so many of them in seconds with a single skill. And that damage! It's over $10,000. Every one of them, not to mention being killed in seconds, owed Shadow several lives. Originally, Chun Wuming and the others still felt that they had been unlucky this time. But I didn't realize that more bad luck was yet to come. As Qin Feng's Blossom Curse was released, the system alert of a reduced lifespan was transmitted to the minds of Chun Wuming and the others. This caused him and the guild members behind him to all turn pale. This time, not only did they die losing half their life expectancy, more so, by some horrible skill that continues to suck the lifespan, even the non-tradable lifespans are being sucked up extra. After a few moments, absorption stops and they realize that they lost all of their tradable lifespans in this death, and even 75% of their untradable lifespans. Based on what the guild members who hadn't yet been killed at the scene peered in from afar and reported back, Chun Wuming learned that on all of their corpses, bizarre flowers the color of scarlet and blood had grown. This caused a series of cries of pain and angry curses to be heard within the Knight Templar Guild channel. But facing the shadow, there is nothing any of them can do. So many of them were taken out without even seeing Shadow's shadow, let alone taking revenge. Really want to take revenge? Then the result can only be killed by the other party once, twice, countless times again. On Chen Wuming's side, he was completely unable to generate any thoughts of revenge. However, on Qin Feng's side, he casually glanced at the system prompts during the process of absorbing the lifespan. As a result, he saw a familiar codename, Xiao Yuya. She joined the Knights Templar? Qin Feng looked at the system prompt with an expressionless face. Absorbs 4 days of the opponent's tradable life and over a year of non-tradable life through the Blossom Curse. This means that the other party now has very little life left. Supposedly, he was so mixed up that he couldn't hang out anymore. So he chose to join the Knight Templar Guild as a black slave. In that case, her survival can be guaranteed, but with 50% of her lifespan earnings to be surrendered to the guild, it's almost impossible to develop and rise on her own. In response, Qin Feng naturally had no feelings whatsoever. Let go of the helping complex and honor her destiny. Qin Feng merely swept his eyes at that codename before refocusing his attention on the Holy Maiden of Steel in front of him. The first stage of this boss is nothing difficult. The hard part is the second phase after Half-Blood, especially for me. After Qin Feng finished off Chen Wuming and the others, he went stealthy and kept a distance of 10 meters away from the boss. That Holy Maiden of Steel didn't disengage from combat after a large number of players around her died, but instead began to unleash ranged attacks after losing her main target. Its arms, which presented iron wheels, began to rotate along with its head and upper body, and surprisingly began to draw circles. The two-armed iron wheel, cut into a circle 10 meters around, turned 3 times in a row. When this skill appeared, even if Chen Wuming's Templar Knight was still there, he would not be able to resist it at all. However, Qin Feng stepped back early. When the instantaneous Shadow Slash had finished cooling down, he took advantage of the temporary detachment from combat and switched the weapon in his hand to the ghost ship Twin Blades, directly releasing the instantaneous Shadow Slash. Swish! He transformed into a residual shadow and instantly cut through the towering body of the Holy Maiden of Steel. Blade light bloomed and erupted on the Holy Maiden of Steel. 75-51 weakness attack. 75-27 weakness attack. 75-36 weakness attack. Worthy of being an Iron Virgin, this defense exceeds other bosses of the same level by too much. Qin Feng calmly observed the boss's blood level. 1 instantaneous Shadow Slash, 9 slashes, all hitting the weak points, taking out over 60,000 blood of the boss. That's about 15% blood for the boss. It can be seen that the Holy Maiden of Steel has a total of about 400,000 life points. That amount of blood was quite a bit lower than the Soul Purifier Phasal, but due to its higher defense, it was not in any way less candid than the Soul Purifier. The key point remains. The Holy Maiden of Steel will have the counter damage ability for almost the entire time when her blood level drops below half, and it is 100% counter damage. That's the biggest difficulty with the Sage of Steel. Because of this, Qin Feng had no intention of using the active effect of Graceful Deliverance. This skill's /throat sustained damage could currently increase Qin Feng's damage by 6 times, but a situation where his damage was too high would directly cause the boss to enter the second stage, thus triggering a counter-injury effect that bounced Qin Feng himself to death. Instant Shadow Chop 9 times. Every time Instant Shadow / triggers Cut Throat, I take 9 counter damage, and the Shield of Black Light can barely resist it, but the cooldown can't keep up. This was why Qin Feng had to replace the Plague Blade with the Ghost Ship Twin Blades before starting the boss fight. If it's a Plague Blade, then any attack generates a toxin burst of extra damage after 3 seconds. This damage would be fully rebounded to Qin Feng himself. But the Ghost Ship Twin Blades have no such worries. Including the slitting throat damage from Graceful Deliverance, Qin Feng could only discard it when fighting this boss. But during the second stage, every time the Iron Maiden puts a skill into play, the anti-injury effect will briefly expire. Just go ahead and launch an attack while it's in between attacks, and you'll avoid counter-injury. Qin Feng had a detailed plan in his mind and was in no hurry at all. After an instantaneous Shadow Slash, he stealthily disappeared towards the back, quietly watching the boss release various ranged skills in place and waiting for the next attack. Just then, more players around, attracted by the commotion made by the Holy Maiden of Steel. Chapter 73 Saintess of Steel. Soul Player. Qin Feng was on his way to clear the leveling in the gladiatorial ruins. Within the boundaries of Zhanghai City, more and more players had risen to level 10, and all of them came among the city ruins of the divine Forsaken Continent. Since their numbers were getting bigger, they slowly cleared out quite a few magical creatures within the ruins of the city. The commotion made by the Iron Virgin now attracted dozens of players from the neighborhood. They didn't dare approach for the time being. All dispersed in the ruins hundreds of meters away, surrounded by the action of this boss, simply do not dare to appear. Once they showed themselves, they would be the target of the Holy Maiden of Steel's attack. Holy, who's fighting the boss here, and how come I don't see a single shadow? I heard it was Shadow. This boss was opened by the Knight Templar, and suddenly, the shadow sharked all of them. Now it's Shadow who's fighting the boss? Hiss, one skill took out that much blood from the boss? That's gotta be 15%, right? Wouldn't that be 6 or 7 skills to finish off this platinum level boss? MD must be too talented. If I had his talent, I'd take off too. Right in the middle of people chatting, Qin Feng appeared from time to time and gave the Holy Maiden of Steel a blow. After just over 10 seconds, 2 instantaneous shadow slashes in succession caused the boss's blood level to fall to 51%. Next attack, if I use instant shadow slash again, I'll eat the backlash, but it can be resisted once with the shield of black light first. Qin Feng responded calmly. Right after the instant shadow slash cooldown, turn on the shield of black light. The action of turning on the shield of black light took him out of stealth, but soon he released quiet concealment to enter stealth again. Start in place instant shadow chop. 79-75 weakness attack. 80-31 weakness attack. 0 counter wound 8055. After the instantaneous shadow slash hit twice, on that Holy Maiden of Steel, some thorns and iron thorns suddenly appeared, sticking out from within the body of steel, due to Tranquil Concealment's higher concealment breaking attack. So this time, the instant shadow slash damage was a few hundred points higher than the previous one. Unfortunately, after the boss entered the second stage of Half-Blood, the 7 slashes behind it, all of which failed to deal damage, bounced back to Qin Feng in full. Luckily, Qin Feng had the shield of Black Light's 10 layers of injury immunity on him, so he was able to be spared. Immediately after that, the eerie and cruel smile on the Holy Maiden of Steel's face directly turned into a painfully twisted expression. All over its body, thorns and iron thorns stabbed out. The 2 fire-breathing cannon tubes in the chest also extended, ready to spew out flames. However, after completing these changes, the boss suddenly stopped moving. In the immobilized state, it has an anti-injury state that is always present. Qin Feng was very patient as he stealthily waited on the sidelines. If it stays still, I'll have to show up actively and go for a slow fight on the number of immunities. But if another player were to mess with it, I could have solved the fight faster. No one knew what Qin Feng was thinking. When the surrounding players saw that the boss wasn't moving, they all started whispering and were a bit confused. Why isn't this boss moving? Could it be that Shadow is dead? It's possible, after all, this boss just had some changes, maybe some means to take out Shadow. But if he dies, where's the body? And what about the exploded lifespan? It's not possible that the corpse is also invisible, is it? I have to say, these players have a great imagination. At this moment, there was a small group of 6 people that came near the Holy Maiden of Steel. At the head of the group was a masked samurai player wielding a katana and wearing gold-grade lock armor. His eyes were sharp and he looked spry, powerful, and very confident. There were 3 other players that had been crouching here for a few moments. Seeing that masked warrior arriving, he immediately greeted him respectfully. "Big brother security, you're here. We observed for a long time this boss is just those few skills we have memorized. In addition, this boss suddenly did not move, the body also some changes, may have new skills." The masked warrior player nodded faintly. Before, it was Shadow who was fighting this boss? The masked warrior, codenamed Safety First, reached out and snapped his fingers. "Bunny, turn on Red Eye and see if Shadow is still there." Behind him, a teenage player nodded. The young girl raised her hand and summoned a rabbit. That rabbit sneakily hopped up towards the roof of the ruins of the dwelling, and both of its eyes turned blood red as it peered towards the surroundings. 1 minute later, Rabbit, the summoner girl in her vestments and staff, said, "I didn't find Shadow's location, so I guess it's gone. The masked warrior sighed with relief. Bunny's anti-hiding level has level 3. If Bunny didn't find anyone, the person is most likely not there, but still keep an eye on it at all times. And if the shadow comes, alert me immediately. Level 3 anti-crypt level, which is really high at the moment. This teenage summoner named Little Rabbit summoned the Tracing Blood Rabbit that came with a level 1 anti-concealment level, then carried a necklace on her body that added a level 1 anti-concealment level, and also learned a sharp probe passive skill. Passive skill, adding 1 level of anti-concealment level. Originally, they wanted to buy more anti-crypt props, but anti-crypt related items on the market now were extremely rare. Just that necklace still cost a fortune. After all, no one wants to die in this environment. Stealth assassins pose such a threat that any team that has a professional anti-stealth person. However, they didn't realize that Qin Feng's stealth level had already reached level 4. Not much longer. The masked samurai, codenamed Safety First, armed with a katana, stepped out from the ruins of the residence and approached towards the Holy Maiden of Steel. This scene left many of the surrounding players stunned. That guy is looking for death. You don't think you want to fight the boss alone, do you? Wait, that guy I've seen before. Took out a gold-level boss without injury when he was still in Initial Town. Holy, it's Big Brother's Safety First? I heard that his profession is Soul Wielder. He can dodge 100% after every roll. It's rumored that this big guy used to be one of the world's top Souls game anchors, with operational response pulling full stop, under the shocked and expectant gaze of the crowd. The Soul Wielder, Safety First, holding his katana, had arrived in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel, facing the 3-story-tall platinum-level terrifying boss directly, before that soul martial artist could approach. The Holy Maiden of Steel had already wielded the iron wheels of her left and right hands, slashing down heavily towards the soul martial artist in succession. In the rear, among the ruins of the inhabitants, teenage summoner Bunny, along with her teammates, looked at the masked soul martial artist with anticipation. This platinum-level boss, Big Brother security can definitely deal with it. That's right, this boss moves very slowly, and with Big Brother's strength he can casually react to it. As long as we can dodge by rolling, the boss will be able to ignore 50% defense with his next attack, and it won't take long to finish off the boss. Ahead, that soul martial artist rolled directly in the face of the Iron Virgin's attack. Tumbling, dodge, tumbling, dodge. After dodging the Iron Virgin's 2 iron will chopping strikes, the soul martial artist's eyes were calm and he struck out boldly with a silver-ranked katana in his hand. Eat my gaping moon shadow. He held his katana in his hand, and under the various status enhancement increases, he swung 3 consecutive swords towards the Iron Virgin. 3 blades of ghostly blue blade light swung out, instantly landing on the iron base of the Iron Virgin. 0,988 for counter wounds. 0,976 for countering injuries. 0 counter wound 1002. Before the soul martial artist could react, his blood bar had already gone to 0 and he died violently on the spot. The appearance of this scene caused the surrounding players to be instantly stunned. Chapter 74. This is the real Big Brother. Church Sanctuary Hideout. Just as the soul martial artist Safety First was killed by the Iron Virgin's counter-injury rebound, Qin Feng had long since taken advantage of the boss to strike. However, the surrounding players could only see a residual shadow cut through the field, followed by the chest core on the boss, which was subjected to a series of knife-light chopping attacks. The blood bar above the boss's head instantly dropped another 15% or so, and when that soul martial artist died violently, the Holy Maiden of Steel regained her composure and stopped attacking, and not only that, she even moved towards the church sanctuary behind her, slowly. Obviously, this boss did not go crazy releasing ranged skills against enemies it could not see through stealth. As long as she didn't attack, the Holy Maiden of Steel was in an invincible state with 100% anti-injury. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and followed closely behind. This soul wielder can counter himself to death in one set, and the damage is pretty high. After all, the passive of the profession of Soul Warrior, which ignores 50% of the target's defense after dodging, is remarkably effective against Iron Virgins. But with this occupational trait, he simply can't beat the Iron Virgin. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. He knew that Soul Warriors had an occupational ability that gave them 0.3 seconds of 100% dodge time after each roll. And after successfully dodging, The next attack can ignore 50% of the target's defense. But it's clear that the man is being tanked by the Iron Virgin. When the Iron Virgin launched his attack, the man could only roll and dodge, not having a chance to attack. When the Iron Virgin stops attacking, the man launches an attack that will be fully rebounded again. Can be difficult to say the least. The boss is dead? Naya, like it's anti-injury? Something's not right, that shadow is still there. And it's hit the boss with another big tube of blood. Inside the team channel, Soul Martial Artist, safety first, immediately said in shock, "Impossible. Why did I hit the boss for no damage at all, and the damage was all bounced back?" Then the shadow can take one tube of blood at a time. Teenage Summoner Bunny was also shocked. My tracking blood rabbit didn't even see anyone. His stealth level is already at least 4. Just then, Qin Feng's skills cooled down. He no longer waited for the other players around him to make a move, because it looked like no one else would dare to make a move either. You can only show up yourself and lure the boss into attacking. Shield of Black Light. Qin Feng opened the Shield of Black Light, and his ghostly figure in spiteful leather armor finally appeared in front of all the surrounding players. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of that Holy Maiden of Steel. Click, click, click. The Holy Maiden of Steel instantly turned back, her arms driving the iron wheels as she chopped down towards Qin Feng. Just as it launched its attack, Qin Feng held the ghost ship dual blades and directly fired a darkness ring blade. Dark blades, sweeping around him, landed on the core of the Holy Maiden of Steel's weakness. 9,000 weakness attack. Immediately after that, there was an instantaneous shadow chop, exploding the attack while perfectly dodging the opponent's chopping attack. The Holy Maiden of Steel's bloodstain once again dropped a notch. However, at the same time, this boss disappeared towards Qin Feng's figure, and the fire-breathing cannon tube on its chest finally activated, instantly spewing out 2 black flames. Qin Feng was hit even when he was in stealth. Luckily, he had a 10-layer damage immunity shield from the Shield of Black Light on him. After being depleted of 7 layers of damage immunity shield, Qin Feng quickly retreated beyond the opponent's attack range. This fire-breathing damage is too frequent. Even 0.5 seconds slower and I don't have enough layers of damage-free shields. Luckily, I'm fast enough. Qin Feng patiently waited for the black light shield to cool down. This skill has a cooldown of more than 30 seconds, which means that it takes Qin Feng more than 30 seconds to launch an attack. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly realized that there was a person sneaking close to the place where the Soul Martial Artist had just died. Obviously, it was trying to pick up the lifespan orb dropped by the Soul Martial Artist. Just as the man was about to approach the ball of light, a fiercely poisonous dart, coldly flying from the side, pierced into his head. 11989 weakness attack. Spot seconds. Immediately after that, there were 2 blood-red cursed flowers that bloomed above those 2 corpses. However, wherever Qin Feng saw a lifespan orb of light, it was bound to be impossible for someone else to steal it. He turned back and dealt with the man, stealthing again. In the next moment, the Holy Maiden of Steel's figure appeared in front of her eyes again, and in a repeat of the same trick, when that boss unleashed its fire-breathing attack, Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash landed in full force on the boss. All the players around them, looking at the scene, were stunned. All they could see was that the figure of the shadow kept appearing everywhere in the field, flickering and flickering at an extremely fast speed. Once it appears, either someone is dead or the boss gets a large blood bar taken out. I'll go. This shadow is too fierce. Isn't it? What kind of tactic is this? I didn't know what shadow took the first kill on. Now I'm convinced. I thought that our boss, Soul Martial Artist, could single-handedly kill a gold-level boss in half an hour is already very strong. I didn't expect there to be an even fiercer. More than more fierce? It's fierce beyond measure. That's a real bigot. Whether it was the players under the Soul Wielder, the other onlookers, and the few Knight Templar guild members who hadn't been taken out and had hidden themselves, all of them had now looked dumbfounded. Originally, people only knew that Shadow was strong. But just how strong? No one knows. There weren't many players who could see Qin Feng kill a boss with their own eyes until now. Grey Rose counts as one, but that was back in Newbie Town. Milky Yukiko has seen it too, but that Plague Surrounder is just a gold boss. As for the others, even Wang Mang and the others, they hadn't seen Qin Feng make many moves. Thus, at this moment, when they saw the scene of Qin Feng single-handedly challenging the Holy Maiden of Steel, the surrounding players all stared in shock as if they had seen a god. Not to mention the Holy Maiden of Steel. Other than that, even a single silver boss or gold boss could cause the average player to be constantly reunited. Even if a soul martial artist is safety first and is able to single-handedly kill a gold-level boss without injury, he or she is instantly killed in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel. It was such a terrifying platinum boss that was powerless in front of the shadow. The surrounding players were all astonished. So naturally, it was impossible for anyone to dare make a move to harass Qin Feng. And when Qin Feng next appeared, let that Iron Virgin frantically launch Iron Will chopping attack, chest of black flames gushing out when Qin Feng, by virtue of the shield of black light, hard against each other flames, holding dual knives, a shot instant shadow chop. Directly the last point of the blood bar of the boss will be emptied. You have killed Holy Maiden of Steel Platinum leveled. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the Church Sanctuary. You have become the owner of both the Land of Pure Souls and the Church Sanctuary. Please choose one of them to keep. Note: unreserved status as owner of a hideout will be converted into a hideout key tradable. Other players using a hideout key will become the owner of that hideout. As the Iron Virgin fell to the ground with a loud bang, smashing down a piece of the surrounding dwellings, system prompts came one after another in Qin Feng's mind. It is not possible for the same player to have two caches at the same time. So, Qin Feng had to choose a hiding place to retain his master's identity. Another hideout that will turn into a tradable hideout key. This key, at this stage, is the only official one that can afford it. It's reasonable to trade them for a 2,000-year lifespan, isn't it? Qin Feng naturally chose to keep the Land of Pure Souls, giving up the identity of the owner of the Church Sanctuary, and obtaining the key to the Church Sanctuary hideout. At the same time, Qin Feng came underneath the hill like Iron Virgin corpse and released his greedy hand. Due to the sheer size of this boss, the view of all the surrounding players was blocked. No one saw that underneath the corpse of this platinum-level boss, a bunch of platinum-colored rays of light lit up, with several emerald streams of light interspersed among them. Chapter 75 Gift of the Black Flame-Spiked Bone Leather Armor. Assassin's Intuition. Qin Feng already possessed several emerald-grade items when he had first killed the platinum-level boss Soul Purifier Phasal. Before, 3 of the assassin's items alone had dropped. However, at that time, Qin Feng hadn't reached his level, so he didn't use it. At this moment, this Holy Maiden of Steel had exploded 2 more assassin items for Qin Feng. Gift of the Black Flame-Spiked Bone Leather Armor Emerald. Assassin System Equipment. Physical Defense plus 95. Total Elemental Resistance plus 120. Damage Resistance plus 77. Physique plus 77. Equipment Requirement. Level 13. Rite of Black Flame. When attacking and being attacked, it will inflict 1 layer of Black Flame status on the target, stacking up to 5 layers. Each layer of Black Flame status will weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Note: the weakening effect is less effective on Emerald-level bosses and above. Emerald-grade equipment is not the same concept as the previous equipment. The basic attributes of the equipment alone were more than 70% higher than Platinum-level equipment of the same grade. This physical defense, this elemental resistance, plus 77 points of damage resistance with body. This leather armor alone provides more defense than a full set of other people's defenses. And it also comes with a Rite of Black Flame effect that weakens the target's defense and elemental resistance. Without much ado, Qin Feng directly changed out of his Resentment leather armor. This Rite of Black Flame leather armor works better than the one the Soul Purifier had before. Level 13 Assassin's leather armor exploded by the Soul Purifier, with a special effect that boosts lightning elemental resistance by 200 points. Special circumstances might be useful. Normally it's still more appropriate for the Rite of the Black Flame. Followed by an Emerald level skill book. Assassin's Intuition Emerald level. You can observe the silhouettes of stealthy units to some degree. Gain +2 counter-stealth rating. Requires level 13. This skill book is the anti-cloaking skill. After Qin Feng studied it, he directly pulled it up to the legendary level. Originally, after he came out of the ruins of the gladiatorial arena, he had evolved his skills such as Graceful Deliverance and still had 10 evolution points left. Taking out the Holy Maiden of Steel gave him 120 evolution points. A total of 130 points remain. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points and have 97 points remaining. Assassin's Intuition Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary. You can observe the silhouettes of stealthy units to some degree. Gain plus 2345 anti-cloaking rating. Legendary level added effect. You can more keenly perceive where your target's weaknesses lie. Weakness attack modifier plus 50%. When this skill evolved to the legendary level, Qin Feng's anti-crypt level directly reached level 5. This made Qin Feng a bit depressed. I'm an assassin with an anti-crypt level higher than even a stealth level? It looks like I'll have to learn a skill that adds stealth level and evolve it to make it work. The most outrageous thing is that this skill has a new effect when it reaches legendary level. More keenly aware of target weaknesses. Another 50% weakness attack modifier? Originally, the vast majority of targets were already big-headed sons in front of Qin Feng. Now, with a 50% increase, stacked with the Enchanted Deliverance passive, that's a total of 350%. Weaknesses expanded 3.5 times? I'm hitting the opposite weakness with my eyes closed. Qin Feng couldn't help but think that there were quite a few more skills that added weakness attack modifiers. If you learn them all, will you be able to expand your opponent's weaknesses tenfold, or even 100-fold? At that time, if I throw a dart into the sky, I can automatically track down my opponent's weakness? This ing is the equivalent of a lock. Without the talent of infinite evolution, Qin Feng couldn't imagine it in any way. The attribute weakness attack correction could be stacked this high. The end result is outrageous just thinking about it. 97 evolution points left. Let's evolve Ghostly Blur to legendary first. Qin Feng chose to evolve the Ghostly Blur, which had already reached the epic level. You have consumed 80 evolution points and have 17 points remaining. Ghostly Blur Epic Legendary. Passively gains 75% 85% dodge rate. Triggering dodge immunizes you from all damage. Rank 5. It looks like it only adds 10% dodge rate. Actually, the effect of this is to reduce the opponent's base hit rate from 25% to 15%. Such a high evasion rate was already enough to make Qin Feng invincible when dealing with low-grade demons and normal players. Combined with the high defense of the emerald-grade gift of the black flame-spiked bone leather armor, at this stage, players and magical creatures below the platinum grade were no longer any threat to him at all. Beyond that, the Holy Maiden of Steel also exploded some other professions' equipment, both emerald and platinum grade. These are things that no one can even wear at the moment. It's all level 13-15 stuff after all, and it's a long time before anyone else reaches that level. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to deal with these things. He first gathered up all the loot, took the key to the church sanctuary hideout, and left the scene invisibly. He contacted Wang Mang. There's a batch of equipment and skill books for sale to you guys, plus there's a good thing. When are you free? Wang Mang quickly replied back. If you have something to do, we're free anytime, haha. Wait a moment. Give us the coordinates. We'll be right there. Qin Feng sent a coordinate to Wang Mang and mounted the ghost night-walking wolf, stealthing with his mount as he rushed to his destination. It was a hidden spot outside the church sanctuary hideout. When Qin Feng came over, he saw 7 or 8 other clusters piled up in this alley. Clusters are small level 12 monsters, each of which is a super fat fiend, piled up like a mountain of meat. And it also had a defense stacking effect, and every single cluster was 2 or 3 times meatier than an unusual small monster of the same level. If an ordinary player squad meets it, it will definitely be a bloody storm. But to Qin Feng, an instantaneous shadow slash directly resolved them all. After finishing off this pile of demons, Qin Feng did not wait in place, but cleaned up other small monsters around. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Wang Mang and you and the girls rushed over together. Although it was just a trade because of the previous experience, they knew that Qin Feng had a lot of backpack grids, so they directly came together as a whole team. Lest you buy something that won't fit in your backpack. Meeting again, Qin Feng realized that Wang Mang's equipment and their battle power had been upgraded quite a bit. The leader, Wang Mang, in addition to the 2 pieces of platinum-level equipment on his body, which were bought from Qin Feng here, the rest of the parts of the equipment were also already basically all gold level. Of course, Qin Feng knew that their gold equipment, all of which had been fought in the newbie town, was of a lower level. The difference between the attributes compared to those on Qin Feng was still huge. The difference is even greater when the full body kit is added together. Great God! You've risen to level 13 in one night. That's too fierce, isn't it? As soon as Yu saw Qin Feng, she ran over in a frenzy, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration. Chapter 76, 800 Acres of Hiding Place. Ancient God Slate. Qin Feng glanced at the seemingly naturally dull policewoman and smiled. I can see that this girl is becoming more and more of an admirer of him. This only hidden profession dragon swordsman. Profession passive effect is every ordinary attack. There is a certain probability of triggering dragon flame. Subsequent career advancement can also be triggered through the general attack dragon roar, dragon armor, dragon's reverse scale, and other effects. Finally, it is even possible to summon various dragon shadows with probability through normal attacks. She was wearing a gold-level battle armor, making her whole person look more heroic and extraordinary, with a kind of battlefield female general's kind of heroism and spontaneity. Just a silver-level long sword hanging between the slender willow waist, slightly out of place. The whole body is gold. Just the weapon is still silver. Visible this girl luck is a bit crooked. Wang Mang also sighed with a look of emotion. We brushed all night and we're still halfway to even level 11. This speed of yours is also too fast. And you didn't wait for him to finish and immediately reached out to interrupt. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of person says a man is fast? What? The crowd was stunned. And you looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Great God, don't you think so? Qin Feng was defeated by this woman. He didn't bull the other guy. Directly laid out the equipment skill books to be sold. I've marked up the price of the stuff, so if you want it, you can just take it. In addition, there is a good thing to sell, you know, the hiding place, right? Hideout. And you sniffed and immediately nodded. We've heard that there are no safe zones in the ruins of Zhanghai City, but groups of players can occupy hideouts and use them as bases. We can store all of our equipment and other supplies in the hideout, plus the hideout can also activate a magical defense boundary at critical moments to ward off foreign invasions. This girl's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Great God. You're not saying that you have a hideout for sale, are you? Qin Feng nodded. This hideout of mine isn't small. It was just taken down by fighting a platinum-level boss. The news you learned about the hideout, it should be a small hideout that other people obtained by fighting a gold boss, right? And you nodded repeatedly. Yeah, but we Zhanghai City officials have not yet found any hideout. It is the Magic City side. The officials have already knocked down a medium hideout, so we know this thing. Qin Feng said, in that case, you should know the value of the hideout. This is the Church Sanctuary Hideout Key. After using it, you can become the owner of the Church Sanctuary Hideout. This hideout, which covers an area of 800 acres, you guys can go back and discuss what price you can offer, and I'll consider whether or not to sell it to you. When he said this, Wang Mang, and you, and the others all stared in disbelief. 800 mu? They were dumbfounded. You know, the official hiding place laid down by the Magic City is only as big as a soccer field in total, which translates to a little over 10 acres. That would already make them envious. But Shadow here, you've scored an 800-acre hideout? The larger the hideout, the stronger the defenses and the stronger the infrastructure in it. 800 acres of hideout is enough for all the members of our official Zhanghai City to have their own rooms in it. And you and the others were all stunned. However, on second thought, the Shadow had obtained this hideout by taking out a platinum-level boss, so it was only logical that this hideout would be this big. But how much are you going to sell such a large hideaway? And you considered the wording and asked carefully. She understood that this hiding place, now not only did the officials want it, but all the other forces, there were too many people who wanted it. Qin Feng did not say so explicitly, but said, go back and discuss what price you can give first. I'll see what you guys offer first. In fact, Qin Feng had only pretty much estimated, based on his last life, that the hideout could be sold for a 2,000-year lifespan. That translates to 730,000 days. But the truth is that contraptions like hideouts are actually rarely sold. Because it's an organization's safe house, its base, especially in the early days, it's the equivalent of solid gold. In the ruins of a city with no safe zones, the importance of hiding places cannot be overstated. Good. And you nodded with a grave expression. Only then did he start checking out Qin Feng's other things. In the end, at a price of 45,000 heavenly lifespans, the equipment supplies that Qin Feng was going to sell were purchased. Qin Feng was selling all the equipment skill books below level 13. As for the 13-15 levels, they all remain for now. Anyway, he could store everything in the land of pure souls and wasn't afraid that the grids wouldn't fit. Tradable lifespan, now 372 years. The non-tradable lifespan, on the other hand, is 2,724 years. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the current rate of development. However, I'm afraid that these tradable lifespans won't allow him to extract all of his in-game abilities into reality. The gift of deliverance is going to be over $50,000. The Mount Bell also costs $30,000 to $50,000. That adds up to 80,000 or 90,000 days. There's also emerald ranked equipment that takes a lot of lifespan to extract to reality. However, as long as the church sanctuary was sold, Qin Feng would have enough lifespan to even extract the land of pure souls, a hideout, into reality as well. Extracted to a realistic hideout with strong defenses, security can be guaranteed. Just a few more essential amenities to add to living in a hideout, what with the lights, appliances, beds, cabinets, and so on. All of this without the help of outsiders. Qin Feng only needs to find an NPC and spend some of his lifespan to take care of all this. That's right, Ukami. And you suddenly thought of one thing, then asked, we just received news that in a newbie town in our Zhanghai city, there is a situation where 7 gold-level bosses have gathered together, and there have been a lot of people killed by the bosses. I'd like to ask, do you want to go over there and deal with it, great god? Our officials are willing to give 10 years of life as payment. 7 gold-level bosses gathered together? This situation caused Qin Feng to be a bit surprised and his heart to race a bit. It can't be the ancient god slate, can it? Generally speaking, boss-level demons were mutually exclusive and unlikely to stay together. There was a high possibility that the 7 gold-level bosses were gathered together because next to those 7 gold-level bosses, there was an ancient god slate guarded. If it's really an ancient god's tablet, then it's comfortable. This stuff, it's an obvious battle boost for players. And each ancient god slate is something that can be used all the way to the late game. Must go and see. Qin Feng made a decision. So he nodded towards Anu. Okay, I can go check it out. Which town? Chapter 77. Public Benefit Organizations in Dark Moon Town. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Anu immediately replied, Dark Moon Town. By the way, another trade request was launched to Qin Feng. Life expectancy for nothing. Don't take it for nothing. Looking at the 10-year lifespan that Anu had put on, Qin Feng was a bit emotional. Why don't you say this girl is honest? Originally 7 gold-level boss gathered together, Qin Feng to kill words, can harvest a lot of loot, sell a 40 or 50 years what no problem. This sister also gave him 10 years of life as payment, which was really polite. Of course, this 10-year lifespan was mostly the official intention of Zhanghai City, which had to get rid of those 7 golden bosses. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for the people of Dark Moon Town to practice outside. I'll go then. Qin Feng accepted the 10-year lifespan and nodded to Anu before concealing his figure and advancing towards the center of the ruins of Zhanghai City. Under the gray sky, the nocturnal wolf was carrying Qin Feng, keeping his stealthy state and running at full speed at a terrifying speed of 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. After a few minutes, they arrived at the center of the ruins of Zhanghai City. Right in the center, there was still the 10-meter-tall statue of the Eyeless Stone Man. Around that statue, there are quite a few level 10 players from Zhanghai City who are teaming up or even grouping up, intending to set off to clear the ruins of the magical creatures within the ruins for upgrading. This is the default resurrection point for players above level 10, and the number of players is certainly high. And this place, it's a non-security zone. Many of the players are wary of each other, looking at each other. As Qin Feng passed by, he saw the group of people from the Knight Templar Guild that he had killed back. In the crowd, he did see that familiar figure. Qin Xiaoyu joined the Knight Templar. After being killed back, he is now looking worried. Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't even give her a second glance. He just swept the group and stealthily passed by. If you teleport back to the town from the ruins of the city, the first time it takes 500 days, the second time it takes 1,000 days, and the third time it takes 2,000 days. Each time you teleport back the lifespan you need to live, it doubles. After 10 times, it's 24 times more, so you really can't go back if there's nothing necessary. That was why Qin Feng hadn't gone back before. He was well aware that as time passed, many of the small monsters in the initial town would evolve into bosses, making the number of bosses even larger. He might earn evolution points faster if he went back and messed around killing those bosses. But there's no need, because if you keep going back to the town in the early stages, then I'm afraid that when you really need to go back later, you'll have to consume tens or hundreds of thousands of days of life. In the initial town, sometimes something really valuable, something unrepeatable comes along. This time, for example, there is the possibility of the existence of an ancient god's tablet. Evolution points, I can swipe them on the mainland too. But something like the ancient god slate, once it appears, it must not be missed. In order to save the lifespan consumed by teleporting back to the town, Qin Feng only had the possibility to come back to the novice town at such times. And in the divine abandonment game, the experience and lifespan gained from killing a demonic creature that is 5 levels below you will begin to decay. As for evolution points, I've passed by before to take out some of the smaller monsters that are more than 5 levels below me in passing, and I've never gotten any evolution points. It can be seen that if the level of the magical creature is too low, the evolution points given will also decay. In this situation, there was even less need for Qin Feng to return to the novice town to brush up on the monsters. Dark Moon Town. It's a relatively late town, isn't it? Qin Feng didn't have much of an impression of this town. Soon he made his way down the stairs to the teleportation array located underground, stood up in it, and typed the words Dark Moon into the dialog box that popped up. Consume 500 days of life and teleport. After a flash of white light passed before his eyes, Qin Feng appeared in the Dark Moon Town. When he stepped out of the teleportation room, he realized that the town was quite crowded. There were official personnel from the city of Zhanghai setting up stalls to acquire lifespans at a 1 to 50,000 ratio. There are other corporate forces acquiring longevity as well, in widely varying proportions. There are players looking for a group. There are players begging. There are players arguing. The entire town was bustling with activity within the confines of the safety zone. There are even some public service organizations that are helping some elderly people with weak combat power by taking them up to level 3, so they can get offline before they starve and die of thirst because they're trapped inside the game. Of course, this organization doesn't exactly take people for free. Granny, as promised, we brought you up to level 3. During the upgrade process, Granny, you got a share of 72 days of life expectancy. Now trade it to us. There were a couple of young men that were returning from outside the town with an old crone. As a result, that old crone was relieved when she returned to the safe zone, then broke into a rage. I don't know what kind of bull agreement. Aren't you guys a public service organization helping us upgrade? As a result, you still want money from me. An old woman, shameless. After saying this, the crone went offline in place. It left the young men with the men in a daze. Bring her up to level 3. And even if you don't give her longevity as promised, you're still scolding us? This old bastard just now pretended to be amiable, but turned his face away? In the future, we should ask them where they live in reality. And if they don't pay, go straight to reality and pop gold coins. 72 days of life at today's rate, that's $3.6 million in cash. It's not unusual for someone to renege on a debt, but cash, nowadays, can have nothing like the purchasing power it once had. Qin Feng naturally didn't bother with them. The coming of the godforsaken game has completely changed the way of life for all people around the globe. All sorts of outrageous things happen. Qin Feng glanced at the coordinates that Yu had sent him, maintained his stealth and mounted his night wolf, and like a gust of wind, ran out towards the north of the town. In the meantime, just north of the town of Dark Moon, Qin Xiaoyu's best friend and short-haired girl, Chu Yan, who was with 3 companions, grouped up with her father and mother, was beside a river, carefully searching for demons. Chu Yan and her companions were members of that public service organization, Dream Sand River. Chu Yan, did Xiao Yushi really join the Knight Templar Guild? I heard that guild taxes its members very highly. A girl in the group wearing glasses asked with some concern. She was also in the same dormitory as Chu Yan and Qin Xiaoyu. Hearing her ask this, the short-haired little beauty Chu Yan sighed. Yeah, I asked her to join Dream Sand River with us, and she wasn't willing. But she's level 10 now, and it was someone from the Knight Templar who brought her up. Hearing this, one of the young boys in the group snorted. Chapter 78. Others are also strange good Lu. Power generation plus more. The boy disdainfully said, even if you bring her to level 10, you're just using her as a tool person. Knights Templar's membership contract, once you sign it, it's for 3 years, and if you sign it, it's a 3-year black slave. If you don't have the ability, just kill some small monsters and slowly save up your lifespan. Just like us, just kill small monsters and retreat and call out to others when you encounter a boss. Isn't it also quite good? At least the lifespan and experience value will steadily increase, and you won't be bound by the guild. Chu Yan smiled, helplessly and bitterly. But Xiaoyushi feels that she is not ordinary. After all, it is a hidden profession. In this regard, it is indeed stronger than us. The crowd is silent. Wait, there's a shackler up ahead. Chu Yen, you quickly slow it down. A faceless humanoid demonic creature with its body wrapped in chains appeared not far ahead of them. Chu Yan's occupation is archer. Learned a skill frost arrow. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward and bent his bow. An arrow covered in cold ice was instantly shot out towards that shackler. It didn't hit the shackler's head, but it still hit its body, causing a 30% slow effect on it. At once, the crowd swarmed towards the shackled one and launched an attack. Behind the four, there was Chu Yan's father and mother, with some worry surfacing on their faces. They were middle-aged and had worked all their lives, but they never expected to encounter the godforsaken game coming down on them. Chu Yen was worried about them and let them not go out in the town first, before bringing people over to bring them. I didn't realize that on this side of Dark Moon Town, there was a Dream Sand River Public Interest Guild. Just in time to join in, Chu Yen understood that it was already good enough for an ordinary person like her to be able to save her life and slowly kill small monsters to regain her blood in the Divine Abandonment game. By the way, you can also take other old people who don't know how to play the game and don't have much battle power to upgrade while you're at it. But Qin Xiaoyu was reluctant. They had to go their separate ways. At this point, among the four of Chu Yen, there was a physical output, a legal output, a tank, and a nurse, and the four of them worked together to deal with an ordinary small monster shackler, which was still relatively easy. Soon, the gargoyle was finished off. Just as the young boys within the group stepped forward, intending to absorb the lifespans popped out by the little monsters, suddenly, a series of shadowy arrows shot out from the woods not far away, hitting the young boy's head with precision. 429 weakness attack. 456 weakness attack. 452 weakness attack. That young boy died on the spot and fell to the ground. Not only did not get the life expectancy popped out by the little monster, but also even his own life expectancy popped out. A string of arrogant laughter came out immediately afterward. This Sabi is so too brittle. One arrow and it's gone. Nonsense, what kind of cowboys can there be in the Dream Sand River? All happy colors. Indeed, who would want to take those old nobodies if they were somewhat competent? 6 players wearing silver and bronze equipment, all of whom had turned on their facial masking functions, walked out from the woods, their eyes teasingly looking at the remaining Chu Yen and the 5 of them. You guys, hand over all the life expectancy you have on you. Chu Yen and the others' faces became a bit ugly. They knew that they had met a robber. Either lose all tradable life. Either tradable or non-tradable lives are lost by half. But the key is, they also have no way to show how much tradable life they have. If they give less, the other side thinks they didn't give it all and will still kill them just the same. Chu Yen swept a glance at the other party, frowned and said, "Officially, killing in the wild is expressly forbidden. Aren't you guys afraid of being wanted?" A youth at the head of the opponent had a black dragon tattooed on his arm. Hearing her say this black dragon tattooed youth snorted, "Go official. You guys know who I am? They know who I am? Don't talk nonsense. I'll give you 3 seconds. However, the man had not finished speaking. Swish, a shadowy blade light, which instantly appeared from the field, chopped outwards in a circular shape, directly slicing off the heads of the tattooed man's several people. Instantly and flying high into the air, the 6 robbers, who died violently on the spot, fell dead. Immediately after that, Chu Yen and the others saw that there were some blood-colored flowers that appeared on the corpses of those 6 people, appearing bizarre and terrifying. Holy! Who was it that took them for seconds? Hiss! This is too fierce, isn't it? Foam. Behind Chu Yen, the crowd was shocked. While her mother retched and vomited, they were trembling and were all a bit scared. Thanks! Thanks! Chu Yen, however, gathered her courage and shouted towards the air. For a long time, there was no one around to respond to her. Only the blood-colored flowers on the ground slowly dissipated after sucking all the bodies of those 6 people dry. It seems like Shadow. In the team channel, Chu Yen couldn't help but speculate. He seems to be quite nice. The girl with glasses looked a bit adoring and excited. Shadow? How did Shadow come to our town? The young fat man was also shivering with excitement. Come to think of it, only a Shadow Big Brother can be so fierce. I can actually meet the Shadow Big Brother. Chu Yen helplessly said, "You see your sister, ah? Which eyes you see?" People simply did not show up. At this moment, Qin Feng had long since moved away from them. Just now he was purely passing through. The reason why he had struck out was not because he had seen Chu Yen. In fact, Qin Feng didn't even take a close look at who the group was. He's too fast. In just a blink of an eye, the Nightwalker wolf ran with him for hundreds of meters. On the way, he just saw a few players in front of him with the Slayer logo after their head ID, so he randomly struck out and mopped them up as minions. My Slayer status, it's almost at the 5th level. If I reach the 5th floor, there's a probability of attracting that NPC. At this stage, I don't want to see that guy. For killers, simply killing other killers reduces their own kill value. Therefore, Qin Feng was only trying to lower his kill value to avoid being targeted by that guy in the early stages. Until he finished killing people and moved away from the scene without a shadow. He didn't even realize that he had just saved a Chu Yen. Dark Moon Town. That black dragon tattooed youth was resurrected in the center of the town along with his 5 teammates. These 6 people's faces all became extremely ugly, because they all carry the Slayer status on them. Coupled with being sucked up by Qin Feng's Blossom Curse, all of the tradable lifespans on their bodies were zeroed out. And when they were killed in the 2-tier Slayer state, their non-tradable lifespan was halved and halved again, and in the end they would have to be sucked by Qin Feng for another half. The youth with the black dragon tattoo originally had 8 years of non-tradable life left. When he came back to life, he shivered a little and realized that he had less than half a year left of his non-tradable lifespan. Holy! The system alerted us that we were killed by Shadow? Why would the world's number 1 Shadow show up in this remote town? It's over. Why did I explode so many lifespans? I can trade life expectancy all over the place. Wait. We have Slayer status on us. Get off the line. Get off the line. When they reacted, it was too late. Within the town, there was already an official team that had sneered and surrounded them after seeing the Slayer symbol on them. Memorized their code names. Black dragons are also dragons and turkey-flavored potpourri. Although we don't know their real-life identities for the time being, let's put them on the list first and put them on in-game wanted. Officially, the town's players are forbidden to kill each other, so naturally they will do something about it. After being tagged and wanted, once encountered by an official, the natural thing to do is to hunt. On top of that, there are some special hidden professions that are officially available to help hunt down targets within the game. In this way, it is still a deterrent to players. But, at present, there are too many gamers and too few officials, resulting in a lot of players who have committed crimes and are still out there being arrogant. Of course, this would not matter at all to Qin Feng. With his strength, there was no way he could be officially restrained. 2 short minutes later, Qin Feng arrived next to a valley surrounded by a lake of stagnant water. And here was where the 7 gold level bosses were located. Only just after entering this valley, in Qin Feng's ears, a distant and mysterious whisper was heard. This whisper is really an ancient god stone tablet. But it's a curse tablet. Chapter 79. Killing a boss. Isn't that a skill? The entrance to the valley. There were 6 official players crouching here, who were supposed to be here to warn the other players, lest any of them mistakenly enter the valley and be taken out by the 7 gold level bosses that had gathered together, causing losses. When Qin Feng rode by on his ghost night-walking wolf, they were completely unaware of it. We are also too miserable, right? Being assigned to guard this whole place, the good time of practicing is wasted, alas. What do you guys say? Can Shadow take out those bosses in there? I reckon it's impossible. Didn't Chief die and the others just try it? It was so hard to finish one off, but it came back to ING life. Doesn't matter. Shadow was given 10 years to live anyway. Let him work it out. It's his business if he can't. He. Infinite resurrection, boss. He really dares to take it? Qin Feng naturally didn't bother with this group of people. As they passed by, they didn't even look at them and went straight into the valley. While on the road, and Yu had already told him the general situation. Officials of a certain unwilling to disclose the name of the die director also belongs to is like to play the game. The current Zhanghai City official, in addition to Wang Mang team, belongs to this die director with the strongest team. Before asking Qin Feng for help, this director die had brought people to this valley to try. They sent out a very fast night player on a mount to attract the attention of the other 6 bosses, and then spent nearly half an hour gathering fire to finish off a single fallen gold boss. They made it, but that boss was resurrected almost immediately after being taken out. And after being resurrected, all 7 bosses' combat power surged in a short period of time, destroying them as a group. And Yu's exact words were, in order to minimize their losses, they don't plan to raid anymore. So if you don't feel sure about it, great God, you can also refuse. Of course Qin Feng would not refuse. Ancient God slabs, it would be strange if it was that easy to get to. If it as just 7 gold level bosses alone, with the current strength of the officials, as long as they were willing to spend some time and spare some losses, there was definitely a way to take them down. But the point is, it's so hard for people to take one out and they end up reviving it. It looks like there are some hidden mechanisms. As for exactly what it is, we'll just have to be there and see. Qin Feng had something in mind. The ancient god slabs, which create swarming bosses. Sometimes those swarm boss are all stealthy, and the stealth level is extremely high. The player passes by and is killed, still do not know what is killed. Sometimes the apparent boss is just a blindfold, and the real boss is a summoning sorcerer hidden somewhere, a situation that leads to infinite resurrection of the boss that the player kills. Soon, Qin Feng entered the valley. He came to the side of the stagnant water lake surrounded by valleys and saw the 7 gold level bosses. Each gold level boss exuded a black aura, as if it was burning with black flames, and surrounded by black mist. It looked eerie and terrifying. And these are bosses with names prefixed with cursed. Cursed Head Swapper gold level. Cursed Flat Rat Man gold level. Cursed Digger gold level. They were strangely shaped, with 5 heads in human form and the other 2 being bestial, with dry, thin bodies, twisted limbs, and layers of wrinkles on their skin, giving people a sense of both physical and psychological discomfort just by looking at them. Indeed, it's a swarm boss created by the ancient god slate. For the time being, I don't see where the ancient god's tablet is. Maybe at the bottom of the lake. Anyway, gotta take care of these bosses first. Qin Feng observed a little. As it turned out, he didn't see any useful clues, so he decided to try killing these bosses at the same time first. A cursed gold class boss would be stronger than a normal gold boss. Of course, because it's cursed, while one aspect is strengthened, another will be weakened. Currently, Qin Feng didn't know what was going on with these 7 bosses. However, my current battle power crushes gold bosses of this level. Even if blood and defense are enhanced, it's not much stronger. One needs to be wary, though, of anti-injury type wordings. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and did not approach. Instead, he switched to the Believer's Pendant in a hidden corner and summoned a silver-ranked Pious Believer. After summoning the Devout Believer, Qin Feng switched back to the Deceiver Pendant with higher attributes. Go on. Qin Feng gave an order. That Devout Believer then ran towards the 7-headed boss in front of him. From a distance, he threw out green flames and smashed them towards the 7-headed boss. 229, 233, 267. A series of scorching damage numbers jumped up from the boss's heads. The ranged damage from the Devout Believers, while not high, had been tried and tested, and those 7 bosses didn't have any anti-damage type of wordings. Boom! Boom! When the Devout Believers launched their attacks, the 7 bosses, one after another, counterattacked. 2 of the cursed gold level bosses just spewed out 2 piles of black slime from afar, killing the Pious Believers who were only silver level on the spot. But immediately after, since there's no counter-injury, then Qin Feng personally struck out, stealthily stepping forward and slashing through the 7 bosses as a staggering shadow, a blade light blossoming on their twisted and dry bodies.
Instant Shadow Shop.
14297 Weakness Attack. 14519 Weakness Attack. 13888 Weakness Attack. Under the effect of the mythic rank Graceful Deliverance, each of these bosses was a big-headed sun in Qin Feng's eyes. Any way you put your skills, it's a weakness attack. The super high damage of the instantaneous Shadow Slash directly emptied the blood bar of the 7-headed boss. However, Qin Feng was not careless. After all, and you had said that these bosses seemed to be able to be revived, at least one of them. As expected, when Qin Feng backed up to a short distance away, he saw that the 7 bosses, after being finished off, all dispersed into a cloud of black mist. Not only were there no corpses, but there was not even any loot. The most terrifying thing was that those 7 clusters of black mist, all of them quickly converged and re-condensed into 7 gold-level bosses. In other players, such as that Director Dai, when they saw this, they were afraid that their hearts would be cold. The boss that was so hard to kill not only didn't drop anything, but also ing resurrected. Who's gonna be able to handle that? But Qin Feng here, after he carefully observed them, he realized that these 7 resurrected bosses were all a little different from what they had just been. A whole new symbol has appeared in different places on their bodies. 7 symbols in all, meaning heaven, plague, ancient, God, U, Toes, and S, respectively. These symbols are, in fact, the words of the ancient god's language. Even Qin Feng did not recognize all of them. But just in time, the ancient god of heavenly disasters Udos, a name that he had also come across many times in his last life, was a powerful ancient god from the history of the godforsaken game. So he instantly recognized what the 7 symbols represented, meaning that these 7 bosses need to be killed in order? Qin Feng wasn't quite sure. After all, every ancient god slate that creates a swarming boss mechanic is different. The good thing was that it wasn't too difficult for Qin Feng to kill the boss, so he could try as much as he wanted. For other players, the process of trying to obtain the ancient god's stone tablet and exploring the mechanics was extremely painful, and sometimes the same boss had to be killed an unknown number of times. If you are a little bit less strong and not so lucky, you can't understand it in 10 days and half a month of research. But for Qin Feng, kill the boss? Isn't that a skill thing? Chapter 80, The Cursed Tablet of the Ancient God of Natural Disasters. 1 minute later, Qin Feng killed 2 gold bosses in a row, that is, in the order of the characters of the ancient god of the heavenly tribulation Udos, but those 2 gold level bosses still resurrected right afterward. This made Qin Feng a bit puzzled. Doesn't seem to be in order? He can be invisible anyway. The test fails and goes straight to stealth and starts exploring the surrounding map. But after exploring around the stagnant lake, nothing suspicious was found. A short while later, he thought of a point he had overlooked. Wait, the inside of this lake hasn't been explored yet? Qin Feng came to the shore of the lake. The water of the lake was found to be as smooth as a mirror, and it was completely impossible to see what was in the water. Qin Feng had to release the shield of black light first. As he raised his hand, his full body evasion rate transformed into 10 layers of black barrier that surrounded his torso and protected him. Immediately afterward, he jumped into the water. An ancient stone monument was seen locked in the middle of the bottom of the lake. It was exactly what the ancient god slate looked like. And around that monolith, there are 7 other monoliths, each with a symbol, exactly the same as the symbols on those 7 bosses. To kill the symbol like gold boss near the corresponding stone monument, thus unblocking that monolith? Qin Feng did as he thought. Soon, he lured the first gold boss into the middle of the lake, next to the stone monument corresponding to its symbol. This boss is the cursed flat rat man, with a dry and thin body that constantly spits black-green slime in the water, launching attacks towards Qin Feng remotely. The other bosses were temporarily lured elsewhere by Qin Feng having the ghostly nocturnal wolf make a move. Almost. Kill! Qin Feng turned back with an instantaneous shadow slash, directly decapitating that cursed flat rat man once again. This time, the boss finally exploded with loot and granted Qin Feng experience and evolution points. Not bad. Seems like the right idea. When that boss was killed, the symbols on his body lit up in black, echoing the same symbols on the stone tablet under the water. Directly make that stone tablet shatter. The chains of the ancient god slab in the middle were finally broken in one part. 10 minutes or so later, Qin Feng did as he had done and pulled the other 6 bosses to kill them near the corresponding stone monuments. At this point, he could confirm the boss mechanism of this ancient god slate. You have to kill all 7 of those bosses at the same time before the symbols of the ancient god of the heavenly tribulation will be revealed on the bosses. Then pull up next to these monoliths and correspond to the kill. If this were to be studied by the officials, it could not be done without 10 days and half a month, and the losses would be extremely heavy. Qin Feng shook his head. Most importantly, it's too difficult for other players to fight the boss. Rating the gold level boss alone, the difficulty is extremely high, and the ones that can currently fight, there are no more than 10 teams in the entire Zhanghai city. Not to mention having to deal with 7 bosses at once and meeting various conditions. It's harder than it should be. But for Qin Feng, he had already managed to decipher all the decryptions in just about 15 minutes from the time he arrived in this valley. These 7 bosses, all of them were level 10 gold class bosses. When he finished them all off, he reaped a large amount of experience, longevity, and evolution points. It went straight up to level 14. Even the evolution points went up by 294 points at once. Counting what was left over from before, I now have 325 evolution points. Currently, Instant Shadow Slash is my main output skill. In that case, let's spend 210 evolution points to evolve the skill to legendary level first and see. The current epic level Instant Shadow Slash, combined with the active effect Slash Throat of graceful deliverance, could already deal a total of 500,000 to 600,000 base damage. What would be the effect if it evolved again? You have consumed 210 evolution points and have 115 points remaining. Instant Shadow/Epic Legendary. Blinks in one direction up to 30-40 meters and enters a state of invisibility, lasts 12-15 seconds, inflicting 9 slashes on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 8.8 seconds. Rank 4. Chopping width 5-6 meters. Each chopping blow adds 500-700 attack points. Added. Each time a slash hits, you gain 1 layer of shield equal to 100% of your life value limit, stacking up to 9 layers. Shield lasts for a maximum of 60 seconds. The distance is longer, the width is wider, and the range is greater. There is no increase in the number of beheadings. However, a new effect has been added, where each chop hit, the self gains 1 layer of shield, which is equivalent to double the amount of blood. Holy! Doesn't this mean that if I go down with an instantaneous shadow slash, as long as all 9 slashes hit, my effective blood volume instantly becomes 10 times that of the original? Qin Feng was stunned. He knew that the godforsaken game's legendary level skills would all possess unique effects. And the effect of this instantaneous shadow chop. Straight up, he's pulling full survivability. Of course, there are some skills in the godforsaken game that have additional damage to shields, and even a very few skills that can penetrate shields. But the former has little impact, and the latter is unlikely to be found on normal skills, at least not until epic. There's also a lot more tolerance for hitting a lot of bosses. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the effect. The only unfortunate thing is that instant shadow slash doesn't add a lot of damage from epic to legendary. But now Qin Feng's battle power, it is not very lack of damage. There's still 100 or so evolution points left. Keep them for now and save up for more one-time evolutions. Qin Feng now had enough battle power and decided to always keep some evolution points on him. You can evolve at critical moments depending on the situation and be more flexible in dealing with different situations. After evolving Instant Shadow Slash, Qin Feng's attention was then focused on the ancient god slate that was gradually unsealing. When the 7 surrounding stone tablet seals were all unlocked, the pitch-black chains wrapped around the ancient god's stone tablet in the center also gradually disintegrated. After waiting for a little while, Qin Feng reached out and held the ancient stone slab that was about the size of a laptop. The moment he entered his hand, a chaotic murmur and murmuring resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the cursed tablet of the ancient god of natural disasters. The cursed tablet of the ancient god of natural disasters. This tablet contains the power of a curse originating from the ancient god of natural disasters, Euthos. To active use, attach a curse to any piece of equipment, which will provide a randomized gain phrase based on the characteristics of that piece of equipment and your profession, but will also gain a negative phrase. After killing a certain number of demons with the ancient god slate, the number of times it can be used will be reset. It can be used again on any equipment, but the same curse slate can only curse one piece of equipment at the same time. When using it again, you can choose to keep the old effect or keep the new effect. The ancient god slabs are divided into 2 types of blessed slabs and cursed slabs. The former, which is purely to add gain wordings to equipment, but the effect is relatively weak. The latter, on the other hand, adds a curse to the equipment, which will appear as both a gain affix and a negative affix. The effect of an ancient god slate can even double the attributes of an equipment phrase, and with luck, it's even possible to brush out powerful phrases that change the characteristics of an occupation. And it can be reused as long as it carries the kills, and can be refreshed indefinitely if you feel the wordings are unsatisfactory. Qin Feng obtained this ancient god slate and immediately opened his equipment list. Try the effect first. Chapter 81 Code Name Ace of Spades? The time of death will come. Qin Feng's gaze was placed on the gift of black flame, spiked bone, leather armor. This is an emerald grade equipment that comes with the Rite of Black Flame effect, which weakens the target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. Use: Cursed Tablet. Qin Feng's orders were given, only to see the ancient god's stone tablet in his hand. A burst of black mist immediately emerged, murmuring whispers faintly emanating from the black mist, mixed with the power of the Mori white heavenly tribulation, encircling the emerald grade leather armor on Qin Feng's body. You have attached Curse of Eutos to Gift of the Black Flame Spiked Bone, leather armor. The Curse of Eutos. Gain word. Maximum stacking number of Black Flame, status increased to 15. Negative phrase. Equipment-based attributes reduced by 31%. Does the curse remain? Yes, no. Qin Feng glanced at it and was a bit shocked. Black flame status. The maximum number of stacked layers increased to 15. 7% defense and elemental resistance weakening per layer. For 15 layers, that's 105%. That means, with this effect, I can weaken the boss's defense and elemental resistance to negative numbers. Not bad for an ancient god's slate gain phrase. What had been a maximum 35% weakened defense was now 105%. This effect is completely incomparable. The negative wordings hurt slightly, though. The basic attributes of this equipment: 95 physical defense, 120 points of total resistance, also with 77 points of damage resistance and constitution. All 4 of these attributes are reduced by 31%. Qin Feng thought about it and decided to keep it. After all, he was an assassin. At this stage, with the protection of the shield of black light, his defense attributes weren't particularly important. What's more, there was the instant shadow slash that had just evolved to legendary level, which could provide him with a shield of up to 900% of his life value, so there was even less need to worry about survival. And when Qin Feng used the ancient god slate once, that ancient god slate turned into an ordinary stone block. It looks mediocre. However, as long as you carry the tablet to kill monsters next, you can keep sucking the death power of the demons to fill the tablet. You can use it once after killing about 300 monsters. When the time comes, we can try again to see if we can swipe a better gain word. The original 35% defense weakening is raised to 105%. This effect, to say the least, was enough to shock all the players, but Qin Feng wasn't even particularly satisfied. From this, it could be seen how much the ancient god slate could enhance a player. Of course, a cursed slate can only curse one piece of equipment at most. If Qin Feng used it on other equipment and kept it, then this curse on the gift of the black flame would expire. That's the word. But there's no rule that says a piece of equipment can only have one curse or blessing. In other words, for each additional ancient god slate, one more powerful phrase from the ancient gods is added to the player's body, with no upper limit. Because of this, something like an ancient god slate was definitely the more the better. There is only one thing to note. Some ancient gods do not have a harmonious relationship with each other, and even conflict contradictions. This will also lead to certain ancient gods between the stone tablets, and the effect will be a conflict. Of course, this was something that needed to be considered after obtaining more ancient god slabs. For the time being, the benefits that the ancient god slate brought to Qin Feng were incalculable. After that was done, Qin Feng collected all the loot from the entire field. Then he sent a message to Yu. The bosses are all done. I'm gonna go practice, so make yourselves at home. Qin Feng planned it out. Today, he practiced until the evening, and waited until the evening when the ghostly night wolves could become invisible in reality. When the time comes, ride to the magic city and go find Chen Shishir to dispose of him. This woman, who had put her idea on Qin Feng's head, and was also the only one who was a realistic threat to him, naturally could not be spared. Brush the ruins of Zhanghai City until nightfall, and you should just about make it to level 15. Qin Feng estimated it and was quite satisfied. After all, by that time, judging by the pace of the last world, no one on the planet had risen to level 11 yet. In the godforsaken game, the later you get, the harder it is to upgrade. Sometimes, it may seem like there's only a one-level difference, but all that experience has differed by a massive amount. In terms of experience, the total experience Qin Feng had now gained was already tens of times that of most other level 10 players. After receiving Qin Feng's message, Yu then notified the 6 official players guarding the mouth of the valley. When those 6 players went to check and realized that those 7 gold bosses in the valley really didn't even have corpses anymore, they were instantly dumbfounded. Just now we were wondering if Shadow could finish off these 7 bosses. As a result, it's only been more than 10 minutes and these 7 bosses are already gone? I'm super. We didn't even realize he was here. And don't these bosses respawn? How did he do that? For a moment, these 6 official players felt a deep shock. The word, Shadow, in their minds, finally had a different meaning. Time flies, right in the middle of the godforsaken game coming down and the huge global changes. On this side of Daxia, night fell. Divine Forsaken Continent, Magic City ruins. There was a female player codenamed Ace of Spades who was hiding in the ruins of a residential area with 5 foreign men, observing a battle ahead. In that battle, it was 18 Daxia players that were besieging a gold-level boss. This female player, Ace of Spades, was dressed in a revealing outfit and had a spade tattoo on her calf. She was teasingly looking at the 3 Daxia squads outside. If Qin Feng was here, he would be able to recognize this woman as Chen Shirshir at a glance. Of course, Chen Shirshir and the 5 foreign men all turned on the face masking function. It was natural that they could not recognize their identity if they were not familiar with them. At this moment, Chen Shirshir looked out at the gold boss battlefield and laughed. The Daxia men are really weaklings. For such a gold boss, 18 people were deployed, afraid of death to a certain extent. Beloved money, don't say that. The airplane-headed white man, Tony, smiled gently and gentlemanly. They're doing it for us. We need to thank them for giving us this boss drop. Chen Shirshir laughed. Giggle, you are so polite. Since Magic City has a larger population than Zhanghai City. So within the city of Magic City ruins, there were already thousands of level 10 players, and even the size range of the ruins was several times larger than the Zhanghai City ruins. These players, all of them, are working hard to sprint to level 11. But the fastest progressing of them was now only half the experience of level 10, and was the one who hadn't yet made a career advancement. They couldn't be blamed for upgrading so slowly, nor could it be said that the number of magical creatures was too low. Rather, the demons in this godforsaken game are intelligent and don't just wait around to be killed. If you can't beat it, you'll run. Seeing a crowd from a distance will make you run. A lot of times they will play sneak attack and even team up to hunt players. All of this, all to the god abandoned the game players practicing leveling has brought great trouble, want to efficiency brush level, basically no possibility. 10 or so minutes later, the hidden place in the ruins of Magic City. Chen Shirshir, who was hiding in the shadows, frowned. The output of these Daxia pigs is too low. It took so long to fight a broken gold boss? Tony, a white man in heavy armor with a halberd, smiled and said, almost done fighting. Let's get ready to receive their gifts. As the words fell, Tony jumped out of hiding with Chen Shirshir and the others, a total of 6 people. With the equipment and skill advantage given by Chen Shirshir, they almost crushed the remaining 10 or so Daxia players, destroying them and killing them back. Holy, it's a spade regiment. It's over. Why are the spades next to us? Go, as many as you can.
Ingenier Puke.
What's with this bringing gringos to kill their own people? The field was pandemonium and bodies were constantly falling to the ground. Wastes deserve to be killed. Who made you Daxia people? LOL. Chen Shirshir leisurely walked in the middle of the field, looking around at the slain Daxia players with a disdainful expression. She had the capital backing of the rich group, collected a lot of longevity, and was always on the cutting edge when it came to equipment and skill books. Have fun on the Magic City side first. I've heard that we're officially wanted in Daxia. Although our real identities have not been revealed, it's better to leave Daxia and head to North America early to be on the safe side. When the time comes, we can form a guild that specializes in killing the great summer swine. However, the complacent Chauncey doesn't realize that her death, it will come. Chapter 82. Book of Divine Authorization. The Heart of Faithar. Finally level 15. It's almost night outside, isn't it? Amidst the ruins of Zhanghai City. At the ruins of the northern city gates, Qin Feng rode the ghost night-walking wolf and slowly walked out of the ruins. Behind him was the ruins of Zhanghai City, which was hundreds of kilometers in circumference. The scope of this ruin is about the same size as Zhanghai City in reality. And in front of him was a gray, boundless wilderness. You can get ready to go to Mordor. But before that, the Book of Divine Authorization has to be obtained. The Book of Divine Authorization is something that everyone theoretically needs after the advent of the Divine Abandonment game. Qin Feng came back reborn, knowing full well that it would be the end times and that the order of life would change greatly in the future. But why didn't you stock up on essential supplies like food and water ahead of time? This is because there is the Book of Divine Authorization. On the Divine Forsaken continent, outside of every abandoned city, there was a Tower of Divine Power, and within the Tower of Divine Power, there would be a resident NPC. As long as you pass the challenge, you can exchange your lifespan with that NPC for a different type of Book of Divine Authorization. And the Book of Divine Authorization, in its simplest understanding, is a kind of 3D printer. Input lifetime, exporting supplies. Different kinds of books of divine authorization have different lists of exportable materials such as diet, means of subsistence, materials, medicine, and so on. But all the categories of supplies are those that already exist in Blue Star at the moment. Any material that originally existed in Blue Star can be printed through the Book of Divine Authorization. The premise consumes life. For Qin Feng, the more important ones were the books of divine teachings in the dietary and living materials categories. He can't keep eating instant noodles when he eats in the future, can he? It's not safe to eat outside. And after extracting the Land of Pure Souls hideout to reality, the Book of Divine Authorization is also needed to output generators, lights, tables, chairs, beds, and other means of living. The Book of Divine Authorities. Qin Feng was somewhat silent as he looked at the boundless wilderness in front of him. This is something that consumes player life. But again, it's vital to the player. During the 9 years of the previous life, countless people speculated that the existence of this Book of Divine Authorization was just a means used by some gods to harvest or consume players' lifespans. Using longevity as a material, we make all kinds of supplies that we humans need. This is truly a means that only a deity can possess. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. He opened his friends list, ready to shake people and go for the challenge of the Tower of Divine Power. Of course, the reason for shaking the man wasn't because he couldn't fight alone. Rather, inside the Tower of Divine Power outside the ruins of Zhanghai City, the NPC that guarded the tower was very sinister and cunning. If it's too easy to pass his challenge, buying the Book of Divine Authorization from him will be very expensive. But if it's too tough to pass, the category of divinely authorized books that can be bought from him will be reduced. One must perform moderately well in order to purchase the most categories of divinely ordained books at the most appropriate price. Qin Feng thought back. In his last life, he went to challenge the Tower of Divine Power without Qin Xiaoyu. Because that NPC was cunning and very perverted at the same time, as long as there was a female player among the challengers, the difficulty of the challenge would skyrocket. Six-fingered wizard Vickery. Based on the research that some players had done on this NPC in his last life, Qin Feng had also learned a little bit about this guy. Presumably, in the world where Vickery lives, 6 fingers are considered an ominous symbol, and this NPC grew up being discriminated against by everyone around him, especially women, who see him as a beast of prey. After he was spat on to his face by the woman he adored, this guy went psycho. What happened after that, no one knows. And now, this NPC named Vickery is extremely misogynistic. As an NPC guarding the Tower of Divine Power, Vickery's misogyny makes him enjoy seeing women brutally killed. And so, once a woman participates in the challenge will more than double in difficulty. Even if the challenge was passed, the female player would need to spend a high price in order to purchase the Book of Divine Authorization from him. So in the previous life, the vast majority of female players in Zhanghai City had gone to the Tower of Divine Authority outside the ruins of other cities and challenged the Book of Divine Authorization that they had obtained. Thus, Qin Feng could not challenge the Tower of Divine Power alone, or else the price of purchasing the Book of Divine Authorization later on would be extremely expensive. Also, no female players will be taken there. Qin Feng opened Wang Mang's private chat creation. Wang Mang, are you free on your side? Take you to get a good thing besides you, arrange for 4 other male players to come over. I'll be waiting for you at the Northern City Gate ruins. Wang Mang immediately replied, of course I'm free when Big Brother gives the word, but can't Captain and Little Black and Snowy Day go? Qin Feng replied, yes, a male, not a female. This particular request made Wang Mang a bit confused. What's going on? But he was still obedient. Chang, then Big Brother, wait a little bit. I want 2 people with Director Dai. It will take about 20 minutes to get there. Hey, a little far, ha. Sorry. It's okay. Qin Feng finished speaking and closed the chat window. Riding a ghostly night wolf, he began to make his way through the scorched black lands nearby. The other party would take 20 minutes to arrive, so of course Qin Feng wouldn't waste that time. Naturally, he would have to find some demons around to kill. At the same time, after rising to level 15, Qin Feng was finally able to put on the emerald grade necklace that he had previously exploded from the soul purifier. Heart of Faithar Emerald. Assassin's Jewelry. Full attribute plus 25. Thunder elemental resistance plus 180. Cooldown speed plus 50%. Requirements. Level 15. Blade of Pure Soul unique effect. Any attack you make will strip the target of 125 points of mana and add an additional attack of the same value. The attributes of this necklace are not bad. The best is the 50% cooldown speed, both of which are quite good for Qin Feng. As for the only special effect, Blade of the Pure Soul, It's not very useful at the moment, after all it's a PvP effect, and at the moment Qin Feng's PvP, whoever he encounters is killed in seconds, so what's the use of depriving mana value? Of course, if it was for other players, attaching an additional 125 attack points per attack would definitely be a big boost. It was just that, in Qin Feng's case, 125 points of basic attack wasn't too high. After all, the additional attacks of his skills were all 700, 800, or even thousands of points. Swapped out the cheater pendant. One stealth level missing. But luckily, there's the skill book to learn. Qin Feng looked at a new skill in the skill bar. Dark Depths Emerald level. Assassin passive skill. When you enter stealth, you gain +1 stealth level, and for every 5 seconds that passes, increase your stealth level by 1. This skill provides a maximum of +3 stealth levels. Required level 14. This was a passive skill that was similarly exploded by the Soul Purifier Phasal for Qin Feng. Qin Feng had just returned to the land of the pure soul to take it out and study it after he had risen to level 15. Evolve and see. I wonder what the maximum stealth level can be increased to? Qin Feng looked at the 188 evolution points left in the attribute panel and directly began to evolve this emerald level passive skill. Chapter 83 Evolution. Legendary Grade Dark Depths. You have consumed 33 evolution points and have 155 points remaining. Dark Depths Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary. Passively gains +1, 1, 1, 1, 2 stealth levels, and for every 5, 4, 4, 3 seconds that passes, raises stealth level by 1. This skill provides up to +3, 3, 4, 5 stealth levels. Required level 14. Legendary level added effect. For every 1 stealth level you have, 200 points of stealth breaking attack will be added to your stealth breaking. When this skill evolved to the legendary level, Qin Feng was a bit dumbfounded. Add up to 5 stealth levels? This is too fierce, isn't it? Counting the profession's passive level 2 stealth level, plus the level 1 that comes with the stealth skill, I can reach up to level 8 with this stealth level. Under normal circumstances, if you don't take battle power into account, purely piling up stealth levels to level 8 would require at least an assassin player of around level 30 to have that much of a chance of reaching it. And Qin Feng now. This Dark Depth skill alone provides up to 5 levels of stealth. Passively add 2 stealth levels, 1 level every 3 seconds after stealth, reaching a maximum of 5 levels after 9 seconds. At this point, I will have a stealth level of 8 with an additional 1,600 points of stealth breaking attacks. The legendary additions are also pretty cool. It was important to realize that Qin Feng now had 3 stealth skills. Epic Sneaky Shadow skill with 500 points of additional stealth breaking attacks. Epic Tranquil Concealment skill with an additional 800 points of concealment breaking attack. As for Instant Shadow Slash Stealth, it is simply stealth and does not have a stealth breaking attack attached to it. And the Dark Depth skill stealth breaking attack was stackable with each of these 3 stealth skills. The stealth breaking attack of the Stalking Shadow has been increased from 500 points to 2,100 points. Tranquil Concealment's concealment breaking attack, on the other hand, has been increased from 800 points to 2,400 points. Instant Shadow Slash, which originally had no hidden breaking attack, also gains 1,600 hidden breaking attack points. I'm doing a whole lot more damage. Moreover, now that I've risen to level 15, I can consider continuing my career advancement when I get rid of Chen Shishir in Magic City and come back. The first career advancement allowed Qin Feng's shadow career to have all 3 passive effects enhanced by a lot. How much will the second career progression change? This was something that even Qin Feng himself did not know. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't come into contact with the shadow profession. According to the coordinates given by Qin Feng, Wang Mang brought the 4 official male players all the way to the northern city gate ruins. When they were about to arrive, they were all a bit shocked to see the piles of demonic corpses in the ruins. Worthy of being a shadow big brother, these demons would have to be killed for several minutes even if given to us. That's right, mainly these demons, they can't fight but really run. The shadow big guy won't have to think about that. After all, it's all one hit. This upgrade speed is simply heaven-defying. We haven't even reached level 11, and he's level 15. But what's this big guy calling us for if he's so fierce? Cut the crap and just listen to the command. Wang Mang brought 4 people over. 2 of them, his team's sharp-eyed archer and middle-aged cardsmith. The other 2, who were asked to come over from Commissioner Day's side, for insurance purposes, were the 2 priests. Although these 2 priests weren't hidden professions, their levels and equipment skills weren't bad, and they were the godforsaken game masters that the officials focused on cultivating up. One of them, tall and close to 1 meter 9 in height. Although he was a priest holding a staff, he was even more powerful than Wang Meng. His code name is Steady as an Old Dog. Steady as an old dog. Captain Wang, we're at the place, right? No sign of Shadow. Wang Meng raised his hand, signaling him to be at ease. He opened a private chat and asked Qin Feng. Quickly raising his head, he looked to the northwest. The Shadow told us to go that way. See the spire on that hill? Our destination is that spire. Steady as an old dog sucked in a breath of cold air. That spire is at least 3 kilometers away, right? It is said that the demons outside the city are fierce. Can the 5 of us get through? Wang Meng patted him on the shoulder. You're so strong. Why are you more timid than anyone else? Let's go. Shadow said the demons on the road were all cleared by him. The crowd advances. Steady as an old dog walking at the very back, looking left and right the whole way, looking very cautious. Wang Meng didn't think so either. They kept going, and sure enough, they saw some twisted and grotesque demonic corpses in the thorny forest on the way. These magical creatures, all of them were level 15 or above. Sometimes even dozens of demonic corpses piled up together. Looking at Wang Meng, they were scared to death. If they were to act within this thorn forest, they would be afraid of being eaten dry by the demons. However, they hadn't really seen any living demons along the way. This made Wang Meng and the others tsk. Finally, they made their way up the hill along the thorn forest, and soon came near the quaint steeple at the top of the little hill. Player Shadow has applied to join the team. Captain Wang Meng received a system alert. This made Wang Meng a bit surprised. Hasn't Shadow Big Brother always traveled solo? Why did he add a team? When he clicked agree, Qin Feng's avatar with his face obscured appeared within their team's list of people. Qin Feng directly said in the team channel, "The NPC I'm going to encounter next is a bit mean. The stronger I show, the more expensive the stuff he sells. All in all, I'm going to be mediocre in battle for a while. So all of you just cheer up and take out a gold boss. If you pass the challenge, you can buy goodies from the NPCs and you won't be disappointed." Hearing Qin Feng say that, Wang Meng and the others were a bit nervous. No wonder the big man joined the team. So it's about disguising yourself as not so strong in front of NPCs. But NPCs? This godforsaken game, we've never seen an NPC until now. What does this NPC look like? Who cares? Just listen to the big guy and take out the boss first. Wang Meng and the others, all of them were rubbing their fists and eager to try. Only Steady as an old dog, for people cautious, clenched a big fist nervously asked, "Wait big brother? A moment boss have what skills? I need to avoid skills. Boss rushed me how to do." Shadow. Boss is a long-range magic system, it won't move. There is a fire-breathing skill. When the boss sprays fire, get close to the distance, turn around clockwise and you won't be sprayed. There is also the dodge black oil. All other skills attack the main Ts. I will tell Wang Meng how to deal with it. Steady as an old dog asked again, "By the way, how long do we need to fight in a while? I'll have to arrange if I have enough mana. And what if someone dies and there's a sudden accident?" Shadow. Seeing this, Wang Meng was a bit embarrassed to chat privately with Qin Feng. "Big brother, you don't mind, haha. Don't look at this guy's big head. He used to act because of sudden accidents. 2 teammates were sacrificed. And since then, no matter what he does, he is very cautious. It's okay. It's understandable. Don't say you've encountered things. Even if you are an unusual player, it is the same in the godforsaken game, and you can't be too careful." Qin Feng then went on the team channel and explained in detail the method of fighting that gold-level boss that needed to be challenged. When he finished his explanation, Wang Meng and the others, too, finally arrived at the bottom entrance of that spire. Tower of Divine Right. Since Qin Feng had joined the group, when Wang Meng and the others arrived, they saw Qin Feng in his emerald-grade gift of black flame, leather armor. The stealthy, translucent form stood at the entrance to the spire, wielding a platinum-ranked assassin's short sword that looked incredibly cold, the figure that made Steady as an old dog a little spine-chilling. He had always heard of the Shadow, but this time, it was the first time he had ever seen what the Shadow looked like. Chapter 84 Qin Xiaoyu gets punched. Obsidian cranium-splitting golem. After Qin Feng rejoined the 5 Wang Meng, he first made the ghostly nocturnal wolf stealthy to the side and released a wolf howl skill. Adds 35 points of attack and defense to all 6. Afterward, led by Wang Meng, a group of 6 people entered this Tower of Divine Power. When they arrived at a circular hall that was about 50 meters in diameter, The voice of a sorrowful and chilly old man came from all directions. Welcome, welcome, friends of Blue Star. I'm sure the coming of the godforsaken game has put you all on edge? GGG. This is the Tower of Divine Power, and as long as you can pass the challenges set by myself, you will be qualified to trade with me. Now, start enjoying yourself. As these eerie words fell, in the center of the rotunda, a black humanoid golem appeared. Obsidian skull splitting golem LV20. Grade gold. Holy. Level 20? Steady as an old dog was startled as soon as he saw that gold level boss appear and nervously clutched the priest scepter in his hand. It was a black stone statue of a humanoid golem. It looked humanoid, but its head, however, was split in half, and the surface of its body was wrapped in a layer of black viscous liquid, which looked hideous and horrible. During the battle, those black liquids would splash out towards the surrounding area. By the time the boss releases his skill, all this black liquid will be burning. If someone was hit by the black liquid, they had to dispel it in time, or else they would easily be burned to death, and that burning damage was not something a priest could return at this stage. Luckily, the priest profession comes with the dispel skill at its base. For insurance purposes, Wang Meng also called out 2 priests. As long as it was used properly, there wasn't much of a problem beating this obsidian cracked skull golem. Up! Wang Mang, with a large shield in one hand and a large axe in the other, rushed to the cracked face of the obsidian golem with a jumping chop. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to obtain the Book of Divine Authorization, the ruins of Jianghai City, the center area, in a hidden alley. Snap! A slap came over and Qin Xiaoyu was knocked off her feet. In front of her, there were 3 condescending female players who were looking at her with disdain. What kind of status are you, and you deserve to be near President Chen? That's right. If it wasn't for President Chen taking you in and letting you join the club, you'd have lost your lifespan by now. Stay away from Chen Hui for a long time in the future, or I'll beat you up once I see you. After the 3 women finished speaking, they turned around and left with their toes in the air. Only Qin Xiaoyu was left alone, in this alley, clenching her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. She had thought that by joining the Knights Templar Guild, she would be able to ensure her survival, and then try to gain more lifespan. Results. Within this Knight Templar Guild, there were numerous factions and cliques. The president, Chen Wuming, was only treating her as a tool person, wanting to cultivate her to contribute more longevity to the guild. She had also just said a few words to Chen Wuming before some other female players looked away. Straight away, they set her up in this alley and slapped her 2 big times as a warning. It made her think of a word: bullying. If it was before, Qin Xiaoyu knew that Qin Feng would definitely help her out. But now, she broke off her relationship with Qin Feng. Raising her eyes and looking around, Qin Xiaoyu realized that there was really no one who could help her now. Before encountered things, can still discuss with Chu Yen. But now, Chu Yen stayed in the town, joined the Public Welfare Guild, and it is impossible to help her to fight against the War Guild players. She looked at the backs of the 3 female players, who left with their toes in the air, and finally regretted it a bit. The bottom line is, she had signed a membership contract with this Knight Templar Guild for a full 3 years. The good news is that she is guaranteed to survive those 3 years. The bad news is that she'll have to survive this environment for 3 years. In a somewhat desperate mood, Qin Xiaoyu opened her friend list and saw a name Wang Mang. Thinking of this official amiable uncle, Qin Xiaoyu treated him like a life-saving straw and sent several messages complaining about his suffering. She didn't know if it would work. Anyway, try it first, maybe Wang Mang would help her? But she sent several messages in a row, and after waiting for several minutes, Wang Mang didn't reply to her at all. It depressed her a bit. It's all Qin Feng's fault. When I say break it off, do you really break it off? Don't you know that everything a girl says is backwards? Fortunately, I will be able to live for the next 3 years, and there will still be someone to take me to brush the monsters. Although I have to surrender 50% of my lifespan to the guild, I will be able to have leftovers on my own, and I will definitely be able to develop faster than Chu Yen and the others. When I develop later, no one should come and get involved. Qin Feng? Get the hell away from me. Just lay low back there and don't mess with those crazy women. Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth, but she didn't realize it. The thing about bullying is that it's always been that the weaker the person, the more they will be bullied. If tolerance would stop people from being bullied, then there would be no bullying in the world. And on Wang Meng's side, when he received a private chat alert from Qin Xiaoyu, He was right in the middle of the critical moment of fighting the boss. You know, this is a gold level boss, and it's still a level 20 gold class boss. It was much fiercer than any opponent Wang Mang had encountered before. When Wang Mang received that series of private chats, he directly and impatiently opened his friends list and set a shield for Xiao Yuya. Finally, the world cleared. Wang Mang realized that even though Qin Feng had told them about the boss mechanism in advance, they were having a tough time fighting. Because Qin Feng, in order not to show too strong battle power, basically on the side of the paddle, sure. Even when Qin Feng was paddling and casually releasing trash skills towards the boss, the damage took up 40% of the team's damage. This has been the result of him being very much in control of himself. In fact, if he had encountered this boss anywhere else, Qin Feng would have been able to kill it in seconds with an instantaneous shadow slash. Throughout most of the time, Qin Feng deliberately stuck himself in a corner, looking like he was trapped by the boss skills, unable to attack the boss. This acting skill, looking at Wang Mang, they were all shocked. Holy! For those who don't know, the big guy really only does this much damage. Biggie said that NPCs will appear after fighting this boss. So how perverted can an NPC be to look at someone? The stronger the player, the more expensive the item sold? It does seem kind of sick, but I'm kind of curious. How did the big guy know? In response, Qin Feng could only Team Channel said, "Godforsaken game secrets are many. There is a lot of information buried in the ruins. Usually ask yourself more. Have you tried to explore? Has the knowledge reserve grown?" Hiss, I see. Wang Mang lamented. Listening to you is like listening to you. As one of the middle-aged card masters, Thunder card was played and landed on the obsidian golem's cracked head. A thunderbolt swept over its entire body. 1227 weakness attack. The last sliver of that boss's blood bar was finally cleared. The black viscous liquid that had been sprayed across the room evaporated into a black mist that lingered in the middle of the hall. A black flame that spread throughout the hall was also completely extinguished. With Qin Feng's perfect acting skills, he didn't show anything beyond the ordinary, and Wang Mang watched the boss blood bar to zero, finally completely relieved, under the tension. He completely forgot to just give someone set up a private chat blocking. If he can't remember, then he'll never hear from the man. Of course, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that when the obsidian cracked skull golem is killed, a sorrowful jia jia jia. Laughter came from all directions, followed by the figure of a withered old man clad in a cloak, coalescing out from in front of them. Chapter 85. Even shadow has to be 10 minutes, right? When the figure of the withered-looking old man, clad in a black cloak, appeared, Wang Meng's crowd gazed at it, only to see the figure appear in the middle of the hall in front of them like a ghost. Covered by a black cloak and robe, it was impossible to see his exact face and figure, and one could only sense a dangerous aura from him. Players of Blue Star, congratulations, you are the first to pass my test. As long as you pay for your lifespan, you can get the supplies you need from me, jia jia jia. This NPC jia jia laughed while stretching out his hand and unfolding a list of goods. Holy, 6 fingers? Steady as an old dog took a look and his eyes widened. When these words came out, the scene was a bit subtle, and the black-robed NPC who had just extended his hand seemed to be radiating coldness all over his body. Next moment, a dark aura exploded out of the steady as an old dog body. Boom boom. 999,999. Steady as the old dog's tall and sturdy body, it was instantly blown to smithereens. A ball of lifespan light coalesced from his crushed body. When Qin Feng saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. It seems that this brother is not stable enough. On the divine Forsaken continent, the important NPCs that would appear were basically other civilizations that had acquired the power of divinity. They came to the godforsaken continent to provide various services to the Blue Star players while collecting the life expectancy of the Blue Star players who played. At the same time, they need to follow certain rules that have existed for ages. They cannot be attacked by normal players, but it can't attack the average player either. It can only be within the rules to set a taboo, that they can step in and hurt a player when a player breaks that taboo. Obviously, the taboo set by this old den in front of him was that his 6 fingers could not be mentioned. Steady as an old dog is steady. But he clearly had no experience dealing with godforsaken game NPCs, and was shocked and ed on the spot. Seeing this, the remaining for Wang Mang swallowed their saliva and silently picked up the tradable lifespan that Steady as an old dog had popped out. Thus, the field was left with a non-tradable lifespan light orb, which no one else could pick up. Qin Feng silently raised his hand again, and the cursed flower bloomed on that ball of light, absorbing it. This situation caused the 4 Wangmengs to become a little short of breath. The orb of light of the non-tradable lifespan had always been absorbed only by magical creatures, and it turned out that Shadow had actually used a skill and absorbed it. Looking at the demonic flower of death, Wang Mang's 4 men were a bit numb. Even that 6-fingered male which Vickery seemed to be a bit surprised. But as a high-cool NPC, he didn't care to interact too much with these lowly blue star players. Choose the book of divine authorities you need, trade your lives for something, and get the hell out. The 6-fingered wizard was ill-tempered and spoke morosely as a list of items appeared above his 6 fingers. The book of divine guidance? What the hell? The 4 Wangmengs were stunned, but with the previous experience of steady as an old dog, they didn't dare to talk nonsense. One by one, they started making eye contact and squeezing their eyebrows. Qin Feng was a bit speechless as he watched. He wasn't polite, and directly clicked on the list of items, buying all 9 of the divine instruction books on it. Each book of divine authorization is priced at 1,000 days of tradable life, or nearly 3 years. That's kind of the standard price. That price is at least doubled if you bring a female in the party, and the challenge of the boss will be much more difficult. The 9 books of divine authorization combined only added up to less than 25 years of lifespan, whereas Qin Feng's current tradable lifespan was already 466 years, so this point of consumption was, well, a hair's breadth away. 9 kinds of books of divine teachings can fulfill my daily needs. But this Tower of Divine Power has another achievement that needs to be completed. Qin Feng had yet to make his next move. Wang Meng and the others had already seen the Book of Divine Authorization on the list of items, and all of them were wide-eyed for a moment. They pressed on and started talking in the team channel. Holy, what the hell is this? You can consume your lifespan and create means of living in reality. All kinds of food, water, drinks. With all these books of divine authorization, I could damn well open a supermarket. More than that, look at this Book of Divine Authorization mechanical maid. Nobody stop me. I want to buy 10 copies. Little old brother, friendly reminder. This Book of Divine Authorization can be reused. Buy one and that's enough. Stupid. Can't I sell it if I buy it? Can't really. It says soul-bound little old me. Well. Anyway, it's worthy of being Big Brother Shadow, saying that he brought us here to get something good. It's really something good. Nonsense. When has our big brother ever let us down? Wang Meng and the others were also carrying a lot of tradable lifespans. Of course, it was all focused on Wang Meng. All at once, the crowd began to trade up, purchasing the Book of Divine Authorization from the 6-fingered wizard. And the Book of Divine Authorization thing is in unlimited supply for such NPCs. Anyway, this Book of Divine Authorization is not produced by these NPCs, they are just porters. In the end, the lifespan taken by the Book of Divine Authorization, to whose hands even these NPCs are not clear about it. Sure, the total number of tradable lifespans that Wang Meng had on them wasn't that much. Together, the 4 of them had only bought a total of 12 books of divine teachings. I don't have enough lifespan with me right now. Can I come back and keep buying? Wang Meng carefully asked 6-fingered male wizard Vickery. Vickery heard this and Jia laughed. Of course you can, however. Each purchase will require a new challenge, and next time maybe not at this price. Soon after, Qin Feng saw that Wang Meng had finished their transaction and didn't wait any longer. Speaking directly to the 6-fingered wizard Vickery, he said, I read the description of this Tower of Divine Power. You can complete the high difficulty challenge solo to gain prestige. I want to challenge the highest difficulty. Is that okay? When these words came out, all 4 of Wang Meng's men went quiet. The 6-fingered male wizard, Vickery, on the other hand, turned over, his black cloak-covered form facing towards Qin Feng, seemingly observing him. Not long after, an eerie and icy voice came out. Tisk, just you? With what you just did, you can't even complete the lowest difficulty solo, and you still have the highest difficulty. Qin Feng smiled. Try it. The highest difficulty. What difficulty is it? Vickery laughed morosely. Difficulty is divided into 5 tiers, the highest being the 5th. The boss is still a gold-level obsidian cracked skull golem, but attack, blood, defense, and cooldown speed are increased by 500%. Qin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll try. When these words came out, Wang Meng and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. The 500% increase in attack and blood count was even if they knew that, after all, with Qin Feng's true strength, it didn't seem too difficult to raid the obsidian split skull golem without any injuries. But 500% increase in cooldown speed? In other words, the speed of the boss's skill release was increased by 5 times to 6 times its original speed. Also, the defense is raised to 6 times its original level, meaning that the bosses become especially meaty. We were already sweating from dodging skills just now. 6 times the speed of the skill release. The big guy can't dodge it, right? No, I believe in Biggie, and since I'm willing to try, that means Biggie must have some certainty. Even if you can dodge skills with a boss with 6 times the blood and defense, how long will it take for Big Brother to kill it? One mistake during that time and it's gone. We wouldn't be able to do it in half an hour. Half an hour? Too optimistic? I'm afraid we won't be able to fight for an hour. Even if it's a big guy, it's at least 10 minutes, right?
Chapter 86 Legendary Instant Shadow Shop Plus.
Hearing Qin Feng's agreement, six-fingered male wizard Vickery smiled morosely. He said sorrowfully, "Just to remind you, if you die in the challenge, the lifespan you dropped can be mine. Sure you want a challenge?" Qin Feng naturally wouldn't back down. Okay. When he confirmed it, the withered figure of the six-fingered male wizard Vickery, who was clad in black robes in front of him, slowly dissipated into a cloud of black mist and drifted away towards the sky. The 4 Wang Mang were pushed to the side of the hall by a force. In the middle area of the hall of this Tower of Divine Right, a barrier field appeared, enveloping Qin Feng alone. Immediately following, a black, sticky liquid slowly coalesced in the middle of the hall. It was that obsidian cranium-splitting golem. Qin Feng knew that this thing was one of Vickery's summoned creatures, and as for the 5 levels of difficulty, it was the attribute bonuses that Vickery, as the master of the summoned creature, could provide to the summoned creature. 500% is not the upper limit for Vickery. His true strength is far beyond what current players can imagine. Of course, for Qin Feng, this guy is nothing, because in his last life, this guy has already been killed by him. As long as a player obtains divinity, it is equivalent to obtaining the same qualifications to communicate with NPCs. It's said that there are a lot of players who triggered some penalty conditions after obtaining divinity and have disappeared ever since. There are rumors that they were sent to other civilizations' game worlds to become NPCs guarding the Tower of Divine Power. But no penalized player has ever come back. So no one knows if the rumor is true. At this moment, Qin Feng stood alone in the middle of the field with the plague blade in his hand. The 4 Wang Mengs who were pushed outside the field all looked at the field with incomparable nervousness. Even Wang Mang could rarely see Qin Feng's battle scenes with his own eyes. The last time I saw him fight a boss was in the last small town. He helped us with the level 2 sprinters. But now it's a level 20 gold class boss, or an existence with 500% added to its blood, defense, attack, and cooldown speed. This intensity, I'm afraid it's already higher than a platinum level boss? Definitely. The platinum boss just has some force mechanics. The true value is definitely not as good as this 5th level difficulty Tower of Divine Power challenge. I was told by a friend that it didn't take a total of 2 minutes for Shadow to take out the platinum-ranked Holy Maiden of Steel. But this boss in front of us has a higher value. I'm afraid the blood volume alone is close to 1 million. Coupled with the 6 times faster skill release, it's already very anticlimactic for the big guy to be able to solve it in even 10 minutes. Wang Meng's 4 people, their heartbeats all reached the fastest. Their eyes widened as they looked into the field. There was an abnormal amount of attention paid to Qin Feng's battle. That 6-fingered male which Vickery, too, was flying in the sky, watching sorrowfully as the gold-level boss he had summoned formed. What kind of clown dares to participate in the highest difficulty challenge at will? Blue Star players, so impatient to die? It's only pre-game and it's so inflated. Vickery sneered. When that obsidian split cranium puppet was halfway formed, a burst of black mist had already raided out from his sleeve and wrapped around that obsidian split cranium puppet. Strengthens its lifesteal, attack, defense, and cooldown speed, all by 500%. The obsidian split skull golem in this state was like a fire-breathing turret. Black sticky liquid, black fire jet, and various skills would be released at 6 times the speed, and even one skill release would be immediately followed by the next, so that the average player wouldn't have any free time to launch an attack at all. And with 6 times the attacks, even Wang Meng couldn't withstand any of this boss's skills. Not to mention an assassin. However, when that obsidian split skull puppet was completely formed, Qin Feng's figure, which was hidden in the field. Since it was a solo challenge, Qin Feng had withdrawn from Wang Meng's team, so Wang Meng and the others, too, couldn't see Qin Feng's figure. Suddenly, the moment the obsidian skull-splitting golem's blood bar lit up, a fierce poison dart had already hit the boss's skull that split in half from behind. 80-19 weakness attack. The moment the damage numbers popped up, Qin Feng's figure appeared in the middle of the field, but immediately afterward, his figure was invisible again. Tranquil concealment, picking up graceful deliverance and instant shadow slash. 10138 weakness attack. 11521 weakness attack. 13364 weakness attack. Instant shadow chop's damage was higher than ever. This was because each of Qin Feng's chopping strikes, plus the toxin damage from the mighty poison dart, would trigger the Rite of Black Flame effect on the leather armor, weakens the target's defense, and full elemental resistance by 7%. In just this instant, the boss took 10 damage and its defense was directly weakened to less than 30% of its original strength. Even if this thing was enhanced with 500% defense at this moment, it was equivalent to nothing in front of Qin Feng. The first slash of the instant shadow slash did just over 10,000 damage. But with the ninth blade, the damage had come to over 30,000. It's worthy of the gain effect brought about by the Ancient God's Stone Tablet. If I didn't have the Ancient God's Stone Tablet to raise the tier cap of Rite of Black Flame, my instantaneous shadow slash, at most, would only do about 18,000 damage per slash. 9 chopping strikes dealt a total of around 200,000 damage. This strike caused the obsidian split skull golem's blood bar to steeply drop by a fifth. It can be seen that the total blood volume of this boss is indeed in the range of 1 million or so. After all, its base blood volume, which was just roughly counted when Wang Meng's team was raiding, is between 150,000 and 180,000. Wouldn't that be about $1 million when it's 5 times more and becomes 6 times what it was? What the hell? A fifth of blood at a time. What kind of skill is that, big guy? It looks like it's a silver-level instantaneous shadow chop, but the instantaneous shadow slashes I've seen only have 3 slashes. Can't tell exactly how many times, it's too fast, but there were at least 7 or 8 chopping blows on the boss just now. Is this the legendary instant shadow chop plus? This unbelievable scene made the 6-fingered male wizard Vickery, who was flying in the sky, all directly dumbfounded, because he had just seen Qin Feng's performance. This assassin, who looked particularly obscene, would never take a shot as long as there was a possibility of hitting a boss skill. And the standing position is particularly stupid. Every time the boss's skills forced into a corner, unable to strike. Even when they struck, they were only some not-so-strong skills that only dealt 2,000 or 3,000 points of damage at a time. But now, this divine instantaneous shadow slash skill of Qin Feng directly dealt a whopping 200,000 damage. What's the situation? Blue Star's players should only be starting to develop. How can they do this damage? What level of talent is this person? Vickery stared dead into the field. However, immediately afterward, a scene that made Vickery and Wang Meng, among others, blow up even more appeared. Only to see that a second after Qin Feng struck. Graceful Deliverance's active/throat effect triggers. Chapter 87. Envy. I wish I was Shadow. 20276 weakness attack. 23042 weakness attack. 26728 weakness attack. Each of the 9 damage bursts from the cut-throat effect was twice as much as it had just been. The highest damage burst even reached over 60,000. In total, it added up to nearly 400,000 damage. That obsidian split skull golem's blood bar directly dropped to only about 40% left. It wasn't until then that the obsidian skull-cracking golem reacted. It's just a gold boss after all, its mechanics and stuff really aren't that strong. Black viscous liquid began to spray out towards the surroundings, as well as black flames burning up all over the hall. But Qin Feng opened the black light shield. The body is protected by an injury-free shield, coupled with super high agility, so that he was able to dodge in the field with a speed of 30 to 40 meters per second, and did not suffer any damage at all. Just 2 seconds after he struck, another burst of boon relief, slit throat, damage empties the last of the obsidian rift golem's blood bar. That boss had only even released 2 skills. It had already burst into a pile of black rubble on the spot under the horrific sustained damage of cut throat. Congratulations on completing the achievement. Tower of Divine Power Level 5 Difficulty Challenge. You have gained 5 reputation points. The completion of this achievement will be considered as your completion of the first 4 difficulty levels of the challenge, and you have gained 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 reputation points. Congratulations on completing the Tower of Divine Power Single Player Challenge Global First Pass. You have gained 5 + 10 + 15 + 20 + 25 reputation points. Achievements can only be completed once, regardless of the Tower of Divine Power Challenge. But the achievements are divided into 5 grades. From the first level of difficulty to the 5th level of difficulty, the rewards are raised in this way. Qin Feng directly challenged the highest difficulty. Direct access to the full range of prestige rewards. Among them, the prestige reward for Global First Pass is higher, but it's a one-time thing and only one person in the world can get it. In the previous life, the first passes for the 5 different levels of difficulty were each completed by 5 different players. But this time, Qin Feng had it all wrapped up. As for the solo challenge achievement rewards, other players will be able to reach them later, and as long as they are able to complete the challenge solo, they will be rewarded with prestige. It's just that this part of the prestige reward isn't much, adding up to 15 points. And Qin Feng's first pass reward was directly given 75 points. My reputation, it's now 147 points. After 100 points, you can buy high-level props at certain NPCs. Remember there was an NPC in the pre-Magic City ruins that could buy nice things? Qin Feng took the completion on and the first pass reward, directly maintained his stealthy state, and quietly left the Tower of Divine Power. Behind him was the exasperated 6-fingered wizard Vickery. Just now he had thought that the assassin was a clown who had come to die and provide him with longevity. The results were unexpected. This assassin does such explosive damage. The clown was actually himself. If I had known that, I should have charged you 10,000, no, 100,000 days of life for each book of divine authorization. Vickery regretted it. However, the current him was unable to stop Qin Feng from leaving. After all, he was the equivalent of being punished in this Tower of Divine Power and had no permission to leave it. Just as Qin Feng finished off that obsidian cranium-splitting golem, a prompt of Tower of Divine Power Challenge First Pass was also transmitted in the minds of all players around the world. This prompt made countless players around the globe. All of them were dumbfounded. The Tower of Divine Power? What the hell is that? Oh my god. Shadow is ahead of all of us again. We don't even know what the Tower of Divine Power is. And he's finished the challenge First Pass. I've never seen any tower-like structures in the ruins of the city I'm in, have I? I know, outside the city. I have level 3 stealth skill. I've been out of the city exploring, and I found the Tower of Divine Power. It's just that the gold boss inside is fierce. I can't beat it solo. Outside the ruins of Zhanghai City, inside the Tower of Divine Right, Wang Mang's 4 men were also stunned. Ah, this. 3 seconds. That's seconds. A gold-level boss with 1 million blood? Where's the promised 5 times defense? How come it's so brittle? What the hell kind of damage is that? I was just worried that the big guy wouldn't be able to beat this boss, but it turned out to be done in 3 seconds. For a while, Wang Meng and the others were all dumbfounded. Just then, Wang Meng's private chat window popped up. Justice Enforcement. Wang Meng, what did you guys do over there? How did the great god get another first pass? What is this Tower of Divine Power? It's none other than policewoman and you. Since Qin Feng had emphasized beforehand, and you, Lin Liu and Gu Yixue, were not involved in this operation. But they're curious, too. Especially now, hearing that Shadow Chief had passed some kind of Tower of Divine Power challenge, his heart was like ants crawling. Wang Meng clicked on the private chat, bitterly smiled the situation just now, told you? What? The Book of Divine Authorization? You can consume your lifespan to extract materials into reality. And the Tower of Divine Power Challenge, single participant, highest difficulty. Shadow 3 seconds to kill a gold boss with 6 times the battle power. Not to mention that the official side of Zhanghai City was once again shocked by Qin Feng's actions. After leaving the Tower of Divine Power, Qin Feng had ridden the ghost Nightwalking Wolf and returned within the land of the pure soul at the fastest speed possible. During that time, he asked Yu in a private chat if the price of the church sanctuary hideout had been discussed by the Zhanghai City officials. As a result, Yu marveled while answering that it might take another hour or 2. Okay. I'll go offline and get something to eat. And leave me a message when you're done discussing it. Qin Feng was ready to go offline after replying to this sentence. Now that he had 441 years of life left on him after buying the 9 books of divine authorization, it was only natural to extract more abilities and equipment into reality. Especially the ghostly nocturnal wolf Mount Bell. Actually, Qin Feng had only gotten offline once during the course of today's monster brushing. And again, he ate a bowl of instant noodles. The system had reminded him several times now that he was realistically too hungry. Just as he was about to extract the ability to go offline, the system suddenly prompted, "Danger in your environment has been detected. Please extract as many abilities as possible to deal with the danger." The following is a live feed. In danger. The BB owner's wife tried to rob her? When Qin Feng heard this prompt, his mood didn't even fluctuate in the slightest. He closed his eyes and a real-time picture of the BB room was delivered to his mind through the system. Only in reality, he would have been sitting on the couch at the BB entering the game. His body remained in a translucent, unselectable state. And around him, surprisingly, the couch had been removed and replaced by a large iron cage that held him in place. In the room, 2 other shirtless, tattooed, middle-aged men, each holding 2 machetes, were smoking cigarettes and chatting. These 2 men are talking and laughing. That's awesome, this shadow, another global first pass. This man is so strong. How much longevity can he hit in the godforsaken game? Surely it's okay to hit a few thousand days and earn a few small goals in anger. Envious, I wish I was Shadow. Don't be envious. Still look forward to this kid in front of us. It's best to have a life expectancy of a few hundred days. That's tens of millions of dollars in cash in hand. What if he wants to resist? Resist? I'll make his head explode. It's a shame. The 2 men didn't realize that the youth they were attempting to rob was, quite literally, the shadow they envied. Chapter 88. A single sword, chopping the building. Qin Feng saw the 2 middle-aged men in the outside world who were squatting on him. After a little observation, I didn't care. Just 2 unusual murderers from the godforsaken game era, nothing special. At this stage, it's simply not possible to crouch and loot with the ability to level up to 10 and have the ability to extract the ability. Going into the game and killing a few random monsters is much more rewarding than crouching for an unknown player. The only explanation is, these guys, it's tougher to even kill monsters within the game. At present, those who have risen to level 10 and can extract their abilities to reality are only about 100 in the entire Zhanghai city. There are a lot of groups, officials, who after hoarding lifespans, train people in reality. The reality cap, however, depends on the in-game power cap. No amount of tradable lifespans they have will allow them to exceed the limits of their in-game power. Therefore, Qin Feng just needs to maintain his absolute advantage within the game. Then in reality, it will surely be one of the strongest as well. Regardless of how much lifespan someone has to use to extract an ability, that ability is ultimately based on in-game strength. Qin Feng shook his head and closed his eyes. Start extracting the ability. He did the math first. Levels don't have to go to 15 yet. Let's extract to level 13 first. Reality levels from 11 to 13 consumed 13.7 and 16.4 years respectively, totaling a little over 30 years. Then there are the skills. You have consumed 161.7 years of your lifespan tradable and extracted the skill, Graceful Deliverance Mythic Level. You have consumed 71.12 years of lifespan tradable and extracted the skill, Assassin's Intuition Legendary Grade. You have consumed 36.35 years of lifespan tradable and extracted the skill, Dark Ringed Blade Epic Level. You have consumed 23.71 years of lifespan tradable and extracted the skill, Quiet Concealment Epic. These 4 skills extracted consumed a total of 292.88 years of Qin Feng's tradable lifespan alone. At the current life expectancy to cash ratio, life expectancy can be sold for $20 million in cash per year, and those life expectancies would be worth a total of $6 billion. After these skills are extracted, I'm left with only 2 unextracted skills. A Hour of Darkness that blinds enemies around you, plus a Depths of Darkness that passively adds stealth levels. The former takes 34.65 years to extract. The latter extraction takes 73.81 years. Qin Feng didn't move for a while because he had to extract the gold level Mount Bell first, which still needed 113.89 years of life. Extract Mount Bell. When he consumed this 100 years of lifespan and extracted the Mount Bell, the remaining tradable lifespan on his body was only 3.1 years. That's still not enough life. Because of this, Qin Feng had chosen to sell that church sanctuary hideout. Otherwise, this thing stays in your hands and appreciates more and more. Selling one hideout won't have much of an impact. After all, I can get more hideouts. The ruins of the Magic City are even more expansive, with large hideouts similar to the Place of Pure Souls and the church sanctuary. 6 in all. For the moment, it should all remain untouched. Qin Feng was not particularly familiar with the structure of the Magic City ruins, because in his last life, when he arrived at the Magic City ruins, it was already after level 20. By that time, all 6 of the large hideouts in Magic City had been taken over by organizations such as the Crown and the Guilds. As for what is the Platinum level boss that guards the hideout, Qin Feng has not intentionally tried to understand it, but has only probably heard of some of the players' gossip and gossip. With my current strength, it's still relatively simple to touch a Platinum level boss skill. Even if you die once, you'll have the ghost fire bells to back you up, so it's not a big problem. Of course, all of this is after we get to the Magic City. Within the Divine Abandonment game, Qin Feng had reached level 15, meaning that while he was in the game, he could also teleport to the Magic City ruins. After depleting the life expectancy to only 3.1 years, Qin Feng finally went offline. Inside the BB room he was in, the 2 tattooed middle-aged men, who were holding machetes, were smoking cigarettes and talking eloquently. Suddenly, one of them had a change of eyes. Wait, this kid went offline. When the 2 men's gazes fell on Qin Feng in the iron cage, they only saw Qin Feng's eyes open and a sharp knife inexplicably in his hand. This small knife was one that Qin Feng had been carrying around since he first returned to reality. There was no way around it. In order to unleash an assassin-type attack skill, one had to equip a dagger or short sword type of weapon. For in-game weapons, you don't have that much lifespan to extract them for now, so just carry a pocket knife with you. Those 2 middle-aged men's complexion became vicious. Seeing the knife in Qin Feng's hand, he just wanted to speak. Suddenly, a black blade light instantly flickered and appeared from around Qin Feng, spreading towards the surroundings. That blade light, directly from the height of Qin Feng's chest, spread in all directions. Pest! Pest! The 2 middle-aged men, before they could even react, had already been sliced by the black blade light from the chest area. Their eyes widened as their upper bodies fell straight to the ground, the machetes in their hands falling to the ground with 2 dang sounds. But that's not the scariest of all. The most terrifying thing was that when Qin Feng swung out this darkness ring blade, the dark blade light slashed all 12 meters around him. The iron cage that had trapped Qin Feng was directly sliced into upper and lower halves with a single slash. Even this entire room of the BB had a sharp crack in the wall. The whole room. Both were cut in half, top and bottom. Pest! In the next room, a burly man who was exercising on top of his boss's wife just happened to have his head sliced open and flew up into the air. Ah! The boss's wife shrieked out. She had just avoided Qin Feng's horizontal slash due to the fact that she was lying on the bed. Originally, she knew these social bigwigs and let them come over, looking for a chance to rob the lodging Qin Feng. As a result, she never expected that the big man was on top of her when suddenly heads flew up. She was splattered with blood and subconsciously screamed in horror. But soon, her screams came to an abrupt end, because Qin Feng followed up with a fierce poisonous dart across the wall, hitting her head and sending her to the west. Within the city of Zhanghai, a small ordinary BB building, with the flash of a black blade light, the entire 3rd floor of the small building was sliced in half. The upper part of the small building gradually slid down and landed on the ground with a bang, smashing out a dusty, in the dark, a shadowless, invisible figure riding an equally stealthy ghostly night wolf leapt high into the east. In that small building, on the other hand, there were 4 flowers of death blooming, scarlet and demonic. The blood, flesh, and white bones of the 4 corpses were all drawn out, with not a single drop left. And the commotion here didn't attract much attention, because the current Zhanghai city was filled with the sounds of blasting, sirens, and even gunshots, and many places were in chaos. Chapter 89. He wants to show me Qin Feng's head? East of Zhanghai City, on the highway leading to Magic City. It's a little windy tonight. The sky was so cloudy that even the moonlight was obscured from time to time. If it were usual, this highway from Zhanghai City to Magic City would be absolutely packed with vehicles. But now, only occasionally does a car drive by in a hurry. No one could see that a stealthy ghost wolf, 3 meters long, was carrying a stealthy man in a black jacket, running wildly along this highway at an extremely fast speed. Even some vehicles on the road were overtaken by him one after another. This person, naturally, was Qin Feng. While he was on his way to the Magic City, he was holding a copy of the Book of Divine Authorization Dasha food in his hands. You can only buy the Book of Divine Authorization, which can extract food from Dasha, from the Tower of Divine Authority NPC within Dasha. If you want to eat food from all over the world, then you have to go to the ruins of cities all over the world to take a trip. Of course, at present, Qin Feng is not at a level that can transnationally teleport yet. Have some meat buns, corned beef, and soy milk. Qin Feng rode the ghostly nocturnal wolf, flipped open the Book of Divine Authorization, and found the corresponding pattern within the pages. All of these things are the simplest of Dasha foods. The price tags are all 3 minutes to 10 minutes of tradable life. If converted into Dasha's real currency, this price was equivalent to $200 or $300. But to Qin Feng, this already belonged to the category of being a bargain. There are still breakfast days open out there, but no one can guarantee that there is anything wrong with that food. After being pitted by Qin Xiaoyu in his last life, Qin Feng must not eat any food given by anyone else. It is the exchange of the Book of Divine Authorities that is most reassuring. Sure, due to the increase in Qin Feng's reality physique attribute, his body required more energy and naturally needed more food. The good thing was, it wouldn't take much lifespan in total to trade these things out of the Book of Divine Authorities. Until half an hour later, Qin Feng looked at the bustling metropolis that appeared in front of him, the Magic City, and slowly closed the Book of Divine Authorization. To get rid of Chansey, we need to know where her reality is first. It's going to be much harder to find this woman than it is to find Seinfeld. And there's no informant like Yukiko of Milk White, that woman, who can tell me where she is. Wanting to find a Chen Shirshir in a magic city with a population of tens of millions, the difficulty was bound to be extremely high, and the woman, more than likely, was in hiding, tucked away in a safe place. If Qin Feng searched aimlessly, it would be impossible to find her human shadow even when he found her leaving the magic city. Thus, Qin Feng first came to the vicinity of the high-speed train station in Magic City, entered the empty subway station and found a hidden corner. Quiet concealment. Get in the game. After turning on tranquil concealment, Qin Feng's figure was completely invisible and would never become visible as long as he didn't move or launch an attack. Entering the game in this state, Qin Feng will not be detected by anyone and is in the invincible state of unselectable. It's the equivalent of disappearing from the world altogether. When Qin Feng entered the Divine Abandonment game, he passed through the teleportation array at the very center of the ruins of Zhanghai City and consumed 985 days of lifespan, choosing to teleport to the ruins of the Magic City. This teleportation cost is more expensive the farther the distance. Zhanghai City was adjacent to the Magic City, so it wouldn't take much. At the same time, Qin Feng opened his friends list again. Finding the thieving, triangular-eyed youth who had contacted him earlier, he sent a private chat over. Divine Forsaken Continent, Magic City Ruins. What? The Shadow contacted you? Qin Feng has already been killed by him? Chen Shirshir listened to the incoming private chat with some surprise. At this moment, she was with 5 foreign men, brushing up on monsters at the Evil Spirit Academy, in the ruins of Magic City. The Evil Spirit Academy, a ruin of an academy, covered a vast area. It is also one of the 6 major hiding places in the ruins of the Magic City. Only to obtain the key to the Evil Spirit Academy's hideout, you need to go deep into the 3 underground floors of the Evil Spirit Academy in order to find the platinum-level Evil Spirit boss that's entrenched in it. In this place, there were numerous magical creatures, and crucially, many of the Evil Spirit attribute magical creatures were completely immune to physical damage. That's why not many people come here to brush up. Chen Shirshir led her people to brush the monsters here, just enough to avoid the ears of most players. After all, she was now officially wanted and hunted by Magic City. While her reality was not revealed and she was safe where she was in reality, she had too much life expectancy on her and certainly didn't want to die. Currently, the tradable lifespan on Chen Shirshir had accumulated to over 600 years. These Dasha people are really swine. $50,000 a day life expectancy doesn't love to sell? And cost the old lady more money. Chen Shirshir was a bit angry. She was now spending money to not really receive life expectancy. The price of life expectancy is getting higher and higher, and she is anxious to see all the value of the capital she has accumulated in this world, the Chen group, shrinking. I can't wait to convert all of my assets, all of them, into lifespans. Just this case. She finally heard a piece of good news. She once spent 3,000 days of her life to commission the shadow and assassinate a minor character. Lifespans that were worth $50 million at the time are now over 100 million. This makes Chauncey's heart ache as well. Well, now the results are finally coming in. Qin Feng wonders if you will regret it when you die. Gee, that's not right either. If you're killed by the shadow, you should die a silent death, with no pain and little time for regret. What a shame. Chen Shirshir laughed happily. Soon she got a brand new piece of news. What? The shadow said that he has come to Magic City? The game and reality are here already? In reality, he's going to show me that Qin Feng's head? And then let me close the payment? Chen Shirshir frowned. She was arrogant and bossy, but not brain dead. The shadow, such a terrifying killer in reality. Who knows what will happen once you meet with him? Chen Shirshir is afraid of death. She certainly didn't dare to meet with Qin Feng realistically. You tell him that you don't need to show me the head, just take a picture, and I'll have someone give him the final payment. What? He said he doesn't have a cell phone? Lost your cell phone to avoid being followed? Chen Shirshir was a bit speechless. In that case, she really wouldn't have any way to confirm whether or not the shadow had really killed Qin Feng. Though, she actually didn't care much about the death of that Qin Feng. But wouldn't she look stupid if she gave the final payment without the shadow doing anything? Not to mention, for Dark Shadow, Chen Shirshir still had some longings and expectations. If she could establish a long-term cooperation with Dark Shadow, she would definitely be able to stand on top of the globe in the brand new era in the future. It's not impossible to realistically meet with him. Chen Shirshir thought of a way, pursed her lips, and smiled faintly. However, it's important to confirm that he's on the same side as me. Thinking of this, she opened her friends list, found a male player codenamed Tianxing Jian, and said a few words to him in a private chat. Chapter 90. They must be scolding me, right? Divine Forsaken Continent. Magic City Ruins. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and rode the ghostly nocturnal wolf. He opened the private chat and saw the thieving, triangular-eyed youth, sending him a coordinate. That was where Chen Shirshir was currently located within the game. Want to meet me in game first and just give me the final payment? Faced with this request from the other party, Qin Feng seemed to have no reason to refuse. However, Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. This woman, didn't she confirm if he really killed Qin Feng? Just give the final payment? Originally, it was about bringing up Qin Feng's head to her and meeting with her so as to finish her off. It seems that the woman is a bit cautious. Qin Feng was in no hurry. If he really couldn't find where the woman was, he would just share the information directly with the officials of Magic City. I remember in my last life, this woman strutted her stuff in the ruins of the Magic City for a long time, and then people arrived in North America before she chose to migrate to the North American region within the game. It's going to take a lot of lifespans, but it's not too hard for someone in her position. The woman is wanted here in Magic City officially. Getting the officials to find someone is one way to do it. However, Qin Feng did not intend to use this method directly. After all, after such a long time had passed, Chen Shirshir must have had a lot of longevity on her. These lifespans, Qin Feng naturally wanted to get his hands on them personally. Killing people, taking lives. It was a very easy thing to do, and if Qin Feng could do it himself, he would naturally not be willing to pretend to be someone else's hand. In that case, let's go ahead and meet her within the game. Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf and galloped towards the coordinates of the Evil Spirit Academy that he had received in his private chat. 10 or so minutes later, Qin Feng ran tens of kilometers through the vast ruins of the magic metropolis in a long wolf run and finally arrived at the location of the Evil Spirit Academy. This place is gusty. Amidst the ruins of the buildings, many dead trees of a morose white color loomed, and occasionally black crows stopped at the tops of the trees, observing the area of ruins with their dead gray eyes. Qin Feng had only just come over when he saw from afar, at the ruins of a school building more than 100 meters away, a group of player figures. He rushed over on his ghost wolf and arrived on a 3-story ruined rooftop. Looking down from above, One could only see that in the abandoned square outside the ruins of that school building. There were two parties confronting each other. One of the parties was Chen Shirshir, codenamed Ace of Spades. She and the 5 foreign men, all with their facial masking turned on, were gathering together, sneering and facing the surrounding crowd. On the other side, there were the 2 official Magic City squads that surrounded Chen Shirshir. On the official side, the person at the head was a country-faced young man who looked all righteous. Is he? Qin Feng glanced at the country-faced youth and narrowed his eyes slightly. Qiu Haonan, codenamed Skywalker, a famous mole in the previous life, providing intelligence for the Alice Guild, until the 7th year of the godforsaken game's descent. When this guy revealed himself and was killed off, making a big fuss, Qin Feng looked at the situation in the field again and quickly realized what was going on. Interesting. This Chen Shirshir and Qiu Haonan have already hooked up so early? Deliberately luring the official Magic City people over while calling me over. Want to see where I stand now? It had to be said that this tactic of Chen Shirshir was very good, quite good. In this current situation, Chen Shirshir's 6 people's battle power was obviously stronger. After all, recharging would make them stronger. As for the official 12, for the time being, they could only hold Chen Shirshir and the others back, and did not dare to forcefully attack at the moment. Both sides were sort of evenly matched, with Chen Shirshir's side having a slight advantage, so both sides did not fight. And Chansey's plan was simple. Before the official reinforcements arrived, Qin Feng would have to face a choice if he arrived. Should we help Sissy Chen? If one helped Chen Shirshir, then it would mean that Dark Shadow would become hostile to the officials. Wouldn't that put both sides on the same page? Chen Shirshir could also pull in the shadow more easily. If it doesn't help, Chen Shirshir was afraid that she wouldn't choose to meet with Shadow in reality. Interesting. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately analyzed Chen Shirshir's intentions. He was sure that if he didn't make a move now and kill those people from the officials, it would be very difficult for him to find Chen Shirshir in reality on his own. Even if he pretended that he hadn't come yet, Chen Shirshir wouldn't him a chance. After all, everyone knows that Shadow is fast. The officials are looking for them. How can the Shadow not be here yet? In that case, let me show you my sincerity. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. Riding a ghost wolf, he leapt down from the height of the 3rd floor. He was in a state of stealth, so no one could even notice his arrival. Holding the plague blade in his hand, he jammed it into range and flung it out in a black slash. Dark ringed blade. 42288 weakness attack. 42357 weakness attack. A terrifying scarlet damage number popped up above the heads of the 11 official players, and they fell to the ground on the spot. There was also an official player who wasn't within range, and before he could react, he was killed in seconds by a triple pounce from a ghostly night wolf that swooped out from the side. You have killed player Skywalker. You have killed player Late Night Shimmering Rain. You have killed player. As a series of system prompts came, the 12 official players present, all of them died. Immediately afterward, the figures of Qin Feng and Ghost Wolf appeared in front of Chen Shirshir's 6 people. This scene made Chen Shirshir, who had a black veil on her face, light up. As for the 5 foreign men behind her, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and then when they saw Dark Shadow appear, they all had some nervousness and vigilance in their eyes. Are all the official people of Mordor poor? Qin Feng walked over and spat. He wasn't afraid of his voice being recognized by Chen Shirshir because he got a voice changer from the Book of Divine Instruction, which was cheap and useful. He came to the corpse of the country-faced youth at the head of the other side and raised his leg to kick it, only to see that, other than this country-faced youth, the other 11 official members around them, bursting out balls of lifespan light, were surprisingly all only as big as a light bulb. This means those 11 officials, I'm afraid, only have about 10 days to live on them, or tradable and non-tradable combined. Only under the corpse of the leading country-faced youth did a large ball of lifespan light burst out, with an eyeball estimate of about 6 or 7 years. Hearing the Shadow's hoarse sputtering, Chen Shirshir laughed and walked up with a step and a twist of her butt. Officials, they like to concentrate their lifespan on the captain. It's normal that he's the only one who popped his lifespan. Shadow, welcome to Mordor. Qin Feng nodded faintly towards her. Then he reached out his hand and absorbed the 6 or 7 years' worth of lifespan light orbs away in front of her. This time, Qin Feng did not use the Blossom Curse skill to collect the other half of the tradable lifespan remaining on this person, because that half of your life expectancy Save it for something else. Also, Chen Shirshir said that the man popped his lifespan because the official Mordor teams like to concentrate their lifespans on one person? This is completely and utterly wrong. As for the exact reason, Qin Feng was of course too lazy to bull with Chen Shirshir, and next, he had to find a way to meet with her in reality. Right at this moment, the 5 foreign men who followed Chen Shirshir, 3 of them white and 2 dark-skinned, led by the airplane-headed youth Tony, followed up. Seeing that Chen Shirshir and Dark Shadow were talking happily, these 5 people also put down their hearts. The leader, Tony, even smiled and extended his hand towards Qin Feng. "Hi, Mr. Shadow. Good to see you, bro." 5 foreign men, one after another, opened their mouths, wanting to deal with Qin Feng. After all, this was the world's #1 shadow, a terrifying presence that kills without form. However, Qin Feng glanced at the 5 guys and did not reach out. Just when the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, Qin Feng suddenly said, "I can't understand what they're saying. They must be scolding me, right?" Before Chen Shirshir could open her mouth to explain, Qin Feng suddenly struck out.
Instant shadow shop.
With a short-range instantaneous shadow slash, he instantly flashed out a distance of 3 meters, enveloping all 5 of those foreign men. 39155 weakness attack. 39126 weakness attack. In an instant, all 5 foreign men fell to the ground in death. What? Chen Shirshir was just about to explain that these were her friends when this scene appeared, directly making her dumbfounded. Chapter 91 Missy's Invitation. Watching Tony and the other 5 teammates fall to the ground, Chen Shirshir instantly felt that her mouth was a bit dry. Almost thought IGA too. But soon she realized that the shadow hadn't killed her. When the corpses of Tony's 5 fell to the ground and burst out a small amount of lifespan to come, Qin Feng's stealthy figure once again appeared in front of her. Chen Shirshir was a bit nervous at first, and even subconsciously took 2 steps back. But soon, a smile reappeared on her face as she looked at Qin Feng with an appreciation and inexplicable smile in her eyes. "So handsome. Too bad it's a Daxia turd who can't even understand English. Otherwise, it would qualify as my life partner," she thought to herself. But she doesn't know that. How many foreign players had Qin Feng dealt with in his last 9 years? Even if you didn't know how to do it originally, you learned it long ago in this environment. What's more, the higher a realistic player's spirit attribute is, the memory and speed of thought will increase, and players who can develop in the later stages will be able to learn a foreign language with no more difficulty. So it wasn't that Qin Feng didn't understand English. He simply and brutally told the other guy, "Don't come in for a dip." At this point, Chen Shirshir watched as Shadow reappeared in front of her, feeling a bit nervous and scared, but also vaguely excited. This Shadow was so strong. If she could take control, what heights could she reach in these times? Thinking of this, Chen Shirshir did not hesitate and directly initiated a trade request towards Qin Feng. Originally, the final payment for the assassination of Qin Feng was 1,500 days of lifespan. But Chansey put it straight up for 10 years, more than doubling it. This is the final payment. Big Brother finished well. More than enough for an extra bonus. Although the Shadow took out Tony 5, but she had no blame at all. With Shadow's strength, was it hard for her to ask for an apology? It was simply unrealistic. So there's no point in dwelling on it, just pretend it never happened. And after Qin Feng got his lifespan, he just nodded lightly and turned around as if he was ready to leave. He did not take the lead in suggesting that he wanted to meet with Chen Shirshir. Otherwise the woman is afraid she'll suspect this and that again. He waited, and the other man offered. As expected, seeing that Shadow seemed to be planning to leave, Chen Shirshir was no longer suspicious. Immediately spoke, "Big Brother, wait." Originally, Chen Shirshir was a bit cautious, worrying that the Shadow was trying to come over to kill her and take the lifespan in her body, so she did not intend to meet with the Shadow in reality. But now, the Shadow had come over to see her, and first he'd just taken out 12 of the official players, and then he'd taken the final payment and was leaving. Obviously, the other Shadow didn't put her at ease at all. It's just treating her like an employer. So, Chen Shirshir was relieved. She opened her mouth and called out to Qin Feng. "You have the strength and I have the money. Can we work together for a long time? I have a new assassination target here. If you're interested, how about coming to the party I'm organizing tonight? What are your needs, women? Good wine? Ask for it all and I'll prepare it for you in advance. Here we go." Qin Feng secretly sneered. The woman indeed pressed on. If he really believed this woman's words and thought that going over was enjoyable, then I'm afraid he wouldn't even know how to die. If she didn't have thoughts about Qin Feng, why would this woman need to meet him in reality? However, Qin Feng didn't intend to have any in-depth communication with her. As soon as we meet, just take it out. So Qin Feng pretended to ponder for a moment and asked, "Who is it that you want to assassinate? How much is the reward?" Chen Shershur smiled and said, "I can't show you the photos here either. Let's just meet and talk. In terms of compensation, I can only tell you that it will be several times more generous than this time." "Okay," Qin Feng said in a deep voice. "Time and place. I'm not always available." Chen Shershur laughed out loud. "Big brother, let's add a friend first. Time and place, depending on when you are free, whichever time you are available." Could be seen that Chen Shershur took Dark Shadow very seriously. Since this was the case, Qin Feng didn't bother to say more and said bluntly, "Now then, when you're ready, tell me the location." "Good. Won't keep Big Brother waiting." After Chen Shershur said this, she went offline. Qin Feng was not idle. When Chen Shershur went offline, he brushed up on this evil spirit academy. The demons of this evil spirit academy were all physically immune spectre-type monsters. Lone Wanderer, Mori White Spectre, Apprentice's Soul. But to Qin Feng, these demons were just as easy to kill, because the Dark Ringed Blade deals dark elemental damage. For these level 13-15 magical creatures, a random strike could completely finish them off. It was also while Qin Feng was waiting, inside a gold-level hideout in the ruins of Magic City. The 12 official players codenamed Skywalker were resurrected here. After gaining access to the hideout and binding the hideout, the player's resurrection point will be transferred into the hideout. These 12 official players, who had been taken out by the shadow, all had their faces turned sour after being revived. Getting killed is no big deal. After all, death couldn't be more common in this godforsaken game. But the key is, they learned through the system prompts that the player who came out of nowhere to kill them in seconds was codenamed Shadow. The Shadow is against us officially? He's having an affair with that ace of spades? This is the subconscious thought of these officials. Among the crowd, only the captain named Chiu Haonan, Skywalker, not only didn't feel shocked, but was relieved. Nice. It seems that Shadow is teaming up with Missy. In that case, I'll be able to go along for the ride later. Dropped over 7 years of life expectancy this time. Turn around and get it back from Missy? This country-faced middle-aged man who seemed to have a righteous face thought faintly. On the surface, however, he was very shocked and grave. He looked around and said to the crowd, "I will contact the side of Zhanghai City now and ask them to ask what is going on with the Shadow. Qingyue, you first take everyone to receive the life expectancy, and there may be action later." Good. A single ponytailed woman with the game code name Evening Night Shimmering Rain nodded her head with a normal expression, waved her hand, and led the crowd to leave. This official squad of 12 is split into 2 teams. 6 of them, with Skywalker as the squad leader, whose occupation is search officer, are able to track down the murderer by searching the corpse. Because of this profession, which was important to the official reality of Daxia in maintaining order, the status of Tianxing Jian rose. In the past 2 days, Skywalker was basically being led around leveling, and his actual in-game battle power wasn't very high, only slightly stronger than an ordinary hunter profession. As for the other 6, with Evening Night Shimmering Rain as the squad leader, their occupation was Demon Hunter. Chapter 92. Chen Shershur is shocked. The shadowy figure was actually Qin Feng, Demon Hunter, a not-so-rare hidden profession. Its ability is to passively deal considerable extra damage to magical creatures, and its weapon of use is a bow. Evening Night Shimmering Rain is the Magic City official side of the development of the Faster Strong. This gold-level hideout, Riverside Hulk, without her really cannot fight down. However, before the Divine Abandonment game came down, she was a newcomer to the Magic City Marine Police Bureau, having only just graduated a short while ago. So for the time being, they are at the mercy of Skywalker. Just now she had led the team to patrol and brush the monsters near the Evil Spirit Academy, and it was only when she heard Tian Xingjian's order that she led the team over, and it turned out, surprisingly, he was killed by Shadow in seconds. This put Late Night Shimmer in a bad mood. The gap between me and Shadow is actually this big? I didn't even see a shadow of his person before he took him out. This girl has a strong character, but death at the hands of the Shadow was nothing she wouldn't take to heart. The difference is just too great. But this shadow shouldn't really be colluding with the ace of spades, should he? Late Night Shimmer was a little worried. If that was the case, it would mean that the Dasya officials would have one more big enemy. Ace of Spades, that woman led a team in the ruins of Magic City, arrogant and domineering, hunting players everywhere. Even officially, there were many players who died in her hands, and there were also many people who were robbed of their boss by her. There was no way that Dasya officials would compromise with her. If the shadow is on her side, even if we die, we must find a way to get rid of him. Evening Night Shimmering Rain's expression became cold. Qin Feng sighed. While brushing monsters at the Evil Spirit Academy, he received a private chat from Wang Meng. Biggie, I heard you went to the Magic City ruins? And take out the official? What is it? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Wang Meng didn't mean to raise an offense. He just wanted to know the situation. Qin Feng knew that after just taking out that group of official players, Magic City would have the Zhanghai city side come over to inquire about the situation. But he didn't even bother to answer. It just said to Wang Meng, "Don't be anxious, you'll know later. Take it easy." Wang Meng was a bit tearful when he heard this. Can he not be in a hurry? You're the shadow. The shadow killed the official people of the Magic City. Doesn't it mean that the shadow is going to be hostile to the official people of the Magic City? What about the officials of Zhanghai City who are friends with the shadow? Are you going to be hostile to the Magic City officials as well? This is naturally impossible. So, Wang Meng can be too eager. Shadow, how come you're the Riddler when it counts? Wang Meng shook his head with a bitter smile. But it can't be helped. If the shadow didn't say anything, he couldn't possibly pursue it. For the Magic City side, they could only stall for the time being and wait for the subsequent development of things. Soon, Qin Feng here received a private chat from Chen Shishir. This girl came online. Then from her friend channel, she privately chatted an address to Qin Feng. Let me go to the harbor first? Qin Feng frowned. He had planned that when he learned the address of where Chen Shishir was, he would stealthily kill him and finish off the person. I didn't realize that the other side was very cautious. You can't have a party in the harbor. So most likely the cruise ship. Wait until I get to the harbor and then send someone to pick me up? In that case, she can at least keep track of my movements. I have to say, Chansey is doing a pretty good job of it. But unfortunately, Qin Feng had come prepared. Magic City Harbor. There was a speedboat in a relatively isolated, unobtrusive location, parked next to a long trestle bridge. In the darkness of the night, a young man in a black robe, under the dim light, walked towards the end of the trestle bridge, gradually approaching the speedboat. I'm looking for the ace of spades. The man came to the end of the trestle and spoke a code word to a middle-aged boatman on guard on the speedboat. The middle-aged boatman observed him slightly and didn't notice anything unusual. The message, prepared in his hand, was sent out toward the outside. The people have arrived. Sir, please come aboard. The middle-aged boatman turned around and invited the black-robed youth to board the boat. What he couldn't see, however, was that the figure under the youth's black robe was trembling slightly. The boatman is even less likely to know. Just as the speedboat was launched, the shadow, whom he was really picking up, was riding a stealthy phantom wolf down to the sea to follow him. In Chen Shishir's opinion, the identity of Dark Shadow was not so big that he would secretly swim to find her. Right? Must have gotten on that speedboat. In this way, Chen Shishir would be able to grasp Shadow's movements. But she never expected. Qin Feng has a mount, and wolves can swim. Ghost wolves can too. The ghost wolf was carrying Qin Feng, moving forward quickly in the water. In this case, although it would cause some water waves, in the darkness no one would notice. The bottom line is, the ghost wolf was much faster than that speedboat. Qin Feng has been keeping pace with the speedboats. Soon, just as a brightly lit luxury yacht appeared within his vision, Qin Feng knew that his destination was there. Almost. Qin Feng looked at the speedboat and silently threw a fierce poison dart towards the propeller position of that speedboat. If it was a less powerful attack, this manticore dart might not be able to destroy that propeller. However, with Qin Feng's skill level and stealth-breaking attack, the dart directly hit the propeller of that speedboat and destroyed one of its blades. The entire speedboat began to spin in place on the surface. The middle-aged boatman immediately reacted. Sir, please don't be nervous. Maybe the propeller touched something? I'll fix it. Just as the speedboat stopped at sea, Qin Feng, riding the ghost wolf, had already boarded the luxury yacht that was hosting the party. As a matter of fact, the black-robed youth who boarded the ship was a random find by Qin Feng. Within the Magic City, there were now large numbers of youths who no longer had much life expectancy. And in their despair, Qin Feng casually gave 30 days of life expectancy, which was enough to make their hearts flutter. Isn't it just a matter of coming to the harbor, giving a code word, and boarding the ship? This gives you 30 days to live. He could live another month. Just off the lighted yacht is a luxurious room. Inside the room, Chen Shirshir was wearing an ultra-low-cut black evening gown with a crystal necklace around her neck, which embellished her entire body. She glanced at her cell phone and frowned. Speedboat propeller broken? How come? She sent a message back. Fix it as soon as possible. Don't keep your guest waiting. After sending the message, she instructed towards a maid beside her who was dressed in a sexy black and white maid outfit. Nothing went wrong with what I explained to you, right? The maid curtly said, No problem, missy. In these drinks, all of them have been added with the kind of drug you said. That honored guest. Tonight is definitely beastly. Chen Shirshir nodded in satisfaction. Grand party, about to start. Shadow, you're going to love me. And then, you'll be my loyal henchman. Just as Chen Shirshir was anticipating the arrival of the shadow and thinking about the future, suddenly, a shadowy blade light, instantly appearing from outside the room, spread toward the inside of this luxurious room, cutting across. Wordlessly, the maid, dressed in a black and white maid outfit and carrying a tray of drinks, had a bloodstain appear on her neck, followed by her entire head falling off. However, when that black blade light touched Chen Shirshir, it was suddenly blocked by a layer of shield on her body. When Sisai Qian, not dead, when the roof and walls of the yacht room were cut through and slid toward the side, Chen Shirshir saw a figure she didn't expect from the gap in the wall. It was Qin Feng who had just wielded the darkness ring blade. And Qin Feng was also a bit surprised that Chen Shirshir hadn't died, and glanced at her with some surprise. This glance made Chen Shirshir recognize it. Qin Feng. Shadow. The shadow is actually Qin Feng? Chen Shirshir was shocked on the spot, and her mind went blank. Chapter 93. Dad. I was wrong. In this instant, Chen Shirshir went numb. The sudden change had caused her to go into a bit of a piggyback overload. What the hell is going on here? I invited Shadow. The Shadow should still be on that speedboat by now. But this man in front of me, he sliced through the yacht room and chopped the maid's head off. This strength is definitely Shadow. How could it be Qin Feng? Could it be a disguise? But why would the Shadow want to kill me? Chen Shirshir was instantly emboldened. She knew that the only reason she was alive now was because of the crystal necklace she was wearing. This is gold-level equipment that was extracted from the godforsaken game to reality. In addition to attaching some basic attributes, it also provides one tier of damage immunity shield. The necklace extracted had cost her more than a decade of her life, and that was a fortune worth $200 or $300 million. But it could save her life after all, so she extracted it anyway, not realizing that, and it really came in handy. Only, the necklace, too, could protect her just once. Next, if the shadow killed her again, she had no means left. Although Chen Shirshir, who was currently level 10 and had extracted some skills into reality, was too powerful than an ordinary person. But she knew that she wasn't even a little sheep in front of Shadow. Most importantly, why does Shadow look like Qin Feng? Could it be that Shadow's identity has always been Qin Feng? I let Shadow kill Qin Feng, actually. Let him kill himself. So he stared at me? Chen Shirshir made such a guess and cried on the spot. She wasn't sure if that was the case. But she knows there's only one way for her to stay alive now. That was to pray for Qin Feng's forgiveness. Originally, she was still imagining that tonight, with the Shadow, the world's #1 superstar, a night of clouds and rain, never thought that what she was waiting for would be such a horrifying scene. Sorry to Big Brother. No, Master. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Let me go. I'm really wrong. I'll give you all my lifespan, and I'll be your slave from now on. Do whatever you want to people in the future. Abuse people any way you want. Chen Shirshir was completely flustered. She knelt down on the spot in the direction where Qin Feng was. While kneeling, he also made an effort to squeeze his chest, trying to make that ditch display more obvious in front of Qin Feng. Looking at her ridiculous movements, Qin Feng was completely unmoved. Who could be interested in the thought of this woman exercising in bed with several pigs every day? Zip. Until then, the metal walls and roofs sliced by Qin Feng's darkness ring blade had partially fallen to the ground, while the other part made a scar on the ship's hull and then fell into the seawater, stirring up a large number of waves. This side of the commotion, so that the yacht more than a dozen young models peripheral female, all startled, have dressed in sexy swimsuits, from the party hall ran out to check. There were also several loaded bodyguards on board, also with guns, running up towards the top floor of the yacht. What made Qin Feng a bit surprised was that the airplane-headed white guy Tony, who had been playing with Chen Shirshir within the game, was not on this ship, and trying to do it all in one fell swoop. It seems that those 5 guys are just playmates that Chen Shirshir temporarily found, and don't have her trust. Qin Feng didn't care too much. In Chen Shirshir's despairing eyes, Qin Feng's figure disappeared. In the next moment, she felt a coldness in her neck, and her field of vision turned. Heaven and earth, this is her head rolled down to the ground, and then she completely lost consciousness. If begging for mercy worked, no one would be killed in this world. Begging for forgiveness in front of Qin Feng was even more of a pipe dream. Qin Feng casually ripped the crystal necklace off her neck. You have obtained the Protector Crystal Pendant Gold Grade.
Body Protector Cristal Pendant Gold, Universal Joaillerie. Physique +10, Lifestéal +300.
Requirements. Level 7. Unique effect. Every 300 seconds, you can gain 1 layer of damage immunity shield, maximum 1 layer. This necklace, it was of little use to Qin Feng, but don't for nothing. Immediately after that, the bodyguards on the luxury yacht rushed over. Who? Holy, is that Missy's head? Hiss, it's over, Missy's been Ed. Careful, the target is dark. Before the man could finish his sentence, another darkness ring blade instantly slashed out. On the luxury yacht in the darkness of the night, a black blade light swung out in a circular pattern, directly slicing those 7 or 8 bodyguards in half from their chests. Under the night sky, under the luxurious lights of the yacht, blood splatters and flies out like art. Qin Feng didn't spare a single person on the entire yacht, even if all those tender models were taken out by him. Because someone saw his face. Finally, Qin Feng found a random cell phone, unlocked it with the finger of the corpse, and dialed the police. A series of sirens came from the direction of the harbor. Soon, several speedboats carrying a group of officials came traveling towards the luxury yacht. On the yacht, Cho Haonan, a middle-aged man with a straight face and a country face, was explaining the situation with a gloomy face. On the yacht, there was a mass murder, and one of the dead is the daughter of the chairman of the Chen Group. According to the person who called the police, the skills used by the murderer are highly overlapping with the skills of the in-game shadow, which basically confirms the identity of the other party. This shadow, first striking out at our Magic City officials in the game, and then killing people so recklessly, this is provoking our country's laws. In a moment, I'll release the search skill based on the information from the corpse. I've applied for military reinforcements, and if necessary, we'll launch a covering fire on the area where the murderer is located to ensure that the target is killed. After he had said this impassionately, inside, this man is very shocked and sorry. Originally, he thought that Missy had hooked up with the shadow, but he didn't expect Chen Shirshir, who had worked with him for a long time, had been killed by Shadow. Yes, behind him and on several other speedboats, the official personnel responded with unbridled nervousness. On one of the ships, the demon hunter codenamed Evening Night Shimmering Rain, a member of the Marine Police Bureau named Lin Qingyue, also followed with 5 team members. They are armed with guns and are all strong in the godforsaken game with some combat power. Even so, they were all very nervous as well. Seeing this, Cho Haonan felt that the atmosphere was too serious, so he laughed and said, "But don't be too nervous, everyone. After the shadow committed the crime, the probability is that he has already left, and it's impossible for him to stay in the same place and wait for death. Even if he can be stealthy with my search officer skills, I can search out his location and direction." All of them breathed a little sigh of relief, but their nervousness still made their hands shake uncontrollably. Finally, several speedboats came alongside the yacht. More than 24 official personnel have boarded the yacht. One by one, they were armed with pistols, looking around vigilantly, and when they saw a body on the deck that had been cut in half, they all had a feeling of numbness in their scalps. "I'm going to search the area. You guys guard the perimeter." Cho Haonan let out a deep breath. He was about to step forward to release the murderer's search skill on a corpse, when suddenly, a fierce poisonous dart, appeared from behind him and shot at the back of his head. Look out! At the critical moment, only evening night shimmering rain reacted. She subconsciously raised her pistol and pulled the trigger in the direction where the dart had shot out. Pest!
Bang, 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 bang.
The evening night drizzle missed the person completely, but that search officer Chiu Haonan, codenamed Tian Xingjian, had a bloody hole in his head and collapsed helplessly. Even with 2 priests, it was useless to provide Chiu Haonan with 2 layers of magic shield. Opposing injuries. It's too high. A direct hit. Chapter 94 Shadow I Apologize Power Generation Plus. Bang. Chiu Haonan's tall, uniformed body fell heavily and smashed into a pool of blood. He stared wide-eyed until he died, finding it hard to believe that he had died like that. Why? This shadow killed so many people and still dares to stay here? As soon as the military launches a covering fire strike on this place, he's dead. How dare he? Chiu Haonan completely lost consciousness when he couldn't think straight. As this search officer fell to the ground, the remaining 11 officials, led by evening night shimmering rain, acted quickly. Each of them looked grave. The 2 priests raised their hands to release group shield skills. A layer of white radiance enveloped the 11 of them, able to help them withstand some of the damage. Immediately after that, the 2 law systems, respectively, condensed fire elemental and thunder elemental energies in their hands, always ready to release their skills. Just at this tense moment, suddenly, one after another scarlet and bizarre flowers bloomed out one after another from all the corpses of the yacht. A body, a pool of blood. Surprisingly, all of them began to evaporate into a gust of moory white mist under the draw of these weird flowers. With a scarlet flower in full bloom, the 11 people present, including evening night shimmering rain, all had a numbing sensation in their scalps. At this moment, they felt as if they were on the banks of the river of forgetfulness, watching a flower of the underworld bloom and take away the souls of the dead. The bright and eerie red flowers decorated the entire yacht, as if it were the place where life and death met. Wait, wait! Chiu Haonan how? Right at this moment, the evening night shimmering rain, who was wearing a marine police uniform, looked at Chiu Haonan's corpse and suddenly froze. Team Lin, what's wrong? A short-haired woman asked, shivering a bit. She asked as she broke out in a cold sweat. Knowing that it was impossible to find Shadow's figure, she still held her pistol and kept looking around, her heartbeat already beating as fast as it could. How did Captain Chiu explode so many lifespans? A lifespan ball of light that big, at least 3 years or so of lifespan, right? When evening night shimmering rain said that, everyone else also realized that something was wrong. Thanks to the Magic City officials, a gold-level hideout Riverside Hulk has been scored within the ruins. So, Mordor officials have begun to explore and act on the most optimal course of action. The pooling of tradable lives to be left with a number of specific personnel is currently referred to as band standby personnel. These on-call personnel, who normally stay within the hideout, do not go outside, thus avoiding the explosion of tradable lifespans upon death. Every time an official member who goes out to brush up on monsters, practice, or raid bosses, he or she receives only 10 days of tradable life, thus reducing the potential loss of death. In this way, the official Magic City's losses from exploring and raiding bosses will be minimized. This rule applies to everyone who is currently in the Riverside Hulk hideout, including Chiu Haonan. But now, Chiu Haonan died, surprisingly bursting with over 3 years of tradable life. Obviously, it's his private lifespan. But where did this man get the opportunity to stash his lifespan when he's been operating with the crown? When the entire yacht was blooming with scarlet flowers, evening night shimmering rain looked around and sighed, as if the Shadow's target is not us, but just Captain Chiu. Otherwise, with Shadow's strength, he could have killed us all the first time, but he didn't. And, sure enough, the Shadow has the means to destroy the body. This feeling of life and death being controlled by someone was something that evening night shimmering rain had never felt before. Like a whole person stuck in the mud. Shadow, the code name, and the scarlet flowers all over the yacht put an unimaginably huge strain on her. It was under this pressure that she thought through clenched teeth as she kept a wary eye on her surroundings. So, what's so special about Chiu Haonan? Evening night shimmering rain suddenly saw that after the scarlet flower vaporized all of Chiu Haonan's bodies, they left in place. Surprisingly, there are 3 cell phones. Generally, they are usually equipped with 2 cell phones. But Yao Ho Nam has 3, Evening Night Shimmering Rain quickly stepped forward, picked up the 3 cell phones, and threw them to the people around them respectively. Check. Soon, the results came in. What? Team Chiu and Chen Shishir have been in contact. Once upon a time, he used his position to give the money group a lot of facilities. They contacted each other more frequently after the godforsaken game came down. The banned drugs on this yacht are the ones Cho Haonan helped get here. Intending to deal with the shadow? Wait, judging from these contents of their contact, this Chen Shishir seems to be the ace of spades in the game. When some of the contents of the cell phone were found out, Evening Night Shimmering Rain and the 10 official members around them were all confused. The late night drizzle quickly tied everything together from start to finish. The shadow contacted Chen Shishir first. Chen Shishir wanted to use drugs to control Shadow, but was afraid of being killed, so she had Cho Haonan take us over to test Shadow. As a result, Shadow killed us without mercy, gaining Chauncey's trust. When the Shadow comes to the yacht, kill everyone on the yacht first, then call the police yourself. In order to ensure that Cho Haonan will come, deliberately left the boat full of corpses. In fact, we did use the satellite to detect a large number of corpses on this yacht before sending Cho Haonan, because at present, he is the only one searching officer who has extracted the skill of searching for corpses into reality. When we arrive, kill Cho Haonan and then destroy all the corpses to avoid our subsequent searches through the corpses to find his location. In the process, he killed all his enemies, collected all the lifespans, and in the end, avoided conflict with the officials. Chen Shishir is the wanted ace of spades and Cho Haonan is the mole who colluded with ace of spades. To put it another way, the shadow is totally fulfilling the official wanted posting this time. What reason does the crown have to be hostile to the shadow? After thinking about all this, Evening Night Shimmering Rain really had a bit of a headache. This shadow was definitely not just as simple as being strong. Good thing, the shadow doesn't seem to be planning to go against us officially for the time being. The late night drizzle was a bit of a blessing again. Thinking about it, she immediately said something over the intercom. Around the port of Mordor, the special forces on standby, snipers, and even missiles ready to be launched from a nearby military base, which subsided. Originally, the officials were as good as dead. But after confirming that the shadow was not an enemy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, all the corpses on the yacht had evaporated into a morose white gas that reeked of death under the draw of the flower of death. Evening Night Shimmering Rain suddenly looked at the air around her, bit her lip and said, "Shadow, thank you for helping to take out the ace of spades. Also, I just shot you 5 times and I apologize." When he finished, he raised his pistol and loaded it, aimed at her own thighs, shot after shot.
Bang 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 bang.
5 shots later, her thighs were drenched in blood, and her whole body half kneeled on the ground as she gritted her teeth and said, "Pay back." Team Lin, the short-haired woman next to her, was startled and rushed over to assist. Chapter 95. Sister, is this how the word is used? For a moment, the crowd gathered around. The 2 priests quickly released their skills, and the holy healing light lit up on the legs of Late Night Shimmering Rain. "That's not necessary, is it, Team Lin?" The short-haired woman lowered her voice, a little distressed. Evening Night Shimmering Rain shook his head. "We don't know what kind of character that shadow has. In short, everything is safe and sound." Hearing her say that, everyone around her came to a realization, and again they all felt a bit stifled. They're official people. As a result, there was a need to be so cautious with a folklorist, but there was nothing they could do about it. Now that the strength of the shadow was clear to everyone, no one would want to be hostile to it if they didn't have any malicious intent. In the dark, Qin Feng disintegrated all the corpses on the yacht before turning around with the intention of leaving. Suddenly hearing continuous gunshots and turning around to see the scene of Evening Night Shimmer shooting herself was more or less a surprise. Although there are priests who have extracted healing spells into reality, reality is not like a game where a few healing spells go down and you get full blood. Just that leg wound from being shot 5 times in a row will have to be treated at least until dawn. While it was so much better than her previous means of medical treatment, it would also delay her time within the game to brush up and practice. Because injuries in reality can reduce the attributes of her in-game character's role drastically. Evening Night Shimmering Rain, real name Lin Qingyue, was the official leader of the Magic City in the last life. "It's quite a feat to shoot yourself 5 times to avoid antagonizing me." Qin Feng smiled faintly. Without making a sound, He rode the ghost wolf and left the waters silently. This event ended with a full 659 years of tradable life in his possession. The vast majority of it comes from Chansey. To know, the last time Qin Feng extracted the ability, a total of only used more than 400 years of life expectancy, so it can be seen that the capital power behind this Chen Shirshir is how strong. It's finally time to take in-game abilities and fully synchronize them to reality. Also, on the official side of Zhanghai City, they should have already negotiated the price of the hideout, right? As for the location to extract the land of Pure Soul's hideout, Qin Feng had already decided on it and was waiting to deal with the Zhanghai City officials. At this time, he left the port of Mordor. Finding a random corner in the downtown area, he turned on quiet concealment and returned to the game. When he closed his eyes, the first thing he came to was a dark space. This space is located in the sandwich between reality and the game. Whether you're on or offline, you need to pass through this space. It is also in this space that lifespans can be expended to extract various aspects of in-game abilities into reality. Level synchronize. Skill synchronize. Qin Feng extracted the levels and skills, all of which were extracted so that his current real-life battle power, except for his equipment, was completely synchronized with that within the game. Synchronizing levels from 13 to 15 consumes 41.1 years. Extracting Darkest Hour Blinding skill consumes 34.65 years. Extracting Dark Depths passively boosts stealth level consumes 73.81 years. A total of 149.6 years were spent. 509 years of tradable life left. For equipment, extract a Ring of Lightness. Ring of Lightness, a platinum-level assassin's trinket that adds a bit of movement speed and is useful in reality. Spend 15.5 years of your life. As for the other equipment, there is no need to extract it for the time being because it can't be used, and in the future we will hit a higher grade and more useful equipment, so we will just extract it at that time. In the end, Qin Feng had 493.5 years of life remaining and returned to the godforsaken game. He appeared in the ruins of the Magic City, in the middle of the Evil Spirit Academy. It had only just come online when the private chat lit up. It's a new justice enforcement. Great God! The price discussion above has come out. Let's discuss it? She didn't mention what happened on the Magic City side at all. Qin Feng didn't say anything else and returned, "Okay. What price? Tell me." And you tentatively asked, 15,000? 1,500 years, at the current rate of acquisition, the crown would have to pay $30 to $50 billion in cash to receive it. And longevity is getting harder to collect now, because the populace isn't cuties either. Seeing that the price of this life expectancy is getting more and more expensive, no one would choose to sell it all off at a time like this. It's basically all about selling just a little bit to fulfill real-life needs. The key is still, nowadays, many houses and so on, people don't sell for cash anymore. They just ask to buy and sell with their life expectancy. When Qin Feng heard An Yu's offer, he directly replied back, "It's low." An Yu was not disappointed when she heard Qin Feng's rejection. Instead, she smiled. "I told you. This price is definitely low. How about 2,000 years? The task given to me above is to close the deal within 2,000. This is the highest price we can give." Hearing this, Qin Feng held his forehead. 15,000 jumped straight to 2,000? If the official above knows how this girl talked to him, I'm afraid to vomit blood. Okay, but I have to get back from the ruins of Magic City, and you'll have to reimburse me for the round trip, which adds up to 6 years. 6 years was no small amount even for Qin Feng. No problem. And you quickly sighed. It's a pity that I didn't reach level 15, or else I would have definitely taken the initiative to send 1,000 miles to the great god. When Qin Feng heard this, he had a question mark on his face. Sis, is that how the term sent by 1,000 miles is used? Just as Qin Feng mounted the ghost wolf and prepared to rush back to the ruins of Zhanghai City, Reality Blue Star, the basement of a top villa area in Magic City. What? No fire. A middle-aged woman in white sable, with a dignified and elegant demeanor, nobly sitting on a mahogany seat, with a curly-haired little teddy in her arms. Her posture was elegant and lofty, but when she heard the report coming from her cell phone, her complexion gradually became shadowy. Her name? Dongfang Yu, the Oriental family of Zhanghai City. Only, she married into the Magic City and has been living there ever since. Therefore, when the entire Eastern family was uprooted by Qin Feng, this woman became the only fish that missed the net. Originally, this Dongfang Yu thought that the shadow-killing official colluding with the ace of spades, was already dead. Unexpectedly, the shadow actually killed the ace of spades and found out the official insider. Count on it, and do the officials a big favor. This made Dongfang Yu several times want to vomit blood. Ridiculous. That pariah killed our entire clan in the east. Should we just let it go? These pariahs, with a bit of ability to be lawless, should be suppressed before it's too late, unanimously. This noblewoman, despite her anger, always maintained a noble and elegant posture. Only the hand that pinched the armrests of the mahogany seat, more and more forceful. At that moment, a teenager holding a whip stepped out of the shadows in front of her and retreated to her side. The teenager was wearing a white shirt, but both the shirt and the whip were covered in blood. Mom, I have a plan to kill the shadow. The corners of this teenager's mouth curled slightly, and deep in his eyes, a perverted and evil smile was hidden. Chapter 96. I have a plan to kill the shadow? Extract the land of the pure soul. The young man's name was Chu Nantian, this Dongfang Yu's son. As a member of the Chu family, Chu Nantian grew up with whatever he wanted, but his parents' demands on him were also extremely perversely strict. And the Chu family, it was considered one of the top families in the whole of magic. At this moment, Dongfang Yu obtained the news about the shadow from her network of connections in the military. Personally, I'd suggest that for this shadow, the lady should look away. The attitude of the military side, the mainstream opinion is to pull together and cooperate. If you really want to be completely hostile with him, the consequences will be extremely serious. No one can afford to take responsibility. Listen to the gravely voice coming from the other end of the phone. Dongfang Yu simply didn't bother to listen and coldly hung up the phone. Then she raised her head and looked at her son Chu Nantian in front of her, smiling faintly as she asked, "Killing Dark Shadow? What methods do you have? You're not even old enough to enter the divine abandonment game right now." Trudy Nanten acted more normally in front of her mother. He smiled and said, "Mom, I can't get into the game yet, but I can use my brain. Doesn't that shadow like to kill people? Let's just send some people to offend him, and then arrange for those who offend him to be prepared in advance at Dad's fireworks factory. Let's detonate the entire fireworks factory when Shadow goes in for the kill. When the time comes, those thousands of fireworks will be Shadow's funeral pyre, so that the whole world can witness his death together. Even if it fails, that Shadow won't be able to contact us at all." This plan came out. Dongfang Yu nodded in satisfaction. She said demurely and calmly, "It seems that we have educated you quite well, but this is a matter in which, subsequently, you will not be involved." She glanced at the bloodied whip on Chu Nanshan's hand and asked, "How is it? That pariah still refuses to hand over his lifespan?" Chu Nantian sneered. "It was handed over for 100 days, but I doubt she still has it on her." Dongfang Yu faintly smiled. "Not bad. I kindly bought her lifespan, and not only did she not sell it, but she also contradicted me. Since this is the case, let her properly recognize her identity as an untouchable. Go ahead, Arthur, bite her. Remember, no meat. You'll get indigestion if you eat the flesh of a pariah." This middle-aged noblewoman patted the curly-haired Teddy in her arms, and that curly-haired Teddy, smelling the blood, ran into the shadows of the basement. Immediately afterward, a woman's mournful screams came out. Unfortunately, it was gagged by a foreign object and the volume wasn't very loud. "I'll go first." In the midst of a suppressed whimpering scream of misery, Dongfang Yu calmly got up, her posture noble and elegant, and said to her son, "Turn around and give Arthur a bath." "Okay, Mom." Trunks laughed. These times, in his opinion, are truly the best of times. Get a few random people killed and no one will even notice. His only pity is that he is only 17 years old, and he can't enter the godforsaken game for the time being. God's Forsaken Land. The ruins of Jianghai City. Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf and soon spent another 985 days of lifespan teleporting back from the ruins of the Magic City. Teleportation between cities consumes a fixed lifetime, but it's a fee that can be extremely expensive. There was no way that the average player would be able to spare that much lifespan to teleport. When Qin Feng returned, he realized that on this side of the Jianghai City ruins, the number of players was indeed quite a bit less than on the Magic City side. And he didn't care. Opening the private chat window, he confirmed a coordinate with an U and rushed over first. This time, it wasn't just the 6 people from Wang Meng's team who had joined up with Qin Feng. Instead, it's an official 30-person team. When Yu saw Qin Feng, she was a little embarrassed and said, "Great God, Don't mind, huh? I have too much lifespan on me, and the top is not at ease. It's okay. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't care. Even if so many people group together, if they really fight, Qin Feng can eliminate most of them with one skill, easier than killing chickens. Behind in you, many official players were a bit nervous when they saw Qin Feng show up. Some of the female players, in particular, were a little excited and a little adoring. Unfortunately, Qin Feng only traded with Yu for a bit before leaving. Having harvested 2,000 years of lifespan, he planned to extract the land of pure souls directly into reality. He looked for a place to get offline, back to the reality of Magic City. The night, getting deeper and deeper. In the darkness, he rode the ghost wolf, stealthily to a beach in the eastern part of Magic City. This place is one of the few, least contaminated areas in the world. After the spread of desolation, the higher the level of pollution in the region, the faster people's life expectancy passes, and in a few heavily polluted regions, it even reaches tens of thousands of times. Predictable. The less polluted a place is, the better it is as a place to live. Whether or not to consume 1,315.2 years of life to extract the land of the pure soul hideout into reality. Note, the hideout is an underground structure. Please locate it on the map. A system prompt came, and a 3D map surfaced in front of Qin Feng's eyes, precisely the area around him. He stretched out his hand, and on his fingers, the overall outline of a land of pure souls appeared, a vast area covering over 1,000 acres. He maneuvered on the map quickly to determine the location. After extracting the hideout, all matter originally overlapping the hideout will be annihilated. Is this confirmed? Yes, no. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly chose yes. The implication of this hint was that once he chose to extract the hideout to this place, all the original substance of this place would disappear. This includes fiber optic cables, official roads, underground buildings, sand and clay, and everything else. However, there aren't many modern amenities on this beach. In these first chaotic times, it doesn't attract much attention. With Qin Feng's command, a slight shaking occurred all around this surrounding area of the beach, and immediately afterward, a stone slab appeared on the beach in front of Qin Feng. Done. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He stepped forward and removed the slab, and what appeared before him was a stone staircase that rotated downward. The entire land of pure souls hideout came with magical defense boundaries. Even if it is bombarded by missiles, there is absolutely no need to worry about being destroyed. Go! Qin Feng went down the stone ladder, rotated down the stairs, and then covered the slab. As he walked, he took out a book of divine teachings. 2 mechanical maids first. Qin Feng opened the Book of Divine Authorization Mechanical Maid. There are books of divine authorization that can be used both inside and outside the game, but some can only be used outside the game. For example, this mechanical maid. Did you consume 2.74 years of your life to create a mechanical maid basic version? The basic version of the mechanical maid only has the function module of cleaning. You can spend your life to unlock the other functions of the mechanical maid. Chapter 97. Headless Assassin. Brother Shadow, save me? Happy New Year, everyone. That's expensive. Qin Feng sighed. But a mechanical maid exists to keep everything in the house in order. Especially this land of the pure soul, which was more than 1,200 acres in size. Even if you hire a babysitter, it's not like 1 or 2 babysitters can clean it. What's more, compared to some nanny or something like that, naturally a mechanical maid is more trustworthy and functional and also doesn't need to eat, only needs to be recharged. Make 5 mechanical maids first. Then buy the kitchen module, the appliance module, and the furniture module. These modules, once purchased, are automatically applied to all mechanical maids, and the price is not low, with some prices reaching over a decade. Luckily, Qin Feng had now not only synchronized his levels and skills with the in-game, he also had a 1,200-year lifespan overflow. After spending a total of 57 years of their lives, the mechanical maids under Qin Feng's command all became all-powerful maids that could fulfill all the needs of life. Of course, some of the more special functions were not enabled by Qin Feng. As long as they are willing to pay for their lifespan, these mechanical maids can become as warm as real people, giving a girlfriend-like experience, as well as changing into strange skins such as cat-eared ladies, fox demons, witches, chimeras, and more. Of course, it's expensive is what it is. Most skins sell for 648. Child's play. Even Qin Feng simply couldn't afford to part with it now. Also, There are mechanical manservants if the girls want them, plus skins for vampire counts, elf princes and the like. Ahem. After taking care of the mechanical maid, Qin Feng consumed another 40 to 50 years of his lifespan through other divinely ordained books to create a lot of household appliances and furniture, which were piled up in a heap in the hall of the land of the pure soul. Get all this electrical furniture set up. Qin Feng did not waste any time after giving instructions to the mechanical maids. Immediately after that, you enter the game. Now that I've risen to level 15, I can prepare to go to the terrorist ghost ship outside the ruins of the magic capital and look for the level 20 bloodline monster, Spirit Swallower. However, several of the large hideouts in the ruins of the magic metropolis are still untouched. It's a bit of a shame not to take them. The Spirit Swallower can be found later, no one is robbing it anyway. But a hideout is one less than a hideout being taken. Just as Qin Feng went online, Wang Mang chatted privately at the first opportunity. Big brother, something has happened. Are you still in the ruins of Zhanghai City? There's suddenly a platinum level boss in the ruins, and it's so fierce that it even ran into our resurrection point to kill people. He's already killed hundreds of people. We tried to surround it, but that boss is fast and stealthy. Even Blackie was seconded by it once. Hearing Wang Mang's private chat, Qin Feng asked, "What boss?" Wang Mang immediately replied, "The name is Headless Assassin Charlotte. Look at the figure as a female, just no head." Qin Feng was a bit speechless. This guy still has time to look at other people's bodies? Qin Feng didn't talk nonsense and directly said, "Give me the coordinates." He hadn't developed within the game for a while in order to deal with Chauncey. There just happened to be a platinum level boss delivered to the door, so it was a waste of time not to kill it. Qin Feng also still had a bit of an impression of this boss. Only, this boss is gold level as I recall, right? Who gave it away as platinum? Qin Feng received the coordinates and rushed towards his destination while recalling the skills of this boss. This boss can be stealthy. The stealth level should be level 3. After advancing to the platinum level, the stealth level will increase, but it can't be more than level 5, which means it's within the range I can detect. Also, this boss is actually a brittle skin despite its killing power. If you find a chance to get in a set, you should be able to kill it in seconds. By the way, there seems to be a split skill. As for the boss's more specific abilities, Qin Feng couldn't quite remember. Let's go over there and take a look first. The ruins of Zhanghai City, at the Center Stone statue. Originally, a large number of players gathered here every hour. But now, not a soul. Even if there were people, they were hidden in the ruins of the surrounding buildings, not daring to probe at all. Because the platinum level boss, Headless Assassin Charo, was stealthing around here, looking for players to hunt. Within the walls of a ruined courtyard, there were more than a dozen players gathered and hiding. They were shivering, and one of them lowered his voice in abuse. What kind of heaven-defying boss is this? It's actually still stealthy, level 3 anti-crypt can't even detect it. The boss can be stealthy and has a high attack, 1 slash at a time. How can one fight this? With such a heaven-defying boss, even if Shadow came, he'd be educated, right? Sure. All keep your voices down. Don't lure the boss over. However, what this group of players didn't know was this. A morose white figure that was in a state of stealth had arrived in front of them. This was a humanoid demonic creature that was close to 5 meters tall, looking slender, especially those legs, which were even more slender. Most importantly, its hands and feet, which had no fingers, were replaced by sharp blades made of white bone. Although, as Wang Mang said, this demonic creature's figure, as a female, was not bad. But anyone who saw this demonic creature wouldn't have a single thought that they shouldn't have. This was because this boss seemed to have a lot of worms wriggling underneath the surface of its skin all over its body, and it was extremely terrifying. Just as the group of players were shivering one by one, suddenly, a morose white blade light swept towards one of the players. Pest! The player's head flew up on the spot. Ah! Get out! Not right. Run! The players who had originally gathered together to bolster each other's courage were so frightened that they jumped up and dispersed towards the surroundings in a flurry. When Qin Feng arrived, he happened to see such a scene. However, Qin Feng possessed an anti-crypt level of 5 through the Assassin's Intuition skill. See much more than the average player. Just within his field of vision, there were actually a total of 5 headless assassin Shera in the midst of these ruins. Sure enough, there is a diversionary skill. But which one is true? Forget it. Don't bother to differentiate carefully. Just slaughter them all. Qin Feng came flying on his ghost wolf. As he approached the stealthy body silhouette of the first headless assassin Charo, Qin Feng jumped down from his mount, and while still in mid-air, he directly enchanted Deliverance plus instant Shadow Chop. 32857 weakness attack. 32452 weakness attack. Only to see 9 slashes of light blossom from the stealthy headless demonic creature one after another, and he was instantly knocked out of his stealthy state. When the bleeding special effect of slashing appears on it, it means it's dead. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and landed firmly on the ground. But when that headless demonic creature was knocked out of stealth, that boss blood bar instantly emptied in half, and this scene was watched by a fleeing player next to him. The man realized immediately that it was the Shadow who had come. Dark. Shadow brother, save me. Qin Feng heard a familiar voice and glanced over to see Qin Xiaoyu. At this moment, she was wearing a bronze-ranked priest's robe and was being chased by a headless assassin, her face filled with panic. After seeing the shadowy figure that appeared instantly, Qin Xiaoyu was like grabbing a lifesaver, crying out for help. Qin Feng only glanced at it and felt bad luck. Who the is your brother? Chapter 98. Is this the gold of being number 1 in the world? Qin Feng naturally ignored it. Cold eyes. Looking at the cooldown of graceful deliverance. There are still 9 seconds left to kill the next boss detachment, just as Qin Feng stealthily stepped aside and waited for his skills to cool down. Qin Xiaoyu was running in panic. The boss doppelganger that had just been attacked by Qin Feng was carrying the cut throat status, and was about to be finished off in the next second. But before it died, it caught a glimpse of Qin Xiaoyu. A morose white blade light was thrown from afar. Pest! That eerie white blade light instantly penetrated Qin Xiaoyu's thighs, and at the same time, the headless assassin Sharo doppelganger that was chasing after her behind her threw out 2 slender arms, cutting out 2 paths of morose white light. The white bone blade at the end of his arm stabbed into Qin Xiaoyu's body with an upward and downward motion. Her brittle little body was killed on the spot by a back and forth attack. A small orb of lifespan light emerges from her corpse. Even the boss seemed a bit confused. This life expectancy is so low. Immediately afterward, the headless assassin Shara's doppelganger flung her body away in disgust. The body of the young girl, pierced through 3 holes, fell limply among the ruins. Next, the boss doppelganger that was first attacked by Qin Feng was killed on the spot by the sustained damage of the slash throat effect, transforming into a morose white stream of light that exploded into pieces. When this diversion was dry crushed, a total of 4 nearby headless assassin Shara, that 5-meter-tall morose white slender figure, had stopped their search. Turning towards Qin Feng's side, he then jumped and ran in large strides. But it's a shame. Even a platinum-level boss simply couldn't see through Qin Feng's stealth. Swish, swish, swish. Those 4 boss body around. Flush appeared a layer of purple and black shield. Even stealth are no longer maintained. All appear out. Carefully observe the surrounding. Obviously, this boss realized that there was no need for it to be stealthy when the powerful opponent who had just killed one of its doppelgangers was able to easily see through its stealth. As for other players around, it wasn't in its sights at all. When these 4 boss figures appeared in unison, the players hiding in the surrounding ruins were all scared out of their wits. Holy! There are 4 of these things. Not 4, 5. One more just got seconded by the big guy. This thing can be invisible. Every time it finds us, it's just one of the doppelgangers striking. No wonder it feels like it's everywhere. Just as the boss was alerted, the surrounding players were shocked. Qin Feng struck again. Graceful deliverance.
Instant Shadow Chop.
He transformed into a residual shadow, weaving through the field, deadly slashes blossoming on the slender and tall bodies of 2 of the bosses. These 4 boss diversions, in fact, stand at each of the 4 corners of the square. They were also more than 30 meters apart from each other. Normally, there's not much skill at all at this stage to cover any 2 of them. But what it didn't expect was Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash had evolved to the legendary level. The farthest release distance reached 40 meters, directly covering 2 of the doppelgangers. Blade light surged out madly from within them, and when Qin Feng struck, for boss detachments, simultaneously releasing ranged attack skills towards the surroundings. A Mori white blade cut through the ruins, cutting and shattering a ruined stone pillar and high wall. Sadly, it failed to capture Qin Feng's exact position. Qin Feng saw that it was about to release a skill, and after the instantaneous shadow chop, he directly maintained his stealthy state with a sliding shovel. The light of the boss's blade, slicing across from a height of about a meter, swept right up against his face, avoiding it perfectly. In fact, Qin Feng didn't know about this boss skill beforehand. Such a dodging skill relied entirely on his long experience and intuition. 33157 weakness attack. 32555 weakness attack. Above the heads of two of the bosses, a series of damage numbers that only Qin Feng himself could see emerged. As for the others, they could only see their blood bars half empty all of a sudden. That purple-black shield, which could resist tens of thousands of points of damage, was quite hard to get at for the average player. However, in front of Qin Feng's terrifying output, it failed to withstand even a single chop and was instantly broken. 1 second later, these two boss detachments instantly exploded and shattered, and the last two boss doppelgangers that hadn't been attacked unexpectedly turned around in an instant, striding with their morose white and slender blade thighs, heading in different directions, running wildly away. Run away! A platinum-level boss, facing a shadow big brother, actually running away? Is this the gold of being number one in the world? The surrounding players who hid and didn't dare to show their heads at all sucked in a breath of cool air. Run! Qin Feng looked on and was in no hurry. He swept the ruins around him. All the lifespan light orbs, they were absorbed by the boss. But within the godforsaken game, none of the bilocations are able to absorb the lifespan orb. That is to say, among these two remaining boss splitters, there is definitely one that is the boss principle. If it wasn't for the absorption of lifespan, the boss wouldn't even need to do it himself. It's safe enough to just let the four doppelgangers out and mess around with the kill. But now, this boss never expected that it would encounter a terrifying assassin with infinite stealth and explosive damage. Qin Feng shook his mount's bell, summon the ghost wolf and roll over onto the wolf, directly chasing towards one of the boss doppelgangers. Along the ruined eastern street of Zhanghai City, he ran at an extremely terrifying speed. Ghostly night wolves have a stealth level of only 1. But even players with an anti-cloaking level greater than level 1 could only see a ghostly black residual shadow that traveled through. This speed was much faster than that headless assassin Shera. The boss doppelganger that fled in this direction did not even manage to run out a kilometer before being caught up by Qin Feng.
En enchanted délivrance plus instant shadow slash.
9 chopping blows, plus a slashing damage burst a second later. Another boss detachment exploded into a sky full of Mori white debris. Tough luck. It's still a diversion. Qin Feng shook his head, mounted the ghost wolf and returned to go after the last boss detachment, or the boss itself. A few seconds later, Qin Feng returned to the center of the ruins of Zhanghai City. Seems to have lost track of the last boss. But he turned towards the sky, instant shadow chop. He reached 40 meters in mid-air, overlooking the ruins in front of him, and caught a glimpse of the tall, headless assassin Shera. That boss had reverted to stealth and was running wildly towards the west of the city. Trying to escape the city? Qin Feng smiled faintly and fell from mid-air, landing accurately on the back of the ghost wolf that had leapt high into the air. Go! Black streams of light, weaving through the ruins of the city. As his vision wavered, Qin Feng quickly caught up with the boss. Headless assassin Shera, that 5-meter-tall morose white slender body, with both hands and feet, was heading in the direction of the city's outskirts, running rapidly. Suddenly, just your name is Charlotte, huh? Holding the plague blade in his hand, Qin Feng transformed into a shadow and penetrated through the boss.
Instant shadow chop.
Chapter 99 Legendary Grade Skill, Shadow Blade. Boom! In the midst of a ruin, the 5-meter-tall headless assassin Charlotte, with its long and slender body of eerie white, fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely collapsing an abandoned clock tower. You have killed Headless Assassin Charlotte. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations. You've gained 20 evolution points. You have gained 1,520 days of life tradable. In addition to the 1,520 days of lifespan that the boss came with, a whole bunch of lifespan light orbs were also popped out, all because this boss had just absorbed the lifespans of other players and hadn't had time to digest them yet. Eyeballing it, there's about 3,000 days of tradable life, plus 300,500 years of non-tradable life. However, Qin Feng did not rush forward to pick up the loot. Instead, keep a distance from the boss corpse. First, he replaced the believer's pendant and summoned the devoted believer. Burn it. Qin Feng gave the order. The devout believer immediately opened his dry mouth and spewed out a ball of green flame, which, on the headless assassin's body, burned. It actually erupted into a series of gibbering, miserable screams. Under the burning of the green flames, the thousands of long worms that had been writhing under the skin of the headless assassin were burnt to a charred black color. Swarming parasites. This was something that Qin Feng was familiar with. If one is not alert and approaches such parasitized boss corpses, those long worm parasites will break out of the boss corpse's skin. Even if they were only parasitized by a single long worm, the player would only die. Because swarm parasites can feed on player flesh and blood and split infinitely, that sounds horrible. But in reality, the thing has two Achilles heels, a fear of fire and an inability to survive in the air. It died in less than 3 seconds of exposure. Qin Feng had no flame-type damage of his own. But there are devout believers. That greenish flame, after burning through it once, the headless assassin's body turned into a huge dry corpse. Only then did Qin Feng step forward and unleash his greedy hands on it. A pile of loot exploded, interspersed with several emerald glows. Qin Feng picked up all the things and turned around to leave. Just shortly after he left, there was a squad of 6, cautiously chasing in this direction. It's a big wavy beauty with black curly hair and gray roses. Old 4. Go try and touch something. Gray Rose looked at the dried corpse of the headless assassin with anticipation on her pretty face. Her team, an assassin player, carefully went forward. Soon face changed. Not right, a boss. The system prompted me to say that this corpse has been touched by someone. Cannot be touched again. Huh. Gray Rose was confused. As it turned out, this girl's team had also scored a copy of the bronze-ranked Greedy Hands. There is a 20% chance of touching an additional loot from the corpse of a magical creature. Would have liked to come and take advantage. Results. Been touched. It's the shadow? The shadow himself learned the Greedy Hand? Gray Rose immediately smiled bitterly. This big brother is also too omnipotent. Really do not give any opportunity to take advantage of Qin Feng rushed back towards the center of the ruins of Zhanghai City. Next, he was going to be based in the ruins of Magic City, which was after all a much bigger city with more resources around it. When you get over there, take down this hideout of the Evil Spirit Academy first. This hideout can be put in my own name. A player, at most, can only have one hideout. But Qin Feng could also create a guild and have another hideout in the guild's name. The church sanctuary that was sold to the official Zhanghai City before, that was after all in the ruins of Zhanghai City. There was no need for Qin Feng to get 2 hideouts in the same city. But he definitely still needed a place to land in the ruins of Magic City. Evil Spirit Academy, although this hideout isn't as hidden as the Land of Pure Souls, the defensive strength of its magical defense boundary is more than twice as strong as other hideouts. This is the ruins of a magic academy, and deep within the academy is a magic boundary enhancement device. Qin Feng planned to randomly build a guild. Take this hideout in the name of the guild. On his way to teleportation, Qin Feng looked at the harvest in his backpack. In total, there were about 20 pieces of loot, and 2 of the assassin stuff came out, an emerald-ranked assassin's weapon, plus a platinum-ranked assassin's skill book. Mori White Bone Blade Emerald. Assassin's weapon. Attack plus 388, plus 125 armor break. Strength plus 39, agility plus 48. Requirements. Level 15. Unique effect. When dealing damage, your movement speed doubles for 5 seconds. And when the movement speed doubling effect is triggered, you will gain 30% evasion rate. This emerald grade weapon has an attack power that is almost 80% higher than the 216 points of the Plague Blade, with additional armor breaking, strength, and agility. And special effects are useful. If I had this special effect just now, I would have been able to rely on my movement speed to stay out of the boss's attack range right after the instant shadow slash hit it. There would be no need for a slide shovel. Moreover, it seems that the boss of the Evil Spirit Academy requires an extremely high movement speed if you want to be unharmed. Just right. Qin Feng replaced the Plague Blade. Although there was 0.3 less weakness attack multiplier, with the higher attack power and the additional strength and armor-breaking attributes, Qin Feng's final total damage would not be lower than before. Even if it's low, it's only low on special effects. Besides, that 50% burst poison damage after 3 seconds from Plague Blade basically didn't come in handy for Qin Feng. Because of the presence of graceful deliverance, even a platinum-level boss simply wouldn't survive for 3 seconds. Immediately after that, there was a platinum-level assassin skill book. Shadow Blade Platinum throws a dark elemental coalesced shadow blade that deals single dark elemental damage to a target within 20 meters, adding 600 points of dark elemental attack. On hit, dispels a random gain effect no more than platinum. Cooldown 12.6.49 seconds. Required level 14. Single dark elemental damage plus dispel gain effect? Qin Feng studied directly. This skill book was not categorized as a junk skill by him, because that dispersal effect is useful. In particular, a platinum-ranked Shadow Blade that dispels no more than a platinum-ranked gain effect. Then if I evolve to Epic, Legendary, won't my dispelling ability be heaven-defying? Qin Feng checked the panel. He now had 275 evolution points. Direct Evolution Shadow Blade. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 + 50 evolution points, leaving 219 points remaining. Shadow Blade Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary. Shadow Blade attaches 600, 800, 1000, 1200, 1500 dark elemental attacks, and when it hits, dispels a randomized gain effect no more than legendary. Cooldown 12, 11, 10, 9, 7, 3.78 seconds. Required level 14. Legendary effect. When hitting a weak point, 3 seconds of cooldown will be returned. When he saw the legendary special effects of this skill, Qin Feng was refreshed. Hitting a weak spot isn't just a matter of having a hand. Just hitting a weak point will return 3 seconds of cooldown to the skill. Wouldn't the final cooldown only be 0.78 seconds? Counting the skill's release maneuver, lifting hand and backswing, it was equivalent to, this skill had no cooldown at all in Qin Feng's hands. Almost no cooldown single high damage plus dispel skills. It's not even a skill that can be acquired in the first mid-range. Chapter 100 Unexpected Harvest. Yellow Springs Blade. Just as Qin Feng was checking his harvest. The ruins of Zhanghai City. When the news that the headless assassin had been killed was confirmed, the players in these ruins finally dared to venture out. Even an elite player like Wang Meng was already sweating. The players who were spared from the disaster walked out of the ruins in 2s and 3s, and each one of them had the feeling of having survived the disaster. Grandma. Such a heaven-defying platinum boss. Someone actually managed to kill it solo. Is this still human? The Shadow Great God is awesome. If it weren't for the Great God, we don't know how many people would have to die in Zhanghai City. In fact, this boss is only strong in stealth. If we can see through the boss stealth, it's just as messy to kill. Laugh it up, King of the Mouth, huh? Why didn't I see you come out just now? So it's not like I can't see through boss stealth? Did you guys notice that the Shadow Big Brother was invisible almost the entire time, and he could see through the boss's invisibility, so he's at least a level 4 anti-invisibility, right? How on earth did he do that? You're asking me? If I knew, would I still be here talking to you? There were too many witnesses to this battle. Originally, many people had no concept of the strength of the Shadow. Even if Qin Feng had killed the Holy Maiden of Steel in public, the influence could not be compared to this time. Because, this time, the headless assassin had taken out hundreds of players. No player could stop this headless assassin, such a terrifying boss, in front of the Shadow, could only flee in a sorry state and was finally mercilessly finished off. With the comparison, people truly and profoundly understood the gap between them and the Shadow. In the crowd, Wang Meng said in the team channel with a bitter face, "Originally, I thought that we could catch up with the Great God sooner or later as long as we developed fiercely. But now, I've completely lost confidence. And you, wearing a set of gold-ranked armor with a silver-ranked longsword still hanging from her waist, pursed her lips and smiled. No way, no way. Someone really thinks they can catch up with the Great God, huh?" Wang Meng covered his face. Still not letting people dream? The other side. After learning that the headless assassin had been taken out, Qin Xiaoyu finally hurried and rushed back online, sending a private chat to guild leader Chan Wu-ming. "What? You're dead again? Another 10 days of life expectancy?" Chen Wu-ming was about to collapse. Originally, he was taking people in for many guild members, in fact, are now self-sufficient and are generating income for the guild. But this little Yoya, it's outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that the contract that was signed for membership was also binding on the guild, Chan Wu-ming would have kicked her out of the guild a long time ago. How could you be so blind as to accept such a money loser in the first place? Only a god could bring someone this vegetable, right? Can't you be a wimp when you know you're no good? Never mind, we'd better make a hideout before it's too late. Keep her in the hideout and don't go out. Let her do some chores and make the best use of what she's got. Chan Wu-ming wanted to cry. If he knew that Qin Feng was still among the top 100 in the world with Qin Xiaoyu in his last life, he was afraid that he would kneel on the spot. 10 minutes or so later, Magic City Ruins, Evil Spirit Academy. Qin Feng rode the Ghost Wolf and re-entered the area. This time, he would be heading towards the third underground level of the Evil Spirit Academy. Does it consume 2.74 years of lifespan tradable to create the guild Shadows? Yes, no. Qin Feng chose yes. To create a guild, it takes 1,000 days of life or 2.74 years. Anyone can create it. Creating a guild consumes quite a bit. The guild name isn't taken. It's okay. With Qin Feng giving the order, he became the president of the Shadow Guild. After establishing the guild, he could open the guild management interface, set the guild tax rate, and open the guild chat channel. Of course, Qin Feng was the only one in this guild right now, and he had no intention of accepting anyone. Just planning to take up another hideout in the guild's name. But when Qin Feng entered the underground level of the Evil Spirit Academy, he realized that all the demons on this road had been cleared away. I don't think we'll even hit the boss, right? Qin Feng looked around. The Evil Spirit Academy area, which was still a masterless land, that platinum level boss, alienated, which was definitely still there. Speed up. Qin Feng advanced all the way through the dimly lit basement of the academy, moving forward quickly. It was a place he hadn't even been to in his last life. The Evil Spirit Academy in the last world was a hideout for the Sky Vault Guild. Even if there are guests visiting, they can only be in the academy halls. It's impossible to come to the core underground area. Could it be the Sky Vault Guild's team? Qin Feng followed the passageway and went deeper into the second underground level, all the way to the deepest underground level 3. Just as he descended to the third basement level, there was a heat wave that hit his face. Qin Feng realized that the third underground level of this Evil Spirit Academy was actually dotted with rivers of magma. Ancient rocky bridges, spanning more than 10 meters above the lava river, led step by step to the very core of the area. Qin Feng stepped on the rock bridges and realized that the rock bridges were all protected by magical defense boundaries, and attacks of normal strength could not damage these rock bridges. He made his way along the rocky bridge. From afar, he had already borrowed the light of the lava fire and saw a number of players in the distance, fiercely fighting a humanoid demonic creature with a fiery body. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and quietly moved forward. Soon, came to the neighborhood of that lava platform. This rocky platform located on the lava was about the size of 2 basketball courts, and in the center there was a silver-level mini-boss Flame Dryad that was spewing fiery tongues of fire in all directions. Around the Flame Dryad, on the other hand, there were 8 or 9 players who were somewhat annoyingly surrounding the boss. Scrambled eggs. Half a day of fighting a silver mini-boss and I don't know where that little ran off to. It should be up ahead. She's invisible, I can see her. She can't get away. This chick is so damn slippery, drilling everywhere. Hee hee. If it really has to be that easy to kill her, how could that from the Chu family be so generous as to give us 30 years of life? What's wrong with being a granny? Watch what you say. He's the god of wealth. That's right, mouth all accumulate some virtue, don't offend people. I heard that the woman's mother's family in Zhanghai City, that what the Oriental family, the whole family has been slaughtered by the shadow, in case she stimulates her, we can't have good fruit to eat. Don't even talk nonsense. Hurry up and finish this boss and keep chasing. All be careful. That little S attack comes with some kind of soul damage. The damage is very high. Don't let her steal it. Since these players are not on the same team, so it's straight up open chat. It was also completely unexpected that there would be a stealthy Qin Feng next to him, listening to all these words. Of course, for anyone else, those words wouldn't be useful to hear. However, for Qin Feng, it revealed a lot of information. The Chu family's mother-in-law? In Zhanghai City's maternal, Oriental family? Soul damage. For a moment, Qin Feng connected many things together. Is she? In his last life, the blade of Yellow Springs that made countless people scared, ranked in the top 10 in terms of global strength, and was known by many as the #1 assassin. It is said that this player looks like a harmless lowly girl, but in reality, she is ruthless and extremely ferocious. It hadn't even been a long time since the divine abandonment game had descended, and with his own strength, he had slaughtered and destroyed the entire Devil's Capital Chu family. Also, there's still someone in the Dongfang family who hasn't died and is married into the Chu family in Mordor? No wonder I haven't heard of any Oriental family in my last life. Now it seems that I'm afraid that it's also been all butchered by this sister? It's just that compared to the Chu family, the Oriental family is really insignificant, so I haven't even heard of it. What a windfall. Chapter 101 Flower of Death True Strike. Qin Feng organized his thoughts. Originally, I thought that it was because the Chu family had offended the Yellow Springs blade that they were slaughtered by her. Now it seems like she was chased by the Chu family's people first. Then, it was only then that she would first slaughter the Chu family, and then in passing, slaughter the affiliated Eastern family as well. Sure, the blade of the Yellow Springs didn't feel good about itself after doing this. Because the Chu family had a military and official background. After the incident, the Daxia officials launched a manhunt for the Yellow Springs blade. In the end, the world's #1 assassin was even killed by the Daxia officials. The thing has also happened not long before Qin Feng reborn. In the era of the divine abandonment game, even the top 10 top powerhouses in the world would find it difficult to fight against a behemoth like the great summer officials. This Yellow Springs blade, in particular, is also a loner. But this is also because of her strength, which has not reached a truly heaven-defying level. Daxia officials with resources and people, there is simply no reason for development to be worse than other soloists as long as there are members with strong enough talent and professions. It was normal for top-tier powerhouses to have surrounded the Yellow Spring blade together. But Qin Feng's current life was different from the Yellow Springs blade situation. He possessed the judgment authority, which was far, far stronger than the Yellow Springs blade from his last life. Don't talk about a global top 10. Truly waiting for Qin Feng to develop in this life, the top 100 in the world combined in his last life would not be a match for him alone. Not to mention Qin Feng's profession, which was shadow. This adds to his deterrent pull full circle. After a few previous attempts, Qin Feng had already determined that all of the current Daxia officials simply didn't dare to offend him in any way. Since there are still leaks in the Eastern family, we definitely can't let them go. There's even less need to spare these ones who get paid to do things. Qin Feng looked at the scene in front of him, where the 9 players were besieging the silver-level Flame Dryad, and it was obvious that they all had the Slayer logo behind their names. Watch for the right moment to enter. Dark Ringed Blade. The dark blade light, instantly centered on Qin Feng, spread out towards the surroundings. 37263 weakness attack. 10,677 blocking. 34890 weakness attack. 0 dodge. 10 damage numbers that instantly popped up. 8 of the players, plus the silver-level Flame Dryad mini-boss, were all instantly killed by Qin Feng with this one skill. Even if a warrior happened to have the block skill on, blocking more than half of the damage, they still couldn't block this blow. Only a young archer with a longbow happened to trigger dodge, and became the only one in the field to survive. Looks like there's a bit of hit correction to pull. Otherwise, I'm going to have some trouble killing it if someone else stacks up evasion. Qin Feng looked at the only surviving young archer and secretly thought to himself. The young shooter, on the other hand, had been stunned at the moment of the incident. Holy, what the hell? Big brothers. Why are you all suddenly dead? Before he could react, Qin Feng had already arrived behind him and directly fired a chisel strike. Although it was the chisel strike skill that hadn't evolved, the Mori white bone blade in his hand, which came towards the back of the opponent's head, still dealt tens of thousands of weakness attack damage. Directly kill it in seconds. The rocky platform, which was still somewhat noisy, was quiet all of a sudden. Qin Feng raised his hand, releasing Sneaky Shadow, and re-entering his stealthy state. He first raised his hand and released the Blossom Curse on all the corpses in the field. A scarlet flower appeared on the corpses of 9 players. As Qin Feng absorbed their tradable and non-tradable lifespans together, he heard 2 extremely morose system prompts. Player Mentugu Big Bared Flower has less than 1 day of life left and has been killed by you for real. Player All As Handsome As Me, our protagonists, has less than 1 day of life remaining and has been killed by you for real. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. These two are really unlucky. It looks like their non-tradable lifespans have pretty much fallen off. The tradable lifespan is several hundred days, but unfortunately, it's all been sucked out of me. Normally, even if a player has a hideout to use as a base, they will certainly set aside a certain amount of lifespan to avoid actually dying a violent death. The same goes for this group of players. But the key is, Qin Feng's Blossom Curse could absorb all of their tradable lifespans. It also draws 50% of the remaining non-tradable life. Even though these two had originally lived long enough, they were still directly sucked to death by Qin Feng after dying in his hands. From then on, those two completely disappeared from this world. In my eyes, as long as there are no more non-tradable lifespans, the other person is already dead. That's where the non-tradable lifespan comes in. There are several other skills in the Godforsaken game that can be used on corpses and deduct the target's remaining tradable lifespan in addition to the Blossom Curse. There are even some special bosses that possess such abilities. Once you run out of non-tradable lifespans, the only way to meet this kind of existence is to die. Of course, skills like Qin Feng's current Blossom Curse, which also absorbs the target's non-tradable lifespan, Qin Feng hadn't even heard of in his last life, as per the rules of the Godforsaken game. Inevitably, there will be fewer and fewer non-tradable lifetimes later on. Soon, however, players are exposed to channeling NPCs that use tradable lifespans and convert them into non-tradable lifespans. It's just that. The channel is a bit expensive is all. The NPCs are relentless when it comes to opportunities where they can screw people over. Greedy hands. Qin Feng killed the silver-level Flame Dryad. Since the mini-boss had already had most of its bloodstains knocked out by the time he arrived, the attribution of the boss drop was not his, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, Qin Feng can be a greedy hand. Unleash it directly on the corpse of the boss for an additional 6 loot drops, reaping 24 evolution points and nearly 10 years of tradable life. Did they just say that the Yellow Springs blade is in this place? And I don't know where. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and looked around the rocky platform. Everywhere was illuminated red by the fire of the magma river, but he did not see any figure. He didn't care too much. With his current anti-stealth ability, the other party could not escape his detection as long as they appeared. Just as he was planning to move on and head to the most central boss room of the Evil Spirit Academy, a somewhat nervous teenage girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Is it Shadow? I want to work with you. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He looked back, but didn't see half a person. On the entire rocky platform, there were only the corpses of those 9 players and the Flame Dryads. No one else. But that young girl's voice was clearly coming from somewhere behind Qin Feng. Could it be that her stealth level is higher than my level 5 anti-stealth level?
Nope.
If it's the Blade of the Yellow Springs, her people should be right below the platform. Chapter 102: A Weird Uncle Who Abducts Little Sisters? If it was an average person, they could really be deceived by the other side. Fortunately, Qin Feng had also learned about the skills of the Blade of the Yellow Springs, the only hidden profession in his previous life. This sole hidden profession comes with an exclusive weapon of the Chainblade class that transforms into a clawhook form. This weapon, by nature, can grab and absorb all kinds of obstacles for pulling, displacement, and the like. It's not like she has a higher stealth level than my anti-cloaking level. Instead, it's hidden right underneath this rocky platform. Qin Feng quickly reacted. Normally, the 3rd underground level of this Evil Spirit Academy was the magma river at the bottom. Rock bridges and rock platforms, both built more than 10 meters above the lava river. No one in their right mind would think that someone could hide right underneath a rock platform and rock bridge. After all, that's the equivalent of climbing on the ceiling, and people aren't geckos, so how could they possibly do that? Only the Blade of the Yellow Springs, with the help of an exclusive weapon, could grab onto the ceiling and climb onto it with his entire body. Qin Feng heard that the young girl's voice was a bit nervous. He followed the direction, maintaining his stealth, and left the rocky platform first. Follow the rocky bridge to a few dozen meters away. Looking back again, he saw that a petite figure in black leather armor was clambering just below the rocky platform. The figure had short, dark, neck-length hair that hung upside down due to her posture. Want to work with me? Qin Feng squatted in place and narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything back. Obviously, the other party wasn't able to see through his stealthy state. After all, Qin Feng's stealth level had now reached level 8. I think it was just now, when she realized there was no movement on the platform and snuck over to the side to take a look. Seeing all these bodies, you guessed it was me? Qin Feng was not surprised. After all, at this stage, those who could instantly kill those 9 players basically didn't exist other than him. However, Qin Feng didn't expect the sister to open her mouth and say that she wanted to cooperate with him. The other party's voice sounded nervous. Qin Feng didn't care. After all, his identity was Dark Shadow. It was normal that the other party would be nervous. Is it because you know that I slaughtered the Eastern family and feel that you have a common enemy with me, so you want to cooperate with me? Qin Feng thought about it and thought that it would be okay to talk to this girl. After all, if he wanted to take out the leaky fish of the Oriental family, he would also need time to investigate the other party's location, and then return to reality to do it. Wouldn't it save yourself time if you could use this girl and finish off your enemies? So he returned to the platform. Who are you? Qin Feng asked in a calm tone.
I'm.
The other party deliberated a little, then said, I'm the one who wanted to kill Dongfang Yu. Now, Dongfang Yu has hired people to hunt me down, and is also hiring people to hunt you down because you killed her mother's entire family. Probably because she felt that Qin Feng couldn't see her, so her tone gradually became less tense. However, she did not know that Qin Feng had long since mapped out her position. If he wanted to kill her, a round of fierce poison dart, or the newly learned shadow blade, could easily finish her off. Qin Feng asked, how do you want to cooperate? The other party said nervously, I don't have any other meaning. I just want us to add a friend. If there is news of Dongfang Yu, we will share it with each other. Also, I'd like to ask you what are the things I need to pay attention to in order to extract skills to kill people in reality. What? Information sharing is pretty normal. Please teach to kill? Qin Feng held his forehead. From the other party's words, Qin Feng probably sort of understood. Now this blade of the Yellow Springs had not yet grown into a murderous fiend like in his last life. Instead, it's kind of like the sociopathic little girl next door. She hadn't even begun to take revenge or kill anyone yet. Having a grudge against Dongfang Yu put her under a lot of pressure. So after she met Shadow, the big man, she summoned up the courage to offer to cooperate and ask for some advice since both sides had a common enemy. Tell me first what's going on with you and Dongfang Yu. Qin Feng didn't answer the other party but instead asked a question. Soon the other party told all. After half a day, this girl was hired by Dongfang Yu to hunt her down because she had killed Dongfang Yu once, within the game, robbed Dongfang Yu of over 200 years of tradable lifespan on her. And the reason why she wanted to kill Dongfang Yu was not because she looked at the other party's lifespan. Rather, still before the divine abandonment game had descended, her mother was first killed by Dongfang Yu's car. Witnesses say it wasn't a one-time hit and run, or repeated run-overs that killed them, but then, Dongfang Yu directly paid for someone to take the blame and didn't receive a single bit of punishment. This was unacceptable to the sister's father. Personally looking for the door to ask for a statement. Results the next day, her father's body was fished up in the Huangpu River. Giving the statement is to jump into the river. At this point in time, it just so happened that the godforsaken game came down. So this girl started her revenge program. Sure. Qin Feng was not very interested in her revenge plan and would not V her 50. After hearing all this, Qin Feng just sprouted a thought. As if there's no harm in abducting this girl as a black slave laborer? Anyway, with her potential, just let her loose. She doesn't need me to protect her or anything. She just needs to be given some tips on the game side of things. If it was an ordinary person, it was impossible for Qin Feng to have any similar thoughts. For example, Lin Liu and Gu Yixue were not weak, but Qin Feng would not bring them. This was because with Qin Feng's achievements in this life, he would definitely be targeted by countless people and forces. Once you get too close to others, you have a weakness. Being alone makes you invulnerable. Because of this, Qin Feng had no intention of getting too close to anyone at all. But this blade of the Yellow Springs maiden is different. She herself was the only hidden profession, or an assassin-type profession, and her survivability would have been pulled full circle. Qin Feng didn't even need to give her any material help. It only needs a little guidance to be completely free range. With the advantage of information from Qin Feng, not to say that it would allow her to surpass her last life, at least it wouldn't be worse than her last life. In a nutshell, a free range must be highlighted. If Qin Feng helps too much, instead, it is likely to make her inferior to her last life. In this case, even if this sister flipped out one day, Qin Feng would have nothing substantial to lose. Anyway, Qin Feng didn't pay anything. Once successful, then Qin Feng under the hands of one more person who can do things, it is not bad, can give him to save a lot of time. This godforsaken game is going to be a lot of trouble later on. It would be too much of a waste of time for Qin Feng to do everything himself. When Qin Feng thought like this, he instantly transformed into a weird uncle who abducted his little sister. In that case, we do have a common enemy. You come out first, we'll friend you first. Hearing Qin Feng say that, the other party seemed a bit hesitant. You won't kill me, right? Qin Feng said indifferently. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Do you think I don't know where you are? He raised his hand casually. A fierce poison dart landed directly next to the petite figure's head, below the rocky platform. Ha! The girl was shocked.
Chapter 103, Occupation re-advancement.
The true shadow was born. Under Qin Feng's obscene authority, that girl carefully flung out the exclusive weapon chain blade in her hand. It was only a miserable green chain that ended in a blade, and as the chain flung itself out of the side of the rocky platform, the blade changed into a miserable green clawed hook that snapped onto the edge of the platform. Jab. As the chains contracted, a petite figure in black leather armor jumped up from the side of the platform like a swing. At this moment, Qin Feng also took the initiative to cancel his stealth status. However, he didn't completely let his guard down, but released the shield of black light, a layer of black damage-exempt shields that formed around him. Player Ghost Spirit has requested to add you as a friend. Verification information. 0.0. Qin Feng chose to agree to the friend request. Then look up, only to see that this was a young girl around 1 meter 5.5 tall, with a petite figure and a short black neck-length hair, slightly disheveled due to her flipping movements, which was reflected in the surrounding magma with a fiery red color. Seeing her this hairstyle, Qin Feng subconsciously recalled a long time ago, an anime image named Raimu. After jumping onto the platform, she put away the miserable green chain blade in her hand. A pair of bright eyes were somewhat curious and somewhat restrained as they surveyed Qin Feng in front of them. It can be seen that for the world's #1 dark shadow, there is curiosity in her, and there is also some admiration in the depths of her eyes. Since she was officially wanted in her last life, Qin Feng had seen many photos and videos of this girl. If there was anything in common between the current her and the murderous and exterminating female assassin of her last life, it was only the hatred hidden deep in her eyes. Okay, Buddy added, you're good to go. Qin Feng only slightly sized her up before turning around and re-hiding his figure. To take revenge, the most important thing is strength. If you want to quickly increase your strength, don't order upgrades when you have experience and advance your profession to the 2nd rank first. Although it requires a lot of experience value, several times more than what you need to upgrade, the improvement of career advancement for you is definitely greater than that of leveling up. Hearing this, the ghost spirit froze slightly. She subconsciously glanced at her experience value. It's only just over halfway to level 10 now. Wouldn't it still take days of brushing to advance the profession to the 2nd rank? However, the ghostly spirit clearly took this remark very seriously. Shadow, the reason he's so strong is because he prioritized career advancement points? Since the shadow said it, believe him for once. After stealthing, Qin Feng directly advanced towards the deeper depths. Thanks. The ghost spirit privately chatted over and said 2 words, then turned around and left in the direction beyond this evil spirit academy. Qin Feng didn't give her any more information or help for the time being. Let's see if she listens first. If she was willing to be obedient, Qin Feng could give her more pointers in terms of information, allowing her strength to increase at a faster rate. Next, take down the evil spirit academy first. Qin Feng continued to go deeper all the way. In the 3rd underground level of this lava river-strewn evil spirit academy, he walked along a stone bridge. Soon, more physically immune magical creatures were encountered, as well as magically modified magical creatures like the Flame Dryad. If before, Qin Feng only had a darkness ring blade that could harm physically immune grievous spirit-type demons. But now, the almost cooldown-free Shadow Blade had become Qin Feng's main output skill. When you see a physical immune demonic creature of the grievous spirit class, you can directly fire a Shadow Blade, hit the weak point, and instantly kill the small monsters. Just as he continued on for over 10 minutes, he took out at least 100 small monsters along the way. The experience is almost there. Once I finish off that final platinum boss, I'll be able to advance my profession to the second rank. In any profession, advancing to the second rank is a qualitative change. Qin Feng also didn't know what kind of metamorphosis he would have with this shadow profession. On the contrary, the Ghost Spirit's Blade of the Yellow Springs profession, after advancing to the second rank, could unlock a brand new profession skill. That is, transforming into a Yellow Springs Evil Ghost, which would not only gain a higher level of stealth, but also enhance combat attributes in all aspects. In his last life, when the Ghost Spirit slaughtered the Chu family, it was in the state of a Yellow Springs Evil Ghost that he moved. So, if she had unlocked this skill earlier, she might have been able to finish off those people from Dongfangyu earlier. Qin Feng would also be more at ease. Alienated Witch Stana LV-15. Grade: Platinum. Introduction: The Guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy. Defeat it and you will become the master of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout. Qin Feng arrived at the deepest magic palace and saw the platinum level boss located in the center of the palace. This boss had the rare distinction of having 4 heads composed of different elemental energies, facing each of the 4 directions. Not only does it have physical immunity like other grievous spirit-type demons, it also has no back. Therefore, Qin Feng's backstab enhancement would not take effect when facing this boss. Also, the instant Shadow Slash is purely physical damage and can't hurt this boss. Luckily, Qin Feng's current Dark Ringed Blade plus Shadow Blade dark elemental damage was equally not bad, although it couldn't kill a boss in seconds like Graceful Deliverance plus Instant Shadow Slash. Killing a platinum level boss wouldn't be too slow. Not to mention, this Alienated Witch Stana, with 4 heads activated by only one of them at the same time. The other 3 heads will be invincible. Graceful Deliverance plus Instantaneous Shadow Chop, it is also impossible to kill this boss directly in seconds at once. Qin Feng came in stealthily without being discovered by the 4-headed alienated demoness and directly raised his hand. Graceful Deliverance, Darkness Ringed Blade. In an instant, the dark blade light swept across the 4 heads of the alienated witch. However, only one of the heads was damaged. 2, 6, 3, 4, 8 Weakness Attack. Since the elemental resistance of this alienated witch was not low, the damage dealt by Qin Feng was also far from as high as attacking other players. But Qin Feng doesn't care because Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade. A dark elemental blade flew out from Qin Feng's hands one after another, precisely hitting the boss's activated head. Of course, not every shot of Shadow Blade eats the hidden breaking attack bonus due to the fact that the cooldown of Shadow Blade is too short and it is released too often. Yet it ensures that the boss never has any gain status on it. It was important to know that this platinum level alienated, which was a standard magic element boss, with a particularly large number of gain statuses on its body, and every time it activated one of its heads, it would be a variety of different elemental range damages that would wreak havoc on the entire field. Good thing I switched to the Mori White Bone Blade. Every damage doubles my movement speed. Doubling his movement speed allowed Qin Feng, even if he wasn't in stealth, to be like a black shadow, dodging all of the boss's skills in a silky smooth manner across the field. By now, Qin Feng's difficulty in killing platinum-level bosses had been greatly reduced. 2 short minutes later, the 4 heads of that alienated, which were successively shot out by Qin Feng's Shadow Blade. When the boss is killed, screams and wails and falls to the ground, Qin Feng did not go to check the loot it dropped at first. Instead, he opened the attribute panel and directly clicked on Profession Advancement. After level 15, his experience has been kept useless. Otherwise, he would have been level 16 or even 17 long ago. For now, your shadow profession has advanced. Current: First Order, Second Order. Occupational Attribute Bonus: Strength 927, Physique 927, Agility 2472, Spirit 1545. New Occupational Passive 4. When you launch an attack while stealthy, you will not exit the stealth state, while Break Stealth Attack remains in effect. When Qin Feng saw that added 4th career passive, his entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Attacks don't exit stealth? Chapter 104, Occupying the Evil Spirit Academy. Shadow's Deterrence. The second advancement of each profession gives the player a big boost. Qin Feng had known this for a long time. However, he had never expected that Shadow, the only hidden profession, would bring about such a radical change when the profession advanced to the second stage. Launching an attack does not exit stealth. Let's just say against all odds. For Qin Feng, his stealth level reached level 8. Unlocking this new career passive makes it almost completely invisible. Is this carrying the old 6 to extremes? It doesn't look like I'm adding damage, but in fact, my output ability has skyrocketed substantially. Qin Feng thought to himself. To him, the most important thing about this ability was that it allowed him to eat a high hidden breaking attack bonus toll of his attacks at all times, instead of having to wait for stealth to cool down like before. How much does this boost his output? It's hard to overestimate. Take the alienated, which just now, if the current Qin Feng had taken action, it would have taken no more than half a minute to resolve, shortening the time by several times. Because just now, although he was releasing Shadow Blades on nearly no cooldown, most of the Shadow Blades, which didn't eat the hidden breaking attack bonus, had their damage almost halved. Instead, the knife is now deadly. If it's a platinum level or higher boss, there's even more blood and a new damage reduction attribute will be added. In my previous life, many of these would have to be played for a small half hour or more. But now, much more efficient. Sure. If anything, the ability is not really useful in front of other players, because he would have only been out of stealth for a split second while attacking as well, and less than half a second later he was stealthy again. Ben is in a state of infinite invisibility except for the moment of attack. Not to mention that for players at this stage, if Qin Feng had a murderous intent towards them, it wouldn't make much difference whether they were invisible or not. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng glanced at the system prompt. This career advancement, in addition to unlocking the 4th career passive, his basic 4-dimensional attributes, were also substantially enhanced. The attribute increase from the profession was directly tripled. Rank: 15. Non-tradable life: 4,510 years and 233 days. Tradable life: 566.2 years. Strength: 129, 147. Body mass: 184, 202. Agility: 268, 316. Spirit: 101, 131. Life value: 2,608. Physical attack power: 535. Cooling speed: 85%. Damage resistance: 77. Physical defense: 330, 24.8% physical damage reduction. Lightning elemental resistance: 458, 31.4% lightning damage reduction. Dark elemental resistance: 304, 23.3% dark damage reduction. Ice elemental resistance: 278, 21.7% ice damage reduction. Fire elemental resistance: 278, 21.7% fire damage reduction. Qin Feng scanned the attribute panel and was quite satisfied with the current development. He then opened his backpack, which contained a Evil Spirit Academy hideout, which was the key loot gained from killing the platinum level Altered Witch Stana. Qin Feng opened the guild interface and used the key in the guild interface. Is the Evil Spirit Academy hideout set as a guild hideout? Yes, no. Qin Feng chose yes. Thus, he gained control of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout as the president of the Shadow Guild. With the key to the hideout in your hand, you will be able to open the hideout's information panel and perform various operations. This hideout covers only about 600 acres. But that's the part that only counts the ground. If you count the 3 underground floors, then it's more than 2,000 acres. The actual area is bigger than the ruined Pure Soul Land and Church Sanctuary in Zhanghai City combined. Most importantly, inside this hideout, it came with 5 teleportation arrays. You can teleport between the ground, the 3 underground floors, and also the core halls at will. A teleportation array appeared right in the room of the platinum level boss, Altered Witch, and Qin Feng walked into it and teleported to the core hall of the Evil Spirit Academy through the teleportation array. Here. It's a temple built in the middle of lava. The walls around the hall were all translucent barriers like glass, and one could see the magma flowing and rolling outside, reflecting the entire hall in red. Wool. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at it. The entire hideout was made possible through this magma, which was converted into energy by the magical device, thus providing a constant supply of energy to the magical defense boundary. No wonder in the last life, every siege against the Heavenly Vault Guild ended in failure. With magma as an energy source, it's almost endless. There's no way anyone can break through this magic defense boundary in a year. Of course, if you extracted this hideout to reality and lost the magma environment, it wouldn't be as impressive overall. That was why Qin Feng chose to extract the land of the pure soul to reality first, as his base in reality. The best feature of the land of the pure soul is its concealment. It could ensure that Qin Feng would pass through the first and middle stages extremely peacefully. Magic defense boundary, open. Qin Feng was in the guild interface, giving orders to the hideout. The magical defense boundaries of each hideout possess a stable structure that does not lose energy if not attacked. Will form a spherical, transparent barrier around the edges of the hideout, which will keep out demons and players without access. If you suffer an attack, you'll need to expend your lifespan to replenish it. Of course, this evil spirit academy of Qin Feng had magma energy as a circulation. In the early stages, there is no need for him to consume his lifespan to replenish his energy. From now on, this evil spirit academy is my private territory. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally a place to land in the magic city as well. It was only next that Qin Feng slowly began to check out the loot that he had fished out from the alienated witch. Only after sweeping a glance, a somewhat unexpected piece of equipment reflected in his eyes, just as Qin Feng set up the Evil Spirit Academy as a guild hideout. Several other players within the boundaries of this area were all expelled from the area. The young girl Ghost Spirit, who was the hidden profession Blade of the Yellow Springs, hadn't even left the academy's boundaries before she was expelled and arrived at the academy's dilapidated entrance. A system alert rang in her head. This area has become Shadow Guild territory. You will be teleported to the edge of the area. The Shadow Guild? The ghostly spirit froze. Before she could react, she saw in front of her a few other players who had been expelled along with her. Seeing these few players, a cold color surfaced in Ghost Spirit's pair of beautiful eyes. This was because the other party was precisely one of the members of the Shura Temple guild that had accepted Dongfang Yu's employment to hunt her down within the game. When Ghost Spirit saw these few people, the miserable green chain blade in her hand was immediately about to strike, and as a result, those few players on the opposite side of the room immediately raised their hands in surrender. Wait, Auntie, we were wrong. We really didn't know you were with the Shadow Big Brother. Yeah, if we'd known, we never would have thought anything of you. Don't worry, we will never come after you again. This scene made Ghost Spirit a bit dumbfounded. The Shadow's intimidating power is so terrifying. Chapter 105. Evolving Again Legendary Backstrike Enhancement. In front of a petite girl, a ghostly spirit, dressed in black leather armor. Those 4 or 5 Shura Temple players all raised their hands with pleasing and nervous faces. Obviously, just now, Qin Feng had killed 9 of their players in a wave of seconds within the Evil Spirit Academy, with 2 of them actually dying, which had already made this Shura Hall member completely chilled. Ghosts are related to the Shadow. Otherwise, in a place as big as the entire Magic City ruins, how could the Shadow have appeared in the Evil Spirit Academy and favored the ghost spirits by helping them take out their men? After all, they had never heard of the Shadows killing innocents. It was evident that the average person was not qualified to be considered an opponent by Shadow either. Since it will be out there, it means they've messed with the Shadow. This pair had cast a shadow over all the 200 or so members of the Shura Temple Guild, and even in just a short while, more than 20 players had already chosen to quit the guild. Just as the ghostly spirit froze a bit and remained on guard, the president of the Shura Temple Guild, a spectacled young man, finally brought someone over in a hurry. The sight of a ghostly spirit immediately brightened his eyes. Immediately tried to come over to climb and apologize. Unfortunately, the ghost spirit pressed and didn't bother to pay attention to him, not waiting for the other party to come in front of him. Casually threw out the chain blade in his hand and hooked an abandoned roof more than 10 meters away, pulling her to leap up. A few seconds later, it disappeared from the face of the Shura Temple Guild's players. This caused the players of the Shura Temple Guild to all breathe a sigh of relief. It looks like this little lowly girl isn't going to get on their bad side, but they turned to look at the translucent barrier that appeared at the edge of the Evil Spirit Academy's range, and their faces became indescribably shocked. It's a magical knot in the hideout. Yes, I've seen it around the official Riverside Hulk. This Evil Spirit Academy is actually a hideout? Look at the size of this. It's several times bigger than the official Riverside Hulk. A few times? Who are you underestimating? This is at least a couple dozen times. Could this be the hideout of the Shadow Big Guy? Not only the near Shura Hall players, but also the Magic City players within several kilometers of the surrounding area, all saw, in the area of the Evil Spirit Academy, the transparent boundary that had risen. It took on a hemispherical shape, enveloping and protecting a large area. For a time, countless players in Magic City were boiling over. At this scale, this is a platinum hideout. Just as players were speculating about which guild the hideout had been knocked down by, a small piece of news quickly spread. Shadow. Surprisingly, he had once again taken out the platinum-level boss of the Evil Spirit Academy area by himself. Became the owner of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout. Shadow, this is too heaven-defying, isn't it? How many platinum bosses is this? I don't know. It is said that over in Jianghai City, the officials have already bought a hideout from him, and the price is said to be more than 1,000 years. Hiss, this is too profitable, isn't it? A random boss is 1,000 years of lifespan. A random fight? You go and try to hit me randomly? Who agrees and who disagrees when I say that Shadow will be the richest man of the new age? God, I want to be Mrs. Shadow so bad. It's exciting just thinking about it. What do you guys think of me? Do I have a shot? Wait, isn't Shadow a player from Jianghai City? How come it's robbing our Magic City locals of their resources? What, do you need a Mordor account to kill monsters here? How big are you? Just as Qin Feng was making countless Magic Metropolis players talk by himself, he looked at the piece of generic equipment in his hand and fell into deep thought. Which alienation ring emerald? Common to all professions. Full attribute plus 22. Cooldown speed plus 30%. Requirements. Level 14. Unique effect. Skill range increased by 25% and ranged damage increased by 10%. The basic attributes were average, but the skill range and ranged damage phrases were quite rare attributes. These two attributes, even with just one of them, would be several times more expensive than equipment of the same level and grade. Add full attributes, add cooldowns, and also add skill range and ranged damage. It's a semi-graduation ring for a lot of professions. Although this was only a level 14 ring, it was no exaggeration to say that even if several years had passed, there would be many players who would be willing to pay a high price for this ring. Because of that, range damage is boosted by a percentage, which is an additional damage multiplier zone. Even for me, the boost from replacing this ring is great. Instant Shadow Slash, Dark Ring Blade, both ranged skills. The important thing is the Instant Shadow Slash. A 10% damage boost is no small feat. Qin Feng replaced the previous gold grade, Cursed Ring. This gold level ring was actually a small extreme item, as it added a 0.1 weakness attack multiplier. Otherwise Qin Feng wouldn't have been able to bring it to this point. But now, this cursed ring was clearly inferior to this emerald grade, which alienation ring. And among the loot that the alienated which had exploded for Qin Feng, aside from this ring, there was also a skill book that he could use. Poison Trap Platinum. Assassin's Hunter skill. Place a trap that has a stealth level of 5. Enemies that step on it will receive 500 points of additional damage from the poison element and sustain slowing and toxin damage for 5 seconds. Deceleration. 50%. Toxin damage per second. 100%. You can place up to 3 traps with a placement cooldown of 10.4.65 seconds and a maximum trap duration of 3,600 seconds. It's a trap skill. Of course, Qin Feng was happy to refer to them as poisonous mushrooms. This skill. It seems a bit chicken at the moment. Qin Feng first learned this skill, but did not evolve it for the time being. This kind of skill was usually used to deal with other players with, but now that Qin Feng was going to kill someone, he didn't need to go through so much trouble at all. Qin Feng looked away. He now had a total of 363 evolution points. You can evolve Sneak Shadow or Backstroke Enhancement now. Both of these initial skills, now at epic level, could be evolved to legendary level by consuming 340 evolution points. Qin Feng thought about it and chose to evolve the Backstroke Enhancement skill. You have consumed 340 evolution points and have 23 points remaining. Backstab Enhancement Epic Legendary. Passive effect. When attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 75% 100%. Legendary effect. While stealthy, all your damage is considered backstabbing. Seeing the legendary special effects after the skill evolved, Qin Feng was a bit surprised. That worked well. As long as I'm in stealth, all damage will be treated as backstabbing and receive a 100% backstabbing damage increase. It was important to realize that Qin Feng did not hit his target's back with every attack. For example, that alienated which just now had no back. Even if it was a normal demonic creature, it was actually quite troublesome for Qin Feng to go around and attack behind the target every time. With this special effect for Qin Feng, it could save a lot of unnecessary maneuvers, thus further increasing the second damage. Chapter 106 The Temple Revisited? It's her again. Qin Feng knew very well that originally, if he had taken on an emerald-ranked boss, or a somewhat stronger bloodline monster, he wouldn't have been able to dispose of it too quickly with his damage. But now, after these two sets of boosts, his output capacity had doubled several times. True permanent stealth, plus a steady backstabbing boost, didn't increase my damage numbers, but the boost to my output was noticeable. Next, Qin Feng was planning to continue to take down the other platinum-level hideouts in the Magic City. A platinum hideout is a 2,000-year lifespan. Although only the officials can afford it at the moment, it's the kind of thing that naturally doesn't hurt to have in your hands. However, just as Qin Feng was storing his entire body in the Evil Spirit Academy and continuing his journey, he received a private chat. Big Plum the Black Ragwood. Biggie, ahem. I've come across another relic here. Do you want to come check it out? Blackbringer Big Plum. There are some murals on the stones around the entrance to the temple that look a lot like the ones inside that relic in Newbie Town. What? Qin Feng was still a bit confused when he received this private chat. Wasn't the ruins of Newbie Town the place where he had acquired the skill Graceful Deliverance, which was initially epic? In that place, he met a mysterious woman in white robes. Eventually, a treasure chest was opened. To say that that place had nothing to do with the ancient god's authority in his body, he absolutely did not believe it. There are relics with murals that look a lot like this. Should I be given another reward for nothing? Qin Feng was a bit skeptical. It was clear that this relic he had to go to. But here's the problem. How come it's Lin Li Fish again? This girl is really going a little overboard. Qin Feng smiled and replied in private chat. If you've said so, of course I'm going. However, how come you guys aren't exploring on your own? With your development, you should be able to touch a platinum-level boss by now. After all, Qin Feng had taken out quite a few platinum-level equipment and skill books and sold them to their team at a high price. Although not all of these supplies were used by their team was definitely the one that was currently developing fast besides Qin Feng. Hearing Qin Feng ask this, Lin Liu became a bit frustrated. QAQ, we wanted to fight too, but at the end of clearing the monsters, a teleportation ball of light came out, and it didn't respond when we touched it. The voices say it takes a kindred spirit to get in. So we wondered, could the big man be the one who's meant to be? Teleporting light orbs? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Last time at the Temple of Faith in the Novice Town, there wasn't any teleportation light orb. He walked the maze and got his reward straight away. Qin Feng thought about it and said, "All right, you guys wait for me. I'll go over and try. By the way, I've scored some more equipment, so prepare your lifespans and bring it back to you." Black Bruin Big Li Z. Don't. Zhanghai this side of the official lifespan is not enough. Big Brother directly sold to the Magic City official on the line. Before we bought the hideout, or with the Magic City official borrowed some lifespan it. So it is. It seems that even with the official printing of money, it is now very difficult to acquire life expectancy from outside. The people are all aware of the importance of tradable lifespans. Okowo. With a final reply, Qin Feng piled all the useless loot on his body within the Evil Spirit Academy. Then head to the coordinates provided by Lin Li Fish. 20 minutes or so later, Qin Feng teleported back to the ruins of Zhanghai City and maintained his stealthy state, first exiting the ruins of Zhanghai City and then advancing all the way to the south of Zhanghai City, finally arriving at the coordinates that Lin Liu had given him. When he arrived at the place, he only saw the beautiful maiden prophet, wearing a black vestment, riding a fluffy white goat, waiting for him. It's none other than Lin Li Fish. She was on the edge of the cliff, her long black hair moving with the wind, and her beautiful eyes were vigilantly poking around towards her surroundings. Qin Feng stepped forward and did not show his form, coldly uttering, "I've arrived." Lin Li Fish suddenly heard his voice, was startled, and the whole person fell back toward the back.
Bang!
She fell from the goats but to the ground with a depressed look on her face. "Big brother, don't be so scary. Do you know that this place is dangerous? There are monsters everywhere." Qin Feng appeared out, the right of the black flame, leather armor wrapped around his figure like a messenger of death coming out of the darkness. Looking at the young girl who fell to the ground, Qin Feng kinda wanted to laugh. But holding back, He came to the young girl, reached out his hand, and pulled her to her feet. When Lin Liu saw Qin Feng, a smile appeared on her pretty face. The entrance to the ruins is below the cliff. Come with me, be careful not to slip down. Uncle Wang Mang slipped and fell to his death once. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. The entrance to the ruins is under the cliff. He watched as Lin Li Fish carefully backed up to the edge of the cliff, then slowly climbed down towards some mark. Qin Feng moved over and poked his head out. Seeing that underneath Lin Liu's delicate figure, there was indeed a small stone slab protruding out. Only the young girl cautiously climbed down and stood on the small stone slab, then raised her head and waved her hand toward Qin Feng before she walked inside the mountain wall. How in the world did she find a place like this? Qin Feng was puzzled. In his place, even if he fell from the cliff, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to discover such a small hole in the mountain wall. Immediately after that, he did not climb down a little bit like Lin Liu. Instead, it was a direct leap. The agility attribute that was several times higher than Lin Liu's allowed Qin Feng to land on that small stone block very easily after jumping down. Looking in the direction of the mountain wall, there was indeed a cave. Inside the cave is a passage downward. Inside the passageway, only Lin Liu was alone. This young girl watched Qin Feng lightly fall down and couldn't help but brighten her eyes. Awesome, worthy of being a big brother. Wang Mang uncle is jumping down like this, slipping and falling to his death. Come with me, this is a section of the labyrinth in front of us. We've already cleared the monsters and the paths have all been explored up. Qin Feng nodded. On the way, he didn't resist asking, how did you find this place? Lin Liu quickly replied, when we bought Big Brother's hideout, we arranged for all the official personnel to come in, arranged a group of people with weaker combat power to preserve their lifespan, while the others went out to brush up on monsters and explore. Since I have a mount, I was sent out to explore the road. There were several times when I encountered monsters that I couldn't run away and died outside. This place is also where I encountered a silver boss chasing me. I accidentally fell off a cliff, and as a result, my vestments hung on a branch and I just happened to see this hole. Died back and came over again before going into the cave and realizing it was a relic. I was thinking that something good would come out, but it turns out that I couldn't trigger that teleportation ball of light at the end of the fight. Chapter 107, The Cave of Ice Tides. An almost impossible task to accomplish solo. Hearing these words from Lin Liu, Qin Feng was a bit speechless. This girl is really out wandering around and getting something? Though it is true that I died a few times out there exploring, but I saved up my lifespan anyway, so the loss won't be great. Of course, Qin Feng still reminded her. In the future, it's better not to die if you can. Don't let the non-tradable lifespan go to 0, or else it's dangerous. Lin Liu nodded seriously. I understand. I know, Big Brother, you just have a skill that can suck away other people's lifespan. We have precautions. In short, first outside the city's ruins, explore it first, then turn around and replenish the non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. You have a stable channel to replenish? Lin Liu pursed her lips and laughed softly, saying, yes, we lured some demonic creatures that had absorbed non-tradable lifespans inside the ruins of the city to a hidden location to kill them. The non-tradable lifespans that popped out after the kill were kept, not absorbed away, so we'll go over and replenish them back when we need them. That's one way to do it. But then only the crown has the ability to enforce it. After all, no guild other than the official ones would be too strict with the real name system. And the official real name system makes the officials binding enough for the players under them. It can make the personnel guarding that batch of non-tradable lifespan not to supervise the theft. Although it cannot be 100% prevented, the security is still relatively able to guarantee. At this moment, Qin Feng followed Lin Liu as he made his way through this temple labyrinth. Qin Feng realized that although this place was a labyrinth, the map was not complicated and most importantly, there were no organs. Compared to the last time he was in the newbie town, where it took him 3 hours to explore the temple, the difficulty was too low. Moreover, Lin Liu also said that the demons encountered along the way were also small monsters, not to mention Qin Feng, even the current Lin Liu could casually kill them. It was until 10 minutes or so later. Lin Liu led Qin Feng to the deepest part of this temple ruin. This labyrinth, although their team of 6 people together to fight, but now the others have gone back, leaving Lin Li Fish alone, here to Qin Feng lead the way. This is it, big guy. Lin Liu arrived in front of a white spherical ball of light that was taller than a man. When she came to, she reached out her hand, directly into the white spherical ball of light and shook it around. Even her figure in the black vestments passed through the white ball of light, which did not react at all. See, the system prompted me to say that I wasn't meant to be. Lin Liu was a bit depressed, then looked at Qin Feng with some anticipation. Big brother, do you want to try? We all guessed that this temple might be linked to the one in the town before. You've explored that temple, so perhaps you can trigger this teleportation orb as well. Qin Feng nodded. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch the white ball of light, only to see the white light on that white ball of light, which instantly spread towards his entire body. This scene made Lin Liu's eyes light up on the side. Sure enough, there's a reaction. Before she could react, the Qin Feng in front of her was completely enveloped by white light and disappeared completely in the next moment. Lin Liu was a bit excited and opened Shadow's private chat channel, sending several private chats to inquire about the situation, but unfortunately did not receive any response. She didn't care too much. After all, she also knew that many places in this godforsaken game blocked remote communication. You have arrived at the Cave of Ice Tides. Your telecommunication will be blocked. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he heard the prompt ringing in his head. Originally, he had thought that he would come to a place like a temple, but he did not expect to come to the middle of a pitch-black cave. Latent shadows. Qin Feng subconsciously entered a state of stealth. As the stealth status was maintained, his stealth level gradually increased and soon reached level 8. Not long after, a ray of ice blue light, from more than 10 meters in front of him, gradually lit up. A blue crystal? Wait, this thing looks like... Qin Feng's gaze was fixed, recognizing the crystal that emitted an icy blue glow. It was an unstable ice elemental mineral, the ice tide crystal. Once attacked, it would release the ice elemental energy within it, erupting into a violent and raging tide of cold ice. If he was unable to leave this cave, then as soon as the ice wave erupted, Qin Feng would definitely be dead. I certainly wouldn't touch the crystal myself. But Qin Feng began to observe his surroundings. As the ice blue light of the ice tide crystal lit up, the entire cave was illuminated, only to see that it was a circular cave with a diameter of more than 20 meters, and around the cave, there were a total of 7 passages, not knowing what they led to. As the blue light spread outwards along the passages, soon, Qin Feng heard some sizzling sounds coming from among the 7 passages. Weird. This is... Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He quickly reacted that this was to make him protect the ice tide crystal in the center. From the 7 passages, demons kept emerging out. Once these demons were allowed to attack the ice tide crystal in the center, then everything in the neighborhood would be annihilated in the ice tide. Qin Feng naturally could not be spared. These 7 passages, spaced far apart from each other, the furthest is even 40 meters, even in separate directions. If it were normal, it would be impossible to fully defend. With only one player, even Qin Feng, with his instantaneous shadow slash and darkness-ringed blade, simply could not cover the entire cave. What's more, if it's a skill with too much range and his attack hits the ice tide crystal, then the crystal will just as easily explode. Last temple, I was able to make it to the end safely by virtue of summoning devout followers. And even with summons, without enough experience exploring, you'll die at least a couple times in the middle. I didn't realize that this time, I was being asked to guard the crystal? Looks like that skill I just learned came in handy. Highly poisonous traps. As long as the poisonous traps were placed in all 7 passages, then it would be guaranteed that there wouldn't be any magical creatures that could safely pass through those 7 passages and attack the ice tide crystal in the center. That's sick. Qin Feng couldn't even help but feel emotional. This kind of defensive assignment is usually for teams. As a result, he was now being asked to come alone. If he hadn't just happened to learn a highly poisonous trap, he really would have died here. With his current defense attribute, it was impossible to resist the ice tide crystal's outburst. But with the poisonous traps, this task looks easy. Of course, Qin Feng was not careless. He looked up over his head based on his vast experience. Sure enough, it was found that at the head of this cave, there were 2 other cave passage exits side by side. Insidious, so insidious. Where would even a team whose attention is drawn to the 7 passages around them notice that there are 2 more passages overhead? Halfway through the fight, 2 monsters drop down overhead, and it's a straight-up group wipeout for the whole team. Suffice it to say, it's an almost impossible task to accomplish single-handedly. This made Qin Feng look forward to it. What's the reward for completing this mission? Chapter 108 Epic Poison Trap. Dongfeng Yu, who was vomiting blood. Of course, if it was just the initial platinum level poison trap skill, it wouldn't be able to cope with the current situation at all. After all, a platinum level poison trap could only place a maximum of 3 traps. And around this cave, there are a total of 7 passages, and 2 more caves with monsters coming out of them overhead. It can only evolve. Qin Feng still had 23 evolution points on him. He opened the skill panel and began to evolve Poison Trap. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points and have 17 points remaining. Poison Trap Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic. The Poison Trap has a stealth level of 5, 6, 7, 8. Enemies who step on it will receive 500, 900, 1200 points of additional damage from the poison element, as well as slowing and toxin-sustained damage that lasts for 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. Deceleration, 50%. Toxin damage per second, 100%. You can place up to 3, 5, 7, 9 traps, and the traps have a maximum duration of 3,600 seconds. Evolving it 3 times directly evolves it to epic level. Evolving again would require 50 evolution points, so Qin Feng could only stop. But that's okay. Epic level poison traps are more than enough for the current situation. Go you! Qin Feng's figure moved quickly. In the cave, first, a highly poisonous trap was placed in each of the 7 surrounding passages. It was a green, highly toxic elemental spell. Qin Feng casually raised his hand and released his skill, and he was able to place it at the exit of the passageway. Originally, this trap had a trigger range of 10 meters. However, under the effect of the Witch Alienation Ring, the range of this trap was increased by 25% to 12.5 meters. Not bad. Just enough to cover the passage completely. No matter where those magical creatures come from, they're bound to trigger the trap. Unless they're magical creatures that can fly. Qin Feng was still cautious. Takes all sorts of scenarios into account. It wasn't just flying demons that would avoid the traps. There were also special demons that came with a layer of magic immunity shield on their bodies, which would also make the poisonous traps ineffective. Fortunately, Qin Feng could see the field of view within the effective range of all the poison traps, which was within 12.5 meters. If there is an accident anywhere, he can react at the first opportunity so that he can take remedial measures. This ability alone to observe several horizons at the same time was not something that other players at this stage could do. 7 highly poisonous traps were placed. Qin Feng immediately came to the 2 cave exits above his head and similarly placed 2 highly poisonous traps. Poison Trap has a 10-second cooldown to place, and counting the cooldown acceleration ends up being nearly 5 seconds. By the time Qin Feng had finished preparing, there were already demonic creatures advancing over towards this side in those total of 9 passages. That's outrageous. I can't believe they're all long-range monsters. If we let them run to the entrance of the passageway, won't they just detonate the ice-tide crystals? Qin Feng was secretly glad. Just then, poof, poof, from every passageway around the perimeter, there was a sound of toxins spreading after the traps were activated. Like mushrooms exploding. 10,551, 9,527, 10,408. Qin Feng looked around as a screen full of damage numbers in his vision emerged from the surrounding passages. Since it's toxin damage, none of this damage eats the weakness attack bonus. It's logical to not even eat the backstabbing damage increase. But now, after the backstab enhancement evolved to legendary level, as long as he was in Qin Feng's stealthy state, all of his damage would be considered as backstab. This is no different for toxin damage. Thus, first eating the triple damage increase from the Shadow Profession, and then enjoying the 100% backstrike damage increase, multiplying the math to bring Qin Feng's final damage to a full 6 times its original amount. And that's just 1 paragraph of damage. Epic Poison Trap. Once it hits the target, it will produce 1 initial damage plus 8 ongoing damage that lasts for 8 seconds, for a total of 9 damage. From the surrounding passages, waves of raging demons came, all of which were just small monsters between level 15-18. These are small monsters that don't have a lot of blood. Directly the highly poisonous traps blew up and they died, and the passageway was littered with the corpses of all sorts of magical creatures. Rot Jetas. Amputation Thrower. Magic Blood Splatterer. Qin Feng carefully observed and did not find anything too special about the demons. However, what gave him a headache was that in these 9 passages, each wave of demons actually appeared at the same time. In other words, Qin Feng's 9 poison traps were detonated at the same time. He quickly patched each passage with poison traps while in stealth. Before he could finish adding, there were 2 passages of demons that were about to leave the passages and come to this cave of the ice-tide crystal. Qin Feng ran directly to the entrance of the passageway. Dark Ringed Blade. 51398 Weakness Attack. 50129 Weakness Attack. That's a lot more direct damage than a poison trap. After all, it was the ability to benefit from the weakness attack multiplier, and these magical creatures seemed to have lower physical defense than elemental resistance. Of course, when releasing this skill, Qin Feng was always aware of the distance between himself and the ice-tide crystal. Lest you accidentally pop the crystal yourself. A skill that clears a wave of demons in a passageway. Immediately afterward, he came to the entrance of the last passage. Towards the passage, he raised his hand and threw out a shadow blade. Inside the passageway, numbers that were almost as high as the damage of the dark ringed blade popped up one after another. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feng did not disengage from his stealthy state. Dozens and hundreds of demons around him had already gone up in smoke under his various skills. The cursed tablet of the ancient god of the apocalypse has finished recharging. Is it used? Right at this moment, a system prompt rang out in Qin Feng's mind. Ancient God's Cursed Tablet can be used once as long as the charge is complete. If not used, the charge will not continue to accumulate, that is, continue to brush the monster will be wasted. Although Qin Feng's current situation was very tense. But he still directly opened the equipment interface, ready to try his luck. Just as Qin Feng was guarding the crystal in the Cave of Ice Tides. Magic City Ruins. The guild leader of the Shura Temple, a young man wearing glasses, was chatting privately with a female mage codenamed Phoenix Nine Heavens. Fengyi Jiutian was Dongfang Yu's codename in the Divine Abandonment game. Dongfang Yu, who had been a human being since she was a child, did not feel that the descent of the Divine Abandonment game would change her position in society. It's a moniker that she's personally happy with. Now, however, she wasn't very happy with the guild leader of the Shura Temple, and her private chat voice contained a touch of grimness and dissatisfaction. Are you saying that your guild gave up on hunting down Ghost Spirit because she went with Shadow? The spectacled young president of the Shura Temple replied, Is there a problem? We already have 2 brothers who died at the hands of the Shadow. We can't handle this, so find someone else. Dongfang Yu coldly laughed. In your opinion, Shadow's threat to you is greater than my threat to you? Don't forget. I know what you look like. Don't force me to reality check you. The president of the Shura Temple laughed. UNT, right? Do you think I'm scared? My guild has 30 assassins including me who can't do anything about the Shadow, but still can't kill you. Why don't you try and see who of us dies first? Hearing this, Dongfang Yu almost spat out blood. The word, in particular, made her black out. No one had ever said that about her since she was a little girl. Behind the scenes, maybe, but in person, who dares? Chapter 3 later, still writing TAT. Chapter 109 A Seamless Plan. Baffag's Equivalent Agreement. The Shura Hall president's words made Dongfang Yu furious. But in this case, she didn't really dare to put in a hard word. Originally, she was only in a hiring partnership with the Shura Temple side, and once they fell out, it wouldn't do her much good. Against the grain, a bunch of pariahs. I'll get you when I finish off Shadow. Wouldn't really think there's a godforsaken game and you pariahs can turn the tables? Dongfang Yu indifferently closed the private chat window. Then she picked up her cell phone and called her husband. Husband, yes. Our son has come up with a way to deal with the Shadow. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Daughter-in-law, stop it. Dongfang Yu was upset. He killed my mother's entire family, and you're telling me to stop? That middle-aged man sighed. Alas, now you really want to move against the Dark Shadow, even if my big brother and second brother will not stand on your side. Now this situation, once you provoke the Dark Shadow, who cannot save you Dongfang Yu sneered. Isn't it just an assassin who can't see the light of day? I have a seamless plan. Then she went over her plan. Let's find a group of people to offend the Shadow first. I've already decided on the candidates. According to that Shadow's character, it's impossible to let this group of people go, right? Let's arrange that batch of people into our fireworks factory and then reveal the address to the Shadow. As soon as Shadow shows up and kills the group, we'll detonate all the fireworks. He'll never have time to escape. Even if he can be invisible, he's not invincible. and he'll surely die if he's involved in the explosion. Dongfang Yu finished her plan, then asked, "In this way, what do you think? As long as we can finish off Dark Shadow, there are at least a few thousand years of lifespan on him. Even if we only lose half of it, it will still allow us to accumulate more capital." After hearing Dongfang Yu's plan, her husband fell into deep thought. Finally, after a few minutes of consideration, her husband said, "Success, this plan of yours is fine, let's do it. But it must be kept secret, this matter. My elder brother and second brother will never agree. To wait until we have finished off the shadow. Then we will say." Over there, Dongfang Yu and her husband were planning to seduce Qin Feng. It was simply unthinkable that Qin Feng had absolutely no intention of personally striking out this time. With that little lowly ghost spirit around, there was no need for Qin Feng to waste time on these people. And when the ghost spirit struck out, it naturally ran directly towards Dongfang Yu's original body. Although Qin Feng does not know what method that girl used to find Dongfang Yu in reality, but she found it in the last life, and naturally she can find it in this life. Of course, before the ghost spirit traveled to revenge, Qin Feng needed to give her a piece of advice. If she was willing to listen, then the assassination would be a perfect one. Otherwise, it's a giveaway like the last one, the Cave of Ice Tides. Qin Feng had just finished dealing with a wave of demons when the cursed tablet of the ancient god of heavenly tribulation successfully completed recharging. He opened the equipment screen. Then use it on Witch Alienation Ring. You have attached Curse of Utos to Witch Alienation Ring. The Curse of Utos. Enhancement suffix. 75% increase in skill range. Negative phrase. 42% reduction in ranged damage. Does it retain the curse? If the curse is retained, the utterance curse of Gift of the Black Flame Spiked Bone Leather Armor will be nullified. Yes, no. Qin Feng was puzzled when he saw the system prompt. The positive effects of this curse can be quite perverse. Skill range increased by 75%. This is a huge boost when put on Instant Shadow Slash, Dark Ring Blade, or even Poison Trap. But the point is that negative effect is so deadly. This would be slightly more acceptable if it was the other way around, plus damage minus range. Qin Feng shook his head. There was only the option to cancel. The current curse effect on the Gift of the Black Flame Leather Armor is not bad enough to weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance all the way down to 0. The more advanced the boss you face, the more obvious the effect of this curse becomes. If only there were more ancient god slabs. Qin Feng didn't think too much about it. Right after he closed the equipment interface, the next wave of demons, in the surrounding passages, began to frantically attack over. Waves of demons are coming. Soon, there were even some bronze and silver level bosses appearing. If these boss fiends weren't taken out before it was too late, then the Ice Tide crystal would be extremely easy to break. Luckily, Qin Feng's damage magnitude was completely sufficient. When a boss appeared, you could directly Graceful Deliverance, turn on the active effect, and throw out any skill to finish off the boss. These 9 passages were soon covered with the corpses of countless demonic creatures. Qin Feng didn't even have time to release his greedy hand, keep running around, setting traps, and releasing other skills to clear monsters if you don't have time to set traps. Good thing the epic Poison Trap is very powerful. During the defense, the entire Cave of Ice Tide was filled with green poisonous mist emanating from everywhere. Within Qin Feng's perspective, damage caused by the toxin effect was everywhere. A kill prompt. Waves of experience and lifespan were mercilessly harvested by Qin Feng. Finally, after almost an hour, Qin Feng had taken out more than 10 waves of demonic attacks within this Cave of Ice Tides. In each wave of demons, there were hundreds of them. This defensive mission was finally completed when he fended off the simultaneous attack of a large group of more than 300 magical creatures that finally appeared. Luckily, it's an assassin. Releasing skills doesn't require mana. If I were to replace it with a mage or something that doesn't have enough range, it would be really hard to do this quest. Qin Feng secretly thought to himself. When the last wave, more than 300 rotten demons were poisoned to death by him in the middle of the surrounding passages. His level directly rose from level 15 to level 16, and, in front of him, another radiant golden treasure chest did appear. Epic treasure chest. Same as the last one in the temple. The last epic treasure chest gave me the assassin's divine skill, Graceful Deliverance. What can I open this time? Although Qin Feng was looking forward to it, he did not act rashly. borrowing the ghostly blue light of the ice-tide crystal. He kept surveying the situation inside the entire cave, listening to all the movements near and far. It wasn't until several minutes later that Qin Feng was sure there was no problem. Go up and open the box. Congratulations on obtaining Barfiki's Equivalent Exchange Agreement Epic. Barfiki's Equivalent Exchange Agreement Epic. Assassin's Defense Legs. Physical defense plus 198. Full elemental resistance plus 198. Damage resistance plus 198. Damage reduction plus 19.8%. Equipment requirement. Level 15. Special. Murmur resistance plus 19.8. Art of Equivalent Exchange. Sacrifice a piece of equipment skillbook of no more than epic level to randomly obtain a piece of equipment skillbook of your own profession level and grade remain unchanged. Cooldown 1 hour. Epic gear. A leg defense used by the assassin line. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The special effect is the Art of Equivalent Exchange, which allows you to take equipment and skill books from other professions and transform them into something for your own profession. For example, a book of fireball art that is useless to Qin Feng can be transformed into an assassin skill, sneak shadow, assassination, backstabbing, and so on, and what exactly it will be depends on luck. This was definitely good for Qin Feng. After all, right now he's too far ahead of his development, and a lot of the equipment skill books that he usually plays are simply not leveled enough for other players to use at this stage. It makes him less likely to sell even if he wants to. In fact, by now, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan had overflowed by quite a bit. He needed to focus more on improving his in-game strength rather than earning longevity anymore. The function of this epic leg guard would allow Qin Feng to develop more quickly. There are still quite a few emerald grade equipment and skill books at home, all of which can be converted into assassin use. Now Qin Feng was refreshed. Just then, in this cave shrouded in icy blue light, a white, delicate figure began to converge in front of Qin Feng. This caused Qin Feng's face to change slightly, and he immediately became alert. Is that the white-robed woman from last time? Chapter 110. Judgment God Envoy Asahi's. Last time, Qin Feng could not see any information about the white-robed woman at all. But this time, as the white-robed woman's figure coalesced and molded in front of Qin Feng saw a string of words above her head. Judgment God Envoy Asahi's LV? Judgment of God's Messenger. This white-robed woman, indeed, was related to the Judgment Authority. God's Envoy. Qin Feng was on the alert, only to see that the white-robed Judgment God Envoy named Asahi's was already in front of him. Bending her knees and half-kneeling, bowing and saluting. She was wrapped in a long white robe, making it impossible to see her exact form. But underneath the white hood was a delicate and saintly face. This time, Qin Feng saw clearly that she had a pair of light golden eyes in which terrifying power flowed. As she coalesced her figure at close range, Qin Feng vaguely heard an extremely ancient whisper that surrounded and stirred in his ears. Mormon, sa. It's the language of the ancient gods. Qin Feng still has a slight study of the ancient god language, but he can barely understand a series of sacred whispers. But the key now is, Qin Feng realized something. In the case of NPCs sent to our Blue Star Godforsaken game, they are given the ability to speak the human language of each region of Blue Star. For example, the six-fingered wizard Vickery. Being placed outside the ruins of Daxia and Zhanghai City, he will learn the Daxia language because of the power of the rules. This Asahi speaks the language of the ancient gods and not Daxia, meaning, she was not sent here. Rather, she came over on her own power. As for where they had come from, Qin Feng was inclined to be the land of order, or the higher level of the supreme heavens. 9 years into his last life, a player from Blue Star arrived in the land of order. As for the supreme sky, it was a rumored existence, or at least it was still just a legend to Blue Star players. Regardless of where this Asahi's came from, Qin Feng could be certain that her level was much higher than an NPC of the six-fingered male which Vickery's level. And the ancient god language that surrounded Qin Feng's ears, he quickly understood. The ancient gods have perished. You are the heir to the authority to judge. I will follow you, to see you become the true god of judgment. Please accept my gift for you. Asahi's looked up, a light golden color running through one eye. When she stretched out her hands, she only saw that in the heart of her snow-white, flawless, and stunningly beautiful palms, she was holding a light golden bell. Qin Feng hesitated slightly. Then he reached out his hand and fetched the pale golden bell. Asahi's summoning bell. A bell made by the power of the rules by Judgment God Emperor Asahi's. You can use it once when you are at level 25, 35 and 50 to summon Judgment God Emperor Asahi's to come down. For each summoning, you will be given a chance to challenge a special relic, and the difficulty and rewards will increase in order. Seeing the introduction of this bell, Qin Feng had a bit of an egg on his face. A growth pack for a hot chick page turner, right? Also level 25, 35, and 50 use it once each? So, the level requirement for that previous temple was level 5, and the level requirement for this one is level 15. In terms of difficulty, this time around, guarding the Ice-Tide Crystal was indeed much harder than the last time we explored the Organ Labyrinth. Although it took less time, but if it were someone else, the maze could be explored by time to finish. This Guardian Ice-Tide Crystal is extremely easy to fail, and it is even almost impossible to complete it single-handedly. That's a bit of a span of difficulty increase. So what difficulty will the level 25 relic challenge be? And what will the reward be? Surely it's not just an epic treasure chest. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng looked at the last introduction of this summoning bell. After 3 uses, this item disappears. If you successfully complete the challenge 3 times, you can invite the Judgment God Envoy Asahi's into your hideout to provide the skill upgrade function. This is a very common feature in godforsaken games, the ability to invite NPCs into your hideout. But the conditions for inviting NPCs in are very harsh. On the one hand, there is a high prestige requirement, and on the other hand, very demanding conditions need to be met to complete that NPC's quest. Of course, once you can invite NPCs into the hideout, it can definitely bring a great boost to the development of a guild or force. Depending on the rules of the NPC, different NPCs offer different functions when invited. There's building equipment. There are special resources offered for sale. There's trash pickup. There are even extremely special features for equipment enhancement and more. As for the skill upgrade function of Asahi's, it was very useful. Each skill for each player has a level requirement. After learning, if you encounter the same skill book at a higher level, you can overwrite it and raise the skill level, thus enhancing the skill effect. For example, Qin Feng's Sneaky Shadow skill, the level requirement of which had been raised from level 1 to level 10, had seen both its stealth time and stealth-breaking attack drastically increased. The skill upgrade function that Asahi's would be able to provide at that time was to consume her lifespan and directly raise the skill's required level. By mid to late game, there is no need to go through the trouble of finding various high-level skill books. In particular, epic skills. It is extremely difficult to raise the demand level. And with the skill upgrade function of NPCs, you can imagine how important it is to be able to raise the required level of a skill just by consuming your lifespan. At this moment, Asahi's did not immediately leave when she saw Qin Feng take the summoning bell. Instead, they bowed towards Qin Feng and once again communicated in the ancient god language. Please select a skill. You have one free opportunity to upgrade a skill to your current level. Qin Feng realized that when he encountered this NPC, if he didn't know the ancient god language, he really couldn't communicate. Couldn't even understand what she was saying. Luckily, Qin Feng knew a little bit about it. Choose a free skill to upgrade to my current level 16? Then the highest grade of Gracious Deliverance shall not be chosen? For all other skills, Qin Feng had the possibility of hitting a higher level, so he could just replace them directly. The only one was Graceful Deliverance, a skill that came from the epic treasure chest of the Relic Challenge, and the probability of subsequently even killing an epic boss to pop out the Graceful Deliverance skill book was extremely low. I choose to upgrade and Grace Relief. Qin Feng looked at the list of skills that popped up in front of him and clicked to select Graceful Deliverance. When he made his choice, his Enchanted Deliverance skill finally raised from its initial level 5 level requirement to a level 16 level requirement. Graceful Deliverance Mythic, plus 300% to Weakness Attack Modifier 410%, Weakness Attack Multiplier doubled. Rank 16. Active use. Causes one's next attack to inflict a cut-throat effect, dealing 200% 310% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 6.97 seconds. The increase in the level requirement of a skill brings only a numerical change. This was something Qin Feng was well aware of, so this enchantment deliverance enhancement had already satisfied him. It's a free service, after all. Even if the change seems small, this boost has increased the active/throat effect of Graceful Deliverance from 600% to 930% total damage. Chapter 111. Are you up there, or is the Great Spirit up there? Good thing there's a list of skills for me to choose from. Otherwise this ancient god language, I can read a little and understand a little, but I can't speak it at all. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he made the choice to upgrade his skills. Judgment of God Asahi's bowed again, then took 2 steps back. The delicate body wrapped in white robes gradually dissipated like starlight. When she disappears, in the middle of the cave where Qin Feng was, there was white light converging into an oval-shaped portal. Obviously this is the exit. Qin Feng looked at the light golden bell in his hand. How come this bell looks similar to the Mount Bell? Is it possible to use her as a mount? Qin Feng shook his head and put it away into the 100 compartments of storage space provided by the greedy hand before walking into the portal. It looked as if Qin Feng had gotten the better of him. However, the truth was that Qin Feng still had some wariness about this Judgment God envoy. You can't believe everything the NPCs of the godforsaken game say. They are not mechanized programs, but intelligent beings who can lie and who overwhelmingly have their own interests at heart. All in all, just keep an extra eye out for everything. Of course, Qin Feng didn't need to be overly nervous. The godforsaken game with its own rules of operation. Even a true deity can't intervene in the process of running the game. So for the time being, there's no need to worry about what she's going to do to me. The ruins of Zhanghai City, outside the city. The entrance to the temple labyrinth below the cliffs. When Qin Feng stepped into the teleportation array and returned, he found that Lin Liu was surprisingly still there. Originally, she sat on the stone platform next to her. When he saw Qin Feng appear, he instantly got up happily and reached out to pat the folds of his black vestment while welcoming him. This caused Qin Feng to be stunned. In this hour, you didn't run off to upgrade and waited for me here? Lin Liu pursed her lips and smiled. I have to keep watch for Big Brother, lest Big Brother comes out and gets attacked. Thanks. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. This skill book is for you. It just so happens that it fell from this relic. He handed her a platinum-ranked mage system skill book. This is a magic shield skill book with a level requirement of 13. She can't learn it now. But when she reached level 13, once the skill was learned, her survivability would be greatly improved. Lin Liu's beautiful eyes lit up. Platinum level skill? Thank you, Big Brother. This girl was not polite and took the skill book with both hands. To Qin Feng, the skill book was worth just 10 or so years of tradable life. It's definitely not a bad idea to use these 10 or so years to make friends with Lin Li Fish, the little koi beauty. The key was that Qin Feng had to let her develop a mindset. If there was any chance to invite Qin Feng over, Qin Feng would end up giving her favors. In this way, people will naturally send more and more opportunities to their door. Instead, if Qin Feng didn't give you a single dime, why would they give you all the opportunities? Okay, let's go back after we're done here. Qin Feng gestured towards the outside of the maze. Lin Liu nodded and walked ahead, leading Qin Feng all the way out. Soon, it came to the bottom of the cliff at the entrance to the ruins. Qin Feng walked to the protruding stone slab first, and with over 300 points of agility, he leapt up towards the cliff. This made Lin Liu once again feel that a big brother was a big brother. When Qin Feng reached out, he pulled her up from the stone slab and went offline first after bidding her farewell. The system prompted that Qin Feng's hunger reached 90% in reality and needed to go back for a bit. Only then did Lin Liu open the private chat and reported to Yu, Captain, I'm done. Big Brother seems to have gotten something, and gave me a platinum-level skill book. And you couldn't wait to ask, how about, when you climbed the cliff, were you on top or was the great god on top? Lin Liu had a question mark on his face. Huh? What's the difference? And Ute scared. Of course there's a difference if you're up there. The Great Spirit can look up and see what looks good. Lin Li Fish? Captain read less of the small yellow text. Qin Feng returned to the place where he had extracted the pure soul to reality. When he returned, he found that the interior of the hideout had changed drastically. The various furniture, appliances, and a whole set of generator modules that had been manufactured through the Book of Divine Authorization earlier had been installed by the mechanical maids. The Great Hall of Pure Souls in the very center was a circular hall with a diameter of 50 meters. The entire hall, which had been filled with modern lights. A large round table in the center, various coffee tables, cupboards, and bookshelves had been arranged in separate sections. In a short period of time, those 5 mechanical maids dutifully made this place a warm place to live. Of course, the generator module created by the Book of Divine Authorization was not a perpetual motion machine, and it still required Qin Feng to add raw materials at regular intervals. Qin Feng chose a magnetic power generation module, which can be used to extract magnetic energy or from the Book of Divine Authorization to generate electricity. This means is quite a bit superior to the technology on the blue planet today, and the efficiency is also very high. On average, it only took about 10 hours of lifespan to generate power for an entire month for the entire Soul Pure land. Qin Feng returned and left the Great Hall of Soul Purification, came aside to the dining room, sit down at the table, take out the Book of Divine Authorities, and start ordering. Until this point, Qin Feng's life had settled down, and it was very convenient to eat whatever he wanted. And the prerequisite for all of this was that Qin Feng had enough ability to earn enough lifespan from the godforsaken game. Though the only thing that's currently decorated is the Great Hall of Soul Purification and a few small rooms around it. But I'm the only one anyway, and it's perfectly adequate. And around all the caches extracted to reality, there were magic defense boundaries that shielded detection, capable of resisting fire bombardment while not even various detection means could detect the existence of the caches. At least at this stage, the security is pulled straight through. Also, just as Qin Feng returned to reality and enjoyed his meal, inside the ruins of Zhanghai City, northwest area of the ruins, the entrance to the land of the pure soul. Look guys, there's a staircase down here. Qin Xiaoyu's surprised voice rang out in the team channel. Her heart raced steeply as she stood at the entrance stairs to the land of the pure soul. Now, all guilds realize the importance of hiding places. Knights Templar naturally. Currently, most of the small monsters within the city's ruins had been cleared out by the players and were relatively safe. So Qin Xiaoyu was also sent out to follow a team and look for a hiding place together. Just find a hideout and get the longevity bonus given by the guild. Silver level hideouts get 500 days of life. A gold level hideout is more than enough to gain 2,000 days of life. Qin Xiaoyu has been eating instant noodles lately, but she has no money and no life expectancy. So it can be said that she is so poor that she can't stand it anymore for a long time. Even instant noodles were bought for her by her live-in best friend Chu Yen. Now, seeing the mysterious pitch-black stairway, Qin Xiaoyu was very excited. If this was a hideout, she'd get the guild's longevity bonus. Chapter 112 Attack of the Pure Soul. Classic scene, Guild Pack. Soon, the president of the Knight Templar, Chan Wu Ming, learned of the discovery on Qin Xiaoyu's side. He was relieved that the money loser seemed to be of some use. We've only found one silver-level hideout recently, and it's simply not enough for so many people in our guild. It would have to be at least a gold or even platinum-level hideout, wouldn't it? Hopefully, what you side finds will be a gold-level or higher hideout. Chen Wu Ming smiled in satisfaction. He chatted privately with Qin Xiaoyu. Good job. If it's confirmed to be a hideout, the guild will give you a reward. Thank you, Chairman. Qin Xiaoyu's beautiful reply. Soon, Chan Wu Ming brought hundreds of members of the Knight Templar from all directions towards the vicinity of the entrance to the land of pure souls, and drive away all the casual players in an area around them. He's going to send his team first to explore, then make sure that no other players come and mess with the hideout when you attack it. Qin Feng finished eating and went online. Wine and dine and prepare to return to the Evil Spirit Academy first. A lot of his emerald grade equipment and skill books were stacked over there, and now with the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement, it was possible to sacrifice equipment or skill books from other professions and transform them into something for assassins. When he put on the gauntlet, he realized that it was a dark, lightweight leather gauntlet with strange energies converging in it. There was even a power that could stabilize his mind, surrounding and enveloping him. Qin Feng knows. That's what that special attribute, murmur resistance, is for. There is a probability that some special attributes will be attached to the top of the equipment that has reached the diamond level. These special attributes are known as superordinate affixes. For example, raving resistance, instant death immediate death resistance, blight withering resistance, and many more. Take ravings. Basically, any boss that had reached the diamond level, and there were also some special bosses, would be associated with the remaining remnants of some ancient gods. All of his attacks and skills, once they hit the player, will start to accumulate murmuring scale on the player. Even the raving scale keeps going up just by being in his vicinity. Once the amount of ravings is expressed to 100%, then the player falls into a state of being racked by ravings and losing their mind. Of these superlative affixes, the instant death affix is the simplest and crudest. Certain boss attacks will cause the player to build up an imminent death gauge, which will kill them instantly once it reaches 100%. The corresponding resistance attribute is the ability to reduce the rate of accumulation of the corresponding status gauge. Additionally, if out of combat, the corresponding resistance attribute also speeds up the fading of the gauge. Under normal circumstances, it's simply not possible for a godforsaken gamer to come into contact with an upper level affix this early in the game. Even for diamond level bosses, the ones with the upper bit wordings are in the minority. Qin Feng did not care too much. There's no harm in having as many of these attributes as you can get anyway. Qin Feng mounted the ghost wolf and rushed back as fast as he could. He had planned to directly teleport to the Magic City ruins, but as a result, just as he was about to reach the teleportation array of the Zhanghai City ruins, a prompt suddenly came from the system. Your hideout land of pure souls is being attacked. Current entrance stone door durability. 99.9% continuous damage status. Current magic defense boundary durability. 100%. Is war teleportation being used? Number of war transmissions this day 11. This system tip surprised Qin Feng a bit. The land of pure souls is under attack? Qin Feng frowned. When one's hideout is attacked, one can use the war teleportation function to teleport directly back inside the hideout that was attacked. This feature can only be used once a day. Therefore, in order to avoid not being able to return at critical moments, Qin Feng usually didn't utilize this function.
No. In Feng chose, no.
It wasn't because the situation wasn't urgent, but because now that he was over here, there was no need to use the once-a-day war teleportation opportunity. He turned the wolf's head and ran directly towards the area where the entrance to the land of pure souls was located. Ghost wolves are fast. But as he approached, Qin Feng dismounted early. After all, the ghost wolf only had a level 1 stealth rating, and at this stage it was easy to be detected. When he was alone, maintaining his stealthy state and transforming into a shadowy figure, he came to this nearby area. He saw a classic scene. There were only 6 Knight Templar guild members who were chasing down a small group of ordinary players. Said this area was chartered by our Knight Templar. No one is allowed to enter. You guys still want to force your way in? Don't you want to live? Wife, put up an ice wall to stop them. Wall of frost. Guild packages? Qin Feng was speechless. This is too canonical, right? Pre-crossing online game novels must have scenes. Only those 6 players from the Knight Templar were seen, with a complete configuration of tank, nurse, and output. One of them, a year-old net red-faced female mage wearing blue vestments with a teasing face, raised her hand and released a wall of ice that was more than 10 meters long, stopping in front of those 6 ordinary players. The ice wall emitted a cold aura that directly caused those 6 players to fall into a 50% slowdown. And among those 6 regular players, there were both men and women. One of them has a single ponytailed girl with a pure and lovely appearance. Her face became white when she saw the situation, and she said weakly, "We're just passing by. We didn't want to forcefully intrude." Next to her was another long-haired woman, who said forcefully and angrily, "You Knight Templars, if you want to kill and rob people of their lives, just say so. Don't make a damn excuse to be a BZ and set up a house of cards. When I say you want to break in, you want to break in." In the Knight Templar team, a young berserker with dyed yellow hair, with a disdainful face, finished saying this, holding a double-bladed axe in his hand. Towards the opposing crowd was a jumping chop. Boom, boom. The terrifying shockwave stirred up by the jumping cleave sent all 6 opposing players flying. Watching them get taken out by the various skills that come along with them, suddenly, without any conscription, blood-colored blade light directly emerged from 4 of those Knight Templars. When knives bloom, the yellow-haired berserker, the net red-faced female mage, and the other 2 players with the Slayer logo died violently on the spot. This sudden situation made the remaining 1 fat priest and 1 middle-aged shield warrior all dumbfounded. When that fat priest saw this, he exclaimed on the spot in the team channel, "It's Crotch Man. That guy came to mess up again." Inside the team channel, the yellow-haired berserker who had been taken out quickly roared, "Crotchin' man. It's Shadow. We were all taken out by Shadow." The fat priest breathed a sigh of relief. "I said it, when will Crotchman's damage be able to second you guys? And oh wait, who did you say it was? Shadow? SSSSSH. This fat pastor's face quickly turned pale. The middle-aged shield warrior, on the other hand, was holding a round shield and backed up to a ruined wall, holding his shield in front of him and shivering. Didn't Dark Shadow go to Magic City to develop? How come it's back again? Just then, Qin Feng's figure appeared from among the shadows. He had a black veil covering his face, only revealing his cold eyes. Casually raising his hand, flowers of death bloomed on the corpses of those 4 guys just now. Start drawing on their lifespans. Since the Slayer state was about to reach the 5th level, Qin Feng did not intend to go on a killing spree if not necessary. Really going to draw that NPC in? Honestly, Qin Feng couldn't fight it either. Therefore, this matter, Qin Feng intended to resolve it peacefully. Now Qin Feng knew that the people who were attacking the land of pure souls were the Knight Templars. In that case, Chun Wuming, you won't be able to leave so easily today if you don't pay a price. Qin Feng thought to himself faintly. So, he first took out the teams for killers, cleared a little bit of the kill value on himself, and then peacefully negotiated with the remaining 2. Get your president here. As usual, Qin Feng turned on his voice changer and spoke out indifferently. Yes, big brother. I'll immediately call our president over right away. The fat priest immediately assumed an upright posture, with an obedient face. In the meantime, it's Shadow. Wow, it's really my idol. My idol actually made a move to save me. The 6-member squad that had just been saved by Qin Feng, when they recovered from their floating state and took the first look at the situation in the field, one of them instantly became excited. Only the cute, soft girl with the single ponytail froze for a moment when she saw Shadow appear, although Qin Feng had turned on the facial masking function. But as soon as this girl saw those eyes of Qin Feng, she felt so familiar. Is it Qin Feng? I don't think so. If so, there's no way he'd leave his sister behind. Ugh. I guess I've been missing him too much lately, and I wonder how he's doing. This girl is in a bitter mood. She's Yang Xiaoya, the original Qin Feng's co-workers. It was precisely because he saw her that Qin Feng stepped in and casually helped her. But Qin Feng didn't realize that this girl almost recognized him when she saw him in the game at a glance. Even Qin Xiaoyu had no feelings at all when she saw him before. It was evident that for so many years, Qin Xiaoyu had never cared about Qin Feng at all. Understanding of Qin Feng, even less than a female colleague in Qin Feng's company who has a crush on him. Of course, Qin Feng didn't know what Yang Xiaoya was thinking, and it was even more unlikely that he would reveal his identity to her. That wouldn't be a good thing for him or Yang Xiaoya. Right after Qin Feng let loose his words on that Knight Templar's fat priest, soon after, the Knight Templar's president, Chan Wu-ming, who was riding a panther warbeast, rushed over with hundreds of guild members in great numbers. It looks loud and powerful. However, when he came in front of Qin Feng, Chan Wu-ming immediately waved his hand. The hundreds of guild members behind him immediately shouted in unison. Greeting Brother Shadow. Brother Shadow. 1,000 years of unification. Immediately afterward, Chan Wu-ming asked curtly, Big Brother has something to find me? Is there someone in our guild who has offended you? Big Brother, just say it. My guild will immediately open up for him. If he doesn't submit, PY will open it for him as well. This guy didn't know that the hideout he was just attacking was the hideout of the Shadow. Chapter 113. What do you think? She's worth 500 years. Qin Feng was a bit speechless when he heard Chen Wuming say that. In his last life, he was hostile to him for so many years and never realized that the other party had this G-licking attribute. Even in the face of the officials, this Chen Wuming is tough as nails. At this moment, although Chen Wuming had more than 100 guild members with him, he was still completely behind in the scene. It's as if these more than 100 people were surrounded by Qin Feng alone. As for the hundreds of Knight Templar guild members, there was awe, admiration, apprehension, and even a lot of sisterly adoration in their eyes as they looked at Qin Feng. It's really Shadow. I'm so honored to meet the Shadow Big Shot. I can blow this wave for a year. So cool. I felt ashamed just now when the president taught me to shout slogans, but now that I've met the big man, I can't believe it came out so smoothly. Then again, how did Pineapple Brother offend Shadow? LOL. I hope it doesn't involve us. I don't want to antagonize the Shadow Big Brother. Just as the Knight Templar crowd had mixed feelings. In the crowd, there was a long-haired girl wearing a bronze-level priest's robe who was also looking at Qin Feng with a face of adoration, while there was some sorrow in the depths of her eyes. That would be Qin Xiaoyu. In her mind, she would have had a chance to befriend the Shadow. Turns out that opportunity was somehow missed. However, seeing that Shadow had been acting alone, Qin Xiaoyu's mood wasn't that bad. After all, this big guy has always been a lone wolf. It's not exactly personal. It was that she was a bit apprehensive now, wondering how her Knight Templar guild had offended the big man again. And Qin Feng didn't notice her presence at all. He looked at Chen Wuming. You guys just now were attacking a hideout? Chen Wuming froze, subconsciously nodded. Right? That hideout shouldn't be what the big brother is looking at. Qin Feng, that hideout is mine. What? Chen Wuming froze. Several guild managers behind him also froze. Most importantly, Qin Xiaoyu in the crowd froze. Just now they were speculating about how they had offended the shadow. Could it be the yellow-haired berserker, Pineapple? In that case, they just have to kick the guy out of the guild. But after making a mess, the hiding place they were attacking was actually Qin Feng's hiding place. Chen Wuming was dumbfounded and subconsciously retorted. That's not right, big brother. Didn't you say that your hideout is in Magic City? Ahem. Behind Chen Wuming, a middle-aged priest wearing a silver-level priest's robe coughed and reminded in a low voice. President, there can only be one hideout under an individual's name, but if you create a guild, the guild's name can still have one. Chen Wuming. But isn't Big Brother just one person? Rebirth of the Cake-Hand Milkman. Can't a person build a guild? Chen Wuming. Also right. They finished their discussion quickly, then suddenly realized that things seemed a little serious. Big guy, we really didn't know the hideout was yours. Chen Wuming had a depressed look on his face. Or rather, we're not even sure if the hideout is behind that stone door. Big brother, so what now? How are we going to compensate? The fight is not likely to continue any longer. The key now is to figure out how to handle this. Of course, Chen Wuming didn't worry too much anymore. After all, since the shadow called him over, it's obvious that he wants to negotiate a solution to this matter. As long as the big guy doesn't go straight for the kill, all is well. Qin Feng opened the hideout panel and glanced at it, then said, that stone panel is the gate to my hideout. You knocked out 0.7% of its durability, and it will cost quite a lot to repair it. Let us do this. Give me 500 years of lifespan, and let this matter go. What? 500 years of life? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Wuming's two eyes closed and he fell backward on the spot. President, what's wrong with you, President? A few guild managers immediately ran up to hold him up, only to find that this guy, in fact, had already fainted. This caused the Knight Templar crowd to be a bit dumbfounded. Qin Feng is also a bit speechless. That middle-aged priest, Rebirth of the Cake-Hand Milk Daddy, had a constipated expression on his face and came to Qin Feng. Big brother, look at our president who has fainted. How about a little less? This guy Qin Feng recognized. In his last life, he had dealt with the Knight Templar Guild for so many years that he was familiar with its core management. Hearing the words of Cake-Hand Milkman, Qin Feng said indifferently, not a bit less. Do you know how much life it takes to fix that 0.7% durability? Cake-Hand Milkman shakes his head in confusion. I don't know. Just then, Chen Wuming suddenly gasped for air and jerked upright, looking towards Qin Xiaoyu in the crowd with a sad face. 500 years of 500 years. What kind of sins did I create? Qin Xiaoyu was also dumbfounded. Originally, she was trying to discover a hideout so she could get a guild reward. Results. This hideout is Shadow's? And they ran to attack? Now, Shadow claiming 500 years of life equals another 500 years of her loss to the guild? Right in this situation, Qin Xiaoyu had a plan in mind and put her heart in the right place, stepped forward and said, one person does everything for one person. Brother Shadow, if you want to punish me, just punish me. You let me do whatever you want. The words came out and the room went quiet for a moment. Chen Wuming was also a bit surprised. Good man. This girl is a bit of fun. So you can relieve the guild again and take the opportunity to hook up with the big guy. Just as Chen Wuming was thinking this, Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder. What do you think? She's worth 500 years. Chen Wuming was tapped on the shoulder like this and immediately reacted. That damn sure isn't worth it. But big brother, we're just a small guild. We really can't take 500 years. Forget it then, no hard feelings. Qin Feng shook his head and said, 100 years of lifespan is enough. For the remaining 400 years, use heads to fill it up. Call the people in your guild who have Slayer status, 1 head against 1 year, no problem, right? Also, from now on, this hiding place of mine will be guarded by your guild. Find some people to take turns guarding it for me. Don't let anyone attack it again. In fact, this was Qin Feng's true purpose. Lifespan, right now Qin Feng really didn't lack it. But the Land of Pure Souls hideout, in the ruins of Zhanghai City, wouldn't work without someone watching. If the Knight Templar Guild had sent someone to guard it, it would basically be high on the list of things to do in this side of Zhanghai City. The players with Slayer status were also useful to Qin Feng. Right now, in his Slayer state, he had been hovering around the 4th floor near the 5th floor, which had left him, sometimes, with his hands tied. Having the Knight Templar provide the heads of the Slayer players is just right. They could be made to stand in line, and Qin Feng could take care of it with a single skill easily and happily. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Wuming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother. That's fine. You wait a moment. I'll arrange it, ha. Chapter 114. Messing with the shadow? Do those people want to die? Even if it was only 100 years of lifespan, it wasn't a small amount to Chen Wuming. He first traded with Qin Feng and gave him 100 years of tradable life. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng left the place, mounted the ghost wolf, and galloped towards the land of the pure soul, quickly disappearing from their presence. Quick! Get the men with the slayers over here to gather. Our guild has over 2,000 people. How many with slayers? Note to self, don't sign up for any of the non-tradable lifespans that still have more. Those who signed up first have all their tradable lifespans in the guild. I'll keep track of everyone. Those who are willing to sacrifice will be rewarded for their contributions by the guild, and equipment skill books can be prioritized for future needs. All screw fast. Don't waste the big man's time. Chen Wuming quickly arranged it. In the crowd, Qin Xiaoyu broke down a bit. Originally she thought she was witty as hell. Results. Qin Feng's sentence, she's worth 500 years, directly gave her a dry collapse. Suddenly, Chen Wuming came in front of her. From now on you'll stay with the big man and watch the door for him. I'll arrange for someone else to take a shift with you. Don't go anywhere else. I'm afraid of what you'll pull on me. Chen Wuming sighed breathlessly, and after saying this, he turned around and left. Qin Feng returned to the entrance of the Land of Pure Souls. First, open the stone door and enter the antechamber of the Land of the Pure Soul. Repairs require stone and elemental crystals. Total cost, 7 days of life. Qin Feng picked up the Book of Divine Authorization and first created stone and elemental crystals, then repaired them. Chen Wuming and the others could never have imagined that Qin Feng would only need 7 days of life to repair this 0.7% durability. A few minutes later, Qin Feng opened the stone door and left the Land of the Pure Soul. Qin Xiaoyu and 5 other players were found to have been sent over to guard the coiled staircase outside the door. In his last life, this place was Qin Xiaoyu's home. But now, she's become a janitor. Qin Feng naturally ignored them, returned to the ground, summoned the ghost wolf and left. It had to be said that Chen Wuming, the president, was still somewhat capable. Soon enough, more than 200 guild members were gathered for Qin Feng, more or less with a bit of Slayer status. Qin Feng directly made a darkness ring blade. 200 kills in an instant. Lifespan light orbs, large and small, fell all over the place. Of course, Qin Feng still had professional ethics. The tradable lifespans in them were all recycled by Chen Wuming's people. Qin Feng simply stepped in and absorbed all of the non-tradable lifespans in them that could not be directly absorbed by the player with the Blossom Curse. In total, that adds up to just over 40 years of non-tradable life. Obviously, these players have died many times. Having a Slayer state would have blown out at least 75% of your life expectancy, and it only added up to this much. It means that they have very little of their non-tradable lifespan, which would have been left. After taking care of this one, Qin Feng looked at his kill value. Directly from being close to the state of a 5th-tier Slayer, it dropped to just when it was a 4th-tier Slayer. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to wait for Chen Wuming to gather the remaining 200 or so people and kill them once more. Suddenly, another prompt came from the system. Your hideout, Evil Spirit Academy, is under attack. Current magic defense boundary durability, 99.9% continuously damaged state, is war teleportation being used. Number of war transmissions this day 11. This tip made Qin Feng feel outrageous. How come it's not over? First the Land of Pure Souls, then the Evil Spirit Academy. The Land of Pure Souls is still understandable. After all, Chen Wuming and the others don't know that this is my hiding place. But the Evil Spirit Academy, isn't it all over the place? And some ungrateful one really messed with me? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This situation is slightly counterintuitive. Just now, on this side of the land of pure souls, because the entrance was too narrow, so Chun Wu-ming and the others, they fought for half a day before hitting that much durability. But now, the Evil Spirit Academy side was open terrain. That's why the durability of the magical defense boundary was decreasing at a faster rate than this side of the stone door. It was evident that the number of people attacking the defense boundary was quite large. Go over there first. Qin Feng made a decision. He greeted Chen Wuming. There are still 180 heads. Let's talk about it next time. I have some things to do back in Mordor. I'll leave first. Without waiting for Chan Wu-ming to reply, Qin Feng directly chose war teleportation. His entire body was enveloped in a pillar of white light. In the next instant, the figure disappeared. Magic City Ruins. In the midst of these city ruins, which were several times larger than the ruins of Zhanghai City, something was happening that was incomprehensible to many players. Evil Spirit Academy. It was a private hideout that had raised a magical defensive boundary. And word has gotten around. The one who took this platinum hideout was the world's #1 shadow. However, in this case, surprisingly, there was a group of players that suddenly launched an attack on the hideout. Those people don't want to die? Messing with the shadow. Oh, they're all non-nationals. Isn't it normal to have a bad brain? I heard that the Ace of Spades, who was close to the foreigners and played with them before, was killed by the Shadow Big Brother in reality. This group won't be here to take revenge, right? It's possible the Ace of Spades seems to be an important person in the Chen group. It's possible that it's a non-national hired by the Chen group. It was only seen around the ruined Evil Spirit Academy. A semi-transparent magic defense boundary was fending off a combined attack from a team of 18 players. It was 18 dark-skinned non-nationals. Originally, there were quite a few foreigners on this side of Mordor. It's not too surprising that there would be so many non-nationals. They were seen with a MCBDP guild name above their heads, cursing and releasing skills as they attacked the magic defense boundary outside the Evil Spirit Academy. Originally, they were all very excited as they watched the durability of the magic defense boundary start to drop bit by bit. But suddenly, from the depths of the academy, a terrifying energy surged out, directly injecting itself into this layer of magical defense boundary. It's magma energy from the depths of the academy. Qin Feng returned to the Evil Spirit Academy. The first thing he did was start the magic array in the deepest part of the academy to transform the magma energy. The durability of the entire magic defense boundary began to recover at an extremely fast rate. Don't say just the 18 players. With the current attributes of the players, even if 1,800 people came, it would be impossible to shake this magic defense boundary. Immediately after, it was only then that Qin Feng passed through the teleportation array inside the hideout and arrived at the academy square. Maintaining his stealth, he headed to the edge of the hideout and caught a glimpse of a group of dark-skinned non-national players, cursing as they attacked the boundary. The Black Dragon Temple of Mordor? Qin Feng frowned slightly when he saw the guild names above the heads of those players. This guild made up entirely of non-national players. It's notorious in the last life, so to speak. I was going to rush the 3rd chapter, but I can't write anymore. I have a cold and my head is foggy equals. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to write the 3rd chapter. Chapter 1:15 10 Mile Green Mountain Far Soul Painter. The Black Dragon Hall of the Magic City gathered almost all the African-American players in the Magic City, and they were basically all male. In the early stages, everyone on the Mordor side was busy developing, and there was not much power to take care of this guild. Even the officials, who have to maintain order within the game and in reality at the same time, have already emptied their energies and have absolutely no spare capacity to deal with it in the early stages. As such, it hadn't been long since the Divine Abandonment game had descended, and this Black Dragon Hall of the Magic Capital had already reached a size of tens of thousands of people. Not only are there dark-skinned African-American players, the most outrageous thing is that there are also some Daxia women who have joined the guild, and as for why, those who understand. All in all, this guild was not terminated until more than a year after the godforsaken game had descended, when the officials and several other big guilds of Mordor teamed up to take it down. I didn't realize that these fools would be messing with me now? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He looked at the situation outside the entrance of the Evil Spirit Academy. The 18 dark-skinned African-American players, each of them laughing and cursing while attacking the magic defense boundary. Qin Feng knew with his ass that these fools must have been taken advantage of. As for who it is, it's unclear. But whoever it is, let's take out these idiots first before we talk. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and ran towards the main entrance. Selling cakes. This money is too good to be true. Just attack this boundary and take the money. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Shadow, for giving us this opportunity to make money. I've heard that the people of Daxia are face blind. They see that we all look the same. They can't tell who's who, and even if we do it, the Shadow won't be able to find any of us in reality. That's right. Everyone step up and try to make a few $100 million in one wave. We'll be rich when we get the cash. These dark-skinned Afro-descendants gabbled so much that even Qin Feng couldn't understand what they were saying. But it would have been breathless if I could have understood it. It's not for nothing that they are called stupid. It's that time of the year. Doing favors and taking cash? Even a few $100 million in cash would only buy a few years of life in these days of already constant devaluation. Just as Qin Feng kept getting closer and closer, preparing to make his move, suddenly the change was precipitous. Only in a ruin outside the gate of the Evil Spirit Academy, there was suddenly a sound of a beast roaring, followed by a translucent soul battle lion, roaring and charging out, straight into the center of the group of African-American players with a roar, shock all 18 Afro players. Immediately afterward, a hailstorm fell from the sky, enveloping the group of African-American players. There was also an extremely fast boomerang that flew into the crowd, bouncing between the group of African-American players. Eventually, a translucent soul meteorite, falling from the sky, blasted into the crowd of dark-skinned players, causing massive damage, and several Afro players died violently on the spot. This series of sneak attacks took the group of African-American players by surprise.
Fark.
Who is it? Why is someone sneaking up on us? It's too cunning. Galbaba is dead. Ha ha ha. I told you he should have piled up some life points. Idiot. Why are you laughing when he's dead? Heal us now. Unfortunately, before the group of African-American players could react completely, Qin Feng's attack also arrived. Dark Ringed Blade. A dark blade light showed a ring-like bloom, instantly spreading towards the surroundings, directly slicing the remaining dozen or so undead African-American players into two. And in the middle of the field, there was nothing but the light of the blade. Qin Feng was still in a stealthy state even when he launched an attack. This scene, in the eyes of the players who had just launched a sneak attack on the side, became extremely bizarre and terrifying. Hiss, is that Shadow striking? How come I don't see where he is? Holy, this is too fierce. Our team has a set of sneak attacks going down, and there are many people on the other side who still have half blood left. This one skill of his seconds all? But why didn't he even show up when he launched his attack? Yeah, this is so unscientific. Don't be unscientific. Jin Xian, quickly go out and talk to Shadow. When the next person leaves, there will be no chance. In the ruins, a line of 6 players ran out in a hurry. The leader was a young woman, wearing a dark blue vestment, wearing a black witch's hat with a beautiful melon face, but in her hand was not a staff, but a paintbrush with some slight elemental energy remaining on the paintbrush. Her legs were long and slender, and she was tall, with a pair of magical boots wrapped around her calves. As she ran, the hat on her head was suddenly blown off by the wind, and a head of dark hair came out in disarray, leaving her a bit frazzled for a moment. Is she? Qin Feng was just about to turn around and leave when he was a bit surprised to see the group running out. The opponent was from the Sky Vault Guild. Qin Feng only recognized one of them, and that was the beautiful woman at the head wearing a dark blue vestment. She was the granddaughter of the Heavenly Vault Guild president, and her name was Zhang Jinxian. The game code name is 10 Miles of Green Hills Far Away, and the occupation is the only hidden occupation, Soul Painter. No wonder 2 of the skills were a bit familiar just now. That translucent soul war lion and the translucent meteorites falling from the sky are all skills she drew. It's not a weak occupation. It is said to be possible to learn the skills of the law and summoning system, but it is not possible to use them directly, but it is necessary to draw the skill effects out of thin air. The power and range effects of the drawn skill are much more powerful than the original skill. But the flaw lies in the fact that it takes time to draw skill effects, and I've heard that there's also a degree of completion, where the better the drawing, the stronger the increase in skill power. Normally, this profession is strong in playing defensive battles, positional battles, and team battles. But if you're fighting alone and in small encounters in the field, you're at a huge disadvantage. Just as Qin Feng was wondering what these people wanted, that beautiful painter took the hat that was blown off by the wind in her hand and ran to the gate of the Evil Spirit Academy. Looking towards it, Elder Shadow, is there? There's something I want to discuss with you. Her long, pitch-black hair dangled in the wind and brushed her white face. Behind her slender body were the corpses of African-American players blooming with a scarlet flower. This whole scene, like a painting, is both beautiful and eerie. What is it? Qin Feng didn't show up and just casually asked. Hearing Qin Feng's indifferent voice, that beautiful painter's face revealed surprise. I want to enter this hideout of senior and find something that is related to my career advancement. Don't worry, I will give enough payment. Career progression related stuff? At the Academy of Evil Spirits? When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately understood. No wonder. It was the Sky Dome Guild that occupied this Evil Spirit Academy in the last life. It should be this Zhang Jinxian who came over to look for something before she made the mistake of discovering the alienated witch in the depths of the Evil Spirit Academy. Raided it before occupying the Evil Spirit Academy. Only in this life. This hiding place was cut off by me ahead of time. Chapter 116 Shadow, he's too sincere. The president of the Heavenly Vault Guild, the honorary president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, had retired for many years and was known as Old Zhang too. This old Zhang head used to like to play games, but also often with the granddaughter to play the king, and even took many times 5 kills. It is said that the main reason is that the granddaughter is very early without a father. The old Zhang head of the granddaughter is particularly good. Even the game are accompanied by playing together, playing, but also played out the Hall of Fame, has become a quite famous game anchor. Even in the live broadcasting world, it was a very explosive existence. After all, this old Zhang too was already over 70 years old. When the Divine Abandonment game descended, old Zhang too immediately felt like he was back on his home turf. The Heavenly Vault Guild was established, becoming an unofficial grand guild that ranked in the top 10 in the entire Grand Xia. In the last life, the Heavenly Vault Guild, in the ruins of the Magic City, took the Wicked Spirit Academy as its foundation and steadily developed, and its overall strength was a lot stronger than Qin Feng's Chopping God Guild. To come in and find something. Qin Feng heard Zhang Jinxuan's request, and after being surprised, he quickly had other ideas. Certainly not a crooked mind. Rather, he had been planning, in the first place, to rent out the grounds of the Evil Spirit Academy. First, this Evil Spirit Academy hideout, Qin Feng mainly used the underground layers. The core is also underground. The ground area is not important. Secondly, if there were guilds stationed on the surface, they could usually form an offensive and defensive alliance with Qin Feng, and things like this being attacked by non-descendant players wouldn't even require Qin Feng to personally take action. Thirdly, rented to a reputable large guild, Qin Feng can also have a stable life income, equivalent to renting out the unused house. This money is not earned for nothing. Come in and talk. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he directly opened the hideout interface and gave 10 Mile Castle Peak Far a guest permission. This would allow her to temporarily enter the Evil Spirit Academy without being stopped by the magical defense boundaries. Having gotten Qin Feng's invitation, the girl was a bit surprised. After a brief thought and a word with her teammates, she took a solo step and crossed the defense boundary, entering the Academy's boundaries. Inside the Evil Spirit Academy, Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and shook his mount's bell to summon the ghost wolf. Ride up. Zhang Jinxian was a bit nervous. She thought that Shadow was inviting her to ride the wolf with him, making it a bit difficult for her, thinking that it couldn't be that Shadow was trying to take advantage of her. Could it? But soon, she realized she was overthinking it. On the ghost wolf, there wasn't just the stealthy Shadow she thought there would be. She was the only one on the wolf's back. Qin Feng let her ride the wolf purely because he wanted her to be faster. Although her legs are not short, but after all, it is a legal profession, running too slow. Soon, the ghost wolf carried Zhang Jinxian and arrived at the ruins of a building within the Evil Spirit Academy. This is the library of the Evil Spirit Academy. It was in ruins now, but if it was repaired with the materials from the Book of Divine Authorities, it would be a magnificent building, even with an independent magic defense boundary. Inside the Evil Spirit Academy, many of the individual buildings, and even each level of the underground area, had independent magical defense boundaries. Even if someone broke through the outermost defense boundary, the inner defense boundary was even more layered. Don't ask why so many magical boundaries were built. Ask is magma energy, inexhaustible and capricious. When Zhang Jinxian rode her ghost wolf and arrived at the library ruins, she saw at a glance that Shadow was sitting on a stone bench waiting for her. Facing Qin Feng, this sister acted elegantly and graciously. She jumped off the ghost wolf and sat down opposite Qin Feng while quietly sizing him up, pursing her lips and smiling lightly. Thank you, senior, for inviting me in. I wonder if I am the first to be invited into this hideout? In that case, it would truly be an honor. Qin Feng didn't get polite with her and asked bluntly, "Tell me what you're looking for." Zhang Jinxian nodded and immediately spoke. It turned out that her career advancement props were all hidden within this evil spirit academy. Every time you advance in your profession, you need to find the corresponding magic props to be able to successfully advance. As for where exactly those things were, she didn't know. After all, she hadn't even entered the evil spirit academy yet. Qin Feng frowned slightly. "You have to come looking every time you advance? Wouldn't that be troublesome?" Zhang Jinxian was also a little difficult, biting her lip. "It is a little troublesome, but I can give senior enough payment every time I come in. What price does senior think is appropriate?" Qin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't have that much time to watch you. How about this? How about your guild rents the ground area of this hideout? I don't need such a big place all by myself, so feel free to move around within the ground area from now on. If you don't find anything in the surface area, you can tell me and I'll open up separate access to the underground area for you. I'm also more comfortable if I'm in it for the long haul." When this was said, Zhang Jinxian was a bit confused. Isn't it just a matter of finding something? What's this about renting land? However, Zhang Jinxian quickly thought that their Heavenly Vault Guild now really lacks a landing place. If there is a stable landing place such as this Evil Spirit Academy, even if it's just the ground area, that's over 600 acres. Totally enough for their guild. Elder wait a bit, haha. This is something I can't do alone. I have to ask my grandfather. Zhang Jinxian said with a soft smile.
Okowo.
Qin Feng was in no hurry. He had thought that the other party would have to discuss the matter for a while, and might even have her grandfather, old Zhang too, make a personal trip over. What I didn't expect though was, only half a minute passed before Zhang Jinxian finished his discussion and spoke directly. "Big brother, my grandfather said that it's too uneconomical to rent it. He wants to buy it out. You sold the official platinum level hideout in Zhanghai City for a total price of 2,000 years of life. Then we bought out the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy. Senior can open a price to see." It was Qin Feng's turn to be surprised. Good lord, that old Zhang, he's asking for a buyout? Soon, Qin Feng understood the other party's thoughts. Renting land in this Evil Spirit Academy was a decision that could form a certain degree of offensive and defensive alliance with the world's #1, Shadow. It's kind of bold. Qin Feng thought to himself faintly. It's kind of semi-bound to him. The benefits are obvious, but the risks too are great. After all, Shadow, as the #1 existence in the world, would definitely be targeted by more and more people or forces in the future. Tying up with Qin Feng right now belonged to a big gamble. If you just rent it without paying for your life expectancy in advance, the other party can always pull out if something goes wrong. And with a buyout, it's not so easy to remove it. Qin Feng pondered for a while, then said in a deep voice, "It's not quite right to buy it out, but it can be rented long-term. How about 3 years first? The price on my side is 500 years of lifespan. We can make an agreement through the guild contract that you will pay 500 years of your lifespan and I will give your guild access to the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy. A contract between guilds is a contract of agreement that is mandatory and binding. Once signed, it will be mandatory." Qin Feng looked at the beautiful painter in front of him and continued. "Also, there's something else. Regarding the repair of the magical defense boundary, I can take full responsibility for it." Hearing this, Zhang Jinxian froze. "Huh? Boundary repair, you're solely responsible for it?" She was a bit dumbfounded. This is too dreamy, isn't it? It was important to know that their Heaven's Vault Guild had also taken down a small silver-level hideout and had learned through trials that once the hideout's magical defense boundary was attacked, it would take a lot of lifespan to repair it. To put it badly, it's likely to be a bottomless pit. "Of course, I have 2 conditions," Qin Feng calmly said. "Firstly, with regards to that Magic Capital Black Dragon Hall Guild that just messed up, your Heavenly Vault Guild will go and get rid of it. Secondly, how about the ground buildings of this Evil Spirit Academy? You guys need to repair them within 3 months." Zhang Jinxian didn't even know that the repair of this Evil Spirit Academy's magical defense boundary had cost Qin Feng absolutely nothing. All the magma spells in the underground core are enough. Obviously, Qin Feng was a typical empty glove. Pay nothing and have the Sky Vault Guild do both for him for nothing. So, Zhang Jinxian took this matter and had a private chat with her grandfather. Old Zhang too had been concerned about the negotiations over here and was shocked when he heard the conditions proposed by Qin Feng. Shadow, he's too sincere. Isn't it just a blackguard guild? It. 2 more chapters, working on them, we'll post them later. Chapter 117. You may make a fortune, but I never lose. Soon, old Jiangtu came over with a large troop of players from the Heavenly Vault Guild in great numbers. These players, one by one, were very excited. It's amazing that they were able to get into the Shadow's Platinum hideout. It was important to realize that in the current Magic City ruins, no guild had taken a Platinum-level hideout except for Shadow's Evil Spirit Academy. Being able to move into this hideout will put them on a fast track. The bottom line is, Big Brother Shadow is also too generous, actually taking full responsibility for the repair of the magic boundary. That's right, if it wasn't for the Shadow Big Brother Guild not accepting people, I'd be tempted to jump ship, haha. Originally, I thought that Shadow was a sinister and cunning person, but now that I look at it, whoever said that the big man was sinister and cunning, I'll cut him down immediately. That's right, we're taking advantage of this. Qin Feng quickly met with old Jiangtu. In the name of the guild, he signed a guild contract with the Sky Vault Guild. After the contract was signed, old Jiangtu paid 500 years of life and smiled from ear to ear. Because the Sky Vault Guild is making a bloody fortune. Not only had the guild gained a base, but they also didn't have to be responsible for repairing the magic boundaries, and it also allowed his granddaughter to look around for materials for career advancement. The most important thing is still befriended the Shadow. But Qin Feng can only say to this, you may make a bloody profit, but I will never lose. Because when it comes down to it, he didn't pay anything at all. The first thing he needed to do was to give the Sky Vault Guild permission to enter and exit the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy for the following 3 years. The second is responsible for magical boundary repair throughout the academy. However, in the former case, it was only giving permissions, and this area still belonged to Qin Feng in the end. As for the latter, it was more than enough to rely on magma spells. However, if the Heavenly Vault Guild subsequently invites some enemies, and those enemies come to attack the Evil Spirit Academy, it will indeed bring me some trouble. But it's also only slightly troublesome. After all, it doesn't say in the contract that I need to help them fend off the enemy. In other words, even if the outer layer of the Evil Spirit Academy was breached and the Heavenly Vault Guild was swept away, it had nothing to do with Qin Feng, as long as the other party didn't provoke Qin Feng. Back, the magma spell opens up, and straight away, the magical boundary is fully repaired. Qin Feng is completely without loss. Not to mention, the Sky Vault Guild in this life is likely to develop faster and more fiercely than in the last. I'm afraid that no guild that could threaten the Heavenly Vault Guild could do it alone, other than the official Grand Xia. As for Qin Feng's harvest, it was too much. 500 years of life, that's 3 years' rent for the hideout, and that's only a small half of the hideout. Second, the Evil Spirit Academy could be handed over to the Heavenly Vault Guild to guard, saving Qin Feng the trouble. It's not just getting some security guards, it's pulling in the entire security company's headquarters. 3. Harvested a vote of free hitters, directly sweeping the Magic City Black Dragon Hall Guild. Fourth, the various building ruins on the ground of the academy completely repaired, a total of 2,000 to 3,000 years of life, now all handed over to the Heavenly Vault Guild is responsible for Qin Feng and save a large sum of life. The Black Dragon Temple of the Magic Capital. Although it's not considered a big guild, the people are scattered everywhere. It would be too much of a waste of time for me alone to completely clear them out. But handing it over to the Sky Vault Guild, with tens of thousands of people working together to find and clean it up, that's much more efficient. There were many things that were a complete waste of time for Qin Feng to do personally. For example, this Black Dragon Hall of the Magic Capital. Handing it over to the Skydome Guild would be quite appropriate. May I ask, with this wave of transactions, Qin Feng has made several eagles with one arrow? At this time, little brother Shadow, why don't we spar? Old Jiangtu was wearing a gray vestment and looked at Qin Feng with an eager face. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Zhang Jinxian was skeptical. Just your old bones, still sparring with seniors. It can't be that you want to touch the porcelain, right? There are so many people in the guild waiting for the arrangement, you still don't go quickly. She was relieved when she pushed the old Jiangtu out of the room in 3 tries. She turned back to Qin Feng and smiled shyly. I'm sorry, senior. My grandfather, he's playful. Don't you mind? It's okay. Qin Feng sweated as he waved his hand. Go find what you're looking for first. If you don't find it, I'll give you access to the underground area later. I'm going out to practice first. After bidding farewell to them, Qin Feng first passed through the teleportation array and teleported to the core area of the Evil Spirit Academy. took all the emerald level gear skill books he had stacked here and took them all. Prepare to use the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement to transform into something for the assassin. Next, Qin Feng was planning to take down all the other several platinum level hideouts in the Magic City. However, there are some bosses I haven't studied before. Need to feel out the mechanics and skills. Not so fast against it. Qin Feng set off directly. The real world. Magic City, a certain luxury villa area. Dongfang Yu was talking to someone on the phone. Oh, that pariah worked with the Sky Vault Guild. The Heavenly Vault Guild is on a big hunt for the Black Dragon Palace? Oh, those black bastards are still pushing for money? Okay. Give them the address of the fireworks factory and let them come and get the money. Dongfang Yu indifferently hung up the phone, still in a lofty demeanor. As if, in her eyes, dealing with a shadowy figure is as insignificant as crushing an ant. Next to her was her husband, Chu Kunshan. Chu Kunshan was a middle-aged businessman with a big belly, the oldest of the Chu family's generation, with 2 brothers and a sister above him. This matter, Chu Kunshan completely dared not tell his brother and sister, because his brother and sister would never allow him to take on the shadow. Daughter-in-law, let's move fast, Chu Kunshan said in a deep voice. When that group of black guys arrive at the fireworks factory, first stall them, and I'll find someone to leak their address to Dark Shadow. Dongfang Yu nodded faintly. Aha, but I didn't expect that pariah to actually cooperate with old Zhongtu's Sky Vault Guild. Chu Kunshan frowned. He asked the Heavenly Vault Guild to hunt the Black Dragon Hall's people. Will he not plan to care himself? Will this address still lure him over? Right at this moment, Chu Nantian, who had just finished giving Teddy Arthur a bath, stepped out from the side and said indifferently, "This isn't simple? First let everyone in the Black Dragon Palace go offline. The shadow can't kill anyone, so naturally they can't get angry. Can't get angry in the game. Naturally we'll want to start from reality." This side of the family was planning to pit Qin Feng to death. But they don't know that. There was a petite and delicate figure that had already taken advantage of the night and arrived near this luxurious villa area. Blade of the Yellow Springs, Ghost Spirit. This girl certainly used her brain to find it. Dongfang Yu was now acquiring lifespans in a big way, and of course she didn't have to do it herself, but instead, she put the group's subordinates in charge of it, acquiring lifespans in reality. After acquiring the lifespan, in reality, under the protection of armed guards, it was transported to the villa where Dongfang Yu was located, to come and trade to her in person. The reason for this is in the reality of the deal. This is because it's too dangerous to be within the game. After Dongfang Yu had been taken out once by a ghost spirit and lost more than 200 years of her lifespan, she realized that, at least at this stage, she was safer in reality. Thus, Ghost Spirit first pretended to sell his lifespan and found the subordinate of the group that helped Dongfang Yu to acquire his lifespan. Then followed the other party, all the way to this luxury villa area. Chapter 118. Overall Enhancement.
Finishing technique, Scarlet Blade.
Soon. The Ghost Spirit was hidden in the shadows outside the villa area. A pair of eyes hidden in the darkness, staring dead inside the villa area. At present, she dared not approach the villa area, much less enter it. Because of her stealth level, it was only 3. She wasn't sure if there was a strong person capable of anti-concealment present around Dongfang Yu. Even if she didn't, she wasn't like Qin Feng who could be infinitely invisible. Lots of armed escorts in this villa area. Once she strikes, with her current strength, it will be impossible to escape alive. Got to advance my career to the 2nd level. The Shadow God said that there is a qualitative change in the 2nd stage of the profession. I don't know exactly how much of a boost there is. To pull off the perfect assassination, she needs to get stronger in the game. Several hours had quickly passed since Qin Feng had cooperated with the Heavenly Vault Guild. During that time, Qin Feng even went offline to eat once. And naturally, his harvest within these few hours was extremely rich, allowing him to increase his battle power across the board. He had taken out 3 platinum level bosses before and after, and 3 platinum hideout keys were obtained. Slay the platinum level soft mud rotting beast boils to obtain the key to the hideout green moss grotto. Kill the platinum level source of dampness Nagusel, and get the key to the hideout luminescent underground river. Kill the platinum level disaster imprisoner thousand-handed baby girl, and obtain the key to the hideout prisoner of suffering. These 3 platinum level bosses were all completely unseen by Qin Feng in his previous life. However, a platinum level boss was not too difficult for the current Qin Feng. After casually letting the devotee, Ghost Wolf, try out some mechanics, they were quickly disposed of. Lastly, that disaster imprisoner thousand-handed baby girl. The difficulty really startled Qin Feng, mainly because there was a high-frequency sound wave attack, and there was nowhere for him to dodge. Even the cooldown of Shield of Black Light could barely keep up. Good thing, in the end, with the super high burst damage, it was successfully taken out. A platinum level boss of this level, it would take at least several days before other guilds could raid it. Besides, there are only 6 platinum level hideouts in the entire Magic City. If I get them all, I'm a monopoly. When the time comes, how much can these hideouts be sold for? In addition to harvesting 3 platinum hideout keys, Qin Feng's level, 2, had directly increased to level 17. At this moment, coming out of his hideout prison of suffering, Qin Feng looked over and the cooldown of Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement was over. The art of equivalence. Qin Feng once again used the special effect of these epic leather pants. You have lost the disaster-spreading Bao Emerald grade. You have obtained the Veil of Sharp Eyes Emerald grade. Out comes the head defense. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. During the majority of this day's raiding, he had sacrificed 6 other professions' equipment in exchange for 6 assassins' emerald-ranked equipment by virtue of the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement. Unfortunately, there are 3 of them with duplicate parts. Now that the Sharp Eyes Veil was out, it meant that Qin Feng's entire body was now emerald-grade equipment. Veil of Sharp Eyes Emerald, Assassin's equipment. Physique plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Plus 2 anti-crypt level, hit modifier plus 88%. Requirements. Level 15. Unique effect, Sharp Eyes, gains plus 133% hit modifier for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 155.8 seconds when turned on. Just in time to make up the hits, Qin Feng directly changed the shadow veil on his body, putting on the Sharp-Eyed Veil. With the Sharp Eyes effect turned on, this equipment gives me a 221% hit modifier. This attribute, which is a corrective value for hit points. An analogy. If the target has a 30% dodge rate, then the base hit rate when attacked is 70%, which after the 221% hit modifier results in a final hit rate of 224.7%, or an absolute hit. If the target has a 70% dodge rate, then the base hit rate when attacked is only 30% with a 221% hit modifier, the final hit rate is 96.3%. Calculating after changing into the Sharp Eyes Veil, as long as the target's evasion rate did not exceed 68.8%, then Qin Feng's attacks were all bound to hit. On the flip side, if someone has over 200 hit modifiers, then attacking the current Qin Feng will also make Qin Feng's high evasion rate not work too well. Qin Feng checked the equipment bar. Weapon, Mori White Bone Blade Emerald. Head, New Sharp-Eyed Veil Emerald. Clothing, Right of the Black Flame Spiked Bone Leather Armor Emerald. Legs, Barfiki's equivalent agreement Epic. Gloves, New Fragile White Gloves Emerald. Physical defense plus 75, total elemental resistance plus 60, strength plus 25, agility plus 20. Special effect, reduces life cap by 12%, increases base attack power by 30%. Shoes, New Invisible Treads Emerald. All attributes plus 18, movement speed plus 27%, stealth level plus 2. Special effect, invisible. Eliminates its own collision volume for 3 seconds after use. Cooldown 60-27.9 seconds. Necklace, Heart of Faithar Emerald. Ring left, Witch Alienation Ring Emerald. Ring right, New Damp Ring Emerald. All attributes plus 15, water elemental resistance plus 888. Special effect, 179 points of water elemental attack added to all damage. The fragile white glove, the invisible walk, is exchanged through equivocation. The damp ring, on the other hand, is a direct pop from the source of dampness niggles. Among them, the special effect of invisible tread was equivalent to walking through walls. Of course, if the wall is not crossed within the 3-second time frame, then the player will not be stuck in the wall, but will return to where they were before entering the wall. These shoes are an absolute must-have for home travelers, and during this period of time, Qin Feng's biggest harvest was still the 2 Emerald Grade Assassin skill books that had been transformed out of the 2 books. Agility Training Emerald Level, Assassin Skill Book, passively boosts agility by 42 points. Requires level 14. Scarlet Blade Emerald level. Assassin finishing technique. Consume 60 hit points to gather blood daggers and attack a single target at close range, adding 4,800 points of blood elemental attack. The lower the target's remaining life value, the higher the damage of the skill, up to a maximum increase of 200% after the target's life value falls below 30%. Upon hitting, restores 200% of the damage dealt. Overflow restoration will be converted to blood elemental shield. The former, a passive skill that boosts agility. In addition to agility training, there was also strength training, mental training, physical fitness training, and so on, but Qin Feng hadn't gotten it yet. As for the latter, it was the finishing technique skill book with an extremely low output rate. Any profession has finishing moves that require the expenditure of combo points to release. And combo points, as the name suggests, are the number of consecutive hits on an enemy within a certain time frame. In the case of a cleric-based support profession, there are two types of combo points, one for attacking and one for healing. The healing finisher is extremely milky and can even provide a super high shield of several times its life value. Scarlet Blade. It's a finishing technique skill with super high single damage. It's only emerald level, and it's attaching 4,800 points of blood elemental attack, which is more than twice as high as any of my other epic legendary skills right now. How strong would it be if it evolved to the legendary level? At this moment, Qin Feng glanced at the attribute panel. After consecutively killing 3 platinum-level bosses and killing various small monsters and small bosses along the way, Qin Feng's evolution points had now reached 621 points. Start evolving. 4th chapter today, making up for yesterday. Reward the big boys with a little for the love of it. Chapter 119 Mythic Dark Depths. Incredible effects. First up is agility training. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points and have 588 points remaining. Agility training Emerald Diamond Epic Legend. Passively boosts agility by 42, 63, 84, 126 points. Requires level 14. Legendary level added. Your total agility attribute value increased by 10%. Start by evolving it 3 times to legendary. In addition to a higher passive boost to the agility attribute, it gains an added effect. The total value of the agility attribute is increased by 10%. I'm currently level 17 with a full set of emerald level equipment, and originally had an agility attribute of 373 points. Counting the passive of this skill, that's 499 points. This legendary level effect alone added 50 points of agility to me. Qin Feng looked at it, and after he evolved agility training to the legendary level, his agility attribute directly skyrocketed to 549 points. Counting the Mori White Bone Blade special effect, which doubles movement speed when damage is dealt, my fastest burst movement speed has now reached 140 meters per second. It's an extremely scary speed. Even this meant that even if Qin Feng wasn't in a state of invisibility, his figure wasn't something that could be captured by an ordinary person just by relying on this speed. After all, that's over 500 kilometers per hour. It has reached nearly half the speed of sound. Of course, this is the fastest burst of speed. Maintaining this pace would be a serious physical drain. However, as long as he was in a fighting state, maintaining a speed of 40 to 50 meters per second was already easy for Qin Feng. After evolving this passive skill, Qin Feng followed up by evolving the finishing technique, Scarlet Blade. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points and have 555 points remaining. Scarlet Blade Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary. Consumes 60 combo points, adds 4,800, 6,000, 7,000, 200, 9,000 blood elemental attacks. Upon hitting, restores 200%, 300%, 400%, 600% of damage dealt. 600% of life value overflow recovery will be converted to blood elemental shield. Added at legendary level. Have the number of hit points required to release a skill. Base damage is nearly doubled. The blood returning effect after a hit was directly tripled. Most importantly, the number of combo points needed to cast a skill is halved, which means it only takes 30 combo points. The original 60 combo points to release it was rather annoying to Qin Feng. After all, 1 instant Shadow Slash was only 9 combo points. If you really want to unleash the Scarlet Blade finisher, you'll have to build up your combo points for quite a long time. But now it's only 30 points and it's much easier to save up. Next, Qin Feng still had 555 evolution points. It's possible to evolve another mythic skill out of it. Qin Feng scanned the list of skills, and now there were several skills that he could evolve to mythic level. Blossom Curse, Assassin's Intuition, Dark Depths, and these two brand new Agility Training, and Scarlet Blade. These 5 skills, all of which were now legendary. It requires 500 evolution points to be consumed and can evolve to mythic level. Pick one then. Dark Depths first. Qin Feng decided to advance this passive plus stealth level skill. With the full set of emerald grade equipment, Qin Feng's stealth and anti-stealth levels were both increased by 2 levels. His anti-crypt level now was 7. The maximum stealth level, on the other hand, is 10. Under the effect of the legendary grade Dark Depths, Qin Feng's stealth damage would increase with each stealth level. Evolution, a skill that enhances all of Qin Feng's damage, has a wider applicability. You have consumed 500 evolution points and have 55 points remaining. Depths of Darkness Lore Mythos passively gains plus 2-3 stealth levels, and for every 1 second that passes, raises stealth level by 1. This skill provides up to plus 5-7 stealth levels. Legendary level effect. For every 1 stealth level you have, 200-300 points of stealth breaking attack will be added when breaking stealth. Mythic level added. When stealthy, the rate of lifespan loss is reduced by 90%. What? Qin Feng was a bit confused. This skill went from legendary to mythic level, giving an increased stealth level from 5 to 7, and it only required 4 seconds of stealth to achieve. From there, Qin Feng's final stealth level reached 12. However, what made Qin Feng giggle the most was the mythic level added effect of this skill. Lifespan loss slows down by 90% when stealthy? This is too sick. As it stands, the effect is hardly too great. After all, to Qin Feng, a naturally lost lifespan was completely worthless. But if it's the future, go to some of the advanced regions. Those regions have 110,000 times, or even faster rate of life expectancy passing. Even if Qin Feng thought about it now, some areas were extremely terrifying and numbing. But this mythic level effect directly caused Qin Feng's life expectancy to pass at a rate that slowed down by 10 times. 100-fold becomes 10-fold, 10,000-fold becomes 1,000-fold. In these areas, the pressure Qin Feng needed to endure from the passage of life was only 1/10 of the original. It just so happens that the horrible ghost ship that supposedly refreshes the spirit swallower bloodline monsters is a permanent berserk area. With this mythic effect, I'll live even in a horror ghost ship. Qin Feng closed the skill panel with satisfaction. Immediately after that, he intended to continue taking down the remaining 2 platinum-level hideouts in the ruins of Magic City. However, when he came to the next target, he found the platinum-level boss in this place surprisingly already had a big guild that was raiding it, and it was a semi-official guild organization. Fisker Heavy Industries. Here, in the northeast of the ruins of the Magic City, there is a magic leaning tower that is over 100 meters tall. The tower, though ancient, had not been reduced to rubble like the other buildings around it, but was instead very strong and stood in the midst of the city's ruins. As a result, it also attracted the attention of many guild forces. Feek Heavy Industry, a heavy industrial conglomerate in the Magic City, the management of this heavy industrial conglomerate reacted quickly after the godforsaken game descended, and exchanged all of their limited liquidity for tradable lifespans. Formation of the Feek Heavy Industry Guild, where most of the guild members are former group employees. A lot of young men and women who were only small workers have quickly risen in status within the guild because of how well they play the game. In particular, the chairwoman of this Feek Heavy Industry is a middle-aged woman named Huang Huifan, who directly promoted 5 youngsters who played the game well, teamed up with her, and took her to upgrade in a good way. Nowadays, Huang Huifan's group was already in the guild, occupying an absolute voice. When Qin Feng arrived outside the Magic Leaning Tower, he could see from afar that a fierce battle was taking place on the top floor of the Magic Leaning Tower. This Feek Heavy Industry has cleared the monsters to the top of the Leaning Tower? The guardian boss of this Magic Leaning Tower hideout is much harder than all those bosses I had before. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This Feiku Heavy Industry Guild, after all, had a semi-official background. There was no need for him to go straight up and grab the boss. However, at this point in time, it was simply impossible for Feiku Heavy Industry to deal with that platinum-level boss. Player level, attributes, equipment, and skills all fail. So, they may need a little help. Chapter 120. Don't show mercy to anything alive. The topmost floor of the magical leaning tower that was over 100 meters tall. Feek Heavy Industries' Huang Huifan and the rest of the party were looking at, With a grave expression, the humanoid platinum-level boss at the top of the tower that was holding dual swords, only to see that the boss was blindfolded by a piece of rag, had a pair of black wings behind it, and was 2.5 meters tall. It is extremely fast and extremely agile. Once the attack was unleashed, it was like a bolt of black lightning that could instantly decimate some brittle players. Even the warrior players whose equipment and skills were up a bit at this stage, and whose candor was relatively high, would have a hard time resisting its stormy and continuous attacks. Most importantly, this boss doesn't eat hate at all. Hunting brittle mages, shooters, and priests everywhere, at the top of the topmost floor of this magic leaning tower, more and more Feiku heavy industry players were being killed by the boss and crying out. But it wasn't as if Feiku heavy industry had brought people over to challenge the boss completely unprepared. Not far from there, right next to the magic leaning tower, they took down a silver-level hideout, the human face tree courtyard, and someone was guarding the human face tree courtyard, pooling all of the tradable lifespans that people had on them. So now, players of Feiku heavy industry have very, very few tradable lifespans that drop when they die challenging a boss. They seem to have plenty of time to slowly raid this boss and figure out the mechanics of this boss. No, this boss is too fast and doesn't eat hate at all. We're only hitting 1% blood after half a day of fighting. Sure enough, a platinum-level boss is still too much of a stretch.
革老子的，我们无限复活，堆也堆死这玩意儿，谁怕谁啊？
Let the resurrected brothers and sisters hold on tight. This tower is only 20 floors or so. Resurrect and hurry to climb up. Remember to have the priest buff you before entering the battlefield. Don't care if you die or not, just deal damage. In a blur of confusion, the players of Feiku heavy industry went forward and back, bound to pile up that platinum-level boss, Demon Blade. Just then, Huang Huifan received a private chat. The private chat was sent from the official side. Huifan, you guys are attacking a platinum-level boss? Shadow is right next to us. Do you guys want his help? He said that for 1,000 years of lifespan, he can help you guys take down this boss, but the boss drops go to him. That's not bad value for money, old girl. Huang Huifan frowned slightly when she heard this news. The other party was an important official figure in the Magic City, with whom she usually had a good relationship. 1,000 years of life is too much. Huang Huifan smiled and replied, we can handle this boss. We don't need his help. Help me reject it. If you say so, fine. Soon, and Yu's side gave Qin Feng a private chat over, Great God over there, Feek Heavy Industry said that they can fight on their own and don't need help. Qin Feng smiled. All right, I'll go then. He glanced at the battle at the top of the enchanted leaning tower and did not take the matter to heart. That boss named Demon's Blade would not take long to advance to the emerald level if it were to be suicidally besieged in this manner. It's simply impossible for players to deal with it at this stage. In the last life, this Devil's Blade evolved. It wasn't until most of a month after the godforsaken game descended that it was finally taken down by the most elite official group in Magic City. Because, once advanced to Emerald Grade, that Demon Blade would have the ability to drink blood. Each time you kill a player, 10% of your maximum life is restored. At that point, no matter how many people and how many lives were piled up, it would be impossible to take out an Emerald-ranked Demon Blade. Sure, people didn't need help, so Qin Feng didn't bother to go out of his way. Under the current circumstances, Qin Feng still maintained a friendly and cooperative relationship with the officials. As for the Chu family on Dongfang Yu's side, although it has an official background, it is completely insignificant compared to the entire Daxia official. Qin Feng wouldn't change his attitude towards the officialdom because of the Chu family's matter. I'll make my move when it advances to Emerald level, and I'll be able to touch Diamond level equipment and skill books by then. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. He rode Ghost Wolf and turned away. It's raining. The always gloomy sky of the godforsaken land was clouded with dark clouds, and it gradually started to rain. Remember that the refresh condition for the Spirit Swallower bloodline monster is that it's going to rain, so you can rush over there and take a look. Magic City has a platinum hideout in addition to the magic leaning tower. Leave it for now. The Spirit Swallower bloodline was the one that would enhance the most for the current Qin Feng. Now he had learned quite a few useless assassin skills on him. All of these assassin skills could be devoured by the Spirit Swallower bloodline power, thus providing an attribute increase. Behind Qin Feng, at the top of the magic leaning tower, only to see under a gust of pattering rain, the demonic blade sometimes had its wings open, sometimes swooped down, and its twin blades bloomed with dark light, accurately and cruelly harvesting the lives from the players. The non-tradable lifespans in the field were all pumped up by the Devil's Blade, looking for a chance to absorb them. Even the players of Feek-heavy industries didn't put too much pressure on causing Devil's Blade at all. This boss was only at half of its battle power, and it was even digesting the non-tradable lifespans it had absorbed during the battle. The ruins of Magic City, the ruins of the East City Gate. Qin Feng was not invisible. As he rode his spectral wolf and arrived, a petite figure already waiting nimbly jumped out next to him and came to him. It's the blade of the Yellow Springs ghost spirit. Come on. Let's take you to a suitable practicing area for you. Qin Feng waved at her. Ghost spirit, this little lowly girl, like Qin Feng, turned on the facial masking, wearing a set of pitch-black tight-fitting leather armor, which makes her even more petite and flexible. She had short black neck-length hair and a pair of soulful eyes, and without hesitation, she jumped onto the ghost wolf and sat behind Qin Feng. On the way, Qin Feng asked about her. Have you found Dongfeng Yu's place? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. This girl, she really had something. However, Qin Feng did not intend to step in to help. Anyway, the girl only needed to advance her profession to the second rank, and after extracting it to reality, she would be completely ready to do it. Since you're ready to do it, I'll give you a heads up. Show no mercy to anything alive. Qin Feng's words caused Ghost Spirit to freeze. Anything alive? You like animals, don't you? Cats and dogs and stuff. Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf, carrying the ghost spirit, and ran all the way to the desolate wilderness in the rain, his voice as indifferent as death. Officially, there are hidden professions of beast tamer, which allow you to communicate with animals and check their memories. So, if you don't want to leave clues for the officials, you should know what to do, right? In his last life, Ghost Spirit had actually accomplished an almost perfect assassination. She killed everyone in sight. But she spared a pet dog. Later, the official handler profession was able to communicate with that pet dog, which is how they learned that the murderer was her, thus launching a manhunt for her. Chapter 121. If you can't beat me, you know to come to me? You have to pay more. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the ghost spirit was silent for a moment. She realized that if Qin Feng hadn't said so, there was a real possibility that she would have spared pets like cats and dogs when the time came to strike. Not exactly a dog lover, but she would have been considered kind. It was just that if this would reveal his identity, the ghost spirit could still distinguish between the lesser and the greater. Thanks, Ghost whispered. She rode on the back of the ghost wolf, a pair of small hands to help Qin Feng. Due to the speed is too fast, the wind that came along the way will be her short hair blown a little messy, that small body, as if at any time to be blown away by the wind as... Soon, Qin Feng sent her to a place outside the ruins of the magic capital, more than 20 kilometers away. There is a graveyard of dry bones here. The characteristics of this place were that the monsters were brushed quickly and the number of magical creatures was high, but the individual strength was relatively weak. Once they appear, they are all swarms of skeleton monsters. The reason why this place was suitable for Ghost Spirit was because her exclusive weapon, the Yellow Spring Chainblade, was something that could be leveled up and graded by killing demonic creatures. Therefore, a brush spot with a high number of magic creatures would be more suitable for her. Of course, the demons in the Deadbone Graveyard are all level 15-18. The average person can't really come here at this stage. Even if there were some official and guild forces that would send people out to explore, it wouldn't affect the Ghost Spirit's brush. Not to mention, this divine abandoned continent, the level of danger outside the city ruins was more than 10 times more dangerous than inside the ruins. This is because there will be many high-grade bosses with a huge range of movement, all of which can move freely. Unlike within the ruins of the city, where most magical creatures are forced to limit the range of their activities. So once you're out there, it's easy to run into a boss you can't match. For example, Qin Feng had just brought the ghost spirit to the Withered Bone Graveyard when he saw a giant sinewy man, more than 5 meters tall, was in the middle of the graveyard, capturing those skeleton monsters as food. Due to that sinewy man's huge size, the half-man tall skeleton monsters brushed out in the field were fished out by him. Grab it, take a bite, and crunch. Strong Acid Sinew Man Bone Erosion LV16. Grade? Platinum. It's a platinum boss. Ghost Spirit's little face went a little pale when she saw the 5-meter-tall platinum-level boss from afar. One could only see that strong acid tendon man eroded bone. His skin festered all over his body. His hands were extremely long. His palms were huge, and his pair of eyes only had the whites of his eyes, which looked extremely terrifying. Since it was a platinum level boss, the blood bar that lit up above its head was also much longer than all the demons that Ghost Spirit had seen. Ghosts were not weak though, and they were usually solo. But even if it was a gold level boss, she could only take a detour when she saw it. It's fine. I'll finish off the boss and you can practice here. If you see any other bosses you can't beat in the follow-up, just avoid them. Qin Feng encountered a platinum boss, so naturally he couldn't miss it. After saying this, he leapt up from the back of the ghost wolf and went into stealth in mid-air. 3 seconds later, Qin Feng had already arrived at the feet of the 5-meter-tall boss with extreme speed. An odor of acidic decay hit his nose. Dark Ring Blade. Qin Feng raised his hand and directly released the ranged skill. The dark blade light, spreading towards the surroundings in an instant. A series of 40,000 to 50,000 damage numbers emerged from Qin Feng's surroundings, and a single skeleton monster was instantly killed by him. Most importantly, the skeleton monsters around him that he had killed in seconds had reached 30. It made Qin Feng's combo points instantly exceed 30 points. Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade. Qin Feng went down with several rounds of Shadow Blade one after another, weakening the boss's defense and elemental resistance. Seeing that its blood level was about to fall to half, Scarlet Blade, that strong acid sinew man bone erosion, had only just released a skill that spewed acid when Qin Feng had already jumped to its back. The Mori white bone blade in his hand blossomed with scarlet light, instantly stabbing into the back of that giant sinewy man. 44.6 W weak attack, a finishing shot that directly kills it in seconds. Originally, this boss would also enter an invincible state when half-blooded, and it would take some mechanics to go through in order to completely decimate it. But Qin Feng's single damage was simply too high. It directly cleared out a little more than half of its remaining blood quantity in an instant. If it's an instant shadow chop, then after dealing damage from 1 or 2 chopping blows, the boss will enter an invincible state. But the Scarlet Blade, a straight shot. This is a super high damage finisher. Sure, in any other player it would be impossible to achieve this effect even with a finisher. Qin Feng had already pulled his damage magnitude, through the evolution of his skills, to more than 100 times higher than the average person. In the distance, the little lowly ghost spirit, still on the back of the ghost wolf, watched the 5-meter-high giant sinewy man wailing and falling to the ground, the acid in his body spewing outwards, polluting the surrounding land. The horrifying scene of Qin Feng decapitating the boss caused her eyes to widen with a feeling of disbelief. Is this the Shadow Platinum level boss? Over in 3 seconds, that horrible damage took the ghost spirit's breath away. Looking at Qin Feng again was like looking at a high mountain, a mountain that she could only ever look up to. After Qin Feng disposed of the body of the Tendon Man boss and picked up the loot, he left the ghost spirit here to practice. Instead, he continued to head east. Too bad this boss didn't come out with assassin stuff. Go back and turn around in leather pants again. It was only after running for more than 100 kilometers that Qin Feng gradually arrived at a rotting beach. And a glimpse of a giant ghost ship stranded on the beach. Horror Ghost Ship. This ship was a popular practicing spot for level 20 or so players on this side of the Magic City. It is said that every time it rains, the Spirit Swallower Bloodline monster will be refreshed, making the challenge extremely difficult for level 20 players. Once this was swiped, the players practicing here scattered. Don't even dare to stay here. Qin Feng, however, had come specifically for this stuff. Only the giant ghost ship, more than 300 meters in length, was turned on its side on the beach, and the entire interior of the ghost ship belonged to a separate area. Qin Feng dismounted his mount and entered the cabin through one of the rotting wooden planks. You have entered the Ghost Ship of Terror. This area is a berserk area. Lifespan loss rate in the area, 100 times. Qin Feng advanced towards the depths of the cabin. Along the way, I saw a lot of grievous sailors and tentacle entanglers, all sorts of small monsters and small bosses which were endless. Qin Feng didn't even bother. He maintained a stealthy state of up to level 12 and did not startle any magical creatures, and came to the depths of this rotting and damp ghost ship, finally seeing a blood-red altar phalanx. So it's a sacrifice class boss. Qin Feng recognized it at once. You need to keep killing the surrounding magical creatures to let this altar phalanx absorb the energy. And after the energy reaches 100%, this altar phalanx will summon the corresponding boss. Moreover, if you want to summon the boss the quickest, You have to lure all the demons into the range of the altar spell to kill them, so that the altar energy can rise the fastest. We'll just have to kill the little monsters first. Qin Feng tried a little bit and realized that luring a small monster to the phalanx to kill it would increase the altar energy by 0.1%. In other words, it meant that it was necessary to kill around 1,000 small monsters before the Spirit Swallower bloodline monster could be summoned. If one were to simply kill 1,000 small monsters, it would be easy and enjoyable for Qin Feng. But it would be especially time-consuming to pull the minions into the spell. After all, many of the demonic minions did not move very fast, and for Qin Feng, he still had to cancel his stealth status in order to pull those minions. Otherwise, he stays invisible and no glitch can even see him. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take 5 or 6 hours to finish. Qin Feng had a bit of a headache. Originally, he was thinking about picking up Ghost Spirit and pulling monsters together. That would have been nearly twice as fast. However, very quickly, Qin Feng dispelled this thought, because he realized that he didn't need to pull the little monsters into the spell before killing them. He could have just killed the demon on the spot. Although he didn't T-kill in the spell energy rose less. But if he killed in place, Qin Feng could increase the efficiency of killing monsters by more than 10 times. Even if each glitch gives less energy, the overall speed will be faster. Just brush up on your experience. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry and transformed into a demonic butcher within the terrorist ghost ship on the spot. Also, just as he was having a blast brushing at the ghost ship of terror, and you suddenly sent him another private chat. Great God, great God. Feek Heavy Industries side sent a message saying that the boss advanced to emerald level, they couldn't beat it and gave up. Now they want to ask you to come and help? Are you free? Hearing this news, Qin Feng smiled. Just asked you if you wanted help and you said no. Now that the boss has advanced and can't be beaten, it's coming after me again? Not now, tell them to wait. And has to add money. Chapter 122. Not just an emerald level boss? Got to add money? And Yu's side was crying and laughing. She didn't really feel anything anyway, she was just a messenger. Currently there were not many official people in Magic City who had close friends with Shadow, so she had to be the one to deliver the message. So she asked, how much do I have to add? Qin Feng returned, the price of a platinum level hideout is around 2,000 years. Now if you let me help fight it, I'll charge 1,800 years. After all, emerald level bosses are much more difficult, so ask them if they'll accept it. In fact, Qin Feng does not care whether the other party accepts it or not. If the other party does not accept this price, he turns around and goes to kill the boss to take the key to sell. The other party does not have anyway, this boss can only be killed by him. Talking to the other side about the price is purely a matter of selling the officials a favor. 1,800 years. And Yu smacked his lips a little. Shadow, this is an 800-year price increase all at once. However, she did understand that the price was indeed considered reasonable. What an emerald level boss. No one on the planet has been able to make the first kill yet. To be honest, and Yu had just even felt that Dark Shadow wouldn't necessarily be willing to take this order. Now, Shadow is willing to help, and although the price has gone up by 800 years, to put it another way, Shadow is now perfectly capable of going and taking out the boss and then taking the hideout all to himself. Take the hideout key out again and sell it, nothing too wrong with selling it for 2,000 years. So, the price of 1,800 years or 200 years cheaper, I'm afraid this is already in the face of the official. Soon after, and you communicated with the Magic City officials and then sent back. They accept this price, but Feek Heavy Industries has a bit of a big loss right now, so they may not be able to pay it all at once. You can pay for 800 years up front at the moment, and there's 1,000 years to go, so I guess we'll have to wait 3 days. Okay? Hearing and Yu's words, Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Fisker Heavy Industries, perhaps the existing tradable life is not enough. But with large hideouts, their subsequent development will be much more stable and rapid, and losses during exploration can be minimized. In this case, the guild can increase the tax rate. This results in more longevity in a short period of time. Okay, but I'm not available right now. I'll let you know when I'm done. Qin Feng replied back and closed the private chat window. At this moment, Qin Feng continued to be within the terrorist ghost ship, constantly killing the demonic creatures around the altar spell formation. As he struck down the surrounding demons, the red light of that altar spell became brighter and brighter, making the entire dilapidated cabin even more morose and terrifying, and eeriness pervaded. In the meantime, hundreds of meters high under the magic leaning tower, Huang Huifan led the guild members of Fei Ku Heavy Industry, all of whom were looking for magical creatures to kill nearby. Throughout the guild channel, the atmosphere was grave. Because they failed to challenge the platinum-level boss. It was intended to use the tactic of a sea of men to pile up that platinum-level demon blade. As a result, that devil's blade was so fast and evasive that their guild died 2 or 3 times per capita, which barely wore down 20% of its blood. Originally, if it had stayed like this, they would still have had a chance. But the key is that devil's blade suddenly advanced. It went straight from platinum to emerald. The devil's blade, which had advanced to the emerald level, had just decimated a priest with a single slash, and its blood level had unexpectedly recovered from 80% to 90%. Another slash kills an assassin, full of blood on the spot. This situation made everyone at Feek Heavy Industries despair. A boss that kills and bleeds back? This means this boss simply can't be pushed out by a sea of people. Huang Huifan was also completely cold-hearted. She knew that with the current Feiku Heavy Industry, it was no longer realistic to take out an emerald-class demon blade. But if we gave up on this, how would we count the lost lifespan of so many people in the guild? This is not the old days. In the age of godforsaken games, it was highly likely that the entire guild would collapse and fall apart if it suffered such a heavy blow and there was no gain. So, Huang Huifan had no choice but to look for someone again and ask for Shadow's help. What? It takes 1,800 years. That's almost doubling the price. Huang Huifan nearly broke into a fit of rage, her face turning unpleasantly pale. But soon, she forced herself to calm down. This was a price that she had to accept right now, except that she couldn't really get that much lifespan out of it right now. Almost all of Feek Heavy Industries' cash flow has been bought into longevity, and even then it adds up to just under 900 years. In addition, each guild member also more or less stored life expectancy in the guild's standby personnel, adding up to 600 years, but this part of the life expectancy is to be returned to the guild members. It is impossible to use it casually. Therefore, Huang Huifan could only offer to pay 800 years up front. Well, the Shadow agreed. But the hard part is that the Shadow is not available right now. It couldn't be that they feel they can't defeat this emerald-ranked boss, so they want to stall for time, right? If this is delayed for a few days, won't my guild fall apart? Huang Huifan frowned, still apprehensive. At this moment, within Feiku Heavy Industries Guild, the morale of all the squads practicing and brushing monsters was also very low. If it wasn't for the fact that the guild already had a silver-level hideout, the human-faced tree courtyard, there would have been many players who would have opted out of the guild by now. Just then, Huang Huifan made an announcement on the guild channel. This magic leaning tower hideout, we are determined to get it. We've invited Shadow over to help raid the boss. And when he's done, the hideout will be our guild's. However, for this hideout, the guild will need to pay 1,800 years of life expectancy, so after taking the hideout, the guild tax rate will be adjusted to 50% for a certain period of time until the tax has been collected for the full 1,800 years and the payment is paid off. When we take the hideout, every member, now, can pick a room within the magic leaning tower to use as a private room. Obviously, this Huang Huifan was not going to use the guild's longevity reserves. Instead, the payment is completely passed on to the members. Since the magic leaning tower was a platinum-level hideout, each floor was 20,000 to 30,000 square meters, and there were many ready-made rooms, which was completely sufficient for the more than 2,000 players of Feiku Heavy Industry to move in now. And so, with visions of private rooms, the players at Fisker Heavy Industries, all willing to accept high taxes for a while. Translated, this is equivalent to each person only having to pay 200 to 300 days of life expectancy in exchange for a private room that is absolutely safe. That's quite a bargain in the godforsaken game world. It's the kind of opportunity that a lot of people want but don't have. The players at Fisker Heavy Industries have been a bit skeptical. That's an emerald class boss. Even Shadow would be tough enough, right? There's no emerald first kill on the globe yet. What if Shadow can't beat it either? Whatever, he took the money anyway, so he should find a way to fix it. I'm just afraid he can't beat it and says he wants our help. Haha, help a hammer gang. If you can't beat them, refund your money. Okay. This is what you guys said yourselves, A moment later, if the Shadow of the darkness to find someone to help, you all don't go on, I'll go on. Don't be jealous if you get the first kill of the emerald boss. If Qin Feng knew what these people were thinking, he was afraid that he would be speechless. Can't beat it? It's just an emerald-level boss? It was also just over 3 hours later, after Qin Feng had killed more than 3,000 demons in a row in the terrorist ghost ship, that blood-red altar spell formation finally emitted a horrifyingly eerie ringing sound. and a mass of blood-colored mist coalesced in the spell formation. The Spirit Swallower bloodline monster is none other than an Emerald-ranked special boss. The first kill of the Emerald boss is yours. Chapter 123 Ancient God Murmurs. Spirit Swallower Andre Gill. It was more than 3 hours long. Qin Feng had almost finished off more than half of the demonic creatures within the terrorist ghost ship. The remaining demons, too, are too far away from this cabin, and it's hard to energize the altar spell after taking them out. Luckily, these 3,000 or so demons were taken out just enough to fill the spell with energy. Qin Feng was a bit thankful. The godforsaken game has a slow refresh rate for demons. For example, in the ruins of a city, once the initial batch of demons were taken out, the demons that refreshed every day afterward were basically only about 5 to 7% of the initial demons. Even if there were initially 100,000 demons in the city, only 5,000 to 7,000 were brushed every day. As you can imagine, it's not easy for players to brush up on their longevity consistently. The number of magical creatures is too few and far between. When averaged out over each player, each would have a few hours of life at most, not to mention who would want to average it out with you. So, if you want to brush up and earn longevity, you have to leave the city ruins. Except, once you leave the city ruins, it's easy to meet an untimely end and die out there again. It was only in a raging area like the terrorist ghost ship that the rate of demonic refreshment would be faster. Even so, the speed of brushing monsters within the terrorist ghost ship simply couldn't keep up with Qin Feng's killing speed. A berserk area with 100 times the lifespan flow rate, where the demonic creatures refresh 10 times faster than in a mild area. The number of magical creatures refreshed each day is 50 to 70% of the total number of initial magical creatures in the area. The terrorist ghost ship area, the original number of demonic creatures totaled only 4 or 5,000. That is, the number of magical creatures refreshed every day is only 2 or 3,000. If there aren't enough existing demons to wait for the monsters to refresh, there will be a wait. Qin Feng was quite happy. All in all, now that he'd brushed enough of the little monsters and saved up energy for the spell, it just about leveled him up to level 18. Qin Feng still added all 10 free attribute points to agility. Then, the scarlet-colored phalanx in the field. A mass of red mist coalesced and gradually formed a fat man with blood and flesh sewn together. Spirit Swallower Androgil LV-20. Grade: Jadeite Pedigree. Countdown to existence: 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. When that particular bloodline boss coalesced, Qin Feng directly felt a terrifying invisible energy impact. It was accompanied by a bizarre ancient god's murmur that instantly enveloped the surrounding area of hundreds of meters. You heard the ancient gods talking. Your raving scale is continuing to grow. When your raving scale grows to 100%, you will lose your mind. Sure enough. Not bad for a special bloodline boss. It's only emerald level, but it's already surrounded by the ravings of the ancient gods. This was the bloodline boss that Qin Feng was looking at. As long as this Spirit Swallower is killed, Qin Feng will be able to obtain the Spirit Swallower bloodline. As for Qin Feng, this Spirit Swallower bloodline was the bloodline that best suited his talent. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state as his eyes fell on that Spirit Swallower, only to see that it was a huge meatball that was 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, blood red in color, with a total of 7 bloody mouths in the front and back, looking hideous and terrifying, but from another point of view, can be permanently invisible. Attack will not be out of invisibility. Qin Feng, the degree of terror is not inferior to this thing, is completely murmuring scale. If you reach 100% and lose your mind, the natural end is to be finished off by the boss. But that's not the worst of it. The worst is, once killed in a state of insanity, you cannot be revived for the time being, but will be kicked offline. Even if you return to reality, you will still be in a state of losing your mind. The higher the mental attribute, the faster you will recover when the time comes. According to the player's attributes now, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to recover from losing their sanity. Even if it was Qin Feng, whose attributes were much higher than the average player, it would take at least a day or two. During this time, it is impossible to log in to the godforsaken game, and your mind will be in great disarray, unable to think properly. In the last life, a lot of people did a lot of appalling things when they were in a state of insanity. For example, the famous massacre in Tonda, Sakura, the 10,000 people eating each other in Bangalore, Tennessee, and the human skin kite incident in North America. Compare that to a dry, up-tempo affix like instant death. the disaster that ravings have brought to human society is even worse. The spirit swallowers are followers of the ancient god, overeating, thus would surround the ravings from the ancient god, overeating. It's a good thing I'm carrying 19.8 ravishing resistance on these leather pants. This resistance value is not high. However, it could also, to a certain extent, slow down Qin Feng's murmuring scale accumulation rate. If originally staying around the spirit swallower for 10 minutes would have brought Qin Feng's murmur scale to 100%, with this resistance attribute, he could last up to about 12 minutes. On top of that, the raving scale doesn't just grow naturally. Once you are hit by a raving-surrounded boss attack, then the raving gauge will skyrocket by 1. It only takes a few hits to basically reach 100% on the raving scale very quickly and thus fall into a state of insanity. This is the terrifying boss that players will commonly encounter in the late stages of the godforsaken game. Also, even if it was just an unusual emerald-ranked boss, its value exceeded that of a platinum-ranked boss by a large margin. Higher defense, more blood, stronger attacks. Luckily, since Qin Feng dared to come and challenge this level 20 emerald grade boss, he was naturally sure of himself. In this cabin filled with blood-red light, Qin Feng is surrounded by ancient gods' ravings. When the boss showed up, Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly struck. Shadow Blade. That's right, Qin Feng did not use the instantaneous Shadow Slash. Nor did he use the Darkness Ring Blade. These two skills, both of which belong to were ranged skills, Qin Feng was unable to freely choose between them when it came to the determination of the attack range. Generally, bosses that look like Spirit Swallower, the 7 mouths on that mountain of flesh body should be the weak point, but this boss is the complete opposite. This Spirit Swallower bloodline boss has no weaknesses, and, if an attack hits those 7 mouths, the damage is swallowed up by them, instead giving the boss back its blood. This is where this boss is the most difficult. If you attacked with a ranged skill, it would basically hit those 7 mouths 100% of the time. And with only a single attack, it limits the output of many players to play. This, coupled with the ravings of the ancient gods that surrounded them at all times, made the difficulty of raiding this boss exponentially increase. Luckily, Qin Feng's single damage wasn't low now. He stayed in stealth and raised his hand for a shadow blade shot. A pitch-black shadow blade, like a hand stem, instantly hit the spirit swallower's flesh and blood. 7,616. Due to the lack of weakness damage, the damage value of Qin Feng's shadow blade was much lower than expected. I just killed that platinum-ranked strong acid flesh man on the road, and the shadow blade was able to deal 70,000 to 80,000 weakness damage. This emerald-class boss defense is just high. Fortunately, the effect of the right of black flame leather armor weakens its defense. Qin Feng threw out a second shadow blade immediately afterward. At the same time, although that spirit swallower boss couldn't see Qin Feng's presence, through the trajectory of the shadow blade, he directly raised his hand and a meat hook instantly flew out and hooked over. Chapter 124 Emerald Level First Kill. Spirit Swallower Bloodline. The blood-colored flesh hook from the Spirit Swallower instantly hooked through the worn-out hull of the ship on the side. However, it did not touch Qin Feng in his stealthy state at all. Because Qin Feng was no wood. He changed his position every time he released his Shadow Blade, and he was even on the move at all times during the release of the Shadow Blade. Thus, although the opponent could project Qin Feng's position through the trajectory of the Shadow Blade, but what was projected was also only Qin Feng's position when he released the Shadow Blade. With Qin Feng's speed, even just when the Shadow Blade had just come out of his hand, he was no longer in the same place and had even moved more than 10 meters. Judging Qin Feng's position based on the trajectory of the projectile was simply impossible to achieve. A volley of shadow blades kept falling onto the boss. 8,295, 9,726, 10,248. As Qin Feng attacked again and again, the defense-breaking effect of the leather armor, right of black flame, continued to stack up, and the blood volume of this emerald-class boss totaled over 3 million. Just 10 seconds after the start of the battle, Qin Feng had thrown a total of 10 shadow blades, dealing a total of nearly 200,000 damage. Immediately afterward, he saw that Spirit Swallower's meaty mountain-like body expand violently, and the 7 bloody mouths on his body expanded instantly, covering his entire body. If an attack is launched against it in this state, then all damage is converted tenfold into healing, giving it back its blood. This was why Qin Feng did not use Graceful Deliverance. Sustained damage from enchanted deliverance would allow Qin Feng to do more damage though. But it was also damage that Qin Feng couldn't control in time. Once the opponent entered this bloated state, the slitting throat, sustained damage from graceful deliverance would instantly give it back its full blood. As soon as the spirit swallower entered the swelling state, Qin Feng felt a terrifying suction force that sucked him towards the boss. Meanwhile, at the feet of the boss, a pool of blood with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared. Once sucked and ripped into the blood pool range, the player begins to continuously deduct blood and grows the murmuring gauge at a very fast rate. Naturally, Qin Feng shuttled tens of meters away with a single instantaneous shadow slash, getting out of the range of being sucked by the boss. Immediately after, there was a burst of basketball-sized blood-colored spheres that coalesced and appeared in the space in the field. One by one, these spheres erupted and shattered into blood clots. Even with Qin Feng's speed, if he was enveloped by this attack, the ravishing scale would be instantly accumulated to an extremely high degree, or even directly pulled up to 100%. Luckily, Qin Feng played steadily. When there was danger, he retreated tens of meters away, completely away from the boss. In this state, the spirit swallower slowly recovers blood. Even after half a minute, that spirit swallower relied on devouring the blood-colored orbs around him and directly returned to full blood. But Qin Feng was in no hurry. Because of that, the broken defense status on this boss still existed. After waiting for its bloated state to last for half a minute, it finally ended and Qin Feng re-entered the vicinity of the boss. Shadow Blade, 24,388, 26,247. After the defense-breaking effect of Gift of the Black Flame, stacked up to 15 layers, the Spirit Swallower's defense and all elemental resistance were completely cleared. Qin Feng stepped forward, dagger in hand, and directly fired a Scarlet Blade.
29,7 w.
The finishing technique hit its target and Qin Feng drew back, dodging several blood-colored meat hooks that were coming from all around. Since Emerald-level bosses came with the damage reduction attribute, even if the defense was weakened to 0, the damage dealt was not theoretical damage. The damage, however, had been quite impressive. One shot knocks the boss off stage. The Spirit Swallower's blood bar plummeted by a fraction, and immediately entered the swell state again, starting to burst blood balls and slowly recovering its blood. This time, though, it couldn't get its blood level back to full. With such a pull, Qin Feng steadily fought. After a few minutes, Qin Feng watched as his raving scale had accumulated to 50%, so he temporarily retreated outside the dilapidated cabin. In this state, his mind was already a bit foggy, and from time to time, pieces of weird and wacky creatures would surface before his eyes. To a certain extent, it will affect his actions. However, after moving away from the Spirit Swallower and remaining until he couldn't hear the ancient god's ravings, Qin Feng's raving scale began to slowly decline. After a few more minutes, Qin Feng's raving scale went to 0 and his sanity returned to normal. Returning to the boss again, I found that the boss blood level had recovered from 50% to about 75%. Bosses that reached the Emerald level would basically have a variety of recovery abilities. For example, the Devil's Blade's hit return or the Spirit Swallower's Devouring Blood Orb return. The higher the grade of the boss, the stronger the recovery ability, and the more difficult it was to kill. It's basically rare that you can destroy such a boss by manhandling it. Qin Feng was in no hurry. Right now, his damage was comparable to a top-tier elite regiment by himself. Much faster recovery than a boss. In this situation, as long as Qin Feng didn't die, finishing off this boss was just a matter of time. Also just over 10 minutes later, Qin Feng kept an eye on the murmuring scale and temporarily retreated whenever it reached 50% and his mind became a bit foggy. So after 2 times, when the Spirit Swallower was still left with more than 500,000 blood, Qin Feng held the Mori White Bone Blade, and at the right moment, he fired a Scarlet Blade. Since the boss blood level is already below 30%. So, Scarlet Blade's 200% damage increase takes full. Instantly bursting out with nearly 600,000 damage, it decimated the Spirit Swallower. The instant the Spirit Swallower was decapitated, a system prompt rang out in the minds of all players around the globe, both in the game and in reality, and was played 3 times in succession. Player Shadow Dasha is the world's first to kill an Emerald-class boss, earning 30 points of reputation. When this alert went off, countless people around the globe were, once again, shocked.
Fark?
We haven't even seen a platinum boss, and Shadow has first killed an Emerald boss. God. We just got ed by a platinum boss and people are single-killing Emerald? We just stacked a platinum boss with our lives instead, and thought we'd caught up with Shadow, but we didn't realize. How on earth did Shadow do that? We also encountered an emerald-ranked boss, but none of our attacks could break defense. Baka, where are the heroes of our Sakura country? Why hasn't anyone stepped up to take the first kill? It's over. There are dark shadows in Dacia. The future is going to rise. Ashiba, who said that Shadow is from Dacia? We've just investigated. Dark Shadow's ancestors came from our Daxian country, Similac. In the meantime, the fake heavy industry players who had been discussing, not long ago, whether or not Shadow would be unable to defeat an emerald-ranked boss, were all dumbfounded at once. Single kill an emerald-level boss. Shadow's strength, just what level has it reached? Countless, unimaginable scalps. Here in Qinfeng, he also received congratulations from Yu, Lin Liu, Wang Mang, and others. However, he didn't reply for the moment, instead focusing on the fact that there was a red mist that coalesced from the corpse of that spirit swallower and converged towards the back of his hand. A blood-colored O-shaped coat of arms was formed. Congratulations on obtaining the spirit swallower bloodline. Do you want to activate it? What's the point? Qin Feng activated it directly. The power from that blood-colored O-shaped crest instantly assaulted his entire body.